Anyway, her conflict with Wei Qingwan had become a fact, even though she still didn't want to compete for favor or the main male lead. Since fighting was inevitable, she decided to do something else, disrupt the whole situation. Deviating from the original plan was also a way to protect herself in some sense. Of course, her actions also benefited the Four Treasures studio. She created a fictional nobleman called Hu Gongzi, who had a strong connection with Tsang Lin Jusher. This could spark many imaginations and make people suspect that the real owner behind the Four Treasures studio was someone with status and background. This could make others wary. As long as she didn't encounter someone with a very strong background investigating her, she wouldn't be discovered. But if she did meet someone capable and eager to cause trouble for the studio, Wei Ruo's current situation meant she was helpless against them. In the afternoon, Xiao Bei came to invite Wei Ruo to dine with her in Yingzhu, Yuan, saying that Xiao Yi wanted to thank her for helping him get the chance to become a disciple of Tsang Lin Jusher. He specially prepared some fresh meat and seafood, hoping to celebrate together. Of course, if Miss Xiao Mei was willing to help cook, that would be even better. Xiao Bei smiled happily. That's no problem. I'll have Xiao Mei go right away. Wei Ruo agreed immediately. As long as there were good ingredients, she and Xiao Mei were very eager to participate. After Xiao Bei left, Wei Ruo asked Xiao Mei to go ahead and welcome in Yingzhu Yuan, while she herself went to her private small storage room. She brought over several jars from Mo's family's fence. Inside these jars were soy sauce and wine. Wei Ruo didn't really like alcohol, but she had brewed her own wine many times. First, she liked to try different methods because she enjoyed experimenting and making money. Second, wine was a good gift to give to others. Third, when she was happy, she could have a small drink to celebrate. Wei Ruo chose a jar of plum wine and took it to Yingzhu Yuan. Xiao Bei and Xiao Mei were busy in the kitchen. Wei Jin was sitting in the pavilion, not reading or writing today, but drawing books. Seeing the jar Wei Ruo was holding, Wei Jin said, "The soy sauce from last time isn't finished yet." Wei Ruo replied, "Although the jars look similar, this isn't soy sauce. It's wine. Look, I sealed the lid with putty, unlike the soy sauce which isn't sealed." Wei Jin asked, "You also make wine?" Wei Ruo said, "Not exactly an expert, but I think I make soy sauce better. I also wanted to make vinegar, but I was busy and delayed. When winter comes and farming slows down, I'll try making vinegar then." Wei Jin said, "You have many interests." Wei Ruo smiled. "I always want to learn more skills, so I can have more ways to support myself. If no one loves me, I must love myself and live well." Wei Ruo wasn't sure if she was talking about her past life or this one, or both. Wei Jin frowned slightly, seeming to want to say something. Soon after, Xiao Bei and Xiao Mei returned from the kitchen, bringing out a table full of delicious dishes. Braised wild boar, pork rib and yam soup, scallion oil shrimp, pickled vegetable octopus, stir-fried pumpkin tips. Everything was laid out. Wei Ruo poured wine into Wei Jin's cup, but was stopped by him. "I can't handle much alcohol," Wei Jin explained. "It's okay, second brother. This wine isn't strong. It's plum wine, sweet and light, like juice," Wei Ruo explained. Seeing Wei Ruo's earnest look, Wei Jin put his hand down and agreed to let her pour him wine. Wei Ruo took a sip first, then looked at Wei Jin. Under her gaze, Wei Jin tasted a small sip carefully. As Wei Ruo said, the plum wine was sweet and clear, like tasting ripe plums. Wei Jin couldn't help but take a few more sips. "See, second brother, I was right. This wine isn't strong, right?" Wei Ruo said with a smile, then raised her glass to Wei Jin. "Come, second brother, I toast you. May your studies go smoothly and rise steadily." Wei Jin nodded slightly and finished the remaining plum wine in his cup. "Second brother, after we hear back about the recommendation letter, when do you plan to go to Huzhou Prefecture?" After asking, she realized Wei Jin was just staring blankly at her, without speaking. "Second brother?" Wei Ruo looked at Wei Jin Yi with confusion. Seeing that he still did not respond, she waved her hand in front of him. Ruo, don't wave your hand around. If you do, there will be many hands." Wei Jin Yi finally spoke, but his tone was very different from his usual calm and indifferent voice. It was strange. "Second brother, are you okay?" Wei Ruo asked. She instinctively pressed the back of her hand to Wei Jin Yi's forehead. "I'm fine. Ruo. I'm good," Wei Jin Yi replied with a silly expression. His face, his reaction, his words, none of it looked like the Wei Jin Yi she knew. Are you drunk?" Wei Ruo asked. Wei Jin Yi didn't answer her question. Instead, he stared at Wei Ruo blankly, blinking slowly. He never looked at her so recklessly when he was sober. That's not something a polite person would do, even if she was his sister. But now, he was just staring at her with focus. His usually handsome, fair face was tinged with a bit of blush, spreading from his cheeks to behind his ears. Now Wei Ruo was sure. Wei Jin Yi was really drunk. Earlier, Wei Jin Yi said he couldn't handle alcohol well. She thought it was just a polite excuse because even if he wasn't good with alcohol, he shouldn't have been unable to drink a small cup of plum wine. But now she realized she was wrong. Her second brother's poor alcohol tolerance was real. Looking at the silly Wei Jin Yi, Wei Ruo thought of a way. "Second brother, eat some vegetables and drink some soup, slowly." She picked some food for him and also filled his bowl with pork rib soup, hoping he would eat more to feel better. Wei Jin Yi obediently opened his mouth, waiting for Wei Ruo to feed him. Wei Ruo froze. Is this still the same cold and aloof second brother? Xiao Bei also widened his eyes, unable to find words for a moment. As the servant who had cared for the young master since he was a child, Xiao Bei knew that Wei Jin Yi was not good with alcohol. But the last time something like this happened was when the young master was just 10 years old. He had drunk a small cup of red wine, and then became silly and obedient, even a little talkative. At that time, he wasn't yet the cold, distant person he was now, so it was easier to accept. Since then, the young master stopped drinking, and Xiao Bei never saw him lose control after drinking again. "Can you eat properly yourself?" Wei Ruo asked. "Okay." Wei Jin Yi obediently agreed, then picked up the bowl of soup and drank it all in one gulp. Then she handed the empty bowl to Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo looked at the empty bowl and then at Wei Jin Yi. She vaguely felt that Wei Jin Yi was probably asking for praise. Second brother, you're really great. You finished everything. Very good." Wei Ruo tried to compliment him. Wei Jin Yi happily set down his empty bowl. At that moment, Wei Ruo realized her guess was right. Wei Jin Yi was indeed asking for praise with his empty bowl. While Wei Ruo was thinking about how to respond to Wei Jin Yi's behavior, he spoke again. Ruo, you look really nice." Wei Jin Yi gazed at Wei Ruo sincerely, with a hint of childlike innocence. Wei Ruo didn't know whether to laugh or be speechless, muttering, "If you weren't so good-looking and so serious, I'd think you're a troublemaker." The distance between a refined, polite man and a silly, clumsy one is just a glass of wine, specifically, a low-alcohol fruit wine with less than 20% alcohol. Ruo, can I dance with my sword for you?" Wei Jin Yi suddenly asked. "What?" Wei Ruo was stunned and didn't immediately understand what Wei Jin Yi meant. Wei Jin Yi stood up, left the pavilion, and showed his intentions through action. He wanted to dance with his sword for her. Could he really dance with a sword? With his elegant and gentle appearance, what would it look like if he started sword dancing? Would he do something reckless? Fall over? Or make a joke? Wei Ruo's mind quickly imagined many scenarios: clumsy dancing, falling down, or even herself hitting herself a few times. Xiao Bei looked anxious, thinking about whether to stop the young master. But the problem was, if the young master was drunk, he might not be able to stop himself, and if they fought, it would be even more complicated. After hesitating and considering many possibilities, Xiao Bei finally decided to stay quiet. Wei Jin Yi reached the small bamboo grove nearby, hooked his foot on a bamboo branch on the ground, lifting it into the air, and caught it steadily with his right hand. Wei Ruo showed a surprised expression, not expecting that her second brother, although drunk, moved so steadily. Then, using the bamboo branch as a sword, he began to dance. The sword moved with his body, flowing freely, with a powerful and sweeping style. Every move was swift and forceful, like wind and lightning, yet there was a beautiful balance of strength and softness. Wei Ruo saw Wei Jin Yi dance with his sword for the first time. Although she didn't practice martial arts, she had watched Xiaomei and Su Zhengyong train, and she knew that Wei Jin Yi's sword dance was not something to be taken lightly. As a martial artist, Xiaomei whispered softly to Wei Ruo, "Miss, second young master's sword skills are really impressive. No wonder he has such a good figure. He said he trains, not just joking. Turns out he really does train," Wei Ruo sighed. Xiao Bei, standing nearby, rubbed his forehead in worry. What should he do? If this continues, the young master might reveal all his secrets to Miss Wei. Although Miss Wei and they are close friends through thick and thin, it might not be good if she finds out some things. Xiao Bei could only worry silently and pray that the young master would regain his senses soon. After Wei Jin Yi finished a sword dance, he put down his bamboo stick and returned to Wei Ruo's side, his deep eyes fixed on her. "Did I dance well?" Wei Jin Yi asked, full of hope, like a child waiting for praise after completing a task. "Yes, very good. You did your best," Wei Ruo praised. Satisfied, Wei Jin Yi's face lit up with a bright, radiant smile. His usual smile was gentle and subtle, polite and soft. But this cheerful smile was the first Wei Ruo had ever seen. Not only Wei Ruo, but Xiao Bei, who had served him for over 10 years, also saw it for the first time. All right, we've finished dancing. Let's go to the room and rest for a while, okay?" Wei Ruo coaxed Wei Jin Yi like a little child. If things couldn't be fixed quickly, it was better to take him to rest first. "No, I don't want to," Wei Jin Yi replied decisively. "Fine." Wei Ruo withdrew her earlier idea that Wei Jin Yi was well-behaved after drinking. "Then, second brother, what do you want to do now?" Wei Ruo asked. Wei Jin Yi said, "Eat." Wei Ruo. His thoughts jumped too quickly. Wei Jin Yi added, Ruo's cooking is delicious. It's the best I've ever had." "Good, second brother. You don't usually praise my sister Mei Mei's cooking, but when you're drunk, you tell the truth," Wei Ruo muttered to herself. Ruo, let's go eat," Wei Jin Yi said. Okay, we'll go eat. The dishes are ready. We shouldn't waste them." Wei Ruo led Wei Jin Yi back to the dining table. Wei Jin Yi sat down and started picking at the food, acting very well-behaved, eating happily and carefully. He was no longer as reserved and restrained as before, acting more freely but not rudely, more like a normal person. Wei Ruo asked Xiaomei and Xiao Bei to sit down and eat together. There was a lot of food today, and wasting it would be a shame. The celebration was better with more people, even though the host of today's small feast was already drunk. After finishing the meal, Wei Ruo looked at Wei Jin Yi and asked, "Second brother, how are you feeling now?"
"Delicious," Wei Ming Yi replied.
"Good. The wine hasn't worn off yet. Shall we go back to the room to rest? Let Xiaomei and Xiao Bei clean up here." "Okay," Wei Jin Yi agreed obediently. Then he turned and walked toward the room. As he stepped over the doorframe, he paused, turned his head to Wei Ruo, and asked, "Ruo, aren't you going to sleep?" "I'll go back to Ting Song Garden to sleep," Wei Ruo hurriedly said. Wei Jin Yi thought for a moment, then nodded and accepted Wei Ruo's explanation. Finally, he entered the room, and Xiao Bei quickly followed. Seeing that the young master had truly taken off his outer clothes and lay down quietly, Xiao Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wei Jin Yi woke up and looked around the room with a dazed expression. What happened? He had no memory of the meal with Wei Ruo yesterday, nor how he returned to his room. "Young master, you're awake? Have some ginseng tea to wake up," Xiao Bei offered the tea. "What happened? When did I return to my room? When did the young lady leave?" Wei Jin Yi asked. Xiao Bei looked conflicted. "Tell me." "Young master, you got drunk this afternoon and made a fuss for a while. The young lady finally managed to coax you back to your room to sleep," Xiao Bei explained carefully. After Xiao Bei finished, he noticed his young master was still and said, "Don't worry, young master. Besides you showing off your sword skills and letting the young lady know you can fight, you haven't revealed anything else." I still showed my sword?
Yes.
You showed your sword, Xiao Bei whispered. Wei Jin Yi felt a sudden pounding in his temples. What else did I say? Young master didn't say much, just told the young lady many things he doesn't usually say. He complimented her looks, praised the dishes made by the young lady and Xiao Mei, and also, Xiao Bei tried to speak more gently so their young master wouldn't be too upset. And what else? Also, when the young lady praised you. Xiao Bei lowered his head so low he dared not look at his young master's expression or reaction. Wei Jin Yi felt another headache coming on. After the accident when he was 10, he stopped drinking alcohol. He disliked the feeling of losing control over his body and hated his reckless behavior. Yesterday, I drank a glass of sweet plum wine, thinking that since I wasn't good at drinking, I wouldn't get drunk from such a sweet fruit wine. For several days, Shan County has been filled with a tense atmosphere. People have seen soldiers passing through the city multiple times, along with supplies and equipment being transported. Rumors are spreading that a fight outside the city might turn into a large-scale war. Previously, there were only small conflicts, but now it seems a big war could break out. Everyone is worried, and the townspeople are anxious. If they lose this battle and the city gates are breached, and the pirates invade, no one in the city will be safe. Right now, all the city gates in Shan County are strictly controlling entry and exit. Even if people want to escape, it's too late. At this moment, the Wei family is also under a dark cloud. Whether the rumors are true or not, even the Wei family doesn't know for sure. The government and the army haven't announced anything publicly. Wei Ming hasn't returned home for 10 days, and the Wei family can't find a good time to ask him. Mrs. Yuan is even more worried, unable to eat properly. She fears that if war breaks out, her husband might get hurt fighting the ruthless pirates. Despite her worries, she has to keep managing everything at home and prepare for the worst. If they lose the battle, the Wei family must evacuate quickly and move elsewhere. Mrs. Yuan is busy handling household affairs while also worrying about her husband, feeling exhausted. Noticing this, Wei Qingwan visits Yuan daily to keep her company and help with small chores. Wei Qingwan grew up in the Wei family and has learned what a head wife should do. She is very capable of helping Mrs. Yuan. After working in Mrs. Yuan's study for a while, Yuan takes a break. She looks up at Wei Qingwan, who is sitting at the desk, carefully managing the household and planning monthly expenses, and feels very touched. She sighs, "Thanks to you, Qingwan, for helping me these days." "Mother, what are you saying?" "It's my blessing to help you, my mother," Wei Qingwan replies, setting down her work and coming behind Yuan to give her a shoulder massage. While massaging, she sincerely says, "Mother, you've worked so hard. You handle all the small and big matters at home, and now with the city in turmoil, you're worried about Dad on the front lines. Please take good care of yourself. I don't care about wealth or riches. I just want my parents to stay healthy and live long, so I can serve you until old age." "Oh, Mother, I know your heart is full of filial piety." Mrs. Yuan gently patted Wei Qingwan's hand, looking pleased. Then she sighed and said, "Having you here to help makes things easier for me. But our family doesn't have enough people. If something serious happens and we need to escape back to the capital, we will need more help." Mrs. Yuan's brow furrowed, and her mood was heavy. Her husband entrusted her with his family, and she must manage it well so her husband has no worries. Seeing Mrs. Yuan's worried expression, Wei Qingwan softly said, "Mother, since there are so many things at home lately, why not bring Lady Li back? I don't want you to work so hard. If Lady Li comes back, she can help you a little." Lady Li made a mistake. Punishing her to stay at the farm for 3 months was already lenient. Bringing her back early might make others think our Wei family is not strict enough, Mrs. Yuan said with some helplessness. "Mother is right, but—" Wei Qingwan bit her lip, and her words caught in her throat. Seeing this, Mrs. Yuan said, "Wanwan, if you have something to say, just tell me. We are mother and daughter. There's nothing we need to hide." Wei Qingwan hesitated but then continued, "I just think that in these special times, there should be some special punishments. Right now, the household needs workers, and Lady Li knows how to manage the family affairs well. If she comes back, she can help ease my mother's worries." You're right, but the 3-month punishment isn't over yet. I can't change it easily, Mrs. Yun replied, somewhat convinced. Punishment doesn't only mean staying at the farm. She can still be punished at home, like continuing to deduct her monthly allowance or making her do heavy chores, Wei Qingwan suggested. Mrs. Yun thought carefully about Wei Qingwan's words. Indeed, the family was short of help now, and Lady Li couldn't do much at the farm. She would be more useful at home. Wanwan, tell me honestly, do you miss Lady Li? Mrs. Yun asked. Wei Qingwan bit her lip, her eyes slightly red. She lowered her head, looking sad, and said nothing. Mrs. Yun sighed, understanding her feelings. Lady Li was an elder in the household and had been caring for Wei Qingwan since she was young. Their bond was naturally deeper than with others. You make some good points. I really do need more help now. Let's bring Lady Li home, but she will be fined an extra 3 months' allowance, and even if she returns, Zhang Momo will still be in charge, Mrs. Yun said. This was a way to continue punishing Lady Li. Everything follows what mother says. Wei Qingwan's face lit up with happiness. No matter what, at least Li Mama has returned to the estate. Yunshu naturally noticed Wei Qingwan's joy. Mother also knows how close you are to Li Mama. This time, she was punished to go to the farm, which made you a little sad. But you must understand, she is still one of our household servants. If she continues to act so boldly and recklessly, she might try to climb up to the master's position in the future. Now that she's back, don't spoil her too much. She needs to understand her place. Mother, I understand. I will teach her properly, so she won't make mistakes again, Wei Qingwan quickly assured Yunshu. After discussing Li Mama, Yunshu sighed and asked, I wonder what Ruo has been busy with these days? Probably busy studying these days. I'm not very clear about it. When she's at the estate, she often goes to Yingzhu garden to talk with second brother. I've looked for her a few times, but she wasn't there, so I don't know much, Wei Qingwan replied. Hearing this, Yunshu frowned. Ruo is 13, and Jin Yi is almost 16. It's time to be cautious. Yunshu felt uncomfortable that her daughter wasn't close to her legitimate children, but instead associated more with the household's other children. Mother, you don't need to worry about sister. She's very sensible now. Also, second brother received that recommendation letter, right? Once Huzhou's reply comes, second brother will probably go to Huzhou, Wei Qingwan said. Hearing this, Yunshu's expression didn't brighten. Instead, her face grew more serious. She only later found out that the box belonging to Wei Jin Yi was actually bought by Wei Ruo, and her name was also filled in by Wei Ruo. Although there's nothing wrong with that, Yunshu didn't like that her daughter was so close to her half-brother, but somewhat distant from her own biological brother. She looked at Wei Qingwan, who was working hard to ease her worries, and sighed again. In the Song Pavilion, Wei Ruo had heard all the rumors and guesses. Compared to the situation at Wei's estate, Wei Ruo was more worried about Su Zhengyong's condition. Usually, new soldiers need some time to train before going to the battlefield, but this is normal. Now, with the situation urgent, he was called up quickly because of a shortage of people. They probably wouldn't give him much time to train and adapt. He also wondered whether Xiao Yonga had handed over the crossbow mechanism and if it had been approved. If she can gain recognition, it will help Xiao Yong's status in the army and also increase our forces, making Xiao Yong's situation safer. In the original story, Su Zhengyong did not go to Shan County or participate in the battles, so Wei Ruo cannot predict his fate. Bored, Wei Ruo went to Yingzhu garden to find Wei Jin Yi. When she entered, she saw Wei Jin Yi playing chess alone. Wei Ruo sat down beside her. She has little talent for chess, especially for complex games like Go. She can only understand the general idea but doesn't know how to play or the rules. Do you want to try? Wei Jin Yi stopped and asked. No, it's too brain-consuming. I'm not suited for this, Wei Ruo quickly refused. Farming also requires thinking. Different crops need different planting and care methods. You remember them all clearly. Different skills require different kinds of thinking. Anyway, I can't play chess. Wei Ruo supported her chin with one hand and looked at the chessboard thoughtfully. It's obvious to anyone that she's not really focused on the game, but thinking about something else. Are you worried? Wei Jin Yi noticed that Wei Ruo looked a bit upset today. Did second brother hear about the upcoming battle? Wei Ruo asked. Yes, I heard. It's only a matter of time, Wei Jin Yi replied calmly. Do you think we can win this battle? Wei Ruo asked. Probably an 80% chance, Wei Jin Yi answered. Why, 80%? Father accounts for 30%, the nobleman in Shan County for 10%, the reinforcements from the court for 20%, and a good news from the army today for 20%, Wei Jin Yi explained. Why does second brother think the nobleman in Shan County still accounts for 10%? Wei Ruo asked curiously. Chulan played the biggest role in this war because he requested the court to send more troops to Shan County, but why does he alone account for 10%? He's not just a simple rich kid. He's smart, understands military strategy, and is good at managing people, Wei Jin Yi replied. Wei Ruo looked at Wei Jin Yi with more curiosity. She knew what Wei Jin Yi was saying because the original story describes Chulan this way. But she wondered why her second brother, who rarely leaves the big house and stays mostly indoors, could assess the situation so accurately. Wei Jin Yi noticed Wei Ruo's gaze and explained calmly, I like reading books and listening to rumors. Even though I live in the deep residence, I have enough understanding of what's happening outside. Brother second, you are really impressive. If you took the imperial exam, your chances of success would still be high. Wei Ruo became more confident in Wei Jin Yi. Wei Ruo rested his chin on his hands, looking at him with admiration, as if little stars were about to shine in his eyes. Wei Jin Yi smiled, then unconsciously reached out and touched Wei Ruo's head, about to pat him, but suddenly stopped. Second brother, what are you doing? Nothing. Wei Jin Yi quickly withdrew his hand and made up a clumsy excuse. There are dry leaves on your head. But even if this battle is won, it doesn't guarantee that my friends will survive. Wei Ruo's worries remained. Winning the war doesn't mean everyone on the winning side will come back alive. Is that the friend you mentioned last time? Wei Ruo had also mentioned a friend before. Yes, that's him. He joined the army and I was making healing ointment for him last time. Wei Ruo replied. Joining the army means he's a man. And someone Wei Ruo cares so much about must be quite important. Did your friend come to Shan County for you? Wei Jin Yi asked. Wei Ruo only arrived in Shan County a few months ago and has rarely interacted with outsiders since then. So this friend probably knew Wei Ruo back when he was in Huzhou Prefecture. Sort of, Wei Ruo answered. Nai and Uncle Su both came, so Little Brave must be coming too. Wei Jin Yi lowered his head and rearranged his chessboard. For 2 days straight, people living in the east of the city could hear loud noises from that direction, sometimes even seeing towering flames. This made the dark clouds over Shan County thicker. Recently, both the Qian family and the Xie family stopped their classes. Wei Qingwan and Wei Ruo stayed at home and didn't go out. Inside the song garden, Wei Ruo was looking at the account books. The blind box made the 4 treasures shop earn 122 taels of silver. Xiaomei hurried into the room.
Miss, Li Mama.
Li Mama has been brought back to the estate. Hasn't it been less than 3 months? Wei Ruo asked. I heard it was the second miss who asked for her to return, to be punished at home, and she has to pay an extra 3 months' allowance. Wei Ruo snorted softly. She really has a way. Miss, Li Mama is now at the gate of our courtyard, saying she wants to kowtow and apologize to you. Xiaomei frowned, looking annoyed. If she's coming back, just let her. Why come to cause trouble? All right, let's go meet her. I've been feeling pretty annoyed these days anyway. Worried that young brother Zhao's feelings of frustration have nowhere to vent, Wei Ruo said. When they arrived at the courtyard gate, Wei Ruo indeed saw Li Mama, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. She looked a bit thinner and darker than 2 months ago. Li Mama knelt on the ground, and when she saw Wei Ruo approaching, she bowed her head and apologized. Her actions attracted a few servants from the estate who stopped to watch at the gate of the Song Pavilion. Seeing this, Xiaomei frowned and whispered to Wei Ruo, expressing her worries. Miss, what should we do? Is Li Mama doing this on purpose? Making such a fuss to attract so many people. What does she want? I know what she wants. She's trying to ruin your reputation, Miss, Wei Ruo understood clearly. When Wei Ruo first entered the estate, Li Mama was responsible for teaching her manners. Officially, she was almost like Wei Ruo's teacher. She was also an elder from the Earl's estate. Seeing her kneel and kowtow like this was quite embarrassing. That day, Wei Ruo and Li Mama had a strong confrontation. Based on her usual style, if Wei Ruo had just bowed her head to Li Mama, she probably wouldn't have appreciated it and might have mocked her even more. Then Wei Ruo would have gained a reputation for making things difficult for the elderly maid, leaving the servants with a bad impression of her as the young lady. So, what should we do? Shimei worried. Don't worry, watch me, Wei Ruo said softly, patting Shimei's hand. Then she stepped forward to Li Mama. Li Mama, this really isn't right. Young lady, if you don't forgive this old servant today, I will never get up from kneeling, Li Mama said sadly. What do you mean, Li Mama? When did I blame you? Please get up quickly. You're an elder here, and you've just suffered on the estate. You shouldn't be kneeling like this, Wei Ruo said as she moved to help Li Mama. Li Mama looked up, surprised at Wei Ruo. In her memory, Wei Ruo was arrogant, rude, and spoiled. She didn't learn her manners well and always thought she was superior. During their argument, Wei Ruo had also been confrontational. Based on her understanding of Wei Ruo, she didn't expect this kind of reaction. Young lady, you're not blaming me anymore? Li Mama asked. The argument we had was because you made a mistake. It was a matter of life and death, so I was naturally anxious. Now that everything is over, my second brother has recovered, and you've already been punished. Why should I hold a grudge against you? Unless... Li Mama, you still plan to keep making mistakes and keep fighting with me? Wei Ruo's lips curled into a faint smile. No, I have changed and won't do wrong again, Lady Li hurriedly said. As she spoke, she tried to kowtow again. Lady Li, what are you doing? I've already forgiven you. Why are you still kowtowing? I feel guilty and afraid the young lady won't forgive me, she replied. That won't do. Lady Li, you're getting old. If you hurt yourself and fall at my door, what should I do? Xiaomei, help Lady Li up quickly. Yes, miss. Xiaomei stepped forward confidently. Lady Li, get up, she said, not giving Lady Li a chance to respond. She quickly grabbed Lady Li's arm and lifted her up. Before Lady Li could recover, she heard Wei Ruo continue speaking, then check her knees to see if she's hurt. After Wei Ruo finished, Lady Li panicked and hurriedly stopped her. No need, I'm not hurt. But her reaction was slower than Xiaomei's. Xiaomei swiftly reached for Lady Li's knee. Her hand touched not a hard kneecap, but something soft. Xiaomei understood immediately. Quick as lightning, she reached under Lady Li's skirt and took off her knee brace. When the brace appeared in front of everyone, they all looked surprised at first, then showed disdain. Wei Ruo calmly said, Lady Li really cares about her health. She came to apologize and still made sure her knees were protected. Just then, Zhang Lady came to find Wei Ruo and saw the scene. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing Zhang Lady laugh, the other maids around also giggled. Hearing the teasing laughter, Lady Li felt ashamed and angry. She snatched the knee pad from Xiaomei's hand and ran away. Xiaomei smiled and returned to Wei Ruo's side. Miss, how did you know she had a knee brace? The ground here is paved with rough, uneven blue stones. Even young knees can't handle kneeling on them, let alone Lady Li's age. She didn't come to apologize sincerely, so she naturally didn't want to hurt herself, Wei Ruo explained. That's clever of you, miss. Thanks to Xiaomei's quick eyes and hands. So I'm suitable to stay by the miss's side forever, Xiaomei said happily. The master and servant laughed as they returned to the courtyard, and the others who had been watching dispersed. Lady Li hurriedly ran back to Wangmei Garden. Seeing her embarrassed return, Wei Qingwan worriedly stepped forward and asked, Lady Li, what happened? Miss, what is going on? I am going to the countryside for 2 months, yet the young lady's temper has changed so much. Madame Li still cannot believe it.
Well,
I don't know either. I've never understood my sister. Wei Qingwan lowered her head and whispered before, Madam, you always said my sister was rude and proud. She only acted polite in front of our parents and brothers. But over time, I haven't seen her get scolded for being rude. Instead, she often uses manners to control me. Wei Qingwan added, Earlier, when you said you wanted to teach my sister a lesson, I stopped you because of this. Madame Li frowned, looking annoyed. It seems I underestimated Wei Qingruo. Miss, don't worry. I was careless this time. Now that I am back, I have plenty of time to deal with her slowly. Madam, that might not be good. What if? Don't worry, Mississippi. This is my own decision. Even if something happens later, I will take full responsibility and won't involve you.
Madame li assured Wei Qingwan.
But how can that be? Madam, everything you do is for me.
I can't just stand by and watch.
I blame Wei Qingruo for my punishment. I already have a grudge against her. This time, you asked me to come back a month earlier, which is a kindness. I must do this, for reason and feeling. Please don't try to persuade me. Madame Li was determined. 2 nights later, while everyone was drinking tea after dinner at the Wei residence, Wei Ming suddenly returned after 7 days away. He was dressed in armor, still in his battle robe, with a face covered in dirt and messy hair. Everyone inside quickly stood up to greet him. Husband. Seeing her husband safe and sound, Madame Yuan was very excited, her face full of happiness. Father. Wei Yichen, Wei Qingwan, and others gathered around Wei Ming, looking at him carefully. Great victory. We drove the Japanese pirates on the sea to flee. Now, there isn't a single one of their ships left, Wei Ming said happily. He usually was busy with official duties. When the large campaign was being planned, he stopped coming home and dedicated himself fully to the preparations, working day and night with the soldiers. Now that the war is won, he hurried back to share the good news with his family and put their worries at ease. Great victory? Really? Madame Yuan was overjoyed. Everyone in the house showed very happy expressions, including Wei Ruo. At this moment, the dark cloud that had covered the official residence for days finally cleared, revealing the bright moon. Then, everyone gathered around Wei Ming and sat down. The maid quickly brought tea and snacks. After a brief chat with his children, Wei Ming told them to go back first, as it was late and he had just finished a few days of hard fighting and needed rest. Everyone started to leave. The next morning, Wei Yichen, Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan, and Wei Yilin arrived early at Songyun Garden to wait. Usually, the family's breakfast was eaten separately, but today everyone wanted to learn more about the battle. After waiting a while, Cuiping came out to invite everyone inside. Inside, they saw Wei Ming already up, dressed casually, looking refreshed. Wei Ming asked everyone to sit down and have breakfast together. On the big round table were plain rice porridge, fried dough sticks, pickles, and soup buns, common breakfast foods for people in Taizhou Prefecture. After finishing breakfast, the servants cleared away the leftovers. Everyone sat to the side, knowing that the children came early because they were worried about him and also wanted to hear about what had happened these days. This great victory is thanks to 2 people. Wei Ming, usually quiet, spoke more today. Who is the first person, husband? Yuan asked quickly. Everyone looked at him curiously. The first is that young master, who is now involved with the court's reinforcement. It was also his plan to launch the surprise attack, coming out from Wangyue Mountain and directly hitting the enemy's core, disrupting their formation. Everyone knew about this, so it was no surprise. And the second? Yuan asked. The second is something we didn't expect. A few days ago, the city recruited soldiers and brought in a young soldier who brought us a powerful weapon. This weapon isn't ordinary. It can hold 10 arrows at once. After firing, you just need to replace the tube, which is very efficient and greatly increased our firepower. Before the battle started, we gathered all the craftsmen in the city and worked overnight to make many of these mechanical crossbows for the fight. This is a great fortune for my husband and the people of Shing Shan County. Who is this young soldier? Was he a skilled craftsman? He managed to create such a powerful weapon, Yuan asked curiously. I have already asked him. The weapon was not made by himself. He obtained it from a traveling master craftsman. However, this is also his achievement. Moreover, he performed very well in this battle, showing great bravery. I plan to recommend him for promotion to the position of chief flag, equivalent to a squad leader, after this matter is settled. Mrs. Yuan said, "This person is truly sent by heaven to help your husband and assist the people of Shan County." Wei Ruo listened nearby and knew that Wei Ming was talking about little brother Yong. His smile deepened. It's great that little brother Yong is safe and has gained military merit. Father, what about you? Wei Chen asked. Since his father won the battle, will he also be promoted by the court? I don't really know about my own affairs. Wei Ming replied honestly. He knew that his future depended on the attitude of the seventh prince. In this battle, both the seventh prince and the young master of the Liu family participated. They are the ones most aware of the situation. It will also depend on how the seventh prince reports to the court. Dad, with your bravery, once you report to the court, they will surely promote you. Wei Yilin said excitedly. Don't think about that for now. I can't decide whether I get promoted or not. As long as we win this war and bring peace to the people of Shan County for a while, that's the most important thing, Wei Ming said. Later, Wei Ming's words didn't catch Wei Ruo's full attention. She was only thinking about how to share this good news with her nanny and Uncle Su. The conversation lasted nearly an hour, then Mrs. Yuan told the children to go home so her husband could rest more. Wei Ruo came out of the dining hall and saw Wei Ming's guard, Zhengyong. She specifically asked him the name of the young soldier Wei Ming praised today. Zhengyong gave a clear answer, Zhengyong. Since she confirmed it was little brother Yong, Wei Ruo happily returned to Tingsong Garden. Miss, why are you so happy? Xiaomei saw Wei Ruo walking differently, as if she was floating on a cloud. It must be good news. I want to write a letter to my nanny to tell her about little brother Yong, Wei Ruo said as she headed inside. How is little brother Yong? Xiaomei asked eagerly, her tone full of curiosity. Since little brother Yong joined the army, there had been no news of him. He has made military merit, Wei Ruo replied. Really? Xiaomei's face lit up with joy, but after a moment, she put away her happy expression and snorted, that brat, he's got some skills. No wonder he's my fellow disciple. He turned his head and asked, when can brother Xiaoyong come home? Probably in a few days. It seems this battle has pushed back the pirates in Shan County, so there should be some peace for a while. If that's the case, the soldiers in the camp will be arranged to go home in groups to visit family, Wei Ruo said. That's good. Miss, should I find some tonic to help brother Xiaoyong recover? Go ahead, go ahead. I was just thinking the same. You and I will go together. Xiaomei turned around and quickly ran to the small storeroom. After 2 days, Zhengyong finally returned. The nurse immediately sent a message to Wei Ruo. Since their homes are close, the pigeon flew to Wei Ruo's yard quickly. After receiving the message, Wei Ruo and Xiaomei left with a pre-made excuse. Now that Grandma Zhang is on Wei Ruo's side, even if Wei Ruo went out and wandered around, she would turn a blind eye. From the Four Treasures Pavilion into the backyard, the nurse was tearfully talking to Zhengyong. Hearing footsteps, seeing Wei Ruo arrive, the nurse quickly wiped her tears. Little sister Ruo. Zhengyong smiled brightly. Wei Ruo didn't reply, but carefully examined him from head to toe. Don't look at me like that, little sister Ruo. I'm fine, not hurt. I'm pretty tough. The fights I had as a kid weren't for nothing, and my master's skills weren't learned in vain. And that crossbow you gave me? It's amazing. Our archers kept shooting at them, arrows falling like rain. Before those people even got close, most of them were dead. When it came to close combat, they were already out of luck. Plus, I'm so good that those short, awkward Japanese men couldn't even touch me. To prove he was fine, Zhengyong made a few gestures and even did a backflip. All right, stop flipping around. You're not hurt on the battlefield, just fooling around at home and injuring yourself. Xiaomei scolded with a smile. Hee. Mei, do you think I should call you senior sister from now on? Zhengyong didn't forget about this.
Dream on.
That's not happening. It's just a battle, and you need at least 3 or 5 years without injuries to be considered qualified, Xiaomei said quickly. 3 or 5 years. That's too long, Su Zhengyong pouted. How long? Do you think joining the army is just for a day or two? When you chose this path, you should have known it was a major decision that could last almost a lifetime. Asking you to guarantee safety for 3 or 5 years is quite a small request. All right. I, a man, won't argue with you. 3 or 5 years is just 3 or 5 years. Sooner or later, you'll willingly call me senior brother.
Su Zhengyong ziplit confident.
Then he boasted about his recent experience to Wei Ruo. I am about to get a promotion. Really? Of course, it's true. His Royal Highness the 7th Prince personally agreed. Su Zhengyong said, then whispered, they don't want me to say he's the 7th Prince. I'm telling you secretly, don't spread it around. Hearing this, Wei Ruo and Xiaomei couldn't help but roll their eyes. Brother Yong, next time don't tell us such secrets. If it's something you're not supposed to share, just don't say it, Wei Ruo said. But you're not outsiders. One of you is my sister, the other my junior sister. There's nothing I can't tell you, Su Zhengyong said casually. No, it's not allowed. The army isn't like other places. Rules must be followed. Orders are absolute. Even if they're parents or siblings, you can't break them, Wei Ruo said seriously. That's right. Mrs. Right. You should listen to her, the nursemaid agreed. All right. I'll be more careful next time, Su Zhengyong promised repeatedly. Since his mother spoke, he knew his father's fist might come down if he didn't agree. Now, tell me more. What position has the 7th Prince given you? Wei Ruo asked. Didn't you just tell me not to say anything? The important part is that the 7th Prince's identity is secret, not what Su promised you, right? You've already said the most sensitive part. Why hide the rest? Oh, right. Su Zhengyong thought it made sense and continued. He promoted me to deputy captain. The captain is like a company commander, and the deputy captain is like a deputy platoon leader. Last time, from Wei Ming's words, it seemed he wanted to promote Xiao Yong to the main flag, but unexpectedly, Chulan directly promoted Xiao Yong to a higher level, deputy captain. Usually, soldiers first become squad leaders, then platoon leaders, and then deputy captains. Su Zhengyong was promoted 3 levels at once. Although Su Zhengyong's rank was still far from Wei Ming's, he was just a new recruit. Being able to jump from an ordinary soldier to deputy captain in such a short time was very impressive. Really? You're going to be deputy captain? Xiaomei couldn't help but cheer. Your Highness promised me that. I don't know if it will come true. If your Highness promised it, then it will surely happen. He wants to promote someone to deputy general. That's just a matter of a word. Besides, Brother Yong has really made a big contribution this time. His promotion is well-deserved, so there won't be any problem, Xiaomei said happily. Mimi is right, Wei Ruo agreed. If only Wei Ming was the only one interested in promoting and rewarding Su Zhengyong, I wouldn't be so sure. But since Chulan has spoken about it, the chance of success is almost 100%. Although I don't like Chulan, I can trust his honesty. Nanny said to Su Zhengyong, you should thank Mississippi. If she hadn't helped you make that mechanical crossbow, you wouldn't have made such a big contribution or been promoted. Nanny knew very well that the big promotion Su Zhengyong received was thanks to the mechanical crossbow Miss gave him. If it were only about bravery on the battlefield, he might get a small flag, but not a 3-level promotion. Oh, right. Su Zhengyong suddenly became serious. He straightened his clothes and bowed respectfully to Wei Ruo. Thank you, Sister Ruo. He had been quite serious earlier, but at the end, he flashed a mischievous, cheeky smile. I provided the mechanical crossbow, but Brother Yong also earned praise with his own strength. I heard he's very good at fighting. He can take down several enemies at once. When the 2 armies clash, he's always at the front, Wei Ruo said. That's because Miss arranged for him to have a master. You thought ahead and asked the master to teach both of them early on, otherwise Brother Yong wouldn't have his current skills, Nanny said quickly. Exactly. My mother is right. Sister Ruo is good to me. She has foresight, Su Zhengyong said with a silly smile. While laughing, Zhengyong suddenly remembered something. By the way, Sister Ruo, I used up the gold sore medicine you gave me. Do you have more? Where are you hurt? Wei Ruo asked. No, it's not me, Zhengyong hurriedly explained. It's not me who is hurt, but my comrade. The army lacks medicine, and the wound medicine has been used for the more serious injuries. My 2 comrades weren't badly hurt, so they didn't get medicine. I used the gold sore medicine you gave me for them. Nanny scolded him with a frown. You little rascal, don't you know that Mrs. Medicine is expensive? It's reserved for your life-saving. Wei Ruo said, Nanyang is fine. I can afford this money, and it's useful for my comrades. These days, I've prepared more medicine for Brother Xiaoyong. Next time we encounter something like this, he can use it without worry. Wei Ruo continued to tell Zhengyong, don't worry about the medicine. Just tell me what you need, and I'll prepare it for you. You are so kind to me. With you as my sister, I, Zhengyong, feel lucky for my whole life. Zhengyong was deeply touched. Anyway, the most important thing is to keep yourself safe, Wei Ruo reminded him again. Sometimes, Brother Xiaoyong acts impulsively and doesn't think about the consequences, so she has to remind him. Don't worry, Ruo, I know what I'm doing, Zhengyong promised with a smile. Oh, Mei brought you some things, Wei Ruo said as she pulled Xiaomei forward. Xiaomei looked a bit shy. After hesitating for a moment, she simply stuffed her cloth bag into Zhengyong's arms. What are you doing? Trying to hit me? Zhengyong asked. The strength she used to toss the bag was almost as much as someone hitting him. Not hitting you, I'm giving you good things. These are all tonics to help you get stronger, Xiaomei explained. When Zhengyong saw that the bag was full of health supplements for him, he couldn't help but smile. Mei, you are so good to me. From now on, even if you're not my junior sister, you can be my wife.
What are you talking about?
Xiaomei immediately got angry. She raised her fist and started to punch him. Zhengyong quickly ran away, clutching the bag tightly in his arms, not willing to let go. Zhengyong, stop right there.
Xiaomei shouted.
Zhengyong ran very fast, shouting as he ran, I won't stop. If I do, you'll beat me to death. I wasn't hurt on the battlefield, but if I come back and get beaten into Wei, how can I explain to my comrades? Wei Ruo and Nanyang shook their heads helplessly. They were used to this kind of rough play between them. Anyway, nothing serious would happen, so they just let it go. Wei Ruo and Xiaomei stayed at the Su family until dusk. It was getting late, so they had to leave. They said goodbye to the family and got into a carriage heading back to the captain's residence. 2 days later, good news came from Wei's household. Zhengyong was promoted from a young soldier to deputy captain. Wei Ruo asked Xiaomei to deliver the packed medicines to him. She had wanted to prepare more, but there wasn't enough time. If she delayed any longer, Zhengyong might return to the military camp. At the same time, good news came from the Wei family. Wei Ming was promoted. His official rank was raised from deputy Qianzong to Qianzong, and his honorary title also increased from 6th Pin Zhongshan Imperial Guard to 6th Pin Zhaoshan Imperial Guard. For a while, everyone in the Imperial Guard office was filled with joy. Wei Ming had held the deputy Qianzong position for a long time and hadn't been promoted in a while. Recently, he was worried about being dismissed or demoted. Now, the clouds have cleared, and everyone is happy. Quick, write a letter to the capital to tell the people at the Lord's residence this good news. Mrs. Yin arranged for her eldest son, Wei Yilin, to write to the loyal and righteous Lord's residence in the capital to report the good news. Although they knew the news would reach the capital first, as a younger family member, he should still write and update them on their family's situation. She then ordered preparations for a celebration feast for her husband. Of course, this was just a family gathering, not a grand event, as Wei Ming had instructed not to make it overly lavish. Recently, the situation in Shan County was not good. Many families' rice crops were not doing well, and the weather seemed to be colder earlier than usual this year. All signs pointed to a difficult year ahead. In such a context, it was not appropriate to waste or indulge excessively. That evening, the Wei family gathered together. Wei Jin Yi, who usually rarely appeared in the dining hall, also showed up for the first time in a long while. Seeing Wei Jin Yi, Mrs. Yuan was momentarily surprised. "Mother," Wei Jin Yi greeted her politely. Mrs. Yuan responded briefly, not saying much. Thinking carefully, today was a special day. It was reasonable for him to join the meal, and her surprise was because he hadn't come to dine with everyone in the hall for a long time. She was momentarily caught off guard. Wei Chen stepped forward and greeted Wei Jin Yi proactively. "Second brother, how have you been lately?" "Fairly well," Wei Jin Yi replied in his usual calm manner, matching his expression. "When will you go to Huzhou Prefecture?" Wei Chen asked again. "Probably still a few days away," Wei Jin Yi answered. "If you need anything, just tell your elder brother," Wei Chen offered. Wei Jin Yi nodded slightly. Wei Qingwan's gaze fell on Wei Ruo. Today, Wei Ruo was wearing a light green satin dress and had her hair simply styled, looking lively and bright. With her father's promotion, the family's eldest daughter held even more importance. Wei Qingwan knew that in noble families, hierarchy and order were highly valued. In the future, when it came to marriage prospects, the eldest daughter would have an advantage. Thinking of this, Wei Qingwan's expression darkened slightly. Wei Ruo did not pay attention to others' expressions. She stood in the corner of the dining hall, her mind elsewhere. She had many things to worry about recently. Besides the sweet potatoes in the northern Shaoyang Mountain, the land reclamation in the southern wasteland, and the medicinal fields of the Xie family, Wei Ruo was also planning to use the 500 taels of silver she had recently saved to buy grain and coal from outside. While she was lost in thought, Wei Ming, dressed in casual clothes, appeared in the dining hall. "Father." Wei Chen stepped forward to greet him. Wei Ming replied, then his gaze fell on Wei Jin Yi, behind Wei Chen. "Are you willing to come out and walk around today?" "Yes," Wei Jin Yi responded, his voice as usual, calm and indifferent. It seemed that no matter who was standing opposite him, he always reacted this way. "That's good. It's time to walk around more. You shouldn't always stay in the yard," Wei Ming said happily. Then his gaze shifted to Wei Qingwan and Wei Ruo. "Father," Wei Qingwan called politely. Wei Ruo, lost in her thoughts, reacted slowly. When she noticed Wei Ming looking at her, she finally called out, "Father." Wei Ming responded. "Everyone take your seats." Wei Ming spoke, and everyone took their seats one by one. Here in Shan County, the rules were a bit more relaxed. If they were in the Zhongyi Marquis Mansion in the capital, given the ages of the children, boys and girls would be seated separately. A large round table was filled with various dishes. Tonight's meal was especially rich: braised chun yellow fish, wheat shrimp, salted pig liver, steamed, dumplings, tofu balls, boiled chicken. Many seafood dishes could be clearly seen. These were caught by fishermen after a victorious battle at sea. They specially sent the seafood to the marshal's residence to thank Wei Ming for his great victory over the Japanese pirates. Wei Ming looked at the dishes with joy, not only because there was good food in front of him, but also because it meant that the common people in the city could go back to fishing for a living. For a county as poor in agriculture as Shan, this was fantastic news. At this moment, Wei Jin Yi asked Xiaobei to bring in a jar. "Genie, what good thing did you bring?" Wei Ming asked curiously. "It's plum wine, made by my older sister herself. I just borrowed the flowers to offer as a gift," Wei Jin Yi explained. Everyone looked at Wei Ruo in surprise, but Wei Ruo calmly looked at the dishes in front of her. Her second brother had asked for her opinion before doing this. She originally didn't plan to show this kind of friendliness to Wei Ming, but the jar of wine had already been opened last time. If left untouched for a long time, the flavor would fade. The jar was almost full, and last time, because second brother was drunk, he only drank a few sips before stopping. Since Wei Ruo herself wasn't fond of alcohol and usually didn't drink, it would be a waste to leave it untouched. Second brother said that their father loved wine but didn't indulge excessively, so sharing some with him was a good way to make use of it. Since second brother had already mentioned it to her, she couldn't refuse his request, so she didn't say anything. "Or, can you still make wine?" Wei Ming looked at Wei Ruo. "A little, just some casual brewing," Wei Ruo replied casually. Then Wei Ming said, "Father will have to taste it properly. When good news comes, spirits lift." The big worry about the pirates was temporarily gone, and Wei Ming's enthusiasm for wine returned. Hearing this, Madame Yuan quickly asked someone to pour a glass for Wei Ming, then poured wine for everyone present except for the young Wei Yilin. Sharing wine is a refined activity, so in a joyful celebration like this, Madame Yuan allowed her older children to drink. Wei Ming took the first sip and showed a surprised expression. "Roar, is this truly your brewing?" "Yes," Wei Ruo answered indifferently. "This wine is really good, sweet and light, with a strong aroma and fruity scent," Wei Ming praised. Hearing Wei Ming's praise, Madame Yuan and Wei Yilin also took a sip. They both looked pleasantly surprised. "If Ruo brewed this wine well, it's even purer and sweeter than the wine sold at the town taverns," Wei Yilin commented. The pure and sweet taste probably came from Wei Ruo's distillation method, making the wine clear and pure, like water. Many wines in this era, especially those made in small workshops, were rougher and more cloudy. Madame Yuan couldn't help but praise Ruo. "You're really talented. This is the first time I've tasted such mellow yet smooth wine." Listening to everyone's praise for Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan looked down at her own glass and tentatively took a sip. She didn't drink much and rarely had the chance to drink, so she wasn't as knowledgeable about wine as her parents and older brothers. But Wei Qingwan could tell that the wine was indeed good. The sweet and refreshing taste was noticeable. Suddenly, she felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She looked up at Wei Ruo with a smile on her face and praised, "Sister is really amazing. It seems nothing can defeat her. Compared to her, I really feel useless." "How can Wanwan be useless? Wanwan has her own talents," Yunshi quickly said. "Exactly, sister. Brewing wine isn't something a noble lady should do. That's the job of sweaty brewers in small workshops outside," Wei Yilin quickly added. "Yilin, what are you talking about?" Wei Ming looked serious. Wei Yilin was afraid of Wei Ming. When he saw his serious face, he immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. When Wei Ming wasn't around, Wei Yilin sometimes said similar things to secretly criticize Wei Ruo. Since no one in the family got angry, he got used to it. If those words were unintentional, it's fine. But if you meant to insult your big sister, you don't need to eat this meal. Go stand in the yard, Wei Ming said coldly. Hearing this, Yunshi quickly pleaded for her son. Yilin didn't mean to offend. "Husband, please don't be angry." Yilin lowered his head and nodded lightly. Seeing this, Wei Ming didn't pursue the matter further. Wei Chen explained to Wei Yilin, "Brewing wine isn't as crude as you think. Good recipes are usually secret family formulas passed down through generations. The palace even has an official wine workshop, and the brewers there hold official positions."
Got it.
Yilin replied softly. He actually knew what his older brother said. He just spoke like that to prevent Wanwan from being outdone by Wei Qingruo. Wei Jin also pretended to taste a sip, but didn't actually swallow any. Wei Ruo saw through this and knew that after the last lesson, he definitely wouldn't drink wine easily, even if it was mild fruit wine. After the meal, the jar of wine was nearly finished. Most of it was drunk by Wei Ming, while the others only took a few sips. For Wei Ming, this fruit wine was nothing special. He could drink 7 or 8 jars and still not get drunk. He loved wine, but when working on official duties, he never touched alcohol. Now, celebrating at home after a victory, it was a rare opportunity to drink happily. The good wine made him feel very pleased. When the event ended, Wei Ming unexpectedly approached Wei Ruo to ask for some wine. Next time you brew wine, let me try some, okay?" Wei Ruo couldn't refuse, so he said, "Okay. Next time I brew, I'll remember to save some for you. Next time, I don't know when I will brew again." The newly brewed wine can't be drunk immediately and needs to be stored for a long time. Therefore, Wei Ming wants to drink her next batch of wine, but she doesn't know when it will be ready. As for the few jars still in her storage, Wei Ming only said they would be used when she brews again, not mentioning the ones already there. Wei Ming said, "All right, then I will wait for Roar's next fine wine." After the banquet, everyone gradually left the dining hall. As Wei Ruo stepped out of the hall, Wei Qingwan approached her. Wei Qingwan took the initiative to speak to Wei Ruo and gave her a hand-embroidered pouch. "Big sister, I embroidered this pouch myself and want to give it to you. I am not as talented as you, only able to do some embroidery. I hope you don't mind." Wei Ruo looked at Wei Qingwan but did not reach out to take it. Seeing that Wei Ruo was slow to respond, Wei Qingwan explained, "On the day of the Qiqiao festival, I listened carefully to your teachings and have remembered them. I couldn't think of a good way to show my sincerity, so I embroidered this pouch to express my feelings." Wei Ruo sharply examined Wei Qingwan. Unsure if she was feeling guilty or something else, Wei Qingwan lowered her head and avoided Wei Ruo's gaze. "All right, I'll accept it." Wei Ruo suddenly reached out and took the pouch. Then Wei Ruo saw Wei Yilin come out of the dining hall and immediately handed the pouch to him. What is this?" Wei Yilin looked at Wei Ruo with curiosity. "Big brother gave me the Ting Song Garden, and I've wanted to embroider a pouch for him for a long time. But I am clumsy and can't do embroidery well. Luckily, Qingwan gave me one, so I thought I'd give it to Big brother as a gift," Wei Ruo said. Wei Ruo smiled brightly and then turned to leave. She didn't care whether giving away gifts she received to others was appropriate or not. After all, she was a girl from the countryside and she might not understand some customs, but others would understand her situation. In any case, she didn't dare accept Wei Qingwan's gift. Who knew if she was trying to set her up? Although she couldn't think of any scheme Wei Qingwan might have with such a small pouch, as long as she didn't give her a chance, her plans would fail. Moreover, how could she use a pouch to settle a grudge or false accusations? When Wei Yilin saw what Wei Ruo was holding, he wanted to call her back, but Wei Ruo had already left. "Bonwan, is this what you want to give Ruo?" Wei Yilin asked Wei Qingwan. "Well, I probably didn't do well enough. Sister probably doesn't like it," Wei Qingwan whispered softly. "Ruo is just like that. She's been in the mansion for a while now. She's straightforward, but she has no bad intentions." "Wanwan, don't overthink it," Wei Yilin said, not thinking this small matter was worth much thought. The two sisters have very different personalities, but they are both good girls and the shining jewels of the Wei family.
Yes.
"I understand," Wei Qingwan quickly replied, her face looking unhappy. "The big brother has received the purse."
Thank you, Wanwan.
Although Wei Yilin doesn't need this embroidered purse, it is a gift from the two sisters, and he must cherish it. In the capital, at the house of loyal and righteous Marquis, news of Wei Mingtian's promotion spread quickly to the capital. The message came from the city and arrived earlier than the letter from Shing Shan County. Hearing this good news, everyone at the loyal and righteous Marquis's house was filled with joy. Third brother is so great. This is a happy event, a very happy event. It's a big celebration for our entire marquisate. The old marquis was very happy, showing a rare joyful expression on his face. It's been 3 years and finally, third brother has been promoted again. His worries can finally be put to rest. Wei Minghong and Wei Mingyong also wore smiles on their faces. "Father, this is really great news. Now we don't have to worry about third brother losing his position," Wei Mingyong said happily. "Father, since this is such a big celebration, should we go to Shing Shan County to personally congratulate third brother?" Wei Minghong asked for advice. The old marquis opposed. "There's no need to go personally. Although you are only holding a minor position now, you still have responsibilities. You can't just go wandering around. Are you afraid someone might catch you doing something wrong?" He continued, "If you brothers are truly happy for your brother, show your sincerity. As the older brothers, you should prepare some congratulatory gifts for him. Shing Shan County is cold and harsh. I hear this year's harvest is poor, and before autumn, it looks like there will be a grain shortage. You too, as brothers, should think more about your younger brother." Wei Minghong and Wei Mingyong looked a bit embarrassed. They had planned to use this opportunity to visit Shing Shan County, but now they couldn't go, and their father wanted them to spend their family savings. After hesitating for a moment, Wei Mingyong spoke first. "Father is right. I will go back and prepare." Since third brother was promoted, we can't give him a shabby gift. Wei Mingyong spoke first, so Wei Minghong naturally couldn't fall behind. He bravely said, "Father, don't worry. Even if you don't bring it up, I will make sure everything is arranged early." Although the brothers were reluctant, they didn't dare to deceive the old master. After returning home, each prepared some things and took them to the old master. The old master organized everything and then sent people to load the items onto carts to be sent to Shing Shan County. In late July, Wei Ruo received a reply from Mo Jiajia. The village representative responded to Wei Ruo, promising that after this year's rice harvest, they would store enough rice for next year. They would sell any extra rice to Wei Ruo at the normal local price. The village grew rice seeds provided by Wei Ruo, and he also taught them many farming techniques. Because of this, their rice yield had been much higher than nearby villages for several years. This helped the previously poor Mo Jiajia improve their living conditions, allowing them to have enough food, be self-sufficient, and even sell surplus grain for silver. The villagers remembered this kindness, so no matter how rice prices changed later, they sold their rice to Wei Ruo at the usual price. They had also arranged for coal in advance, purchasing a batch from Huzhou Prefecture, which would arrive soon. Both the current situation and the original owner's memories told Wei Ruo that this year would be difficult. Cold weather and food shortages would be major problems for Shing Shan County. Wei Ruo knew he had to plan early to face these issues. "Miss, do you really need to spend so much silver to buy grain and coal? That's almost all your savings," Xiaomei worried. Most of Wei Ruo's savings had already been spent on buying Shaoyang Mountain. Now she needed to spend 500 taels of silver on grain and coal, almost emptying her savings. Money is like water. If you use it wisely, it can grow. Silver is just a cold piece of metal. Only if it can buy what I want does it have meaning, Wei Ruo replied. "It's good that you have a plan, Mississippi. But if anything happens, you mustn't face it alone." "Nai, Uncle Sue and I can help you," Xiaomei said. "Don't worry, Mei Zi. I'm good at making money." Wei Ruo smiled, then patted her stomach. "But working my brain makes me hungry." All right, I got it. I'll make some snacks now. The dried seafood I bought last time is ready. How about I roast some squid for you?" "Sure. Bake some more, and send some to second brother too." "Okay, no problem." Xiaomei took out the dried squid she had just dried recently and went to Yingzhu garden next door to use their small kitchen's charcoal fire for grilling. After grilling, she divided it into two parts. One stayed at Yingzhu garden for Xiao Bei to take to Wei Jin Yi, and the other was brought back for Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo finished a piece of the fragrant, crispy grilled squid happily and then curled up in her room, busy all afternoon. Meanwhile, Wei Jin Yi carefully enjoyed the grilled squid sent by Wei Ruo. Xiao Bei nearby sighed. "Young master, Miss really cares about you. She thinks of everything for you." Although Wei Jin Yi didn't reply, he agreed internally with Xiao Bei's words. He really liked his older sister. If one day he found out the truth about him, he wasn't sure if he would be sad. Xiao Bei couldn't help but ask, "Young master, do we really have to go to Huzhou Prefecture? If we go, we won't see Miss anymore." "It's decided," Wei Jin Yi said firmly. Some things he couldn't do comfortably in Wei House. Only outside could he do as he pleased. Seeing Wei Jin Yi's change, Xiao Bei felt both happy and worried. The young master had been avoiding those people for years, and now he wanted to change his mind. Whether it was good or bad, he wasn't sure. A few days later, there was a reply from Huzhou Prefecture. The recommendation letter from Lord He was very helpful, and Songlin Hermit planned to meet Wei Jin Yi in person. So Wei Jin Yi prepared to leave for Huzhou Prefecture. Wei Ming personally instructed Yuan to prepare his luggage and horses, making sure Wei Jin Yi's journey would be smooth. Yuan was naturally careful, but she felt a little disappointed. The second young master, who had never been very noticeable in the house, now had the chance to apprentice with Songlin Hermit. Meanwhile, her own eldest son, praised by his teachers and classmates, could only stay in Xingshan County, searching for the next opportunity. When Wei Jin Yi left, Wei Ruo didn't see him off but prepared a box of gifts for him, which she gave to Xiao Bei the day before. After Wei Jin Yi left, Wei Ruo sat in the courtyard, propping her chin with one hand, sighing unconsciously. Suddenly, I feel my decision wasn't very wise. Our family only has one person who can speak up now. With him gone, it feels even lonelier. Xiaomei said, Miss, I can't help with this. It's your decision. If you're really bored, I'll feel a bit wronged and stay with you more every day to talk. Good night. Don't be jealous of my second brother. You are the most important to me. You're the person I talk to the most. I can do without anyone else, but I can't do without you, Wei Ruo quickly explained. Xiaomei was amused by Wei Ruo and giggled. All right, miss, you're not hungry again and want me to cook something delicious for you, are you? No, it's all sincere, no tricks, Wei Ruo said with a playful smile. Time quickly passed to the 8th month of the lunar calendar, and the weather turned cooler. On the first day of August, it was a cloudy day, and people's moods were just like the weather, gloomy. The reason was simple. This year's rice crop was poor. The rice grains were few and not full, with many empty husks. It was clear even before harvest that this year's food supply would be limited. At the same time, sweet potatoes on Shaoyang Mountain were being harvested. Compared to the gloomy fields elsewhere, Shaoyang Mountain was filled with joy from the harvest. Temporary workers were turning over the soil, digging up sweet potatoes, and carrying them down the mountain in baskets. People from nearby farms and workers watching from afar were curious. They had been curious since planting sweet potatoes on Shaoyang Mountain. Later, they sold some vine leaves, and everyone learned that this was a new crop that could be eaten. But selling only leaves seemed not worth planting such a mountain. Today, seeing workers carrying baskets of sweet potatoes down the mountain, they realized these plants mainly grew edible tubers underground. They weren't sure if these bright red, block-like things tasted good. Most of the first batch of sweet potatoes was sent to storage, with only a few sold at the market. Given this year's situation, storing food was more important than saving silver. Wei Ruo still needed to sell some sweet potatoes to get some cash, but it wasn't urgent. She planned to wait until all the batches were dug up, assess the total yield, and then decide how much to sell. For now, she would sell a small amount to promote this new crop and prepare for larger sales later. At the market, next to a small stall selling sweet potatoes, a charcoal grill was set up and sweet potatoes were roasting on it. Soon, the roasted sweet potatoes emitted a tempting aroma, attracting many people to stop and ask. Thanks to previous sales of vine leaves and dried sweet potatoes, people already knew about this crop and understood it was edible and tasty. The price of roasted sweet potatoes is neither expensive nor cheap, costing 5 cents each. However, everyone can see that this year's harvest will be poor and grain prices in the rice shop are already rising. Considering this, the price of sweet potatoes is quite reasonable. Once the first person buys and tastes how delicious they are, sales will quickly pick up and they will sell out in no time. Many people want to buy more, but the roasted sweet potato stall has already closed, so they will have to come another day. In the Songyuan area, Wei is in a very good mood. Xiaomei is also happy because whenever the crops are harvested, the young lady feels extremely joyful. If crops were to mature every day, she would probably be this happy every day. What Xiaomei doesn't know is that Wei is not only happy because of the good harvest of sweet potatoes on Shaoyang Mountain, but also because her own sweet potatoes in the yard have ripened. Although the quantity is not as much as on Shaoyang Mountain, these are personally planted by Wei, so she gains experience points. She was only 100 experience points away from reaching the 3rd level of space upgrade, but after this harvest, she gained 200 experience points, and her space successfully upgraded to the 3rd level. This upgrade added an extra piece of land for planting and unlocked a new space plant, mushroom mycelium. After the upgrade, Wei immediately planted mushrooms on the space land. The land in the space can grow anything without her needing to adjust the soil or environment. Even though growing mushrooms and regular plants require very different conditions, the land in the space can support both. Besides that, Wei also wants to cultivate mushrooms outside, but that is more complicated. It requires preparing planting materials and suitable environments. Currently, cultivating mushrooms has several advantages. First, they grow quickly. within a week under the right temperature and humidity. Second, they don't need to be planted in the ground, so they don't take up land resources. In Shing Shan County, land is very limited, and even with the new wasteland in the south of the city, the average farmland per person is still not abundant. The third point that makes Wei happy is that Xingshan County has many mountains and caves. When she visited the Xie family's estate last time, she discovered many natural caves on the nearby mountains. If the humidity and temperature inside these caves are suitable, they could serve as natural mushroom farms. Mimi, contact Ninyu. I need her to help me buy some things, Wei excitedly said. First, Wei Ruo needs to prepare all the necessary materials, which are wood shavings, sawdust, rice bran, or wheat bran. These are the main ingredients for making mushroom bags. Among them, wood shavings and sawdust are the most important, each making up about 40%. These can be bought cheaply from carpenters in the city. The remaining rice bran and wheat bran are easy to find and not expensive. There's no need to buy a large amount at first. After successful practice and confirming it's feasible, she can consider expanding. Wei Ruo assigns the task of purchasing to the nanny, while she herself goes to explore caves in Xingshan County to see if there are caves with suitable temperature and humidity for her needs. Once her plan is ready, Wei Ruo begins her action. On this trip, she still brings along Zhang Mama. Zhang Mama has gained status in the southern part of the city by following Wei Ruo, and she has also received many benefits, especially in terms of food. Wei Ruo doesn't involve Zhang Mama in her other activities, but asks her to help cover her tracks, making it easier to come and go from the official's residence. Zhang Mama is honest and doesn't say much after receiving her benefits. She's naturally a person who avoids trouble, so as long as Wei Ruo doesn't cause any problems, she's content to stay quiet about her secrets. The mountains in the western area are more barren and steep. If the mountains north of the city still have potential for terrace farming, then these mountains are not worth thinking about. Barren, steep, and full of stones. They can only be used for chopping firewood, mainly visited by woodcutters and hunters nearby. The carriage can't go up the mountain, so it stops on the nearby road. When Wei Ruo plans to go up, Zhang Mama worries. Miss, I advise you not to go up this mountain. There's not much there and it's not worth it. It's okay. I want to take a walk. The mountain is steep and there might be valuable herbs. This trip won't be wasted, Wei Ruo replies. The villagers nearby don't know much about herbs, so Wei Ruo believes she has a good chance of finding herbs in these dangerous mountains. Her main goal is to see the cave's quantity, size, and whether the temperature and humidity inside are really suitable for natural mushroom cultivation. Seeing this, Zhang Mama stops persuading her, but is reluctant to go up the mountain herself. Miss, I'll wait for you here, by the carriage. The mountain is too dangerous, and my legs can't handle it, she says. All right, it's fine. Just wait for me below. If you're tired, you can rest in the carriage for a while. Wei Ruo had no plans to take Mama Zhang up the mountain, or she would have trouble explaining her whereabouts if she found a cave later. Wei Ruo and Xiaomei went up the mountain together. They had done this many times before. For Xiaomei, as long as her young lady didn't secretly go up the mountain alone, she would be happy. She was most worried if her young lady secretly ran off into the deep mountains alone. She would be very anxious about that. As they were about to go up the mountain, a group of people appeared from a small path in the distance. At first glance, they looked familiar. When they got closer, Wei Ruo recognized them. It was the Xie siblings. Xie Ying also recognized Wei Ruo and hurried over, walking quickly towards her. Ruo Ruo. Slow down. Be careful not to fall, Wei Ruo said. Following Xie Ying was Xie Ju, who also said, Ying, did you hear? Miss Wei told you to be careful. This path is full of weeds, dry branches, and stones. Falling would be serious.
I'm fine.
You two don't need to worry about me, Xie Ying said confidently. She believed she wouldn't fall. She was quite capable. Then Xie Ying asked Wei Ruo, Ruo, why are you here? I came to pick herbs nearby, Wei Ruo replied, choosing not to tell the Xie siblings about her mushroom planting project for now. Hearing this, Xie Ying's eyes lit up. I gave the one you gave me to my mother last time. She used your method to cook it and said it was helpful. That's good, Wei Ruo smiled. So, I want to go herb picking this time too. When I find some, I'll ask you how to use them, Xie Ying said enthusiastically, eager after her previous success. Xie listened nearby, confused. He asked sister, "What medicine did you bring back last time? Was mother sick? Why did she need medicine?" "This is our family matter. I won't tell you." Xie Ying pulled Wei Ruo aside on purpose, not letting Xie hear their conversation. Xie felt a headache. "Sister, at least I care about mother too. Can I ask about her health?" No. Xie Ying refused. Unable to persuade her, Xie turned to Wei Ruo. "Wei girl, tell me, what's wrong with my mother?" "Your mother is fine. Don't worry, young master Xie," Wei Ruo replied. Xie Ying looked proud. "Brother, just give up. Ruo and I are on the same side." Xie sighed helplessly. "All right then." Xie Ying pulled Wei Ruo towards the mountain, chatting casually as they walked. Wei Ruo asked Xie Ying, "By the way, how come you are here? You forgot? My family has a small courtyard nearby. I came here with my brother to take a walk, and we happen to be nearby." Xie Ying is very active and dislikes staying at home because she finds it boring. Now that Xie is with her, she took the opportunity to ask him to bring her out. After walking for a while, Wei Ruo found some 7-leaves 1-stem flowers. She carefully picked them like a treasure. "Oh, what is this?" Xie Ying asked curiously. "This is called 7-leaves 1-stem flower, also known as Chonglu. It's good for treating snake venom. You see, it's easy to recognize. Usually one circle has 7 leaves, sometimes 6. It's quite hard to find, but today I got lucky and saw it while climbing the mountain," Wei Ruo explained. Xie Ying listened carefully and took notes, while Xie also watched eagerly. They looked around with Xie Ying and found another one that looked the same, so she quickly called Wei Ruo over to identify it. "Yes, this is the 7-leaves 1-stem flower." After Wei Ruo confirmed, Xie Ying carefully dug it up. Once she had a complete plant, she proudly showed Xie "Brother, look, I dug it well, right?" "Yes, my sister dug the prettiest one," Xie praised without hesitation. Her sister's plant must be the best, no doubt about it. Even if she was just digging up a simple herb, it would definitely look better than others. After finishing with the 7-leaves 1-stem flower, Xie Ying ran over to see Wei Ruo picking some grass nearby. "Oh, isn't this just dried wild grass? Why are you picking it?" Xie Ying asked. "This is called summer drought grass. It's just right to pick it at this season," Wei Ruo explained. "Summer drought grass? What is it used for?" "It's very effective for treating diseases like leprosy. Because leprosy has a high death rate, summer drought grass is very valuable. It looks very ordinary, like wild grass, and during summer, its flower stalks look dried out, which is why it's called that. People often overlook it," Wei Ruo explained. "I didn't expect it to look so plain but be quite useful." Xie Ying squatted down to help Wei Ruo pick it. Besides, summer drought grass can also be used to make cooling tea. Boiling it with lotus leaves and bamboo leaves makes a very tasty tea," Wei Ruo added. Ruo, do you know how to make cooling tea?" Xie Ying asked. "Making herbal tea is very simple. Just put the ingredients into water and boil them together. There's no special skill needed. I also make grass jelly and turtle jelly, which are a bit more complicated, but they are all good for cooling down and refreshing in summer," Wei Ruo said. Ruo, you're really a treasure. I want to take you home and hide you." Xiaomei couldn't help but say, "Miss Xie, kidnapping is illegal. If you try to take our young lady, I will report it to the authorities." Xie Ying pouted. "With you here, do you think I can really kidnap your young lady? How about I give you some money, and you help me take her?" Xiaomei immediately asked Wei Ruo. Miss Xie said she'll give me money. "If it's enough, can I consider it?" Wei Ruo nodded. "You can think about it. If the amount is enough, I might cooperate and let you take her, and I want half of the stolen money." Xiaomei agreed. Yes. "After we get the money, I will go to the Xie residence to rescue the young lady." Xie Ying looked surprised. "All right, you two are planning to work together right in front of me to steal my money?" She raised her hand, pretending to throw the freshly picked summer grass at Wei Ruo, but after a glance, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead, She changed direction and threw it heavily into Wei Ruo's medicine basket. Xie stood about 5 steps away, watching the 3 girls play fight, and couldn't help but laugh. This Miss Wei from the Wei family is truly clever. No wonder she can handle his rebellious sister. After walking a bit further, Wei Ruo saw a cave. Curious, she headed toward the cave. Xie quickly stopped her. Wei family young lady, don't go there. That cave is dangerous. Dangerous? Wei Ruo turned her head, looking at Xie with a puzzled expression. The area around Shan County has large, deep caves with complex internal structures. Xie explained, I'm worried there might be wild animals, snakes, mice, or insects inside. Thank you for your concern, young master, but I still want to go in and take a look. Don't worry, I am quite capable. My maid is skilled, and we have experience dealing with snakes, mice, and insects. If anything happens, we can handle it. Xie believed her, but for safety, he decided to go in with her. I'll follow behind you. If there's any danger, I can help in time, Xie said. Then I want to go too, Xie said boldly. Xie quickly held her back. Ying, what are you doing? Why can't I go? You're all going, so I should go too. I'm also very capable. Although Xie has not practiced martial arts, she is skilled at horseback riding and archery, much more capable than most young ladies in her family. However, there might be snakes, mice, insects, or ants in this cave. Are you not afraid? Xie asked. I'm not afraid. Why should I be? Xie replied confidently. If you want to go, I have some insect repellent ointment here, Wei Ruo said, immediately taking a small porcelain box from her backpack. She unscrewed the box, revealing a light yellow waxy paste inside. Wei Ruo gently rubbed her fingertip on the paste, then applied it to Xie Ying's wrist and earlobes. Xie Ying brought her wrist close to her nose and sniffed. It smells so nice, with a light fruity scent. Sweet and pleasant. Yes, I specially made this fragrance. I've been learning perfume making from my teacher recently, so I used it in this ointment. It used to have a strong medicinal smell, which was less pleasant, Wei Ruo explained. Using what you've learned, Ruo, you're really impressive. Xie couldn't help but praise Wei Ruo again. Xie, standing behind Xie, was also amazed. Miss Wei from the Wei family was truly interesting. Her hidden talents seemed endless, always bringing surprises. He looked at Wei Ruo with admiration and approval, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Xie asked Wei Ruo, can you give some of this ointment to my brother? I'm worried he might get bitten by insects. Wei Ruo simply handed the entire box of ointment to Xie. This is for you. But what about you? Xie asked. I have more. I made several boxes at once, Wei Ruo replied. All right, then. Xie was no longer polite. After accepting Wei Ruo's ointment, she turned and handed it to Xie.
Just put a little on.
Use it sparingly, and then give it back to me when you're done. Got it, Xie said with a smile. After all 4 of them finished applying the insect repellent ointment, they entered the cave together. Xie led the way, protecting the 3 young ladies behind him. The cave was narrow and complicated. After walking for a while, Wei Ruo said, let's go out now. This isn't the cave I was looking for, and the path here is narrow, with forked routes. Continuing forward might be dangerous. Although Xie and Xie didn't understand the reason, since Wei Ruo suggested it, they didn't hesitate. They turned around and exited the cave. Outside, Xie asked Wei Ruo, Sister Wei, what kind of cave are you looking for? I used to play around this area when I was young, so I know a bit about the surroundings. Maybe I can help. Looking at Xie's serious face, Wei Ruo thought for a moment and then shared her idea. I want to find a big space with a warm temperature inside, warm in winter and cool in summer. Big space, warm in winter and cool in summer. Xie pondered carefully. There seems to be such a cave along this path up to the hillside that meets your needs. Young Master Xie, do you remember how to get there? Wei Ruo asked quickly. Yes, I remember. I will show you the way, Xie replied. Thank you so much, young master. Wei Ruo expressed her gratitude. No need to be so polite. Xieju said with a gentle smile as he looked at Wei Ruo. After exchanging pleasantries, Xieju led the way at the front, taking Wei Ruo, Xiaomei, and his younger sister toward the hillside. They bypassed a few large rocks, and in front of them appeared a spacious cave entrance. Xieju still walked at the front, with the three girls following behind. This time, the cave was very spacious from the entrance. Everyone could walk straight and confidently inside. Even Xieju, the tallest, didn't need to bend down. After walking 7 or 8 steps, the space inside became even larger. It was a complete, large irregular space with no branches or side passages, allowing a clear view of the entire cave at a glance. The cave was not deep, and the wide, high entrance let in enough light to illuminate the interior so those inside could see the whole cave clearly. The surrounding walls were mostly stone, with some areas covered in vines and earth, indicating the cave was quite sturdy and unlikely to collapse. Wei Ruo also saw flowing water on the right stone wall, showing that the cave's humidity was not low. As for temperature, at this time of year, the inside of the cave was very comfortable. Wei Ruo walked around the stone walls, inspecting the entire cave. She found some wild mushrooms in the corners, grayish-white, thin, and elongated. These were inedible varieties. This also indirectly proved that the environment inside the cave was suitable for mushroom growth. How do you feel, Wei family sister? Does this meet your expectations? Xieju asked after Wei Ruo finished her inspection. Wei Ruo nodded. Yes, this place very much matches what I was looking for. Xieju couldn't help but smile. That's good. He thoughtfully chose not to ask why Wei Ruo wanted such a cave. Since she didn't mention it earlier, it was probably inconvenient to reveal, so he decided not to press further. If Wei Ruo wanted to share, she would naturally do so. The cave was almost fully explored. Wei Ruo said to the Xie siblings, "All right, I've finished looking. The cave is pretty good, but we can decide what to do next time. For now, let's go outside. Should we keep gathering herbs?" Xiang asked. "If you're willing, we can continue up the mountain and pick more herbs," Wei Ruo replied. "Yes, I want to pick some useful herbs myself and take them back to help my mother recover," Xiang said. She had money, but it was given to her by her mother. Using her mother's money to buy herbs wasn't really her skill. If she picked the herbs herself, it would be different. Xieju watched his excited sister and said to Wei Ruo helplessly, "My sister isn't tired of this yet. Please, Wei family's girl, keep helping us find more herbs." Okay, Wei Ruo agreed. After leaving the cave, everyone went deeper into the forest. The farther into the mountains they went, the more likely they were to find rare herbs. Finally, at dusk, the group descended from the mountain. On the way down, Xiaomei and Xieju each carried a full bamboo basket. Wei Ruo wrapped a package of herbs in cloth, while Xie Ying didn't use cloth. She tore off her brother's coat to make a bag for the remaining herbs. Most of these herbs weren't very valuable. Together, they probably weren't worth more than Xieju's embroidered silk coat. But what could they do? Her sister needed them, and Xieju dared not refuse. At the foot of the mountain, Xiang wanted to give most of the herbs to Wei Ruo, keeping only a few to take home and brew cold tea for her mother. Wei Ruo refused, saying, "Since you picked them yourselves, they belong to you." Xiang said, "No need. I only want some of this summer cypress grass to make cold tea for my mother." Wei Ruo replied, "If you picked them yourself, they are yours." Xiang said, "But if you hadn't told me and shown me, I wouldn't know what they were or how to pick them." Wei Ruo explained, "Learning is one thing, picking is another. The knowledge you gain is yours, and so are your efforts." Xiang thought for a moment and said, "All right then." She turned to Xieju and said, "Brother, you have to watch these herbs carefully. Don't lose any. Not even one." Xieju nodded happily, promising, Yes, I will watch them carefully." Wei Ruo smiled and asked, "Do you have paper and pen?" Xieju asked, "What do I need paper and pen for?" "Today, the herbs we gathered can be used to make a nourishing medicinal soup. The medicine is gentle and suitable for women. I will write down the recipe, and when you go back, follow my instructions to prepare the herbs and then cook them together," Wei Ruo said. Xia Ying mentioned she wanted to gather herbs to help her mother strengthen her health. Now that the herbs are ready, Wei Ruo decided to be kind and gave her the recipe so Xia Ying could fulfill her wish. Ruo, do you still want to give me the recipe? Xia Ying asked. Yes, cold tea is simple but not nourishing. Also, since the weather has turned cooler today, it's not good to drink cold tea too often, Wei Ruo replied. Xia Ying was very happy and came forward to hug Wei Ruo. Oh, you're so kind. Since the servant following behind didn't have paper or pen, he hurried to fetch them from the back courtyard. When the Xia family servants went out, they always followed, but earlier in the mountains, they kept some distance so they could play comfortably with Wei Ruo. After the servants brought back the paper and pen, Wei Ruo found a relatively flat stone and carefully wrote down the recipe. Watching nearby, Zhengyong saw Wei Ruo's crooked handwriting and couldn't help but smile. He wasn't mocking but found it a little cute. It seemed that Wei's younger sister wasn't good at everything. Suddenly, her sister pinched his arm mercilessly. Xia Ying rolled her eyes at Zhengyong and gave him a warning look not to laugh at her sister's handwriting, even though it was indeed ugly. Only then did Zhengyong stop smiling. Wei Ruo wrote very carefully, also clearly explaining how to process the herbs she collected today. After finishing, she handed the recipe to Xia Ying and then bid farewell to the two. After parting from the Xia siblings, Wei Ruo and Xiumei followed the same path back to the carriage parked by the roadside. Madame Zhang looked at Wei Ruo returning so late and sighed helplessly, saying, Miss, you're about to make me anxious. If you don't come back soon, I'll have to go get help. I can keep it a secret for you, but please don't get into any trouble. If you do, I won't be able to bear the consequences.
Got it.
I'll try to come back earlier next time, Wei Ruo promised. She knew she was late today. There was nothing she could do. The situation on the mountain earlier was tense, and Xia Ying refused to leave. She couldn't just drag her away. Madame Zhang sighed. All right. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Wei Ruo and Xiumei got into the carriage. On the way back, Wei Ruo began to think about her next plans. The suitable cave has been found, and this one is enough for now. Once the experiment succeeds later, Wei Ruo will consider expanding the scale. Wei Ruo needs to talk with the village head nearby to use this cave for mushroom farming. Although the mountain is wild, people can go up to collect firewood and herbs. But if they want to rent the cave long-term, they need to make an agreement with the villagers. After investigating, they will decide what to do next. Zhengyong and Xia Ying returned to the Xia family courtyard first. Zhengyong asked someone to take the herbs downstairs to process, dry what needs drying, and wash what needs cleaning. Brother, you can't mess up these herbs, Xia Ying warned. Don't worry, sister. Since you picked them yourself, I will take good care of them, Zhengyong said with a smile. And give me back that ointment from earlier. Don't try to hide it. Xia Ying held out her hand to ask for the ointment. This time, Zhengyong didn't happily hand it over, but instead boldly asked Xiang for it. Ying, just let me keep this ointment. Brother, what do you want it for? Xia Ying asked curiously. It's nothing, I just like the smell and want to keep it to enjoy the scent. Also, when it's hot at night, I often get bothered by bugs while reading. Applying this ointment might help me avoid that trouble. If you need it, I'll give it to you, Xiang said generously. As long as Zhengyong had a good reason, she wouldn't be stingy. Then Xiang added, but don't forget to give something back to Ruo. Last time, I told you to bring some good things from the capital, but you haven't brought anything yet, so I have no gifts to give her. Zhengyong protested, sister. You're wronging me. Since last time, I've been in Shan County and haven't left once, not to mention going to the capital. How could I bring anything back? Then why are you still hanging around Shan County? Aren't your tasks finished? Xia Ying asked. Some are done, but there are still some matters to handle, Zhengyong replied. The war has temporarily ended. He should have gone back, but because of the seventh prince's matter, his grandfather ordered him to stay longer in Shan County. All right, I'll be going to Taizhou in a few days. The seventh prince is now in the city, and I need to go there for some things. When I have time, I'll help you and Wei family's sister buy some fresh things, Zhengyong said after thinking for a moment. Sure, you must buy carefully. My own gifts are not important. Someone has given me things several times, so my return gift should be decent and not embarrassing, Xiang advised. Don't worry, I won't let my sister embarrass our family, Yingzhu promised with a smile. The brother and sister chatted and laughed for a while, then left the courtyard with their day's harvest and returned to the main Xie residence. After Wei Ruo's message, the nursemaid immediately took action. She instructed her husband to buy what Wei Ruo needed and went on to talk with the nearby village near Shan on Wei Ruo's behalf. The talks went surprisingly smoothly. The nursemaid mentioned she planned to hire villagers at a monthly wage of 150 coins. The village head agreed, without hesitation. To show respect, the nursemaid followed Wei Ruo's wishes and handed over the hiring decision to the village head, letting him choose suitable young, capable villagers. The village head initially hesitated, but after hearing from Madame Su that if they succeeded, they would need to expand and hire more people, he agreed readily. It's better to have a few opportunities for 1 or 2 people, but if there are 10 or 20 jobs, he can arrange things more easily without worrying about villagers' opinions. For this poor mountain village west of Shan County, this was good news. They had few skills, only a few thin fields, and even in good weather, they couldn't always have enough food, especially in recent years. Having a job that paid 200 coins a month was enough for a family to eat well. After collecting the materials, they mixed them according to Wei Ruo's specified ratio. They formed the mixture into cylindrical bases, like dry tree segments. Then they sent these into the cave, leaving the rest of the work to hired villagers Li Erniu and Hidong. Their tasks were simple, mainly to guard the cave to prevent wild animals or people from damaging it, and to observe the mushroom growth, reporting regularly. 7 days later, the first batch of shiitake mushrooms had grown. The nursemaid personally went to check, set the harvesting standards, and then asked Li Erniu and Hidong to pick all the mushrooms that met the size criteria. She arranged for the shop staff to carry them down the mountain. Soon after, she sent some mushrooms to Wei residence for Wei Ruo. Seeing the first successful cultivation outside, Wei Ruo was very happy. In just 7 days, they had a harvest. The mushroom cultivation cycle was much shorter than other crops. Miss, what should we do with these mushrooms? Xiaomei asked. Should I take it to sell at the market right away? Wei Ruo said, then let Uncle Su and the others find more caves like the first one I identified nearby to expand the planting scale. Miss, shiitake mushrooms are not staple food, and they don't store well. If we plant too many and can't sell them all, we'll be stuck with unsold goods, Xiaomei worried. Don't worry. Once we expand, I don't plan to sell all of them. Unsold mushrooms can be dried to make dried shiitake, or turned into mushroom sauce. These methods will greatly extend their shelf life. Wei Ruo already had a plan. Dried shiitake and mushroom sauce? I haven't tried either. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiaomei was eager to try. Once they're ready, you'll be the first to taste. It doesn't matter who tastes first, as long as you can grow more crops and earn more silver, Wei Ruo happily talked about the mushrooms with Xiaomei. Before leaving, someone from the front yard came to inform her that Miss Xie from the Xie family had sent a gift and was waiting for Wei Ruo to come and sign for it. Before leaving, she specifically mentioned that the gift from Miss Xie was quite large, and Wei Ruo should bring some helpers. Xiang had repeatedly said she wanted to give Wei Ruo a return gift, so Wei Ruo wasn't surprised when she heard about it. She just didn't know what gift Xiang had prepared for her. When Wei Ruo arrived at the front yard, several people were already there, including Yingzhu and Wei Qingwan. Aunt Wei, an honest-looking old man, came forward, smiling warmly. I am the steward of the Xie residence. On my master's and Mrs. orders, I am here to deliver a return gift. Wei Ruo looked at a cart behind the steward, loaded with goods, and asked, What are these? Yes, the steward confirmed, then presented a list with both hands. This is the gift list. Please take a look, Miss Wei. Seeing the dense writing on the list, Wei Ruo was momentarily at a loss for words. The Xie siblings, Yingzhu and Xiang, were quite generous. This was a huge gift. A whole cartload. Compared to the New Year gifts the captain's residence sent to the capital's noble families, this was about the same. Yuan stepped forward, examined the list in Wei Ruo's hands, and her expression changed. Just the item Yunjin brocade was shocking. Only Yuan in the captain's residence had such brocade, which was made from old clothes from the past. With the decline of the Zhengyong Marquis' estate, they hadn't had Yunjin brocade for many years, and no clothes had been made from such fabric since then. Additionally, there are many decorative items and medicinal herbs, all of which are quite valuable and not ordinary cheap goods. Miss Yuan quickly said to the steward of the Xie family, "Steward Xie, the gifts from young Master Xie and Miss Xie seem a bit too expensive." The steward smiled and replied, "Not at all. Miss Wei is very kind to our young master, young lady, and madam. These gifts are nothing special." Wei Ruo gave Xie a recipe, which Xie then cooked for Madame Xie. Madame Xie was deeply touched by her daughter's effort to gather herbs and prepare the medicine. The medicine was also very effective for her. Although Madame Xie was not seriously ill, as a woman, she had some weakness and blood deficiency. After taking the medicine, her night sweats and nightmares improved greatly, and her energy and spirit also got better. Because of this, the gift from the Xie family was not very heavy. Wei Qingwan did not see the gift list, but from Yun's reaction, she guessed the gifts must be very valuable. A whole cart of precious gifts was given by the Xie family. Wei Ruo was able to have this opportunity mainly because she and Xie were classmates and had become more familiar over time. If she had been the one to go to the Xie family to study, then now. Wei Ruo also felt that this return gift was a bit too expensive, but since the Xie family had already delivered the gifts to her door, there was no reason to send them back. "Please tell Steward Xie for me that I received their gifts. I like them very much. Next time, I will invite them for tea and snacks," Wei Ruo said. "Okay, I will faithfully pass on your words to the young master and young lady," the steward replied with a smile. Then Wei Ruo instructed Xiaomei, "Mimi, move everything into my courtyard." "Understood, miss." Xiaomei stepped forward to start moving. "Elder sister, should I also ask Suehua to help you?" Wei Qingwan asked softly. "No need, your maid is not as strong as my Mimi. The box is quite heavy, and I don't want her to get tired," Wei Ruo declined. Wei Qingwan wanted to argue, but seeing Xiaomei lift a large wooden box easily, she had no choice but to swallow her words. Yun saw this and asked the guards, Jinghu, to help. Jinghu was strong and capable, able to lift twice as much. Jinghu and Xiaomei moved quickly, and in just a few trips, they carried all the items from the cart back to Tingsong Garden. After all the items were moved inside, the steward from the Xie residence took his leave, thanked the Wei family, and drove the empty cart back to the Xie family. Wei Ruo was heading back when she passed Yun's and said, "Mother, I have some other matters to attend to, so I will return to Tingsong Garden first." Mrs. Yun looked at Wei Ruo, wanting to say something but ultimately chose not to. She nodded and said, "All right, let's go back." After Wei Ruo left, Mrs. Yun saw Wei Qingwan with her head lowered and looked upset. "What's wrong, Wan?" Mrs. Yun asked kindly as she stepped closer. Wei Qingwan bit her lip and shook her head. "Tell me if something's bothering you, dear. Don't keep it inside. It hurts me to see you upset. Is there something making you unhappy?" Mrs. Yun asked gently. "Mother, I'm really fine. My sister is getting along well with Miss Xie from the Xie family. I'm happy for her. I wouldn't be upset about that," Wei Qingwan replied. Mrs. Yun nodded. "I knew you'd be happy. Yuan has been adjusting very well lately. She's confident and has made friends her age." Wei Qingwan nodded. "Yes, my sister is really talented. I was just thinking about the upcoming garden party at the prefect's mansion with my mother. I lost track of time." Wei Ming had recently won a battle, which not only earned him a promotion but also boosted the reputation of the military office. The garden parties hosted by the prefect's wife had been held for years, but in the past, the Wei family was not invited because they lived far away in Shing Shan County. When Mrs. Yun received the invitation from the city, she began preparing. She planned to take her 2 daughters with her. Wei Ruo was busy and didn't spend much time with her, so she hadn't told her yet. Wei Qingwan often helped her manage household affairs at Songyun Garden, so she told her first to prepare her mentally. Is Wanwan worried she might not do well?
Mrs. Yuan asked.
Wei Qingwan nodded softly. Yes, I haven't met the lady of the mansion before. I'm worried I might not have enough manners and might embarrass myself. You don't need to worry too much. With your knowledge and manners, you'll do just fine, Mrs. Yuan comforted her. Wei Qingwan kept her head down and said nothing. Mrs. Yuan added, but you've reminded me, we should prepare more elegant clothes for you and your sister to wear to the city. Hearing this, Wei Qingwan felt a little happy inside. With that thought, Mrs. Yuan turned to leave for the mansion, reminding Wei Qingwan before she went, Wanwan, go back early and rest. It's rare to have a break, so don't overexert yourself. Mrs. Yuan arrived at Tingsong Garden, where Wei Ruo was busy tidying up the items sent from the Xie family. Xiumei was carrying several pieces of brocade fabric into the house. Wei Ruo was checking the items against the shopping list, sorting them into categories, and storing them in her storage room. Some of the more valuable items would be placed in her personal space later. There were also medicinal herbs, which were hard to find in Shing Shan County. With these, she could prepare more medicines. After organizing everything, Wei Ruo planned to use these supplies to make some things. Besides keeping some for herself, she also wanted to prepare items for Su Zhengyong. Yunshi looked at Wei Ruo and hesitated for a moment before saying, Roar, the governor's wife sent us an invitation to join the garden party next month. Oh, Wei Ruo replied without looking up, still focused on the box in front of her. Mother Yun continued, Mother wants to make you some pretty clothes to wear to the garden party. Wei Ruo paused her work for a moment. Since Yunshi said you all, she knew it also included Wei Qingwan. Wei Ruo smirked inwardly, then lifted her head, pretending not to hear Yunshi's hidden meaning. She smiled and said, Mother is going to make me clothes? This is the first time since I returned to the house that you've wanted to make me clothes. What kind of clothes are you planning to make? It's almost winter, so they should be warm, right? She asked several questions in a row. Yunshi looked into her bright, clear eyes and found herself at a loss for words. Wei Ruo continued, When I first returned home, the clothes I had were new, but they were made based on Qingwan's size. I guess Mother didn't know my measurements, so she just made them based on Qingwan's. This time, I want the tailor to measure me carefully. Hearing this, Yunshi felt a bit ashamed. At that time, she truly didn't know her biological daughter's size, since she was far away in Huzhou Prefecture. She couldn't decide on the clothes, so she took the new clothes she had made for Wanwan before the new year and sent them to the listening pine courtyard for Ruar. Later, when she saw Ruar wearing those clothes, which looked graceful and lively, delicate and beautiful, almost no one could tell they didn't fit perfectly. So she didn't think it was a problem. In previous years, the household made 2 sets of clothes each year. But that year, due to the war in the middle of the year, she was worried about her husband on the front lines and busy with household affairs, so she didn't arrange for new clothes to be made. As a result, Roar hadn't had clothes made to her measurements since she returned home. Yunshi spoke with a tone of guilt. That's only right. I will measure carefully this time. Then Madame Yun looked at the Yun brocade in front of Wei Ruo with some hesitation. After thinking for a moment, she decided to speak. These 2 bolts of Yun brocade are quite good. Why not use these fabrics to make new clothes for you? They are valuable and have nice patterns. Wearing clothes made from these fabrics will make you look more proper when you go to the city. When we get better fabrics later, I will add more for you. Mother means if it wasn't for Miss Xie sending me these Yun brocade pieces, we wouldn't be able to go to the city next month for the garden party? Wei Ruo asked. That's not what I mean. If we don't have them, it's okay. But since we do, it's a nice bonus, Madame Yun replied. Using Yun brocade to make clothes is fine, but only for my share, Wei Ruo said. Madame Yun frowned. You and Qingwan are sisters. Wanwan always cares about you and thinks of you first. You should show your big sister's manners. The Xie family brought so many gifts. I don't ask for much, just these 2 bolts of different Yun brocade. Each of you can make a set of clothes. And these fabrics are borrowed from me. When we get better fabrics, I will return them to you. Wei Ruo's smile stayed calm as she explained, Mother, you don't know. The reason Miss Xie chose to send me these 2 bolts of Yun brocade is because she noticed my clothes are quite different from hers, and they don't fit well. She must want me to wear clothes made from the fabric she sent, right? Hearing this, Madame Yun's heart tightened. Wei Ruo continued, 1 bolt of Yun brocade can make a full outfit, but not 2. And both styles of fabrics were personally chosen by Ying. She must want me to wear both styles. Because of Wei Ruo's words, Madame Yun could no longer ask for Yun brocade for Wei Qingwan's clothes. Plus, Wei Ruo had mentioned earlier that the family hadn't yet measured her for a custom dress, which made Madame Yun feel guilty. She completely gave up the idea of making a new outfit for Wei Qingwan from Yun brocade. But then Madame Yun thought, if Wei Ruo makes a new dress from Yun brocade, but Wan does not, Wan might feel sad. Looking at the items in front of Wei Ruo, she thought for a moment and said, if Yun brocade isn't suitable, Ruo, you can choose some items you don't need to give to Wan. It will comfort her. When you go to the city, you two will wear different clothes, and she might feel a bit upset. Wei Ruo still wore a gentle smile on her face. Mother doesn't know, but I have become friends with Miss Xie. She gives me gifts, and I can't just ignore her kindness. I will return a gift later, or else it won't just be my face that's at stake, but also the reputation of the entire Wei family. Does Mother want others to say that our family is ungrateful and only cares about benefits from others? Even if others don't gossip, if I always accept gifts from the Xie family without showing gratitude, they will eventually look down on me. When that happens, they won't want to be friends anymore. Isn't that right, Mother? Yun sure was silent. Wei Ruo continued, giving gifts costs money, and not a small amount. It can't be much less than what the Xie family gives me. But I only have a limited monthly allowance, so it's hard to gather enough silver to return the gift. Some of the gifts I received I can't use, especially the common ones that are hard to recognize. I plan to pick out the ones I can sell later, sell them for silver, and then give a proper gift to Miss Xie. Xiaomei, who had just brought some things inside, overheard her young lady talking nonsense. How could the young lady sell gifts sent by others? If she were short of money, she would surely find other ways to earn it. Yun sure said, but selling gifts from others to get silver isn't a good idea. If people find out, they will laugh at us. Wei Ruo asked then Mother, where do you think I should get this silver from? Yun sure was again speechless. Wei Ruo added, I hope Mother understands my difficulties. I just returned to the estate not long ago. I have no strong foundation and little savings. When I interact with other young ladies from noble families, I have to give gifts, and I need some personal savings too. Hearing this, Yun sure felt uncomfortable. Her daughter had only been back for a few months, and these issues were indeed difficult for her. It was already very impressive that she had managed to get this far. Her daughter was in a tough situation, and the Wei estate was also short on silver. They couldn't afford to give her large sums like Miss Xie to buy gifts and give to others. Mother will keep this a secret. Just treat these gifts as if I never mention them, Yunshir said. After saying that, she thought for a moment and then said, by the way, Ruor, since you're the eldest daughter, your monthly allowance should be increased. That might not be a good idea. If my allowance is increased, what about younger sister Qingwan? Wei Ruo asked. You are the eldest sister. Usually, in the family, the eldest son and daughter receive more monthly allowance than the younger siblings. That's the rule. Wan is a sensible girl, and she wouldn't object once she understands, Mrs. Yun said. Mrs. Yun firmly believed that Wei Qingwan, with her kind nature, wouldn't bother over such matters. That's true. Sister Qingwan is so kind that she probably wouldn't be upset about this, Wei Ruo said with a smile. Yes, Mrs. Yun nodded. You go ahead with your work now. Mother will return to Songyun Garden first. Okay. Wei Ruo smiled as she saw Mrs. Yun off. After Mrs. Yun left, Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh. Miss, I've noticed that your storytelling skills are getting better and better. Wei Ruo sighed and said, what can I do? I was forced into it. Ever since I became the eldest daughter of the marshal's household, I can't speak or act as I used to. If I openly say I don't like Wei Qingwan and I don't want to give her my things, I'll definitely get scolded harshly. People will say I lack sisterly love or that I don't have the manners of a big sister. But if I handle it politely and with respect, I can make others listen to me. Although I made up some words saying Ying suggested it, I think she supports me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked the steward to bring me gifts today and insisted I check them myself. What Xiang saw was that her clothes were a bit ill-fitting and thought her fabric was poor. That was obviously something Wei Ruo made up. She used these reasons to make Yuan sure stop asking for her things. But miss, what if Madam didn't agree with you earlier and still insisted on taking your things to give to the second young lady? Xiaomei asked. Then I'll burn the things in a fire and no one will get them. Don't think you can force me to give my things to someone I don't like. Wei Ruo replied. Xiaomei chuckled and then asked, Miss, should we prepare a gift for the Xie family as a return? Not for now. Their gifts are expensive, and the recipes I gave your young lady aren't ordinary items. They haven't lost out. Besides, their gift was already a return gift. If I give again, what does that mean? The sincerity and good feelings matter more. When needed, I will stand up for them. It's not about keeping track of gains and losses, Wei Ruo said. Yes, you're right, miss. After Yuan left Tingsong Garden, she explained to Wei Ruo about giving her monthly allowance and also invited the people from Jin Fong to the residence to take measurements for new clothes. The news quickly spread to Wangmei Garden. Wei Qingwan's face turned pale. Her mother not only refused to let Wei Ruo use the Yun brocade to make new clothes, but also increased Wei Ruo's monthly allowance. What is really going on? If Wei Ruo had refused to give the Yun brocade for new clothes, her mother should have scolded her for being unreasonable. Why, instead, did she praise her? Madam, what exactly is happening? Why did mother suddenly increase my sister's allowance? Is it because she's friends with Miss Xie? Wei Qingwan asked Lady Li. Lady Li also didn't know the answer. After the last incident, her relationship with the madam became distant. Now, important matters were handled by Zhang Momo. I underestimated Wei Qingruo. It seems she does have some ability, Lady Li said through clenched teeth. She had tried to apologize at Wei Qingruo's door but failed. Later, she even had a young lady give Wei Qingruo a purse, but Wei Qingruo refused to accept it. Wei Qingruo was much more difficult to deal with than she had thought. Madam, what should I do now? Will mother send me back to the He family someday? I don't want to go to the He family. They're just merchants with low status and no respect. Even if they have money, I can't use many things, Wei Qingwan asked worriedly. Lady Li looked at her daughter with both pity and worry. She knew their fates were tied to Wei Qingwan. If Wei Qingwan really was sent to the He family, her daughter would go too. That would mean her daughter's future would be uncertain, and they might not see each other much for the rest of their lives. Don't worry, young lady.
These things are not so serious right now.
Even if the eldest lady manages to win the madam's favor, she still loves you very much, Lady Li comforted Wei Qingwan. Madam, I can only worry. There's nothing else I can do, Wei Qingwan muttered. Don't worry, everything will get better. Next month's garden fair will be a good chance. You'll go to the capital, see more things, and make some new friends. There are families much more prominent than the Xie family, Lady Li said. But her words did little to comfort Wei Qingwan. The prominent families in the capital wouldn't look kindly on her, and even if they did, they wouldn't treat her as well as the Xie family did Wei Ruo. Such behavior from the Xie family is quite rare, and I don't know what caught Wei Qingruo's attention. Around the Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15th, it is a holiday, so Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan both have time off and don't need to attend classes. Wei Ruo stays at home, busy with mushroom work. She has just expanded her operation to 3 times the size, which means more materials to buy and more ledgers to check. At the same time, she needs to arrange the making of dried mushrooms and mushroom paste. Mushrooms can't be kept for long after picking, so processing must be done early. She needs to plan her work before many mushrooms ripen. Xiaomei helps Wei Ruo chop mushrooms in the yard, then will take them to the small kitchen next door for cooking. Wei Jin Yi and Xiao Bei are not at home, but before leaving, Wei Jin Yi said that the gate is open and Wei Ruo can go in and use the small kitchen whenever needed. At noon, the servant responsible for watching Wei Yilin went to Wangmei Garden to ask about him, because he couldn't find Wei Yilin.
Yilin?
Wei Qingwan heard the voice, came to the door, and interrupted the servant and maid's conversation. Yilin hasn't come to me today. Did something happen? Is he not in his own yard? It's not a big deal, just that it's almost mealtime. The young master isn't in Yu Garden. Since he's not here, I'll look elsewhere. After explaining, the servant hurried off to find Wei Yilin elsewhere. Wei Qingwan sensed something was wrong. Sueha, let's go look too. The servant also asked Wei Yichen in Aoji Garden, but he wasn't there either. Learning that Wei Yilin was missing, Wei Yichen immediately put down his books, stood up, and joined the servant in searching for Wei Yilin. Everyone in the Wei household searched everywhere, even checking places like Tingsong Garden and Yingzhu Garden, where Wei Yilin rarely went, but there was no sign of him. It was certain that Wei Yilin was no longer at the house. Wei Yichen and Wei Qingwan quickly reported this to Mrs. Yuan. Mrs. Yuan immediately ordered everyone in the household to look for him. In Tingsong Garden, after Wei Ruo had finished asking if anyone had seen Wei Yilin and then lazily returned to bed, she thought resting was a rare pleasure. Taking a nap was very happy. Miss, do you want to go help look too? The people in Wangmei Garden have already gone out, running around and busy, Xiaomei asked worriedly, frowning. So many people have gone out. I'm not the only one left. Besides, I don't like Wei Yilin, that brat. He probably doesn't like me either, and doesn't want our older sister to find out about him. Wei Ruo stretched lazily. Miss, I'm just worried that if the young master really gets into trouble, when the lady asks about it later, she'll find you at home sleeping lazily and blame you. Xiaomei lowered her head and mumbled. Hearing this, Wei Ruo opened her eyes and became more alert. Xiaomei was right. If something happened, it might not only be a punishment from the Yun family. If someone exaggerated the story, claiming that she, as the older sister, was indifferent to her younger brother and didn't care even if he got lost, she would be criticized even more. After a while, Wei Ruo turned over and sat up. Get dressed, get dressed. Your miss here is hardworking and can't rest. Wei Ruo resigned herself and got up to dress, then took Xiaomei and left the house. The servants searched the house thoroughly, but only Wei Qingwan used a carriage. Everyone else went on foot. So, the carriage Wei Ruo usually used was still there. Although they left, Wei Ruo didn't have a clear direction. She decided to head to the south of the city. Even if she couldn't find anyone, she could check out the situation there. When she arrived in the south, Wei Ruo got out of the carriage and looked around. Xiaomei felt helpless. Her miss was just pretending to look for someone while actually inspecting the progress of the land development. Wei Ruo walked and observed. The land was being cultivated by poor people without land of their own. She saw only skinny elders and pale, thin children. They were waiting for crops to grow on the newly cleared land. When they looked at the land, their eyes shone with hope. There was a small boy, thin and yellow-skinned, wearing tattered clothes, curled up in his grandfather's arms. As Wei Ruo passed by, his eyes fixed on her with curiosity. His grandfather quickly held him tighter and whispered, "Don't be naughty, that's the official's young lady." Apparently, the boy's grandfather was afraid he might accidentally offend Wei Ruo because they could tell her social status from her clothing. The boy was frightened and immediately looked away, not daring to stare at Wei Ruo again. Wei Ruo stopped and turned back to Xiaomei. Mimi, I'm a little hungry. Did you bring any food? Xiaomei didn't know that her young lady wasn't hungry herself, but wanted to gather some food for the elderly and children. There's some on the cart. I'll go back and get it, Xiaomei said. Bring more over. No, just take everything from the cart, Wei Ruo said.
Okay.
I'll bring everything and leave a portion for the young lady. The rest can be shared with the nearby elderly and children. They look quite pitiful, Xiaomei replied. Since her young lady didn't say anything, she offered to speak for her, so the young lady wouldn't feel embarrassed to ask. All right, go ahead, Wei Ruo nodded. Yes, got it. Xiaomei turned and ran back to the carriage they had stopped on the official road. She took out a bag of dried sweet potatoes from the carriage. As she stepped down, she saw many people from the Imperial Guard. Xiaomei was surprised and quickly asked her familiar maid, Zhang, about the situation. What's going on, Zhang? Weren't they all looking for the young master? Why are they all here in the south of the city? Zhang looked anxious. Miss Xiaomei, you and the young lady really have good foresight. The young master probably sneaked to the south of the city. Early this morning, 2 servants drove a cart loaded with straw into the southern part. The young master likely hid on the cart and ran away when it moved. The guard searching for him found his jewelry on the cart. Xiaomei was surprised. She didn't expect her young lady to come to the south of the city and actually find her. She hesitated, unsure of what to say. Then Zhang added, I don't know how the young master is now, but I heard that recently there are remnants of pirates in the nearby mountains. It's dangerous for a young boy like him.
What?
Pirates nearby? How is that possible? Weren't they driven away after the last battle? Xiaomei became very nervous. Yes, most of them were killed, but a few escaped and are hiding around Wangyue Mountain. They're very stubborn, surviving on grass roots and tree bark. Sometimes they steal food from the villagers who are farming in the south of the city. They were caught stealing this morning and reported to the authorities. But the officials haven't sent anyone to deal with it yet, Zhang explained. Thinking about Wei Ruo still being outside, Xiaomei became worried. She forgot her task assigned by Wei Ruo and quickly ran toward the place where she had parted from her. While waiting for Xiaomei to return, Wei Ruo was not idle. She walked along the newly cultivated fields, observing as she went. The land nearby had changed greatly. The wild grass was gone, and the land was divided into neat, flat plots with clear boundaries. Most areas are progressing well with land reclamation and improvement. It is expected that planting can begin by the end of this month. Wei Ruo continues walking toward the mountains, planning to check on the medicinal fields she manages with the Xie family. The terrain near the mountains becomes more complex, and there are fewer people around. From a distance, a few people can be seen working on the land. These lands are owned by wealthy families from the county town. However, few families are involved in reclamation here, so the groups are sparse and only a few figures are visible from afar. Wei Ruo keeps walking, passing around a large rock. Suddenly, she sees 2 small-statured adult men in front of her. They are wearing simple clothes and headscarves. Between them, there is a boy with a face that looks familiar to Wei Ruo. It's Wei Yilin. The little troublemaker that the Wei family has been searching for suddenly appears right in front of her. The moment Wei Ruo sees the 3 of them, the 2 men and Wei Yilin also notice her. Wei Ruo quickly regains her composure, her expression turning indifferent as she looks away, pretending not to recognize Wei Yilin. She acts like just a passerby, not recognizing Wei Yilin or the 2 men as kidnappers, and calmly walks to the side. The 2 men watch Wei Ruo cautiously. Seeing that she shows no signs of recognition and does not recognize them, they gradually relax. As long as she is not discovered, they believe it's better to avoid trouble and will not attack passersby. Wei Ruo naturally turns around and begins to walk back. Meanwhile, she silently prays in her mind, "Little troublemaker, don't speak, don't shout, act like you didn't see me. Don't make a sound, I'll come back to find someone to rescue you. If you make a noise, we'll all be in trouble." Wei Yilin sees Wei Ruo clearly looking at him, but then turns and walks away. Wei Yilin, who has never sincerely called Wei Ruo big sister, loudly shouts, "Big sister." Wei Ruo's body stiffens, and she feels a cold chill all over. She curses Wei Yilin silently in her mind, this reckless kid, and quickly starts running. But after just a few steps, one of the men grabs her. "Don't be rough, I'll walk by myself." Wei Ruo pleads, afraid he might hurt her. This place is deserted and open, so her chances of someone coming to rescue her if she calls for help are very slim. If no one comes in time, her uncooperative behavior might provoke violence from the men, or even cause her to be harmed or killed on the spot. Wei Ruo wanted to stay alive and suffer as little pain as possible, so he cooperated and surrendered willingly. Wei Ruo was taken by the men to Wei Yilin, and they tied both of them up together. Then the 2 men spoke to each other in a language Wei Yilin couldn't understand. Wei Ruo guessed that they were speaking the language of the Woka pirates. In fact, when he first saw these 2 men, he already suspected they were pirates. Although they covered their distinctive hairstyles with headscarves, their build and appearance were very different from the thin, yellow-faced common people working in the southern city. After a brief discussion, the two pirates took Wei Ruo and Wei Yilin up the mountain. They found a small cave, only 1 or 2 meters deep and just over a meter high, barely big enough for 2 adults. They threw Wei Ruo and Wei Yilin inside like objects. Inside the cave, Wei Ruo looked at Wei Yilin across from him and smiled, saying, "Now we're both going to die. Who asked you to be so cold and unfeeling, seeing me about to die, and then wanting to leave?" Wei Yilin said, feeling no guilt and even a little relieved. Hearing this, Wei Ruo smiled. "Why are you laughing?" Wei Yilin asked unhappily. "It's not the time for jokes. I used to think you were just a bit naive, but now I see you're completely foolish." "Who are you calling foolish? Aren't you foolish? How could I have rescued you alone from 2 skilled pirates? Am I a fairy? I pretended not to know them, so they thought I was just a regular person and would let me go. After I left, I could call for help to save you. Do you think I had a better chance of saving you alone or calling the guards and officials to help?" Wei Yilin was stunned by Wei Ruo's question. He really thought Wei Ruo was leaving because he was heartless and unfaithful. If it had been Sister Wan, she wouldn't have done that. But he never considered Wei Ruo's way of solving problems. But thinking carefully, Wei Ruo's method was actually more effective. Neither Wei Ruo nor Sister Wan could rescue him from 2 ruthless pirates. In such a situation, calling for reinforcements was definitely the better choice. Wei Yilin realized he had been reckless, but he refused to admit his mistake in front of Wei Ruo. "So what? Who knows if you'll really come back to help me after you leave? Now we have all been caught and are about to die together. If I die, you will be buried with me, and it will also be a way to avenge my sister Wan. Ha, Wei Yilin, if you want to die, go ahead." "I won't die," Wei Ruo sneered. "Just talk big. These 2 people are not from Shing Shan County. They are pirates who kill without mercy. Do you think you can survive from them?" "I don't believe it," Wei Yilin mocked. Wei Ruo curled her lips, but said nothing more to Wei Yilin. She leaned against the stone wall of the cave and rested for a while. She had now roughly understood the situation. The 2 pirates outside were probably survivors of the war, crossing Moon Mountain to stay alive, hiding in the southern part of the city to recover and look for a chance to escape. As for Wei Yilin, she probably ran south because something was wrong with her, and she was caught by the 2 disguised pirates who used her as a hostage just in case they needed her if they were discovered. Her current plan was to find a way to delay time and buy herself a chance to survive. Because if there was any sign of trouble, they would likely choose Wei Yilin, who was easier to take as a hostage, instead of her. Moreover, these pirates are very cruel. She, a 13-year-old girl, who knows what they might do to her. It would be good if they just killed her quickly. When she heard a pirate enter, Wei Ruo opened her eyes. She immediately spoke. "2 warriors of the Yamato nation, I have a way to help you make amends." From the conversation of the 2 pirates just now, Wei Ruo heard some Chinese words. She guessed they had learned some Chinese after staying on the East Coast for a while. Wei Ruo's words confused Wei Yilin, who then showed contempt. Did she understand what she was saying? Was she telling the pirates she could help them make amends? But the pirates in front of her stopped and asked Wei Ruo in a not-so-perfect Chinese pronunciation, what do you mean? You lost the battle. Although a few of you survived by luck, neither dying in battle nor being captured. According to your Yamato customs, those who died in battle should commit seppuku and apologize to your emperor, Wei Ruo explained calmly. You know about us? The pirates looked very surprised. Wei Yilin was also stunned, staring at Wei Ruo with suspicion. How does Wei Qingru know so much? I know a little, Wei Ruo replied. I just said I can help you make amends. Do you know what the phrase make amends means? It means you can go back without punishment and even earn merit. The Japanese pirates looked at Wei Ruo with a surprised expression, seeming to seriously consider whether her ideas were feasible. After a moment of thought, the pirate asked in broken Chinese, "What can you do?" "I am skilled in farming. I know many agricultural techniques that can change the land's nature and increase food production," Wei Ruo replied. Knowing about Japan's situation, she understood it was a country with very limited land resources, where farming was not well developed and cultivation was scarce. She also knew some customs of Japan and how to target their weaknesses. Can you grow more food? Yes, I can help grow more food. Whether it's poor land, salty coastal soil, or steep mountains, I have methods. If successful, more people in your country will have enough to eat. Much of Wei Ruo's words were just big promises. The land's ability to be improved was limited, and some places were too costly or difficult to maintain, making improvements not worthwhile. How do I know you're not lying? The pirate asked. The land improvement methods in the southern city area are my ideas. You've been wandering along the east coast for a long time, so you should know that this area used to be a wasteland. I can improve it, and I can help your country succeed in land improvement too, Wei Ruo answered. Wei Qingruo, what are you doing? Why are you telling these two pirates all this? Are you helping them grow food so they can eat well and then attack us? Wei Yilin scolded. Wei Ruo rolled her eyes at Wei Yilin. Did he think she didn't know what he was saying? She also hated these pirates, but she had to see what their situation was first. A true gentleman doesn't seek revenge in 10 years. She needed to protect her own life first before thinking about dealing with these people. If she lost her life, everything else was pointless. Right now, Wei's family was searching for people all over the city. Mei was nearby, so she still had a chance to escape. What she needed to do was to keep herself safe before they found her. Ignoring Wei Yilin, Wei Ruo continued smiling and told the pirates, "Don't mind this little brat. He's not thinking clearly. The boy says he's the son of Commander Wei. He calls you sister, and you're also the daughter of Commander Wei," the pirate said, despite not being fluent in Chinese, but clearly understanding the situation. "Yes, I am Wei Xiaowei's daughter, but now I am in your hands. I want to survive, so I am willing to offer my value to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome for both sides. My identity doesn't matter in this situation," Wei Ruo said. After hearing Wei Ruo, the pirate didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stepped outside the cave and discussed with another pirate. While the two pirates whispered and talked, Wei Yilin asked Wei Ruo, "Wei Qingruo, what exactly do you want to do?" "What do I want?" "To stay alive. Can't you see that?" Wei Ruo replied. "You're so shameless for doing this," Wei Yilin said. "Wei Yilin, do you understand what shamelessness and stupidity really mean?" Wei Ruo asked. "You're betraying the country and countless border soldiers. You've forgotten gratitude." Wei Yilin thought for a moment before using the phrase "forget gratitude" to scold Wei Ruo. "Who did I betray? I didn't harm anyone. It's you, running around everywhere, dragging me into trouble. You're the one who caused my bad luck," Wei Ruo said. Wei Yilin was speechless again. "If you have words, keep scolding. I'll just take it as a lullaby," Wei Ruo said calmly. Being in a mountain cave with two pirates was pretty scary, but hearing a voice nearby shouting helped ease the tense atmosphere. After a while, the pirate came back. "If you really can do what you say, we won't hurt you," he said. "That's fine," Wei Ruo agreed happily. "But we won't let your brother go. We might even kill him," the pirate added. Releasing Wei Yilin would reveal their location. They kept Wei Yilin either to use as a hostage or because they planned to kill him if something went wrong and they couldn't take him away. For safety reasons, they might kill him to cover their tracks. "I don't get along with him. He wishes I were dead. Think about it, if he cared about me, he wouldn't have called me sister when they found out who I was." True love means wanting the other person to live well, not dragging them down. "So, do whatever you want," Wei Ruo said. Wei Yilin, standing nearby, stared in disbelief. He wanted to argue but found he couldn't come up with any words. "That's good," the pirate said. Of course, he didn't want Wei Ruo to make any extra demands. "Since we've reached an agreement, be a little nicer to me. Don't let me get so badly hurt before we even reach the pirate country," Wei Ruo continued. "What do you want?" the pirate asked. "Please loosen my bonds a little. That way, I will be more comfortable, and my hands won't have problems from long-term poor blood flow. Don't worry, this cave has no other exit. You will be guarding me at the entrance, so I can't escape. I don't have any martial skills, so I can't fight you," Wei Ruo said. The Japanese pirates hesitated, looked at Wei Ruo for a while, then remembered how they caught her earlier. If she had martial skills, they wouldn't have caught her so easily. Finally, they nodded and agreed. The pirates untied Wei Ruo. After that, the two pirates returned outside the cave. It seemed like they were planning something. Although Wei Ruo couldn't understand their words, she guessed they were discussing how to escape from the county soldiers of Shing Shan and sail back to Japan. Now free, Wei Ruo leaned against the stone wall, looking relaxed. Opposite her, Wei Chen had his hands tied behind his back and was awkwardly slumped on the ground, feeling very uncomfortable. Not only was his posture uncomfortable, but he also felt worse mentally. He overheard the pirates saying they wouldn't let him go and would kill him if necessary. He didn't want to die. He wanted to stay alive. Although he had argued strongly with Wei Ruo just now, when the fear of death hit him, he started to envy Wei Ruo. At least the pirates said they wouldn't kill her. Wei Yilin felt a deep regret inside, but when facing Wei Ruo, he didn't want to admit that her cleverness was better than his own. Wei Ruo ignored Wei Yilin's expression and didn't want to know what he was thinking. She took out a small silk bag from her and took out some dried sweet potatoes to nibble on. Wei Ruo usually carried snacks when she went out. So, when she asked Shimei to go back to the carriage to get food, it was just an excuse. She actually wanted to share the food with the poor villagers. Wei Ruo was leisurely and happy, munching on the fragrant dried sweet potatoes, while Wei Yilin's eyes nearly popped out. He had sneaked into the city's South Ox cart in the morning and was caught by two pirates. Now it was already afternoon, and he hadn't had a sip of water or a bite of food. Gurgle, his stomach suddenly growled loudly. Wei Yilin was angry, anxious, and frustrated. Wei Ruo pretended not to hear and continued eating her food. Wei Yilin, who had never experienced such hardship before, felt worse the more he thought about it. Wei Qing Ruo. Wei Yilin shouted.
What do you want? You.
Wei Yilin looked at Wei Ruo, wanting to say something but couldn't find the words. You want to eat, but you're too shy to ask, right? Wei Yilin's unfinished words were helped by Wei Ruo. No way. Wei Yilin immediately denied. It doesn't really matter whether you think that or not, because I wouldn't give food I carefully made to someone hoping I would die.
You.
Wei Yilin was so angry, he clenched his teeth. Wei Ruo smiled softly and continued leisurely eating her dried sweet potato. No, I won't give it to you.
Who cares?
Wei Yilin retorted. Half an hour later. Gurgle gurgle, Wei Yilin's stomach growled, even louder. Wei Yilin, who had never gone hungry before, experienced hunger for the first time in a long while. His temper as a young master was somewhat subdued. Watching Wei Ruo relaxed and carefree, Wei Yilin also realized that some of what Wei Ruo said was true. Someone like Wei Ruo could at least have a comfortable time before being rescued. Wei Qing Ruo, if they want to kill me, do you really not plan to help me? Wei Yilin asked. When I first saw you today, I would have saved you, but after you called out that big sister, a name you never truly used sincerely, I couldn't possibly care about your life or death anymore. Wei Ruo didn't hide her true feelings. Wei Yilin's expression froze, a wave of shame rising in his heart. He looked up at Wei Ruo, wanting to say something, but then he swallowed his words. If he apologized to Wei Ruo, it would make him look very weak, and it would also be unfair to his sister Yuan. He had promised her he would only recognize her as his sister. A man should keep his promises and not go back on his word. Can you give me something to eat? I'm hungry. Though he couldn't bring himself to apologize, his stomach was growling, so he nervously asked Wei Ruo for food.
No.
Wei Ruo refused without hesitation. She pretended to be angry at Wei Yilin while carefully watching the entrance. Once she confirmed no one outside was looking in, she quietly took out a small bottle from her pocket, poured the powder inside onto the remaining dried sweet potato in her bag, and mixed it well. She weighed the bag, ensuring everything was mixed evenly. Wei Ruo's small action went unnoticed by Wei Yilin. He thought Wei Ruo was just eating alone and ignoring his hunger. After a while, Wei Ruo called out to the whole, "Two brave men outside, I have some food here. Do you want to eat? You not only refused to give me food, But you also want to feed those two crazy invaders? Are you even human? Wei Yilin scolded. Wei Qingruo, did you hear me? It's okay if you have food and don't share it with me, but you can't give it to them. They are heartless. Wei Ruo ignored him, her eyes fixed on the entrance. Sure enough, one of the invaders entered. Wei Ruo voluntarily handed over a bag of dried sweet potatoes. These are dried sweet potatoes, very tasty. She still held a piece in her hand, taking a couple of bites while speaking. The invader hesitated for a moment, then snatched the bag of dried sweet potatoes from Wei Ruo, as if grabbing it. They were very hungry. These days, they hadn't eaten much good food. The person ran to the entrance with Wei Ruo's bag and shared this hard-won food with another invader. Inside the cave, Wei Yilin continued to curse Wei Ruo. Wei Qingruo, do you think you are worthy of the countless soldiers? Do you think you are worthy of the suffering people of Shan County? Wei Qingruo, you have no conscience. You are a traitor. How could our family have someone like you? I will never acknowledge you as my sister in this life. Wei Ruo didn't feel like paying attention to Wei Yilin. Her focus was entirely on the entrance, listening carefully with both ears, not missing any sound outside. After a while, Wei Ruo finally heard two heavy objects falling with a thud. Unbound and silent, Wei Ruo tiptoed toward the entrance. Outside, the two invaders, having eaten the sweet potatoes laced with a sleeping agent, had all fallen to the ground. Wei Ruo clenched her fists, heart pounding with lingering fear. Her actions, from complying, negotiating, delaying, to demanding to be untied, and offering the sweet potatoes, were all for this moment. Her calmness in arguing with Wei Yilin was just an act. She was genuinely terrified inside. She had never faced such a situation before, and her fear and panic were just as intense. Only now did she dare to show her fear openly. But she still couldn't relax completely. She had unfinished business. She had to kill these two people. She only carried sleeping powder, not poison. If she didn't finish them off quickly, they would wake up soon. Wei Ruo crouched down and took a dagger from one of the invaders. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the dagger. She could save people with a knife, but killing? In her mind, the only memory of killing from her past life appeared, making her heart tremble. She was afraid of killing. Wei Ruo told herself. Wei Ruo, today you must kill these two people. They are pirates, robbers who threaten our people's lives and property. Their hands are covered with blood and human lives. Moreover, if you don't kill them, once your involvement is exposed, you will have no way out. Only death. Whether or not you were humiliated by them, as long as you were kidnapped or captured, others will think you have been humiliated. Then, you will have no chance to survive. After a fierce internal struggle, Wei Ruo tightly clenched her sword and stabbed, ending the life of one pirate. Then she did the same to the second. Blood flowed out, staining the clothes of both pirates. Normally, Wei Ruo was not afraid of blood, but at this moment, as she looked at the blood, she clearly felt the reality of having killed someone. She was scared but not regretful. Wei Qingruo, you killed them. Suddenly, Wei Yilin's shocked voice came from the cave entrance. After Wei Ruo ran out, Wei Yilin, who wanted to know what was happening outside. Somehow, he gathered strength and, like a caterpillar, wriggled toward the entrance. He then witnessed Wei Ruo killing the two pirates. His eyes were full of shock, and his face showed disbelief. While Wei Yilin was processing everything, Wei Ruo poured the sleeping potion from the bottle onto a cloth, quickly approached him, and covered his mouth and nose with a cloth. Wei Yilin's hands and feet were still bound, so he couldn't resist. He stared at Wei Ruo with wide eyes, full of disbelief, and then lost consciousness. After he fainted, Wei Ruo untied his ropes to prevent blood circulation issues from prolonged binding. Then she carefully checked the pulses of the two pirates, confirmed they were dead, cleaned the scene, and took the remaining dried sweet potatoes and the bag from the ground. Finally, she staggered away from the scene. She avoided the crowd searching for Wei Yilin, as she couldn't let anyone see her in such a state of distress.
Miss.
Hearing Shumei calling her, Wei Ruo felt a surge of joy. Seeing no one else around Xiumei, Wei Ruo quickly ran toward her. Mimi, I'm here.
Miss.
Seeing Wei Ruo looking so distressed, Xiumei was very worried. Miss, what happened to you?
I'm fine.
Take me back to the carriage. I need to clean myself immediately. Then I will tell Wei Yilin where he is and you take people to find him. Xiumei did not know why Wei Ruo was acting this way, but her many years of understanding told her that the situation was urgent and she had to follow Wei Ruo's instructions immediately. With Xiumei's help, Wei Ruo successfully avoided others and returned to the carriage. While Wei Ruo organized her time, Xiumei went to find Wei Yilin at the address Wei Ruo provided. On the way, she met Grandma Zhang and specifically called her over. Grandma Zhang looked worried. If something happens to that young master, what will we do? It's okay, Grandma. We'll keep looking. Maybe we'll find him. Xiumei comforted her and followed the direction Wei Ruo had given. Grandma, look over there. Does it seem like someone is lying on the ground? From a distance, Xiumei pointed to a spot on the hillside and asked, Wait a moment. My eyes aren't very good. I can't see clearly, Grandma Zhang replied. Don't just look. Go and check directly. Xiumei didn't hesitate and pulled Grandma Zhang to go up the mountain. As they got closer, Grandma Zhang was so frightened she went stiff. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Grandma Zhang, who usually lived in a big estate and rarely saw such scenes, turned pale with fear. Grandma, the young master is over there. Xiumei pointed at Wei Yilin beside the body.
Huh?
The young master? Is he okay? Grandma Zhang hesitated to go closer. Xiumei stepped forward and picked up Wei Yilin. The young master is fine. He just fainted. Then she told Grandma Zhang to go call others. Grandma, go quickly and tell the others to come. I'll watch here. After a moment of hesitation, Grandma Zhang finally reacted. All right, I'll go right now. She staggered down the mountain, shouting loudly as she went. While Grandma Zhang went to call for help, Xiumei carefully checked the surroundings again to make sure there were no traces of her young lady. Yilin! Yilin! Wei Yilin was awakened by a loud noise and opened his eyes. He saw Yunshi holding him. Nearby were Wei Qingwan, who was crying her eyes out, and Wei Yichen, looking worried. Surrounding them were many guards and servants from the Wei family who had come to find Wei Yilin in the city south. Almost all the officials from the prefect's office were there, except Wei Ruo. After a moment of dazed silence, Wei Yilin suddenly burst into tears, crying out loud, Mother! Mother! Yunshi held Wei Yilin tenderly, feeling distressed. Wei Qingwan also came over, saying, Yilin, you're safe? That's great. Older sister. Older sister. Hearing Wei Qingwan's voice, Wei Yilin cried even louder. After crying for a while, Wei Yilin looked around and asked, Mother, where is Wei Qingruo? Where is she? Yilin, do you want to see your big sister? Wei Qingwan asked gently, feeling surprised and confused. Why would Yilin want to see Wei Qingruo at this time? Yes, where is she? Where is she? Yilin pressed. Yilin, what's wrong? Why do you suddenly want to see your big sister? Yunshi also looked puzzled. I saw her.
She.
Yilin remembered the last scene he saw. His mind was confused. Just a moment ago, Wei Qingruo, who had been afraid of death and flattering the enemies, suddenly killed 2 enemies with her own hands? Mother, where are those 2 enemies? Where are they? Yilin asked anxiously. Yilin, don't worry. It's okay now. Those 2 enemies are already dead. Yunshi quickly comforted him. Who killed them?
Did you see?
Did anyone see? Yilin asked urgently. He desperately wanted to confirm if what he saw was real. We don't know yet. When we found you, they were already dead, Yunshi replied. They still didn't have an answer. It seemed someone had arrived first, killed the 2 enemies, and rescued her son. But they didn't know why the other person hadn't shown up.
It was Wei Qingruo.
It must have been her. She killed those 2 enemies. Yilin became more certain that what he saw was real. Yilin, what are you talking about? If Big Sister saved you, she wouldn't hide it from us, Wei Qingwan quickly said. No, she was with me. Yilin's words were cut off as Wei Ruo appeared. Yilin, what's wrong? Are you looking for me? Wei Ruo pushed through the crowd and appeared within Yilin's sight. Wei Ruo looked fresh and bright, with only some dirt and dust on her clothes. Walking through the fields in the southern part of the city was normal, and dirt on her was expected. Yilin stared at Wei Ruo with a very complicated expression. Wei Qingwan saw Yilin staring intently at Wei Ruo, clenched her fists, and quickly said, "Yilin, you must be mistaken. Sister just arrived." It's impossible for her to have killed those two enemies. What she didn't know was that Wei Ruo wanted exactly this kind of answer. Compared to the small achievement of saving Wei Yilin, the fact that a 13-year-old girl was kidnapped by pirates for over an hour was much more frightening. "It's impossible. I saw it clearly." Wei Yilin shook his head. The scene felt too real. "Yilin, you were frightened today and fainted. Maybe the hallucination appeared while you were unconscious," Yingzhu guessed. Listening to Yingzhu and Wei Qingwan's advice, Wei Yilin wasn't so sure anymore. Could it really have been a hallucination? Could all the memories about Wei Ruo just now be false? Wei Yilin persistently asked Wei Ruo, "Where is your dried sweet potato? Didn't you give some to those two pirates?" "My dried sweet potatoes were taken by Xiao Mei to give to the nearby villagers who are farming the land. If you want some, I can find more when we return to the house," Wei Ruo replied. "Impossible. I clearly saw you use the dried sweet potatoes to drug and knock out the pirates, then kill them, right?" Wei Yilin asked again. Before Wei Ruo could speak, Wei Qingwan spoke first. "Brother, I just arrived here. The dried sweet potatoes have already been given to the villagers nearby. You must have been dreaming. The person who saved you hasn't been found yet, but don't worry. We will keep looking for the villagers around, and I believe we will find something soon." Wei Yilin looked at Wei Qingwan. Why did his most trusted sister say it was all a lie? Could it really be false? Wei Yilin fell silent. "All right, Yilin, you must have been quite frightened today. Go home first. We will discuss what happened today slowly later," Wei Yichen said. "It's not good to stay here all the time. The most important thing now is that everyone is safe." After that, Wei Yichen arranged for everyone to return to the government house. Not long after they returned, Wei Ming came back. He was in the army, so it wasn't easy for him to come and go. Plus, Yingzhu hadn't sent him any news at first. By the time he found out, Wei family members had already located Wei Yilin. "Go and bring Yilin here," Wei Ming ordered. "Husband, Yilin is still resting after being frightened," Yingzhu explained. "Resting? What's there to rest for? He ran out secretly, and all this suffering is his own fault." Wei Ming looked serious and stern. "But, husband, Yilin is only 7 years old." Seeing her husband's firm attitude, Lady Yuan dared not argue further and let the servants take Wei Yilin to Yu Garden. When she heard her father was looking for her, Wei Yilin's heart was already tense on the way there. Once inside, seeing her father's serious face, Wei Yilin became completely panicked. "Father, I know I was wrong." Wei Yilin nervously apologized and admitted his mistake. "Go sit in the yard," Wei Ming ordered without any softness. "Father, don't make me say it a second time." Wei Yilin's heart trembled, then quickly turned and walked to the yard, kneeling properly as Wei Ming had instructed. Soon after, Wei Ming came out, had someone bring a censer, lit incense, and placed it under Wei Yilin's lap. Then, he asked for a bowl of water, which was placed on Wei Yilin's head. Seeing this, Lady Yuan couldn't hold back again. "Husband, isn't this a bit too harsh on Yilin?
He's only 7.
Harsh? If today he had been less lucky and hadn't been rescued, he might already be dead at the hands of the invaders. He dares to risk his life. What's so hard to endure about a little suffering?" Lady Yuan was speechless. Indeed, compared to losing his life, enduring some hardship was quite minor. At first, Wei Yilin could hold on, but when a quarter of the incense was burned, his legs started trembling uncontrollably and the bowl on his head wobbled badly. When 1/3 of the incense was burned, he staggered and fell to the ground, and the bowl also dropped. "Get up, continue, relight the incense," Wei Ming said expressionlessly. Wei Yilin's face was full of pain, his legs trembling, but he had to follow Wei Mingtian's orders. This time, he lasted even less. Before the incense was fully burned, he collapsed. But Wei Mingtian remained unmoved, still expressionless, demanding Wei Yilin to continue. Lady Yuan, feeling reluctant, turned and left, returning to her room, pretending not to see. She didn't know how long passed before Wei Yilin could no longer stand, and Wei Mingtian finally let him go home. After returning to the Wei family, Wei Ruo went straight to her room. Xiaomei brewed calming tea for Wei Ruo. Although her young lady had seen many dead bodies and blood, this was her first time killing someone, and Xiaomei worried she wouldn't sleep well tonight. Wei Ruo indeed didn't sleep well in the first half of the night, dreaming of scenes of killing and blood flowing everywhere. She only managed to sleep more peacefully in the second half of the night. After resting for the night, Wei Ruo got up early the next day. Hearing that Wei Mingting was now at the residence, Wei Ruo packed up and prepared to visit her father. "Miss, what do you plan to do?" Xiaomei asked. "I want to seek revenge on Wei Yilin." Wei Ruo strode quickly out of Listening Pine Garden and went to Zhengyong Garden. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Wei Mingting and Wei Qingwan and Wei Yilin standing in front of him. Wei Yilin's legs were trembling, showing he was really scolded harshly yesterday. Today, Wei Mingting intended to continue scolding Wei Yilin, but Wei Qingwan, who had learned about this, came specially to plead with Wei Mingting. Wei Ruo arrived at an inopportune moment, witnessing a warm scene of sisterly kindness and brotherly love. Seeing Wei Ruo come in, their conversation was interrupted. Wei Mingting looked at Wei Ruo and asked, "Ruo, why are you up so early today?" "I have something I want to discuss with my father." "I hope it's convenient for you," Wei Ruo said openly. "Just say what you want," Wei Mingting replied. "It's about my younger brother Yilin. I think the way you are punishing him now is not appropriate," Wei Ruo said. Hearing this, Wei Yilin looked up in surprise and gazed at Wei Ruo. It was certain that sister Wanwan was pleading for him, but why was Wei Qingwan also pleading for him? "Or, do you think that today, as a father, you shouldn't continue to punish him?" Wei Mingting asked. Just now, Wei Qingwan told Wei Mingting about this matter. Because Wei Yilin was still young, the punishment yesterday had left him unable to walk today. She hoped he would consider Yilin's young age and temporarily delay today's punishment. "Father, I don't mean that. I believe that teaching my younger brother shouldn't be done in just 1 or 2 days. You are usually busy with official duties and have limited time at home. When you are around, you discipline him for a day or 2, but once you return to the military camp, you stop. I think this method is not very effective," Wei Ruo explained. Hearing this, Wei Yilin was stunned. This woman wasn't here to plead for him, but to harm him. But Wei Mingting listened to Wei Ruo's words and thought they made sense, so he continued to ask, "What do you think is a better way, Ruo?" "First, I believe we should separate Yilin and Sister Qingwan," Wei Ruo replied. Wei Qingwan and Wei Yilin's faces turned pale at the same time. Normally, Wei Yilin would have already spoken rudely to Wei Ruo by now, but today, he only dared to stare at Wei Ruo with disbelief. Wei Qingwan lowered her head, bit her lip, and asked in a distressed voice, "Does sister think I have spoiled my brother?" She looked like she was about to cry, but couldn't, which made people feel sorry for her. Wei Ruo just smiled calmly and explained, "Qingwan, you don't need to think that way. Your gentle and kind personality as a noble young lady is good. You are considerate and understanding. But having a good personality doesn't mean you are suitable to teach your younger brother. Yilin is mischievous, and teaching him well requires strict discipline, not just caring and indulgence." Then Wei Ruo turned to Wei Mingtian and said, "Father, you're busy with official duties, and mother is also occupied with household affairs, so the most time the family spends with Yilin is with Qingwan. But now, you've seen Yilin's personality. I don't mean Qingwan is bad, but she's simply not suitable to teach Yilin." Wei Qingwan clenched her fists inside her sleeves, her face turning visibly pale. Yilin finally couldn't hold back. "Sister Wanwan is not wrong. Sister Wanwan is not unfit." "Shut up," Wei Mingtian interrupted coldly. At this moment, no one else had the chance to speak. Yilin's noisy and dependent behavior made Wei Ming think that the older sister's worries were reasonable. Our Wei family is descended from military generals. His son has no big ambitions, behaves arrogantly, and doesn't follow rules. He relies heavily on his sisters. How can he become a great person? Wei Qingwan's heart trembled. She clenched her skirt, wanting to speak but lacked the courage, so she could only press her lips tightly. After stopping Yilin, Wei Ming carefully looked at his eldest daughter. After a moment of thought, he said, "Ruo, go on. The daughter thinks we should find a martial arts master for Yilin, someone strict and dedicated to teaching him proper skills. As a Wei family man, if he can't succeed in academics, he should follow his father's path and pursue martial arts. We shouldn't let him waste his time and grow up to be lazy and useless in both civil and military skills." Wei Ruo spoke confidently, with clear reasoning. Wei Ming pondered for a while, then nodded. "Boro, what you said makes sense. I've overlooked some things. You see clearly. From now on, Yilin is not allowed to step into Wangmei Garden, and he can't run around the house during his free time. Wanwan also isn't allowed to secretly visit Yilin in Yu Garden. I will find a martial arts teacher as soon as possible and make arrangements." Wei Ming made his decision. Yilin was deeply affected. His legs trembled, and he lost his balance, stumbling to the ground. Wei Qingwan quickly stepped forward to support him, full of concern. Wei Yilin, feeling wronged, threw himself into Wei Qingwan's arms and cried, "Sister, I don't want to be separated from you. I don't want to learn martial arts, sister. Don't be afraid, little brother. Father is doing this for your good." Wei Qingwan hurriedly comforted him, her expression both tender and anxious. Wei Mingting stood nearby, without speaking. At first, he hadn't noticed the issue, but after his eldest daughter's words and seeing how much the second daughter cared for and spoiled her brother, his brow furrowed involuntarily. His strict demands for his youngest son at home had never been effective. As the boy grew older, he became more uncontrollable. Perhaps the root cause was here. "Wanwan, you should go back to Wangmei Garden first," Wei Mingting said seriously. Wei Qingwan's body stiffened, feeling her blood run cold. She forced herself to stay strong and slowly straightened up. "Yes, daughter. We'll take her leave." Wei Qingwan slowly walked out of Songyun Garden, reaching the door, then looked back reluctantly a few times, as if her departure wasn't just from the garden but from the entire family. Watching the three people in the courtyard, Wei Qingwan felt for the first time that she had become an outsider. Wei Mingting's true intention in asking Wei Qingwan to leave was simply because he thought the second daughter was too soft-hearted. If her brother suffered a little, she would comfort him gently, which was not good for teaching the children. Therefore, after Wei Qingwan left, Wei Mingting punished Wei Yilin to chop firewood, so he could experience the hardships of ordinary life. Yesterday's punishment made his legs tremble and he couldn't stand steadily, but his hands were still fine, so it didn't affect his ability to chop wood. "Or, you take turns watching over Yilin for a while. Father has some things to discuss with your mother," Wei Mingting said to Wei Ruo. "Okay," Wei Ruo agreed. Then, from an angle where Wei Mingting couldn't see, Wei Ruo gave Wei Yilin a sly smile. Wei Yilin still had tears on his face, his red eyes staring blankly at Wei Ruo, unable to speak. Afterward, Wei Mingting went back to his room to talk with Yingzhu about finding a martial arts master for Wei Yilin. Why did husband suddenly think of letting Yilin learn martial arts? Yingzhu asked.
It was Ruo who reminded me.
Yilin's temper is already spoiled. He doesn't study properly and is willful and reckless. Today, he left the house without permission and disrespected his elders. Who knows what shocking things he might do tomorrow? If we don't discipline him strictly, he could become a troublemaker for our Wei family. Learning martial arts is a good way to discipline him. Husband is right. This is also my responsibility. I haven't been able to teach the children well, Yingzhu said shamefully, lowering her head. It's not entirely your fault. After coming to Shing Shan County, you have been busy handling all the affairs in the government office. I understand you are truly busy. Looking back now, Wanwan's personality is too gentle. There is a saying that a kind mother can spoil her children, and she has been like a sister teaching her younger brother, overly loving and indulgent. The result is the same. I will talk to Wan later and help her change this habit. She should be stricter with her younger brother. Yunshi quickly said. There's no need. I have already ordered that they should not see each other privately for now. If they need to meet in the future, Ruo can come instead. Compared to Wan's softness, Ruo's personality is more suitable for teaching her younger brother, Wei Ming said. Hearing this, Yunshi was surprised. She didn't expect her husband to directly forbid Wan and Yilin from seeing each other privately. She knew that Wan was the person closest to Yilin, even more than herself as a mother. Would this hurt the feelings of the children, Yilin and Wan? Yunshi was a bit worried. Yilin's situation will require him to go through some hardships to learn what he can and cannot do. If they still care about his feelings now, how can they teach him properly? As for Wan, she is sensible. I just explained the cause and effect to her, so she will understand and not overthink, Wei Ming said. Your husband is right. After Wei Ming said this, Yunshi had no more objections. Wei Ming couldn't help but feel emotional. He said, when we decided that Wan should be the eldest daughter, it was because we worried that Ruo wouldn't know the rules and couldn't take on big responsibilities. It was my father who insisted, so we left the position of eldest daughter to Ruo. Now it seems my father was right. Ruo is indeed more suitable as the eldest daughter. She is decisive, calm in difficult situations, and can oversee the big picture. Yunshi didn't expect her husband to agree so much with the ability of the eldest daughter. But recently, Ruo has done things that have brought much honor to the Wei family. She behaves properly outside and shows the demeanor of a big sister both inside and outside. She has performed much better than she initially thought. Yunshi agreed, you're right, husband. Ruo is indeed more suitable as the eldest daughter. But our Wan is also not bad. She is gentle, caring, obedient, and sensible. Every time I see her, I feel happy in my heart. While acknowledging Ruo's qualities, Yunshi also wanted to highlight her second daughter's strengths. So she mentioned her. Wei Ming also agreed. Both daughters have their own good qualities. The matter of finding a martial arts master for Yilin is settled. Today, I set a rule that you must strictly follow even when I am not at the estate. Do not be soft-hearted. Wei Ming once again reminded his wife, who was gentle with their children. He knew his wife was soft-hearted, so he specifically advised her. Don't worry, husband. I won't let you down, Mrs. Yuan promised. Although she felt sad for her youngest son and didn't want him to suffer, she would still follow her husband's decisions. While Wei Ming and Mrs. Yuan were talking, Wei Ruo was outside supervising Wei Yilin chopping firewood. The 7-year-old boy held a big axe, trying hard with his small arms. With each swing, the axe only cut a little into the wood, far from splitting the firewood. After a few swings, he felt his arm go weak and wanted to stop. Just then, Wei Ruo's voice came to him. If you don't finish 5 bundles of firewood today, keep going tomorrow. Chop 5 bundles again. If not enough, do it the next day. Keep doing this until you can finish 5 bundles in one day. Wei Ruo. That's really unfair. Wei Yilin couldn't hold back anymore, glaring angrily at Wei Ruo. Unfair?
How so?
Wei Ruo asked with a smile, seeming indifferent. I know you're revengeful for what I did yesterday, right? I thought about it last night. Those things felt so real, it's impossible I dreamed them. They really happened, Wei Yilin said confidently. Wei Ruo just smiled silently. Wei Yilin continued, Wei Ruo, I admit I was wrong to betray you yesterday. Even now, I won't tell anyone what happened. I realized that if others knew you were kidnapped, it wouldn't be good for you. I don't like you, but you're part of the Wei family. I won't ruin your reputation. Wei Yilin looked serious, cheeks puffed out, a bit angry but very earnest. Wei Ruo still didn't reply. What does it matter if he remembers or not? As long as she doesn't respond or admit it, no one will believe Wei Yilin's words. She didn't say anything. Wei Yilin kept talking. I also think you did pretty well killing those 2 Japanese bandits. So stop being so petty and revengeful. Tell Dad to cancel those orders. I can learn martial arts, but I don't want to be separated from Sister Wanwan, and I don't want you to control me. I don't like you. I won't agree, Wei Ruo asked with a smile. Wei Qingruo, I've already said that. What more do you want? Nothing much. As the eldest sister, it's my duty to teach my younger brother. So, I'll supervise you, even if you don't like it. Wei Ruo responded perfectly, without revealing anything. No matter if there are ears behind the wall, she made sure not to say anything that could get her into trouble. Stop pretending. You don't really want to teach me. You're just trying to harm me. And I don't accept that you are my older sister. My only older sister is Wanwan. Don't talk so much. Focus on chopping firewood. Being lazy is not good, Wei Ruo said calmly. Wei Qingshua. Wei Yilin was very angry at Wei Ruo's attitude. Call me sister. If you don't know how, I'll talk to our father about it later, Wei Ruo said patiently. Wei Yilin was so angry he couldn't speak. He looked back at the pile of firewood in front of him, raised his axe with force, and swung down hard, as if he was trying to take out his frustration on the wood. By the time Wei Ming came out, Wei Yilin had already chopped most of the bundle. Wei Ming knew that his son probably couldn't finish the task he gave him. He did this on purpose to toughen his son's will and help him realize his mistakes. Seeing Wei Yilin no longer acting weak and delicate under Wei Ruo's supervision, and still working chopping firewood, Wei Ming was even more convinced that his eldest daughter was better suited to teach her younger brother. Bar, you should go home today. When I am away in the future, Yilin will need your help. If he doesn't listen, you can discipline him, Wei Ming said. Wei Yilin was very upset, looking at his stern father, feeling both angry and wronged. Your daughter understands, Wei Ruo replied. Afterward, Wei Ruo left Zhengyong garden. Before leaving, she looked back at Wei Yilin, who was glaring at her fiercely. In mid-August of the lunar calendar, the rice in Shan County was also ready for harvest. The people of Shan County didn't feel joy from the harvest. Instead, they felt worry and depression. Because of poor grain yields, the amount of rice they harvested was not enough for many families to last a year. The Wei family was in a similar situation. Lady Yin looked at the account books handed over by the steward on the farm, her face full of worry. The steward said that the best crop at the moment was the rice seedlings that Wei Ruo had replanted in the back. Other rice fields being harvested only produced about a third of last year's harvest, which was 1/5 of what they had 5 years ago. The replanted rice hadn't fully matured yet, but from the way the grains were hanging, it looked much better than the other rice fields. However, the seedlings that Wei Ruo had previously planted only made up a small part of the total, and Wei's farm still produced much less grain than in previous years. Besides Wei Mingting's official salary, the farm was a major source of income for the Wei family. A poor harvest meant the family had no extra income, which would make future expenses a problem. After being dismissed from the county office, Wei Qingwan came to Zhengyong garden to help Yunshe handle family affairs. Seeing Yunshe worried about the grain, she comforted her, saying, "Mother, don't worry. Things will work out. Father just won a battle and was promoted, and he received a reward from the court." Yunshe shook her head. Getting a reward is nice, but most of the court's awards are honorific. The items given can't easily be exchanged for silver or money. She also pointed out that Wei Mingting had only temporarily driven away the pirates along the southeastern coast and hadn't completely defeated all the pirates troubling the entire southeast. So, there weren't many rewards. Yunshe sighed again, saying, "If I had known Ruo's rice seeds were so good, I would have planted only her seeds from the start. Then we wouldn't have this problem now." When Yunshe praised Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan's fists unconsciously clenched. Now, both her father and mother thought her older sister was more talented than she was. Wei Qingwan followed Yunshe's words and said casually, "Yes, it would have been better if sister had told us earlier." Hearing this, Yunshe's expression flickered slightly. She didn't know that the eldest daughter's rice seeds were good, but she believed the eldest daughter must have known. However, this thought only stayed in Yunshe's mind for a moment. She quickly remembered that when her eldest daughter returned, the rice seedlings in the fields had already been transplanted. It probably isn't Ruo's fault. I remember when she came back, the rice fields were already being transplanted. She told me to change the rice seeds, but I probably wouldn't have believed her right away, Yunshi said. Yunshi clearly remembered that at first, she opposed the idea of improving the land south of the city when her daughter suggested it, because she didn't really believe her daughter could do it.
Yes.
Yes, I almost forgot. It was only around that time that sister returned. I got mixed up, Wei Qingwan quickly agreed. While Yunshi was worried about the grain situation, the goods from the Zhengyong Yi marquis residence arrived. They were gifts from her older uncle and Wei Ming's two brothers to congratulate him on his promotion. Among them were several carts of rice. The first part was transported by waterway, which was faster, but after passing Hangzhou Prefecture, they traveled by land, which took more time, so the goods only arrived today. Seeing a cartload of items, Lady Yuan was overjoyed. Although she knew deep down that her father-in-law and brothers were so enthusiastic because her husband had been promoted, making him the only official in the loyal and righteous marquis's household, and thus the main support of the family, this batch of supplies eased her urgent worries. Besides grain, the loyal and righteous marquis's household also sent some cloth and jewelry, gifts from the old lord and lady. Madam Third, these are gifts from the old lord and lady for the young lady, the messenger explained. Good, Lady Yuan replied, her gaze turning to Wei Qingwan beside her, filled with concern. Wei Qingwan's face was a bit pale. Despite her worried look, she forced a small smile. Her smile only made Lady Yuan feel more pity for her. Lady Yuan hadn't yet spoken about this matter when Wei Qingwan hurriedly said, "Mother, I'm fine. Sister just returned home, so it's natural for grandparents to care more about her." Hearing her daughter's sensible words, Lady Yuan felt even more heavy-hearted. She looked at the cloth and jewelry in front of her, hesitating for a moment, then said, "Wan, next time, when the household is more comfortable, I will buy you some things." Lady Yuan really wanted to share some of these items with Wei Qingwan, but she still had some sense. These cloth and jewelry were different from the ornaments last time. These were meant to be worn outside. They would still return to the capital in the future. When her in-laws found out, she had secretly given these items, which were specifically meant for her eldest daughter, to her second daughter, they would surely be displeased. No matter how much Lady Yuan wanted to care for her second daughter, she dared not go against her in-laws. Hearing Lady Yuan's words, Wei Qingwan was stunned, staring blankly at her. Wan, what's wrong? Lady Yuan looked at her with confusion. Nothing, mother, I'm fine. Wei Qingwan quickly snapped out of her thoughts, repeatedly insisting she was fine. Good, as long as you're okay, Lady Yuan said, not thinking much of it. She understood Wan's personality. Her grandparents' attitude might make her a bit sad, but she wouldn't have any other thoughts. After thinking for a moment, Lady Yuan added, I have a set of pearl hair accessories that I planned to give you when you came of age. Now I think I should give it to you early. When you go to the capital, wear it. Lady Yuan's decision was not only because of today's events but also because of the Yun Jinlan incident. She didn't want Wan to feel too wronged, nor did she want Wan's clothes and accessories to be much worse than her eldest sister's when they arrived in the capital. No, my daughter can't use that. She still has some headpieces and accessories, so I will keep them myself, mother. Things that can be used are yours now. You are my daughter, and everything I have will be shared between you and Ruo, Yunshi comforted her. Thank you, mother, Wei Qingwan said shyly and gratefully, no longer refusing. Don't thank me, silly girl. Let's go to the room, Yunshi said, taking Wei Qingwan's hand and leading her inside, planning to give her the pearl hair accessories now. The items meant for Wei Ruo, sent by the loyal and righteous Marquis' estate, arrived at Tingsong Garden. The box was small, but the contents were much more valuable than the bronze ornaments sent before. Miss, there's a set of gold jewelry. And some jade accessories. They all look very expensive, Xiaomei said happily. Wei Ruo was also surprised. She didn't expect the loyal and righteous Marquis to send her such valuable jewelry for real. The cloth wasn't as precious as brocade, but it was a whole box of satin fabric, and the price wasn't cheap either. Sure enough, a camel that's skinny still has more strength than a dead horse. Even if the loyal and righteous Marquis's estate has fallen, they still have some foundation, Wei Ruo muttered. She was curious why the old master and mistress would send her such expensive gifts. This hadn't happened in the original story. After thinking about it, she realized the difference was that her achievements in the southern city had brought benefits to the Wei family. So the old couple wasn't just caring for her as their granddaughter they hadn't met yet, they were also thinking about family interests. That was good. At least they gave real money, which Wei Ruo liked very much. For several days, the workers on Shaoyang Mountain were busy harvesting sweet potatoes, filling up the warehouses they had prepared. The process of making dried sweet potatoes and sweet potato chips was also scheduled. Nai, following Wei Ruo's instructions, chose poor women to learn how to make the dried sweet potatoes and chips, then handed over most of the work to them. Each woman was paid 5 won a day plus a large sweet potato. This wasn't a high income, but for women in the village who struggled to eat, it was a good job, enough to prevent hunger, with little physical effort, and they could handle it. Meanwhile, next to Sibaozhai, a grain shop opened lively and bustling. The shop's name was simple and straightforward, Su Ji Grain Shop. The shop mainly sells grains, rice and sweet potatoes, and also offers fresh and dried mushrooms. Dried sweet potatoes and sweet potato chips are also sold at the same prices as those in the dried fruit shop. The shop now sells raw sweet potatoes directly, no longer roasted before selling, and they are larger than the previous roasted ones, which were more evenly sized. Because of this, the selling method has changed. They are no longer sold by the piece at 3 cents per jean. Raw sweet potatoes are now cheaper than roasted ones, making them affordable for ordinary people. Rice prices are a bit higher. One dough costs 100 won compared to 60 won per dough in other rice shops in the county. The shop assistant explained that their rice is a different variety, more fragrant, sticky, and chewier than regular rice. Ordinary people usually don't buy this kind of rice. They just want to fill their stomachs and look for good value, not taste. Wei Ruo set different prices. Sweet potatoes are aimed at common folks, priced low so everyone can afford them. If someone looks very thin and hungry, the shop will give them a few for free. The rice is meant for wealthier customers who care about quality. The rice Wei Ruo bought from Huzhou Prefecture is indeed of good quality and worth the price. Also, the cost of buying and transporting the rice is considered, so the price is higher. As for the mushroom sauce, Wei Ruo made it herself. She and Xiumei cooked a big pot in the small kitchen at Yingzhu Garden, then packed it into 20 small ceramic jars. Since it was their first time making it, they didn't plan to sell it in the shop but kept some for themselves and to give as gifts. The next day, when Wei Ruo went to teach at the Xie residence, she gave 2 jars to Mr. Wang and 2 jars of mushroom sauce to Xiang. Xie Ying held the 2 small jars Wei Ruo gave her and asked curiously, "What is this?" "This is mushroom sauce," Wei Ruo replied. "Mushroom sauce? Made from mushrooms?"
Yes.
I put some pork fat in a pot, stir-fried with minced meat until fragrant, then added chopped green onions, garlic, and mushrooms. After that, I added salt, cooking wine, Sichuan pepper powder, and white sugar and stir-fried everything evenly. Finally, I added some soy sauce. Xiang looked surprised and asked, "I don't understand all of that, but it sounds impressive. Can you eat this sauce directly?" "I don't cook, but I can eat. I've tried it before, so I'll know if it tastes good or not. Typically, it is used to mix with rice, vegetables, or noodles. Eating it directly might taste a bit salty, but it is still edible naturally," Wei Ruo replied. "Then there's no problem." Xie Ying couldn't wait and asked her maid to bring over chopsticks, then opened the jar, dipped a small amount with the tip of the chopsticks, and put it in her mouth. Xie Ying's eyes immediately lit up. "It smells so good, so tasty." Xie Ying truly thought it was delicious. She liked the rich flavor of this sauce, with the aroma of meat, mushrooms, and soy sauce all combined. "I'm glad you like it. I'll get more for you after you finish. It's best when fresh. Storing it too long affects the quality. I'll make some new ones later and give them to you," Wei Ruo said. Although it is made with soy sauce, sealed with cooked oil, and stored in an earthen jar, it can be kept for a while, but it doesn't last as long as modern preserved and vacuum-packed products with preservatives.
All right.
In that case, I'll share some with my brother. I'm reluctant to give him both jars, but if I have more, I can be a little kinder to him, Xiang said. Wei Ruo smiled naturally. She found the unique way the Xie siblings interacted to be very adorable. After all the sweet potatoes were harvested, Wei Ruo prepared to plant new crops. The land was limited, so it couldn't stay idle. At this time, suitable crops for mountain planting included rapeseed, radishes, and broad beans. Good choices. If considering cost-effectiveness, planting wheat would be best, as it could be harvested between April and June of the next lunar year. However, the terrain of Shaoyang Mountain was not suitable for wheat planting. They chose sweet potatoes initially because sweet potatoes didn't require much adjustment. Compared to that, the terrain south of the city was more suitable for wheat. When the south of the city was extensively cleared for farming, Wei Ruo, besides buying a medicinal field with Xiang, also had the nanny purchase a large amount of land. The land purchased by the nanny wasn't as ideally located as the land provided free by the government to poor people, but its terrain was much better than the northern mountain area. It was also cheaper, 50 taels of silver for a full 100 acres of flat land. After some improvements, the land was ready for planting crops. Wei Ruo planned to plant wheat there. When the wheat harvests next year, it would be the perfect time to plant her late rice variety. Not only did Wei Ruo plan to plant wheat on the land purchased by the nanny, but she also intended for other people in the south of the city to grow wheat. Planting rice at this time is too late, but if they plant common vegetables, it is not very cost-effective for poor people who still struggle to meet their basic needs. People from Jiangsu and Zhejiang prefer rice over wheat, but under current circumstances, no one cares about that. The most important thing is to grow enough food to fill their stomachs. To promote this plan among the people in the southern city, Wei Ruo needs help from the government. So Wei Ruo called for Qin Mama and shared her ideas with her. She knows that Chulan can profit from this, so her requests are straightforward and not shy. Miss Wei, planting wheat now is indeed the best choice. Qin Mama agreed strongly with Wei Ruo's judgment. If possible, I hope Qin Mama can help by bringing wheat seeds from the north. There are very few wheat fields in Taizhou Prefecture, and there aren't enough seeds. The southern city has a large planting area and needs a lot of wheat seeds. The common people are poor and find it hard to get seeds on their own. Don't worry, Miss Wei. My young master will handle this for you, Qin Mama replied confidently without needing to ask Chulan first. Since the seventh prince is so dedicated to developing the wasteland in the southern city, he must be aiming to make achievements. Now that things have reached this point, it's only natural that he will ensure the wheat seeds are obtained. Hearing Qin Mama's assurance, Wei Ruo knew that choosing Qin Mama was the right decision. Having Chulan involved is very helpful. He can handle difficult tasks easily. I thank Lord Chu and Mama for helping the people in the southern city with the land reclamation, Wei Ruo said gratefully. You're welcome, Miss Wei. The people who should thank are the ones working on the land, Qin Mama replied. On the 10th day of September, Lady Yuan took Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan out to the city. They were accompanied by the coachmen, guards, and their attendants, Cui Ping, Cui He, Xiaomei, and Zhang Mama. The county magistrate's wife had invited them to visit on September 15th, but since the journey would take a day and Lady Yuan worried about accidents, they left 4 days early. Xingshan County is remote, so they set out in the morning and arrived in the city by evening. In the evening, the city streets should have been quiet, with shops closing and people heading home. But halfway through their carriage ride, they saw a crowd fighting ahead, with flashing swords and blades, very frightening. The driver wanted to turn the car around immediately, but the road was too narrow. He couldn't manage to turn in time and was forced to stop at the roadside, feeling confused and helpless. Mrs. Yuan and Wei Qingwan on the carriage were very nervous. Wei Ruo also felt a bit scared. Who would be so bold as to fight in an important street of the city? Carefully, Wei Ruo lifted a corner of the curtain. Through this gap, she saw a familiar figure among the fighting crowd, Lu Yuhong. If Lu Yuhong was here, then Chu Lan must also be involved. Sure enough, when Wei Ruo looked across the street, she saw Chu Lan being protected by a few guards in a corner nearby. Chu Lan didn't make a move. Those small troublemakers weren't worth her personal effort. Wei Ruo saw Chu Lan, and at the same time, Wei Qingwan, sitting opposite her, also noticed her. Qingwan's face showed surprise and panic from witnessing the chaos, but there was also a hint of hidden joy. After about an incense stick's time, the commotion outside calmed down a little. Soon after, Lu Yuhong approached the direction of Wei's carriage. Sorry for the disturbance.
Things have settled down now.
You may continue on your way. To avoid suspicion, Madame Wei didn't lift the curtain but responded through it, no problem. It's good that everything is fine. Thank you, young sir. Madame Wei recognized Chu Lan and Lu Yuhong and knew their identities, so she naturally didn't dare to complain. After a brief exchange, Lu Yuhong was about to let Wei's carriage leave when he suddenly seemed to recognize Wei's carriage, or perhaps the servants following it. He asked, "Is Miss Wei on the carriage?" Mrs. Yuan and Wei Qingwan looked at Wei Ruo together, surprised. Wei Ruo thought for a moment and replied, "Young sir, do you have any instructions?" Lu Yuhong said, "It's nothing special. I just wanted to ask if the sauce you gave to Miss Xia is still available." Sauce? Mushroom sauce? Wei Ruo remembered she had given Xia Ying 2 jars of mushroom sauce. Xia Ying had said she would share one with her brother. Wei Ruo knew that Xie had been in Taizhou City recently and was probably with Chu Lan and the others. From Lu Yuhong's words, it seemed he had tasted the mushroom sauce at Xieju's place. After thinking for a moment, Wei Ruo replied, "Sorry, young Master Lu, I didn't bring it with me when I went out." Privately, Wei Ruo didn't want to give it to Lu Yuhong. Although it wasn't valuable, she didn't like Chu Lan much, and that also made her have a poor impression of Lu Yuhong. But she couldn't refuse directly, nor dared to lie casually that she had nothing. However, she truly had no items with her. Since Wei Ruo had already spoken, an ordinary polite young man would usually stop there, not insisting on asking for a jar of mushroom sauce. But Lu Yuhong was clearly not a traditional noble son. He straightforwardly asked, "When you go to Shing Shan County in a few days, could Miss Wei give me a jar?" This direct way of asking for something surprised Wei Ruo for the first time. The key was, she didn't know Lu Yuhong well at all. Just as she was thinking about how to answer, Chu Lan's voice came from outside. "Brother Ye, your words are a bit too abrupt." Lu Yuhong scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, Brother Chu. I was just thinking about getting some mushroom sauce to eat. You see, Xieju is so stingy, he only gave me a spoonful to mix with noodles and refused to give more. I couldn't find the sauce elsewhere, and when I finally met the owner, I forgot my manners because I was so eager to taste it." Lu Yuhong was quite straightforward and often lacked formal manners. After Chu Lan's reminder, Lu Yuhong realized that asking a stranger, a young noble lady, for mushroom sauce on the street was inappropriate. He apologized, "Sorry, Miss Wei. I was careless. I won't bother you anymore." Then he moved aside. Yun's family ordered the coachman to keep going. After passing by Chu Lan and Lu Yuhong, Wei Qingwan carefully lifted the bamboo curtain of the carriage window and glanced at the two behind. Yun's family then asked Wei Ruo, "What was that sauce you mentioned earlier?" Wei Ruo responded calmly, "It's a sauce I made with minced meat and mushrooms when I was free. I gave 2 jars to Xiang. Maybe Xiang gave one to her brother, and now Xiaoying's brother is also in the capital. They probably shared it and tasted it together." Since the sauce was originally a gift for Xiang, it was reasonable, so she didn't worry about being questioned by Yun's family. "I see." Yun's family nodded, then said, "If it's just some sauce, next time that young man asks you again, just tell your servants to give him some. It's better to give openly than hide it. As long as it's not private items exchanged secretly, some food is fine." Wei Ruo didn't reply, but Wei Qingwan curiously asked, "Sister, do you still make sauces?" Wei Ruo leaned against the carriage wall and answered lazily, "Many rural women make their own food. I learned a few things from them. Next time, sister, can you also teach me how to make it? I want to learn too." Wei Qingwan expressed her desire to learn. "Little sister, what you should learn is how to be a proper young lady and future hostess. Skills like making sauce can come later. But if you're truly curious about this skill, you can ask the cook at home. She surely knows how to do it, Wei Ruo replied. Thinking about asking Yingzhu to teach her how to make mushroom sauce, so she couldn't refuse. What was she thinking? The cook at the estate is probably not as skilled as you, sister. The young master just now is from Beijing and has tasted many delicacies. Since he praised you so highly, your sauce must be extraordinary, Wei Qingwan said. Wei Ruo responded calmly, sorry, little sister. I've been busy lately and don't have the time to teach you. Actually, the method to make sauce is quite similar everywhere. Whom you learn from doesn't matter. That young master was impressed because he's used to fine food, and trying this rustic sauce was new for him. After Wei family's carriage left, Lu Yuhong still thought about his mushroom sauce. He turned to Chu Lan and said, Brother Chu, haven't you been in frequent contact with Miss Wei lately? Could you ask her for a jar next time?
What are you talking about?
People might think I have some secret affair with the Wei family young lady, Chu Lan said with a teasing tone.
No.
I mean, you sent Qin Mama to help with the reclamation of the southern city wasteland for the Wei family. Since you're in close contact, it shouldn't be a problem if you ask for a jar of mushroom sauce, right? Brother Yu, when will you stop being so greedy? Chu Lan asked with a smile. Probably never. My two biggest hobbies are fighting and eating. I can't live without either, Lu Yuhong replied. Chu Lan couldn't help but smile. He actually liked Lu Yuhong's straightforward personality. Besides his status, it was his character that made him close to Lu Yuhong. Simple and easy to understand. Brother Chu, you also tried it last time. Don't you think that mushroom sauce is very special and delicious? Anyway, I have never tasted such mushroom sauce in the capital, Lu Yuhong asked curiously. It is indeed special and delicious, but not as much as Brother Yu's, Chu Lan replied. He also liked good food, but he wouldn't crave it as much as Lu Yuhong did. If there was some to eat, he would eat. If not, it didn't matter. He didn't care deeply or pay much attention, nor would he go out of his way to ask someone for a special sauce. Anyway, I like it very much. Next time, ask your maid to get a jar for me. I won't take her things for nothing. I can exchange other items with her, Lu Yuhong said.
Got it.
Next time, I'll ask Qin's maid to help you ask, Chu Lan promised. Great, I'll be looking forward to it, Lu Yuhong said happily, with a sincere and straightforward smile on his face. In the complicated circle of the capital, people like Lu Yuhong, who are simple, honest, and straightforward, are really rare. Chu Lan, being part of the royal family and used to the scheming, naturally liked making friends with people like Lu Yuhong. After walking for a while, Wei's carriage arrived at a separate courtyard. The courtyard belonged to the Xie family. Lady Xie had suggested to Yuan that they borrow the courtyard for a few days for Wei's mother and daughter to stay. Lady Xie's gesture solved a big problem for Yuan. Originally, it was not suitable for a woman and her two daughters to stay in an inn, and Wei's family didn't own a house in the city. They were worried about where to settle, so Lady Xie's help was very timely. Lady Xie owned several shops in the city and had bought a few houses there, making it convenient for her children and herself to stay when they came to the city. The Wei family was only going to stay in one of these houses. Yuan was very grateful. The Wei and Xie families didn't have much contact, so Lady Xie's willingness to lend them the courtyard at this moment truly moved her. The steward maid from the Xie family came out to greet everyone. She first politely greeted Yuan, then looked at Wei Ruo and said with a smile, Miss Wei, our young lady asked the old servant to prepare the best food and drinks from the famous Zui Xianju restaurant in the city, and also brought their osmanthus wine. The young lady wants you to enjoy yourself.
Thank you, madam.
You've worked hard, Wei Ruo said. It's nothing. Miss Wei is a friend of our young lady and a distinguished guest of our house. It's our duty to take care of guests, the steward maid said with a full smile. Led by the steward maid, Wei Ruo, Yuan, and Wei Qingwan, who had been traveling all day, entered the dining hall of the courtyard. Indeed, the dining hall was already filled with a table of delicious dishes. According to the housekeeper, these were just packed from the drunken immortal residence and were fresh and hot. Actually, today's meal was not arranged by Xiang, but by Xieju. To avoid any trouble, the housekeeper was told it was arranged by Xiang. Miss Yun looked at the table of dishes and once again felt grateful in her heart. The Xie family was very polite. Of course, Yun knew that the kindness from the Xie family came mainly from the friendship between the eldest daughter and the young lady of the Xie family. Wei Qingwan felt uneasy. It seemed that all the favors they received now were given by Wei Ruo and were gained through her. This feeling made her feel oppressed. Wei Ruo didn't think much about it. Since the meal was prepared by Xiang, she wanted to eat it while it was hot. She also wanted to see what kind of skill the chef at the best restaurant in the city had. After tasting the dishes, she was slightly disappointed. Honestly, the chef was very skilled, and many dishes were well made. But some dishes were a bit lacking not because of cooking skills but because of the seasonings and spices. Some of the braised main dishes lacked excellent seasonings and spices, making the flavor somewhat bland. This discovery gave Wei Ruo an idea. She smiled slightly and thought that if she had enough time and opportunity, she would visit the drunken immortal residence. Wei Ruo found the taste average, but Yun and Wei Qingwan thought the dishes from the drunken immortal residence were very delicious. They believed the chef's skills were much better than those of the cooks in their official residence. Yun even said that the chef's skills at the drunken immortal residence were comparable to those of the top restaurants in the capital. Wei Qingwan agreed enthusiastically and told Wei Ruo that when she went to the capital, she would take her to try the city's best restaurants. Wei Ruo just smiled. Based on their words, she thought that even those restaurants in the capital couldn't compare to her family's Mei's cooking. She didn't have high expectations. After dinner, Wei Ruo went to rest in the room she prepared. She needed sleep to recover her energy. Although Wei Qingwan usually appeared more delicate than Wei Ruo, after a day of riding in a carriage, she didn't rest immediately. Instead, she asked her maid to find out about Zhengyong's whereabouts. Cui he quickly returned and said, "Miss, Zhengyong is not at that courtyard. To make things easier for us, Madame Xie arranged separate courtyards for us and Zhengyong." Hearing this, Wei Qingwan felt a bit disappointed. Then she asked Cui he to help her bathe and go to sleep. The next day, Lady Yun took Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan out. Since the garden party was still a few days away, Lady Yun decided to take her two daughters for a walk around the city, which was a rare opportunity on a normal day. Wei Ruo wasn't interested in the activities of the group of ladies and young misses, but she was very eager to stroll through the streets of the city. After a simple dress-up, she happily followed Lady Yun out. However, Lady Yun asked Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan to stay mostly in the carriage. If they wanted to get out and visit shops, they had to wear their veils properly and not remove them easily. The maids had to follow closely behind. Wei Ruo naturally couldn't stay still. When she reached lively places, she got out of the carriage and wandered among the shops and vendors. After a short while, she met Xiang. Ruo. Xiang, who had sharp eyes, spotted Wei Ruo first and ran over happily. Unlike Wei Ruo, who wore a veil, Xiang was confident and didn't hide herself. Ruo, why are you dressed like that? It's so inconvenient. If I didn't recognize the fabric I personally chose, I wouldn't know it was you, Xiang said. Wei Ruo was wearing clothes made recently, using the Yun brocade that Xiang had sent her. She smiled and thought that the Xie family really spoiled Xiang, letting her do as she pleased. By the way, why are you in the city? I didn't hear you mention you were coming, Wei Ruo asked. I'm here because of an invitation from the wife of the prefect. Although my grandfather has been promoted to a fourth-rank official, my father is still a minor official. Because my mother comes from a merchant family, some of those old-fashioned people look down on us. My mother also doesn't bother to associate with them, so she prefers not to come, Xiang explained. So, why did you come? Wei Ruo asked out of curiosity. I'm here to have fun. My brother is here too. Since you haven't been around these days, I told my mother we could let my teacher take a few days off. She agreed, Xiang said proudly. I see, Wei Ruo replied. My brother booked a boat on East Lake. Come with me to have some fun, Xiang said. Wei Ruo looked back at the carriage behind her. Lady Yun was still inside. Seeing Wei Ruo's hesitation, Xiang said, Don't worry. I'll ask my maid to talk. I won't mention my brother, just the two of us. I have a lot of servants following me, so your mother won't refuse. After saying that, Xia handed the matter over to her maid. Then, Grandma walked to Wei's carriage and talked with Yuan from the carriage. Soon, Grandma returned and told Wei Ruo and Xia that Madame Wei had agreed. Let's go, Xia said, holding Wei Ruo's hand. The two sat in Xia family's carriage heading east toward East Lake. As soon as they got in the carriage, Xia took off the veil she thought was unnecessary that Wei Ruo was wearing. On the way to East Lake, Wei Ruo asked Xia, "Is your brother in the city because of that noble person?" "Yes, I think so." "He didn't say much, but I guess it's probably because of the seventh prince," Xia replied. Then she said to Wei Ruo, "Actually, your Wei family also knows he's the seventh prince, right? You have people in the capital, so it's unlikely you don't know." Wei Ruo nodded and then asked, "But I don't understand why he has stayed so long in Taizhou. If it's because of the bandits, they've already won a battle. It's fine for him to return to the capital and explain. As for the land in the south of the city, he can leave a subordinate there. It's such a small matter, no need for him to handle it personally." Xia then said, "I heard a rumor about this." "A rumor?" Wei Ruo asked. "Don't tell anyone outside," Xia whispered. "Okay. I heard that the seventh prince might be looking for the son born to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's son was supposed to have died at birth, wasn't he?" Wei Ruo asked. "I don't know the details. I heard that he might not have died after all. His maternal family, the Duke of Su's old followers, secretly sent him to the south of the river. But there are also reports that they caught some of Duke Su's old followers who had close ties to the south, and it's suspected that the prince didn't die." Xia shared some gossip she heard. "Whether it's true or not is uncertain. That must be a misunderstanding," Wei Ruo muttered. In the original story, the prematurely dead ninth prince never appeared, and even after the main character Chu Lan ascended the throne, he didn't show up. So he probably doesn't exist anymore. I think it's more likely a misunderstanding. If he's really alive, it would cause chaos, Xia murmured, not saying much more. Some things are just curious thoughts. It's better to stop there. Asking too much might bring trouble to herself and her family. Soon, the carriage arrived at the edge of East Lake. Xia and Wei Ruo got out with the help of maids. On the shore, Xia was waiting for his sister's arrival. They thought only their mischievous sister would come, but unexpectedly, Wei Ruo was also with her. At the moment Wei Ruo appeared, Xiaju's smile widened. He looked intently at Wei Ruo, who was dressed in a light blue satin dress and had a simple yet lively hairstyle. Wei Ruo approached Xiaju and slightly bowed. "Greetings, young Master Xia." "There's no need for such formality," Xiaju said, holding a fan in his right hand, unsure where to put it. Shumi, who was following Wei Ruo, almost wanted to laugh. She thought to herself, perhaps young Master Xia was nervous because he was beaten last time, so he was tense when he saw her and Miss Wei. "Don't dawdle. Let's get on the boat," said Xia impatiently, pulling Wei Ruo onto the boat before her brother could react. Xiaju quickly followed and ordered the boat to set sail. The boat gradually moved away from the shore, heading toward the center of East Lake. Wei Ruo and Xia sat in the tea room inside the boat, watching the scenery on the lake through the lifted gauze curtains. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, and the water rippled softly. Looking at the teapot in front of her, Wei Ruo took 2 paper packets from her silk pouch, one for herself and one for Xia. She opened her packet, poured the contents into a teacup, and added hot water from the boat to brew the tea. "What's this?" Xia asked curiously. "Herbal flowertea, Wei Ruo replied. It's made with dried honeysuckle, jasmine, and some medicinal herbs for energy and blood replenishment. It's sweet but not bitter.
Try it."
Hearing this, Xia quickly brewed her own tea. Before she could taste it, Xiaju entered, smiling and teasing. "Wei family's young lady, I'd like a cup of this herbal flower tea too." Xia rolled her eyes at him. "Brother, why do you like everything Ruo has? Wei family's young ladies' things are good. You can't buy them elsewhere." "If I don't seize the chance now, I won't get another," Xiaju said honestly. That makes sense, Xia Ying agreed. Wei Ruo smiled and then took out all the remaining tea bags from her silk pouch, handing them to Xie. If young Master Xie likes it, I'll give you all of them. Xieju's smile was bright as he looked at the tea bags Wei Ruo placed on the table. Although he hadn't tasted them yet, he already thought they must be very sweet and delicious. After the tea cooled slightly, Xiang tasted it and praised, "Ruo, you really are a treasure chest of good things." Xieju sipped his tea, while smiling. The three sat in the tea room, drinking tea and eating snacks. At this moment, another boat approached them. Xieju cautiously ordered his servants to lower the gauze curtain and stepped to the front of the boat. The people on the nearby boat were his two old friends, Chu Lan and Lu Yuhong. "Brother Chu, Brother Lu," Xieju greeted with a bow. "Xie brother, you're really not kind. You sneak out to play alone and didn't invite us. If Chu and I hadn't also come to the boat, we wouldn't have known you went alone to East Lake," Lu Yuhong said, crossing his arms with a look of displeasure. "That lingering resentment from the mushroom sauce hasn't gone away yet. Sorry, Brother Lu. Today I came out to play with my younger sister, so I didn't notify you too," Xieju quickly explained. "From what I see, Xie brother isn't just out with his sister, but hiding a young lady in his house," Chu Lan said sharply. Just now, when the curtain on Xieju's boat was lowered, he saw two women. Xieju has only one sister. If one of the women is his sister, then the other must be a young lady from another family. Hearing this, Xieju's face stiffened with some embarrassment and begged, "Brother Chu, please forgive me. This matter must stay secret. Don't ruin the young lady's reputation." Lu Yuhong suddenly got excited. "Xie brother, if you want to keep it quiet, you have to give me something good." Xieju hurriedly said, "I'll host a banquet at Drunken Immortal Residence another day to invite Brother Lu." Lu Yuhong interrupted him. "Drunken Immortal Residence is nothing special. It's just there. You can go whenever you want to eat. I have enough money." Chu Lan said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, the person on Xie brother's boat should be Miss Wei from the Wei family. It's not hard to guess because Xieju's sister doesn't have many close friends, and yesterday they saw the Wei family's carriage coming to the city. So, the person traveling with Xieju and his sister is almost certainly Miss Wei." Xieju paused and, in a pleading tone, said, "Brother Chu, please stop guessing. Don't ruin her reputation." Lu Yuhong then said, "Is she the Wei family young lady who can farm and make mushroom sauce?" Xieju didn't admit it but also didn't dare deny it to Chu Lan. Seeing his hesitation, they knew the answer was yes. Lu Yuhong said, "Xieju, you're underestimating us. We're not gossips.
No one will talk about this.
Besides, there are many servants around. In broad daylight, under the clear sky. What are you afraid of? You have nothing to hide." Chu Lan also said, "There's no need to be so cautious. I know Miss Wei too. I admire her very much. Everyone here today is my person, so no one dares to spread rumors. You can rest assured, both Miss Wei and Miss Xie inside the boat can also be at ease." Wei Ruo, inside the cabin, had already heard the conversation outside. She was reluctant to go out and meet Chu Lan, but since she had been recognized, she couldn't hide anymore. She secretly thought, "What's wrong with Chu Lan? Isn't he supposed to be very busy? Why does he keep appearing right in front of her every day? With such a careless attitude, can he really become the crown prince?" Xie Ying was the first to come out of the cabin. Knowing the other person was the seventh prince, she didn't dare to be rude and respectfully said, "Greetings, young Master Chu and young Master Lu." Wei Ruo saw this and had no choice but to follow out of the cabin and also greeted them. Throughout, Wei Ruo kept her head lowered and didn't look directly at Chu Lan. "Miss Wei doesn't seem very happy to see me." Chu Lan noticed something keenly. Young Master Chu cares for the people. He has done many good deeds for the folks in Shan County. I truly admire and thank young Master Chu, and I have no unwillingness to meet him, Wei Ruo quickly denied. In her mind, "I just don't want to see you. In your past life, you were the one who ordered to kill me. Do you still expect me to be grateful to you?" Then, the scene fell silent, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Seeing this, Xiang tried to change the subject to ease the tension. She said to Xie, "Brother, I want to go fishing. I heard there are many delicious fish in East Lake. I want to see if I can catch some." Hearing there was good food, Lu Yuhong got excited. "Really? I want to try too. Maybe I can catch some shadfish." "Brother Lu, shadfish aren't found in every lake. They mostly live in big rivers and streams. East Lake probably doesn't have any," Xie explained. "Then what kind of fish are in this lake?" Lu Yuhong asked. "Common fish like carp, bighead carp, crucian carp, and grass carp are definitely there. Blackfish and perch should also be present. I wonder if we can catch some good quality mandarin fish, and yellow perch might be nice too," Xie replied. "All right, I'll aim for the mandarin fish you mentioned." Lu Yuhong immediately turned and ordered his staff to prepare fishing rods and other fishing gear. Listening to Xie talk about the types of fish in the lake, Wei Ruo, who hadn't eaten grilled fish in a long time, suddenly felt very hungry. She had brought some bottles of seasoning before leaving today. Originally, she planned to find people from drunken immortal residents to sell her seasonings if there was a chance, hoping to get a good price. "Then you guys go fishing. I'll be in charge of grilling the fish for you," Wei Ruo said. "Then I'll fish too. Oh, wait for me. I'll catch a fat one and grill it for you," Xie said confidently. "The grilled fish looks delicious. I also want to try Miss Wei's grilled fish. I wonder if I will have the chance?" Lu Yuhong's craving is already growing strong. Someone who can make tasty mushroom sauce should also be able to make good grilled fish, right? Seeing this, Xie could only look at Chu Lan. The decision still depends on the seventh prince. If he disagrees, no matter how eager others are, it won't matter. "I want to try too," Chu Lan said with interest. Since the seventh prince has already expressed his opinion, there's nothing more to say. Xie immediately ordered his people to make arrangements and then asked Wei Ruo, "If Miss Wei needs anything, tell me. I'll have them buy it all." "Okay," Wei Ruo replied and went back to her cabin to write a list. The stove and charcoal needed for the fish are already on the boat, so no extra purchase is necessary. However, some side dishes and a pot are needed. Soon, subordinates brought fishing gear over. When the two ships got closer, Xie went to Chu Lan, Lu Yuhong's, and Wei Ruo's ships. Having one man's ship and one woman's ship separated a little, even if others saw, it wouldn't cause much gossip. Chu Lan, Lu Yuhong, and Xie were on the opposite ship, while Wei Ruo was on this side. The four of them each took a position, prepared their fishing rods, picked their bait, and started fishing. Wei Ruo's supplies arrived a bit later, but that was okay since the four people fishing hadn't caught much yet. After a while, Chu Lan's fishing rod moved first. After some tugging, she pulled up a black fish, about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram. It wasn't as fresh as a perch, but it was still good meat, perfect for making grilled fish. Chu Lan asked her assistant to take the fish to Wei Ruo's ship. Once she had the fish, to prevent the fishy smell from ruining everyone's mood, Xiaomei took the fish to the back of the ship and quickly prepared it. She scaled the fish, cut it open, removed the gills, and cleaned it efficiently. In no time, a lively fish had become clean and white. Then she made slashes on the belly and sprinkled coarse salt to marinate it. While Xiaomei was preparing the fish, the servants from the Xie family also brought the purchased ingredients in a small boat to Wei Ruo. Garlic, green onions, lettuce, bean sprouts, and bean curd skins. These are the ingredients available now. There was also a small iron pot. To speed up the process, Wei Ruo and Xiaomei worked together. Xiaomei handled the ingredients, and Wei Ruo took charge of cooking. Wei Ruo rarely cooks by herself anymore. Usually, she asks Xiaomei to do it when she has enough time. Wei Ruo moved the 2 water heating stoves and racks to the front of the boat, lit the fire, and placed an iron rack on top. While Wei Ruo and Xiaomei prepared everything, Xie also had a good catch, a grass carp weighing over 4 jin. Seeing both brothers had caught fish, Lu Yuhong felt a bit anxious. Although the others didn't plan to compete, Lu Yuhong had a desire to win. Similarly, Xie was also anxious. She confidently said she would catch a big fish for Wei Ruo to grill, but so far, nothing had happened. She was quite annoyed. Xie instinctively looked at Lu Yuhong across from her, thinking she couldn't be the last to catch a fish and had to be faster than young Master Lu. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Before Xia Ying's fishing rod moved, Lu Yuhong had already caught something. He eagerly pulled up his rod, only to find a tiny carp. Although carp taste good, they have many bones and are small, so they're not suitable for grilling. Lu Yuhong felt a bit disappointed. Meanwhile, on the other boat, Xia Ying excitedly exclaimed, "Ruo Ruo, I have a fish on the line. Help me pull it up. It's so strong." Wei Ruo hurried over to help Xia Ying hold the fishing rod, preventing the fish from pulling it away. "What should I do, Ruo Ruo? I can't pull it up." Xia Ying was a little anxious. "Don't worry. Let's loosen and tighten the line now and then let it tire itself out, and then pull it up when it's weaker," Wei Ruo said calmly. "Okay, I trust you." Wei Ruo and Xia Ying worked together, not rushing to pull the fish out. Instead, they used Wei Ruo's method of loosening and tightening the line back and forth. The three people on the opposite boat initially wanted to send someone over to help, but they saw the two girls were calm and organized, not panicking. Xieju's heart eased. If the fish escaped, given his sister's personality, she would be upset for more than half a month. Lu Yuhong's mind was still on it. He was very curious about what kind of fish the Miss Xia had caught. Chulan watched the two pull the line with interest. Wei Ruo's calmness and her words earlier made him admire her even more. After about half an hour, the fish grew weaker. Wei Ruo said to Xia Ying, "Now we can pull it up with force." Xia Ying nodded, "Okay." Together, they pulled the fishing rod and finally brought the fish out of the water. As the fish broke the surface, Xia Ying exclaimed excitedly, "Ruo, look at this. It's so big." Xia Ying's voice was full of excitement. "This is a big fish called a bighead carp, also known as a flower carp or fathead fish. It has a large head and tender meat," Wei said after inspecting it. Bighead carp tend to grow very large. The one Xia Ying caught probably weighs about 7 or 8 jin, around 3.5 to 4 kilograms, but it's not the biggest this lake can produce. There are definitely larger ones in East Lake. "Ruo, if you use my method to grill it, it will smell so good," Xia Ying said happily. "This fish is too big. Grilling the whole thing might be hard to cook evenly. I'll cut off the head to make fish head soup later, use the belly for grilling, and save the tail for a nice pan fry," Wei explained. Okay, I'll listen to you. "Do whatever you say," Xia Ying nodded repeatedly. She trusted Ruo to handle the cooking. She continued fishing. Across the boat, Lu Yuhong looked at Xia Ying's bighead carp and then at the small crucian carp he caught, feeling a bit down. No, he couldn't lose to a girl. Lu Yuhong asked his assistant for another fishing rod. He planned to set up a few rods and cast in different directions to catch more fish. After Wei Ruo helped Xia Ying catch a fish, she started grilling it. The charcoal fire was just right. The first fish caught, a black fish, was almost marinated and ready. Wei brushed some vegetable oil on the fish and put it on the fire to grill. While the fish was cooking, Wei used another stove and pot to prepare spices, soy sauce, salt, 5-spice powder, a mix of ground almond, cloves, cardamom, cinnamon, and star anise, cooking wine, scallions, and soon, a delicious aroma spread out over the lake. Lu Yuhong, a true food lover, sniffed the smell, and his eyes lit up. He stood up and looked toward Wei. After the spices were fragrant, Wei set them aside and waited for the fish to finish grilling. When both sides of the black fish turned golden, she transferred it to a pot. The bottom of the pot was lined with chopped vegetables. She placed the fish on top of the vegetables, added boiling water, and started boiling. Then she took a jar from her backpack, poured out some dark beans, and spread them over the fish. When the water boiled, a tempting smell wafted out. All the spices' aroma was released, soaking into the fish. The smell made Lu Yuhong, who had just vowed to catch a big fish to save face, lose his mood for fishing. He kept glancing at Wei, worried he might miss something. Xia Ying also felt a bit hungry. She really wanted to taste Wei's grilled fish. Wei Ruo saw that the cooking was almost done, so she asked someone to bring a soup bowl. She divided half of the fish and side dishes into a large bowl, then instructed the servants of the Xie family to send the remaining fish and the pot to the opposite boat. The servants took the iron pot from Wei Ruo's hands and rowed a small boat to Chu Lan's boat. Lu Yuhong stood on the boat and warned the servants of the Xie family, "Be careful not to spill anything." The servants, who were initially not nervous, became a bit shaky when Lu Yuhong gave this warning. When the small boat arrived, Lu Yuhong personally took the iron pot. Zhengyong came over and joked with a smile. "Brother Lu, are you planning to keep all the fish for yourself?" "I'm not that stingy," Lu Yuhong replied. "Come, let's go inside to eat. After we finish, we can go fishing again." He carried the iron pot into the cabin and placed it on the table. Then Chu Lan also came in. The servants on the boat prepared bowls and chopsticks for the three of them, and they started tasting the food. From the very first bite, Lu Yuhong showed a look of surprise. "This fish is so delicious. The meat is tender and fragrant." He then ate eagerly without much concern for his image. He praised, "The side dishes underneath are also very flavorful. What are those black beans? They're salty and tasty." Compared to him, Chu Lan and Zhengyong's reactions were much calmer. It wasn't that the food wasn't good, but their good manners prevented them from losing their composure over delicious food. Especially Chu Lan, no matter how tasty the food was, he wouldn't act like Lu Yuhong. Food wasn't as important to him as it was to Lu Yuhong. But he also couldn't deny that Wei Ruo's fish was indeed very fresh and special. The method of grilling, boiling, and adding many side dishes was quite innovative. The fish was split in half, over 2 jin in weight. Even half of it wasn't much, and with the side dishes, it was a small, shallow pot. Before long, the three of them finished eating. Lu Yuhong, still wanting more, looked at the pot bottom where the soup had been completely drunk and felt unsatisfied. He then urged Chu Lan and Zhengyong to go back and continue fishing. "Finish eating and don't rest yet. Go back quickly and catch a few more fish." Zhengyong said helplessly, "Brother Lu, at least let Miss Wei, who's responsible for grilling the fish, rest for a while." "I also need to catch a few more to keep," Lu Yuhong replied. "What if Miss Wei wants to grill more? I can't just leave her without fish to cook." He then pulled Chu Lan and Zhengyong toward the bow of the boat. Zhengyong glanced at Chu Lan and saw that he had no special expression, so he relaxed and followed. Among all the peers he knows, it seems only Lu Yuhong dares to be so bold with the 7th prince, and the 7th prince is very tolerant of Lu Yuhong. Part of this is because of Lu Yuhong's status, and part is because they grew up together. When the three of them returned to the bow of the boat to continue fishing, Wei Ruo, Xie, and Xiaomei had finished half of their fish. Xie asked Wei Ruo, "Ruo, what is this black bean? It tastes salty and pretty good." Wei Ruo explained, "This is fermented soybeans, made from yellow soybeans to add flavor." Xie marveled, "That's amazing. Last time you said soy sauce is also made from soybeans. How can one soybean be used to make so many different things?" Wei Ruo replied, "Soybeans are very useful. If I get the chance, I can make you soybean milk and tofu pudding. They're delicious." Xie was excited. "Yes. I've had soybean milk and tofu pudding before, but I really look forward to yours." Then Xie sighed. "Ruo, if I were a boy, I would go to your house to propose marriage and marry you." Wei Ruo said, "If you were a boy, I wouldn't pay attention to you." Xie asked, "Why?" Wei Ruo explained, "Husband and wife should be better friends. There are few sincere men in this world, and most are unfaithful and selfish like Chinshimi." Xie said, "That's hard to say. I think my parents are very good. My mother doesn't mind that my father has a small official position, and my father doesn't mind my mother's merchant background. They respect each other." Wei Ruo responded, "Your parents are rare. Look at Taizhou Prefecture now, how many families don't take concubines?" Xie agreed, "That's true. I only know that the magistrate doesn't have a concubine. I guess he doesn't dare to, since the magistrate's wife is from the Princess Huai's family. If he dared to do that, the Huai family wouldn't let him go." Wei Ruo said, "So, you should stay, my good sister. I won't forget to share my good food with you. My future husband might not be so lucky." Xie happily agreed, "Okay. We'll be good sisters." After chatting quietly for a while, Xiang went back to fish. Seeing Lu Yuhong cheating with 2 fishing rods, Xiang was not willing to be outdone and asked for an extra rod. Then, whenever one of them caught a fish, the other would stare wide-eyed, afraid the other's fish was bigger. Lu Yuhong shouted, "I can't lose to a girl." Xiang was unconvinced. What's wrong with being a girl? Girls aren't necessarily weaker than boys. Lu Yuhong replied, "I didn't say you're weak, but I shouldn't be weaker than you. Thank you for sharing the text." Here's the improved, family-friendly English version. Xiang, there's no such thing as right or wrong. We speak with facts. Right now, I've caught more fish than you. Lu Yuhong, it's too early to draw conclusions. Xiang, I will catch even more next time. I'm sure I'm better than you. Lu Yuhong, let's have a competition then. They both glared at each other for a while. It seemed like Xiang and Lu Yuhong were really competing and didn't want to admit defeat. Yingzhu felt a headache coming on. His sister had never liked losing and couldn't stand anyone saying she wasn't good enough. As for Lu Yuhong, he was straightforward and very competitive. When he got competitive, he didn't hold back. They thought being on separate boats would prevent any trouble, but even from far away, they started arguing. Fortunately, they only exchanged tough words instead of really fighting. While Xiang and Lu Yuhong were busy competing, Wei Ruo grilled a second fish, using the belly part of the big head fish that Xiang caught. She cooked it the same way until both sides were golden brown, then added fragrant spices and vegetables to simmer together. Finally, Wei Ruo added black beans on top of the fish. Wei Ruo prepared 2 grilled fish this time, one for herself, Xiang, and Xiaomei to share, and the other she sent to the 3 people across from her. After eating these, everyone was about 70 to 80% full. The remaining fresh fish was stored in a wooden tub. Lu Yuhong originally wanted to give it to Wei Ruo, but she politely declined since she was outside and couldn't carry it. In the end, all the fish was handed over to Yingzhu. As for the results of Xiang and Lu Yuhong's fishing contest, there was no clear winner. They caught different kinds of fish, of different sizes and quantities. Finally, Yuan acted as the peacemaker. Both have their strengths. There's no winner or loser. Since Yuan spoke up, Xiang and Lu Yuhong couldn't argue anymore. Later, Wei Ruo, Xiang, and the others parted ways. They first returned to the shore on Yuan's boat. On the boat, Yuan asked Lu Yuhong, "Brother Ye, are you satisfied this time? Let me know if you'd like me to continue or make further adjustments." Next, Lu Yuhong sighed and said it would be easy if I could exchange money for fish, but this is really difficult. I want to give money, but she is a young lady from a noble family. Giving her silver would make her look down on her, and giving other things isn't appropriate either. She's a girl, and I'm just a rough man. Giving gifts might offend her or harm her reputation if others hear about it. Didn't expect you to be so thoughtful at this moment, Yuan said. Don't tease me, Your Highness. I'm a bit rough, but I still understand the basic manners, Lu Yuhong replied. He then sighed again, saying, "When will I be able to enjoy Miss Wei's cooking again? Maybe I should find a way to send her a big gift. She might be willing to cook for me again if she sees the gift as a token of appreciation. But how can I send a gift to an unmarried young lady properly and honestly?" Lu Yuhong kept talking to himself. Yuan and Yingzhu looked at him helplessly and shook their heads. Then no one paid him any attention. Once a foodie's mind is occupied by delicious food, it's hard to think about anything else for a while. Let him worry himself. When the time comes, he'll naturally feel better. When Wei Ruo and Xiaomei returned to the temporary residence at the Xie family's courtyard, Yunshi and Wei Qingwan had already come back. Seeing Wei Ruo, Yunshi asked, "Ruo, where did you go with Miss Xie today?" "We went boating at East Lake," Wei Ruo replied, deciding not to tell Yunshi about meeting Yuan, Lu Yuhong, and Yingzhu.
Good.
This time, you used the Xie family's courtyard. Next time you visit the Xie family, bring some gifts to show your sincerity, Yunshi said.
Got it.
Wei Ruo turned to leave, and Wei Qingwan followed her. Outside, Wei Qingwan asked Sister, "When you went out with Miss Xie today, did she mention anything about her brother?" Wei Ruo paused and looked at Wei Qingwan with interest. Why are you asking about Mr. Xie? Sister, don't misunderstand. I'm not asking about Mr. Xie. I just heard that recently he's been staying in Taizhou because of Lord Chu. Wei Ruo looked surprised and said, So, you want to find out about Lord Chu? Don't misunderstand, sister. Lord Chu has a special status. If our Wei family gains his favor, it will be very good for our father and the family. I'm asking not for myself, but for the Wei family. So, your idea to gain young Master Chu's favor is to offer yourself? Wei Ruo asked. Sister's words are too dismissive of me. Wei Qingwan immediately denied. Are you sure you don't know the truth in your heart? Otherwise, what can I do even if I ask about young Master Chu? Let father go flatter him? Wei Ruo replied with a smile. Wei Qingwan calmly said, That's not what I mean. I just hope that if sister has the chance, she can subtly find out young Master Chu's preferences for Mr. Xie, to understand him better and make things easier. If there's a chance, that's best. If not, then so be it. Then, work hard for the future of our family, Wei Ruo said cheerfully before turning to leave. If she had the ability, she would look into it herself. Anyway, she wouldn't say anything. Wei Qingwan watched Wei Ruo's figure walking away, feeling secretly angry. If she could get the relevant information smoothly, would she go ask Wei Qingruo? If she had no other choice, she wouldn't want to see Wei Qingruo's face. In the city residence over the past few days, Wei Ruo had not found a chance to go to drunken immortal residence, let alone talk about what she wanted. So, the matter was put on hold. 3 days later, on the morning of the garden fair, Lady Yuan took Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan out. Wei Qingwan dressed up specially, her hair styled in the popular Fashion style for young, unmarried girls. She wore a white jacket and skirt, with a light pink cross-colored jacket over it. She also decorated her hair with pearl hairpins gifted by Lady Yuan. Compared to her, Wei Ruo's outfit was simpler, with a slightly more eye-catching silk brocade dress, her hair casually styled, with only a few velvet flower accessories. Lady Yuan asked Wei Ruo, Why aren't you wearing the gold jewelry your grandmother gave you? I forgot to bring it, Wei Ruo replied casually. In fact, she did bring it, but she was too lazy to take it out or wear it. She liked gold, but not on her head. Moreover, the lady invited by the prefect's wife was from a noble family. Even if she wore jewelry, it wouldn't earn her much respect. Everyone knew the current situation of the Wei family. Nothing could be changed just by dressing up. She also had no interest in fighting for such face. Wei Ruo's answer disappointed Lady Yuan a bit, but since things were already like this, she had no other choice. On the way there, Madame Yuan repeatedly reminded Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan, the private estate we're visiting today was built by Prince Huai for his beloved daughter, Princess Jingmin, also known as Lady Yuan. The rules are much stricter than usual. When we arrive, stick close to me and don't get separated. Don't worry, mother. I won't run around, Wei Qingwan replied obediently. Good. Wei Ruo responded with a perfunctory nod, sounding somewhat indifferent. Ruo, be careful and behave properly later, Madame Yuan specifically warned Wei Ruo again. Since Wei Ruo had mostly lived in the countryside and had never been inside such a large residence, Madame Yuan was worried she might feel scared or overwhelmed. Yes, Wei Ruo agreed, still seeming a bit careless. Wei Qingwan then asked Madame Yuan, Mother, what will we do at the garden party today? Actually, the main purpose of this garden party is for Lady Yuan to help her husband, Lord Yuan, connect with the people beneath him. It's also a chance for Lady Yuan to arrange meetings between the ladies and young women from different families, even to see potential daughters-in-law. Besides enjoying tea, flowers, and walks, there will be some games like flower throwing and word guessing. Just don't make mistakes, Madame Yuan explained. Even she wasn't entirely confident about Wei Qingwan, let alone Wei Ruo, so she only hoped her daughters wouldn't cause any big trouble. Understood, mother. You can rest assured, Wei Qingwan promised. Madame Yuan continued, also, Lady Yuan just gave birth 6 months ago. I heard she's still somewhat weak. Be careful not to offend her. Did I hear she was in labor on her way back to Taizhou Prefecture? Wei Qingwan asked. From what I know, Lady Yuan accompanied Lord Yuan to Beijing for his official duties and also visited her father, Prince Huai. She was supposed to return home in time to give birth, but unexpected events caused delays of over a month, and the baby was born early. Luckily, she met a benefactor along the way, and both mother and child are safe, Madame Yun said. She added, but that's not the main point. We just need to remember that Lady Yuan is still weak and should avoid cold and shock. Be careful in your actions. Yes, I understand, Wei Qingwan said softly. Wei Qingwan was gentle and quiet normally, so Madame Yun felt at ease. However, Wei Ruo was more impulsive and careless, which made Madame Yun worry she might do something inappropriate. But now, there was nothing she could do. She could only wait and see what happened. After a cup of tea, the three of them arrived on time at Tianqing Garden. This is the guest house of the governor's family, also a garden built by Prince Huai's order for his daughter, Princess Jingmin. Therefore, its design is larger and more luxurious than the main residence. However, the Wei family, being from the loyal and righteous noble family, has seen such grandeur before and is not easily intimidated. Mrs. Yun specifically glanced at Wei Ruo, who was following behind. Seeing that she appeared calm and unafraid, she felt a little more at ease. Wei Qingwan also instinctively looked at Wei Ruo twice. Not seeing her show any fear, she felt somewhat disappointed. Today, Wei Ruo was dressed simply, but looked exceptionally striking. If she had been timid, no matter how much she dressed up, it wouldn't help. But she remained calm and confident, which made her stand out even more. As they entered the garden, their eyes were greeted by a variety of flowers and plants arranged in a natural, uneven pattern. There was a pond filled with lotus flowers, but in this season, the lotus leaves and flowers had already withered, leaving a few yellow seed pods swaying in the breeze. Though not colorful, it had a unique charm. A few mandarin ducks played happily on the water, and koi fish of gold, red, and black could be seen swimming beneath. The most attractive and lively at this time were the osmanthus and chrysanthemums. Especially the osmanthus, with golden, orange, and pale yellow blossoms, spreading fragrance everywhere. As soon as they entered the garden, the scent of osmanthus enveloped them. It was clear that the lady of the governor cherished osmanthus very much, planting so many in the garden and scheduling the garden party during the season every year. When Wei Ruo arrived, many people were already in the garden. They seemed familiar with each other, mostly residents of the city, chatting casually. The three newcomers, Yun, were ignored and stood awkwardly to the side. Yun and Wei Qingwan looked a bit uncomfortable, but Wei Ruo appeared unaffected, admiring the flowers nearby and paying no attention to the conversations around her. The flowers in the Qinyuan garden were diverse, many rare varieties. On her right side, there was a collection of precious camellias, but unfortunately, it wasn't the right season to enjoy them. If it were, that corner would be dazzling. A little further ahead was a patch of roses, which typically bloom in spring and summer and sometimes in autumn, but this year, due to the low temperature, they probably wouldn't bloom at all. The roses only had green leaves, with no buds. Wei Ruo walked along, observing as she went, until she reached the lotus pond. Looking at the pond, she thought that there must be many lotus roots growing beneath the surface. In a month or two, when they are ripe, they could be harvested, cooked with corn, and the aroma would be delightful. At this moment, a lady approached the Yun family and said, "Madam Wei." Yun smiled and nodded in response. "May I ask your name, madam?" Yun did not know who the lady was, but seeing her elegant speech and luxurious clothing, she knew she was of high status. "My family name is Su, and I am appointed as the governor of Linhai," the lady replied. "The governor's rank is 5th class. Madam Su then asked, "Is the girl in light blue by the lotus pond your daughter?" "Yes, she is my eldest daughter," Yun answered. "I have heard that Madam Wei's eldest daughter improved the barren land to benefit the people and bring blessings to the area," Madam Su said. Madam Yun modestly replied, "You flatter me. The rice fields are not yet harvested, so I cannot say if it will truly bring benefits." "Madam Yun, you are too humble. Miss Wei's talent is unmatched in Taizhou Prefecture. Today, I saw her look graceful and beautiful, with outstanding charm. Such a talented and beautiful girl is rare among the daughters of noble families I have seen in recent years. Hearing the praise, Yuan felt a surge of happiness. She did not expect that her daughter's deeds in the southern part of Shan County would be so well known in the city and earn such praise. Wei Qingwan stood behind Yuan, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. In front of Madame Su, she noticed that Madame Su hadn't even asked about her, only had eyes for Wei Ruo. It was as if there was only one daughter in the Wei family, Wei Ruo. The achievements in reclaiming land in the southern city were impressive, but why did her appearance not compare to Wei Ruo's? Wei Qingwan looked from afar at Wei Ruo standing by the pond. Although she was dressed casually and had few accessories, she looked remarkably outstanding and eye-catching. Wei Qingwan looked down at herself. She had prepared carefully for days, from her hair ornaments to her clothes, trying to look her best. But with all her efforts, she still looked less impressive than Wei Ruo's simple adornment. If she had worn clothes made from the same Yun brocade fabric as Wei Ruo, the effect would have been just as good. And this difference was intentional. Wei Ruo had deliberately made herself look better. If Wei Ruo had shared her Yun brocade with her that day, things would not have turned out like this. At that moment, Wei Qingwan's heart filled with resentment toward Wei Ruo. Then, an idea came to her mind. If Wei Ruo took one more step forward, her foot would step into the pond, and the mud would stain her dress. Just one step was enough. She didn't need Wei Ruo to fall into the water, only to dirty her dress a little, making her look less outstanding. Thinking this, Wei Qingwan slowly moved toward Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo was bending over, picking a withered lotus seed pod near the shore. Hearing footsteps behind her, Wei Ruo turned around. Wei Qingwan pretended her legs went weak, stumbling forward a few steps, then lightly bumped into Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo stepped forward, her right foot sinking into the shallow mud by the pond's edge. To steady herself, she quickly grabbed some shrub branches nearby, using their support to pull herself back onto the bank. However, she used a bit too much strength, causing her to stumble several steps away. When she stopped, a noble and elegant lady was very close, nearly bumping into her. Seeing this, Yun Shi's heart pounded loudly. She hurried forward, apologizing repeatedly. "Madame Yuan, I'm sorry. My daughter was reckless and bumped into you." Madame Yuan didn't reply, but stared blankly at Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo was also looking at Madame Yuan. She recognized her, the woman she had saved on that day outside the city, a woman giving birth. Wei Ruo quickly realized this and spoke first before the lady could. "Madam, this is our first meeting. I'm very sorry for disturbing you." Madame Yuan looked into Wei Ruo's clear eyes, hesitated for a moment, then understood. It's nothing. You didn't disturb me," she said with a gentle smile. Wei Ruo's eyes were bright and seemed to have something to say, so she clearly recognized her. She mentioned first meeting deliberately, probably to hide something. Though Wei Ruo didn't know what she was hiding, Madame Yuan cooperated fully. "What should I call you?" Madame Yuan asked kindly, holding Wei Ruo's hand. "My father is Wei Ming, a general in Shan County who fights against the pirates." "My name is Qing Ruo," Wei Ruo replied. "So you are the Miss Wei," Madame Yuan said softly, her expression gentle. "I find Miss Wei very kind, as if I've seen you long ago, which makes me happy." Yun Shi stepped forward again, apologizing once more on Wei Ruo's behalf. "Madame Yuan, my daughter was reckless and bumped into you. Please forgive her." Yun Shi then shot Wei Ruo a sharp look, signaling her to apologize quickly. Wei Ruo hadn't spoken yet, but Madame Yuan spoke first. "It's nothing. Such a small matter wouldn't offend me. I'm not made of porcelain after all. Besides, Miss Wei must have had a good reason. Did you encounter some danger just now?" Madame Yuan looked at Wei Ruo with a gentle, caring expression. Lady Yuan's attitude surprised everyone. People thought that even if Wei Ruo had bumped into Lady Yuan, she wouldn't blame her or show much kindness. Unexpectedly, Lady Yuan became friendly with Wei Qingruo. Not only did the onlookers find this surprising, but even Yingzhu and Wei Qingwan couldn't believe it. Before answering Lady Yuan's question, Wei Ruo looked at Wei Qingwan in the crowd. Wei Qingwan trembled and lowered her head in fear, not daring to look at Wei Ruo. Then Wei Ruo replied to Lady Yuan, "I was just watching the remaining lotus flowers by the lotus pond when suddenly I felt a force behind me bump into me. I fell toward the pond and stepped into the water. To avoid falling in completely, I grabbed some branches on the shore, but I was a bit too forceful in my panic." After Wei Ruo finished speaking, Lady Yuan's face changed slightly, and her gaze became sharper. She asked, "Who bumped into Miss Wei just now? Do you think it's acceptable to hurt my guest in my house?" Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Wei Qingwan trembled with nervousness. After a moment of silence, someone stepped forward and said, "I saw it just now. It was this young lady in the pink dress who bumped into Miss Wei." The speaker didn't know Wei Qingwan's name, but recognized her outfit. Hearing this, Lady Yuan and the others looked at Wei Qingwan. Yunshi looked at Wei Qingwan with shock, thinking, was Wanwan the one who pushed Ruo? Wei Qingwan was very frightened and quickly explained, "I didn't mean to bump into sister. I was going to find her, and when I got close, I accidentally tripped and lost my balance, which caused me to bump into her. I didn't do it on purpose." Wei Qingwan had prepared her explanation beforehand, but was very nervous when Lady Yuan started to question her. Lady Yuan looked serious and asked the young lady from Zhang's family, who pointed at Wei Qingwan, "Miss Zhang, is what Miss Wei said true?" Miss Zhang thought carefully and replied, "It should be. I saw her trip over something and fall toward Miss Wei." Wei Qingwan breathed a small sigh of relief. Hearing this, Yunshi quickly said, "It was just a misunderstanding. Wanwan, go and apologize to your sister and Lady Yuan." Wei Qingwan hurriedly said to Wei Ruo, "Sister, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you got hurt." Then she apologized to Lady Yuan. "Lady Yuan, it's my mistake. I disturbed you and disrupted your garden party." Lady Yuan's attitude toward Wei Qingwan was less kind now. She asked sternly, "Since it's your fault, why didn't you come forward immediately to explain? Or do you have to wait until someone comes forward to testify?" Wei Qingwan quickly explained, "Today is my first time attending such an event. When I accidentally bumped into the lady, I was so startled that I froze and couldn't think clearly. I apologize for not explaining myself sooner." Madame Yuan's face remained stern. "Miss Wei, as a young lady of the Wei family and the granddaughter of Lord Zhengyong, you panic at the slightest trouble. You caused your eldest sister to be frightened and blamed, yet you stayed silent. Isn't that too shameful?" Madame Yuan's words were harsh, which made Wei Qingwan realize her place in the eyes of the other ladies in the city. With Madame Yuan's judgment, who else in the city would look favorably on the second Miss Wei? Wei Qingwan's face turned pale, and she felt cold all over. Yun's face also lost its color. These words were spoken by Madame Yuan, who was very influential both in Taizhou and the capital. Her daughter is now 13. If this reputation spreads, how will she find a good match in the future? Yun wanted to defend Wei Qingwan, but seeing Madame Yuan's serious face, she was afraid her words might offend her, so she swallowed her words. After scolding Wei Qingwan, Madame Yuan looked down and saw Wei Ruo's dirty skirt. She said, "Miss Wei, your clothes are dirty. Come with me to the room, and I'll get you a new outfit." "Thank you, madam," Wei Ruo replied politely. Madame Yuan addressed everyone, "Sorry, ladies, I need to take Miss Wei to change her clothes. We'll be right back." Everyone watched as Madame Yuan and Wei Ruo left, feeling more puzzled. Why was Madame Yuan so kind to Miss Wei? She could have just sent her maid to help her change clothes. Why did she have to accompany her herself? Wei Ruo was led into the room by Madame Yuan. Once inside, Madame Yuan changed her way of speaking. "Benefactor, you are so hard to find." Wei Ruo felt a bit embarrassed. That day, I was in a hurry to go home. I had a young maid waiting for me. If I stayed any longer, she might have been worried sick. Madame Yuan said, "After that day, my husband sent people to look for you near that area, but we never heard anything. I didn't expect to meet you here today." Then Madame Yuan asked, "That day we met in Huzhou Prefecture. How come you are now the legitimate daughter of Lord Zhengyong's family?" Madame Yuan had heard about Wei family's situation, especially about the land reclamation in the southern city, which even the seventh prince was involved in. So she and her husband paid more attention. But she never expected that this Wei girl was actually the divine doctor who saved her and her child's lives that day. This is a long story. Basically, I was switched at birth and raised somewhere else. I only recently came back, Wei Ruo explained. No wonder the Wei family suddenly has an additional legitimate daughter living in the countryside. It was a mistake at birth. You must have suffered a lot in the countryside, said Mrs. Yuan. Mrs. Yuan had also heard about the extra daughter of the Wei family. She learned this after the great victory over the Japanese bandits in Shing Shan County, when someone mentioned Wei's family. I prefer they not know I can practice medicine, nor do I want them to know about us. That's why I spoke so abruptly when we first met, Wei Ruo said. It's nothing. If there's something you don't want to say, I will do my best to keep it secret, Mrs. Yuan replied. If there's anything else you want me to be aware of, just tell me. There's nothing else. Madam, just treat me as a stranger in front of others, Wei Ruo said. That's easy. While they talked, Madame Yuan's maid, Xiao Zhao, had already found a new outfit for Wei Ruo. Madame Yuan told Wei Ruo to change first. She wore a beautiful dress with flowers and butterflies, made of more luxurious fabric than Yun brocade, floating light brocade, and a light, floral silk top. The clothes fit perfectly, highlighting Wei Ruo's figure just right. When Wei Ruo finished changing, Madame Yuan looked very pleased. When I was giving birth, I was in so much pain I couldn't think of anything else. Later, I realized the person who saved me was a beautiful girl. Now, seeing you, you look like a blooming lotus flower, delicate and stunning. If I were a man, I would definitely be captivated. The girl was only 13, just at the age of lively beauty and innocence. Thank you for your compliment, madam, Wei Ruo said, feeling a little shy. Come on, let's go meet the guests. After today, you can stay a few more days in the city. We'll have a good chat then, Madame Yuan said, taking Wei Ruo's hand and leading her out. Back in the garden, everyone looked at Madame Yuan and Wei Ruo beside her. It's true, clothes make the person. Wei Ruo's new outfit made her stand out even more. Once among the crowd, Madame Yuan started chatting with other ladies, and Wei Ruo was free to look around and enjoy herself. Because of Madame Yuan's attitude earlier, some people who hadn't spoken to Wei Ruo before now approached her to talk. Wei Qingwan stood in the corner, watching Wei Ruo surrounded by many people, her face pale and without color. Later, a few young ladies played a flower-throwing game in the garden. This was supposed to be Wei Qingwan's chance to shine, but no one invited her to join, as if she didn't exist. Although Wei Ruo was invited, she did not participate, just eating pastries and nuts nearby. The garden party ended, and Yunshi took Wei Ruo and Wei Qingwan away. On the way back, Yunshi looked upset and said nothing. When they returned to the temporary residence at the Xie family's courtyard, Yunshi called the two inside. Wanwan, do you know you were wrong? Yunshi asked Wei Qingwan sternly. Wei Qingwan knelt down with a thud. Mother! Tears fell from her eyes. Wanwan, you have always been graceful and sensible. Why are you so reckless today? Not only did you bump into your sister, but you also stayed silent when Lady Yuan questioned you. Do you realize how much Lady Yuan's words could affect you? Lady Yuan is not an ordinary person. She is the daughter of the crown prince's favorite. Her words carry weight, whether in Taizhou or in the capital. Yunshi looked at her with pain. Wei Qingwan cried tears like rain, her eyes red and her face pale. Her body trembled, on the verge of fainting. She poured out all her feelings of neglect and coldness she experienced today in Tianqing Garden, crying her heart out. Seeing her daughter, who had been raised for 13 years, crying so painfully, Yunshi felt a sharp pain in her heart. Then Yunshi turned to Wei Ruo and asked sharply, And you, why did you go straight for Lady Yuan? Why not go elsewhere? Now you've received her praise, but your sister's life will be affected forever because of you. Wei Ruo sneered. Does mother think I should have fallen into the pond and gotten soaked, becoming a joke in all of Taizhou? Wei Ruo admitted that perhaps her strength at the time was not enough to push Wei Qingwan into the pond, but who could predict what would happen next? In an emergency, people tend to choose the safest option instinctively. This is human nature, a reaction faster than the brain. Yingzhu defended herself. I didn't tell you to fall. If you hadn't rushed in front of Lady Yuan at that moment, this wouldn't have happened. Your sister's life could very well have been ruined because of your actions today.
What?
If Wei Qingwan accidentally falls, it's just an unavoidable accident. But if I rush to Lady Yuan's side, it's something that could have been fixed. Mother can be biased, but don't be unreasonable, Wei Ruo retorted. What did you say? Yunzhu's face immediately darkened at Wei Ruo's accusation of bias and unfairness. Isn't that true? You even think Wei Qingwan not stepping forward to admit her mistake was understandable because she was scared. You don't think my reaction in a dangerous moment was justified. Where is your sense of fairness? Wei Ruo asked. Is this how you speak to your mother? Yunzhu angrily slammed the nearby desk, glaring at Wei Ruo with fury. Is this what a mother should ask her daughter? Wei Ruo retorted. Wei Ruo, you're in rebellion. Yunzhu was furious, shouting at the maid Zhang outside the door. Zhang Ma, take the young lady to her room and lock her in. Don't let her out without my orders, and don't let her eat anything. Zhang Ma entered and stood there, looking conflicted at Wei Ruo but not acting immediately. Wei Ruo remained calm and said, in a few days, the rice in the experimental field I first cultivated in the south of the city will be ready. At that time, I will need to oversee everything. If you dare to punish me today, I guarantee there will be trouble in the southern experimental field. How will the Wei family explain to Magistrate Shan? How will they explain to the seventh prince? Hearing this, Yunzhu was shocked, her face full of disbelief as she looked at Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo continued, also, Lady Yuan is staying in the city for a few more days. Tomorrow morning, she will send someone to pick me up. Guess what? I will tell Lady Yuan everything about our conversation today. How will she view the Wei family? And how will she see you, Lady Wei? Are you threatening me? Yunzhu couldn't believe it. Just a few days ago, she saw her obedient and sensible eldest daughter, and now she was hearing such words from her. If you could speak to me fairly and justly, I wouldn't need to threaten you. But if I don't threaten you today, what awaits me is being locked up tight, just like when I was kept out of the kitchen because of second brother's illness, Wei Ruo said coldly. Rebellion. You're rebelling. Yunzhu was furious beyond control. What are you opposing? You're opposing your own bias and unfairness. If you truly believe you haven't done anything wrong, why do I need to confront you like this? Wei Ruo said calmly. Yun's face was flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She stared at Wei Ruo but couldn't find words to scold her. Wei Ruo then walked calmly to Wei Qingwan, who was kneeling on the ground. Actually, I saw you at the time. You deliberately approached me, pretending to be unsteady and lose your balance to bump into me, right? Sister, what are you talking about? Wei Qingwan asked, looking aggrieved. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I didn't say it openly in Tianqin Garden because I didn't want to give people a reason to criticize me. You are quite clever. Before acting, you already thought about how to find an excuse for yourself. So you didn't push me directly but pretended to be tripped and bumped into me. That way, if something happened, you would have an excuse. Sister, you're accusing me wrongly. I didn't do this. Tripping wasn't my intention. It was an accident. If you blame me for this accident, I have nothing to say. But you can't falsely accuse me of doing it on purpose. Wei Qingwan repeatedly denied. As long as she didn't admit it, Wei Ruo had no proof that it was intentional. I don't care whether you admit it or not. Anyway, today we've torn our faces. From now on, Wei Qingwan, don't pretend to be a pitiful good sister in front of me anymore. It makes me sick. Wei Qingwan's eyes widened as she looked at Wei Ruo. If this had happened on a normal day, Wei Ruo speaking to Wei Qingwan like this would have earned her a harsh scolding from Yuan. But today, Wei Ruo even challenged Yuan, so how could she care about a few words from Wei Qingwan? And even if Yuan was angry, with Wei Ruo's words just now, she wouldn't dare do anything to her. Because whether it was about Madame Yuan or the trial in the southern part of the city, the Wei family couldn't afford to bear any more trouble. After finishing what she wanted to say, Wei Ruo ignored Yuan and Wei Qingwan, turned around, and left, heading back to her room. That evening, Wei Ruo didn't join Yuan and Wei Qingwan for dinner. Instead, she asked Xiaomei to go to the kitchen alone to prepare some food. She and Xiaomei happily ate a big pot of spicy hot pot in her room. Meanwhile, Yuan and Wei Qingwan were in a very low mood, with poor appetites, hardly eating anything. Wei Qingwan's eyes were still red. She didn't know what to do in the future. Madame Yuan's words in front of everyone, saying she was unworthy, almost pushed her into despair. Mother, maybe I should go and beg sister. Wei Qingwan thought for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back. Sister is going to see Madame Yuan tomorrow. If Madame Yuan is willing to change her mind, maybe there is still hope. Mrs. Yuan remained silent. She knew that what Wanwan said was not impossible, but the argument just now was still fresh in her mind. How could she bring it up again? Wei Qingwan continued, Mother, it's okay if sister misunderstood me. It's also fine if there are conflicts between us inside the family. The most important thing is that our Wei family should stand united outwardly. If sister is willing to help me plead with Madame Yuan, I don't care what I have to admit or how I should apologize. Wei Qingwan had already decided to apologize to Wei Ruo. Compared to future difficulties in marriage and being looked down upon, she could endure the shame of admitting her mistake. But she didn't want Mrs. Yuan to think she had truly done something wrong. So she first spoke words of understanding and loyalty in front of Mrs. Yuan. This way, Mrs. Yuan wouldn't think she was genuinely apologizing or admitting fault. Instead, she would see her as wise and willing to compromise. Mrs. Yuan waved her hand. If you've thought it through, go ahead. Mrs. Yuan was not very energetic. The fight with Wei Ruo earlier had left her exhausted in body and mind. Having received Mrs. Yuan's approval, Wei Qingwan stood up and headed toward Wei Ruo's room. Inside, Wei Ruo and Xiaomei had just finished dinner, chatting happily about funny stories from the countryside. Miss, you still talk about it. For those few apricots, Xiaoyong was chased 7 or 8 miles out of the village by Little Fatty. Surprisingly, I heard later that it was for your winemaking. Little Fatty picked some himself and brought them to you, saying it was to apologize for teasing you when you were young. Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh when she thought of the scene where Su Zhengyong was chased around by others. Who told you to steal them? I already told Fat Auntie. You could have just gone to Fat Annie openly and asked. But instead, you caused a big misunderstanding. Xiaoyong and I didn't expect that Fat Annie didn't tell Xiaopeng. We thought since Fat Annie was old, it was hard for her to pick the fruit, so Xiaoyong, being young and strong, did it himself. Who knew Xiaopeng saw and misunderstood us as stealing plums. I wanted to explain, but Xiaopeng had already started arguing with Xiaoyong. We couldn't stop them. What a pity I missed the scene where Xiaoyong hid in the straw pile and old yellow cow licked his face. Wei Ruo sighed regretfully. Wei Ruo and Xiaomei were happily chatting when Wei Qingwan knocked on the door.
Sister.
Hearing the word sister, Wei Ruo's smile instantly disappeared. Xiaomei pouted. Miss already told her not to pretend anymore. Why is she here again? It seemed she was feeling scared after thinking things over and wanted to save her reputation, but had no other way, so she came to me. Wei Ruo sneered contemptuously and roughly guessed Wei Qingwan's intention. Sure enough, just after Wei Ruo finished speaking, she heard the sound of Wei Qingwan outside the door apologizing and admitting her mistake. Big sister, today's incident was my fault. I bumped into you, caused you to step into the pond, and almost made you collide with Madame Yuan. All my faults are mine. Then, the figure outside the door lowered herself halfway, apparently kneeling. Wei Ruo did not respond. Wei Qingwan, kneeling at the door, continued to apologize. I was too timid. I didn't dare admit it at the time, because I was afraid of being blamed or punished. I was selfish and almost caused harm to my sister. After thinking about it this afternoon, I realize my mistake deeply and promise it won't happen again. I beg my sister to forgive me this time, considering it's my first mistake. Xiaomei clenched her fists. I really want to go out and hit her a few times. Why did she come now to apologize? Mei, Do you know what it means to fight poison with poison? Wei Ruo smiled slyly. Miss uses this method when preparing medicine because some herbs are very toxic. Using another medicine with a different poison can neutralize it, Xiaomei answered. Today, I'll show you another way to fight poison with poison, Wei Ruo instructed Xiaomei. Go out and say I am sick, heart pain, headache, especially hearing loud noises, and that I need a doctor. Otherwise, I might not be able to see Madame Yuan tomorrow. Xiaomei immediately obeyed, opened the door, ignored Wei Qingwan kneeling outside, and went to find Zhang Mama to tell her about Wei Ruo's condition. Zhang Mama naturally went to ask Yunshi first. When Yunshi heard that Wei Ruo was sick, she was a bit skeptical. She was fine just now when she was angry at me. How come she suddenly got sick? Zhang Mama could only reply, this old servant doesn't know for sure. But I heard that if someone gets angry to the point of affecting their heart, they can fall ill suddenly. I don't know if the young lady is in this situation. Yunshi frowned and said, hurry up and ask a doctor to see the young lady. If she's really sick, we can't delay.
All right.
Zhang Mama responded and left. Soon after, she brought the doctor back. After the doctor was called to see Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan no longer knelt at Wei Ruo's door. Instead, she went to Yunshi, looking somewhat suspicious. Mother, is sister really sick? Yunshi said, we'll know after the doctor examines her. After waiting for a while, the doctor finished checking Wei Ruo's pulse and went to report to Lady Yuan, Madam, the young lady's condition is caused by sudden emotional distress, leading to internal liver fire and disrupted qi and blood. I will prescribe some medicine. She should take 2 doses daily for 5 days. During this time, she must avoid stirring up her liver fire and rest quietly. Otherwise, her condition may worsen, which would be troublesome. Hearing this, Wei Qingwan instinctively thought Wei Ruo was lying and said, is that really what my sister said? She has always been very healthy, how could she? The doctor looked more serious and said, young lady, I have been practicing medicine for many years and have never misdiagnosed. My reputation at Bao Shantang is well known in Taizhou Prefecture. If you doubt my skills, I have nothing more to say. Please find someone else if you wish. Unexpectedly, the doctor was so fiery. Hearing this, Lady Yuan quickly said, Doctor, please don't get angry. My daughter is just a bit surprised and does not doubt your medical skills. The doctor replied, Madam, in any case, the young lady's illness is real. If not treated properly, her health will only get worse, and she might not even leave the house. Hearing this, Lady Yuan hurriedly asked Zhang Mama to fetch medicine for Wei Ruo to take. Then she called her main maid, Cuiping, to bring Wei Qingwan over. Don't go to your sister's place anymore. Stay away from her these days. She needs to rest and recover. Whatever happens, wait until she gets better. Lady Yuan's words surprised Wei Qingwan. Was Wei Ruo really sick? What should she do now? She couldn't apologize to Wei Ruo for the time being, nor could she use Wei Ruo to plead with Madame Yuan. Her reputation. Wei Qingwan was unwilling, but seeing Lady Yuan's expression, she knew there was no room for negotiation. Wei Ruo was very important to the Wei family. Not only was she going to meet Madame Yuan tomorrow, but in a few days, she also had to report about farming in the southern barren land to the 7th prince and magistrate Shan. If she fell seriously ill, it would be a big disadvantage for the Wei family. Wei Qingwan had prepared a lot of apologies and pleas for Wei Ruo to speak well for her, but before she could say them, she had to swallow them all back. She thought it was just a matter of not being able to proceed as planned. At this moment, Zhang Mama came again to relay a message from Wei Ruo to Lady Yuan. Madam, the young lady said that just thinking about today's events makes her feel upset. Why do you think she did something wrong and need to be confined? The second young lady made such a big mistake today, yet she faced no punishment. She can't understand this and feels more and more troubled. Wei Qingwan's expression stiffened, and she became more certain. Wei Qing must have done this on purpose. All her complaints about headaches and heartaches were just tricks to trap her. But now she didn't know how she convinced the doctor from Baoshantang to lie for her. Mrs. Yuan frowned as she looked at Wei Qingwan in front of her. Today, she was angry at Wanwan too, but later, because of Ruo's fuss, her mood was thrown off. Thinking about her eldest daughter carrying heavy responsibilities, she worried that if something happened to her health, the Wei family wouldn't be able to explain to others. 1-1. Today at Tianqing Garden, you made several mistakes. During our stay in the city over the next 2 days, you are not allowed to leave your room even for a moment. Stay inside and carefully copy your remorse. Mother. Wei Qingwan looked at Mrs. Yuan in disbelief. This was the first time her mother had punished her with confinement. Mrs. Yuan didn't give Wei Qingwan much time to think or react, fearing she might regret her decision if she saw her daughter's tears. She immediately ordered Zhang Mama and Suaping to take Wei Qingwan to her room. The next morning, Madame Yuan's carriage arrived on time at the gate of the Xie family's courtyard to pick up Wei Ruo. Mrs. Yuan watched nervously as Wei Ruo got into the carriage and left. In the morning, she asked about Wei Ruo's condition. She said that after taking medicine and resting last night, her mood had improved quite a bit, and her symptoms had lessened today. Wei Qingwan, who was confined in her room, couldn't go out. She only heard the noises outside, and knew Wei Ruo was leaving. She knew Wei Qingru was pretending. Otherwise, how could she have been so sick yesterday and then leave so smoothly today? But she couldn't do anything about Wei Qingru. Now her mother believed Wei Qingru was truly sick from anger. If she said more, it might only make her mother more suspicious. What made Wei Qingwan even more upset was that Wei Ruo was going to see Madame Yuan, and she didn't know what she would say. Madame Yuan's words yesterday had already pushed her into despair. She was really afraid Wei Ruo would say something that would make her completely lose her footing. Wei Ruo took a carriage to the prefect's residence. Today, Madame Yuan was not at Tianqing Garden, but at the prefect's house. The prefect's residence was assigned by the court. It wasn't as grand and luxurious as Tianqing Garden, but it was much larger than the captain's house. Led by a maid, Wei Ruo walked through a corridor and garden into Madame Yuan's courtyard. Inside, besides Madame Yuan, there was also the man in fine clothes she saw before, likely the prefect, Lord Yuan, who was also present. It seemed they were waiting specifically for Wei Ruo. Miss Wei. Lord Yuan stood up, clasped his hands in a bow, and bowed deeply to Wei Ruo. Lord Yuan, such a grand li, I cannot accept it, Wei Ruo hurriedly said. The other person was a government official, while she was just a common woman. His bowing and greeting seemed a bit too formal. Your life-saving kindness is greater than heaven. Miss Wei is worthy, Yuan Zhengqin said. Mrs. Yuan smiled and said, Miss Wei doesn't need to be nervous. If you don't accept my husband's gift, he will feel guilty. Wei Ruo couldn't say anything more. Then Mrs. Yuan asked the maid to bring over a baby who was about 6 months old. The chubby little face and big, curious eyes looked at Wei Ruo. He couldn't speak, but he wasn't afraid at all, grinning happily at Wei Ruo. Brother Shing recognizes his savior and smiles when he sees her, Mrs. Yuan said with a smile. She then asked Wei Ruo to hold the baby. His name is Fuxing. His birth is thanks to you. Wei Ruo took the child into her arms. The little one kept smiling and waving his tiny hands happily, as if he remembered Wei Ruo and was very happy to see her again. Wei Ruo was touched by Xinger's cheerful laughter and couldn't help but smile. After playing with Xinger for a while, Wei Ruo returned the child to Mrs. Yuan. Mrs. Yuan then asked the maid to take the child back to feed him. Looking at Mrs. Yuan, Wei Ruo volunteered, Madam, if you don't mind, I'd like to check your pulse. Mrs. Yuan looked surprised. I heard that after giving birth the other day, you've been feeling weak, Wei Ruo said. Hearing this, Lord Yuan quickly said, Yes, my wife often sweats at night, can't stand cold things and feels tired, has headaches and back pain. She's seen many doctors and taken many medicines over the past 6 months, but nothing has helped. If it's Miss Wei, perhaps she can help improve my wife's condition. Lord Yuan looked earnest, full of concern for his wife's health, and he could accurately describe her symptoms, showing his genuine care. I'll check her pulse first, Wei Ruo said. She sat beside Mrs. Yuan and placed her hand on her wrist to feel her pulse. Lord Yuan and Mrs. Yuan held their breath, not daring to make a sound or disturb Wei Ruo. After a while, Wei Ruo withdrew her hand and said, I will write a prescription for her. It contains some rare herbs. If you can find all of them, boil 8 bowls of water and simmer 1 bowl of the mixture. Give it to her at bedtime every day for a month to start. Good. Miss Wei, just write it. No matter how rare the herbs are, I will do my best to find them, Lord Yuan promised. Wei Ruo wrote the prescription and handed it to Lord Yuan. Yuan Zhengqin carefully took the prescription, first said farewell to Wei Ruo, then went to the study to copy it, planning to immediately send someone to buy the necessary herbs. After Yuan Zhengqin left, Madame Yuan said, Miss Wei, I really don't know how to thank you. You not only saved my life and Brother Sheng's, but also helped me recover my health. Madame Yuan, there's no need to be polite. Besides, you've also helped me these past few days, Wei Ruo replied. That was just a small effort, Madame Yuan said, not considering it much of a repayment. Wei Ruo shook her head. What is a small effort to Madame is a big help to me. Madame Yuan smiled and said, I don't care about that. I also prepared a gift for you. You must accept it. Wei Ruo looked at Madame Yuan curiously. Madame Yuan took out a box, opened it, and inside were a land deed and a house deed. This is a deed for a farm outside Taizhou Prefecture, covering 1,000 acres of good land. The land in Taizhou Prefecture is much more expensive than in Shan County. Those 1,000 acres of good land are worth at least a few thousand taels of silver, maybe more. Moreover, Taizhou Prefecture is full of powerful people and good land is scarce. Sometimes, even with money, it's hard to buy such land. Madame Yuan explained, I know these things are a bit ordinary, but I couldn't think of a better idea right now. My husband reminded me, you teach people to farm in Shan County, so you must be quite experienced in this area. It's better to give you some good land, so you can keep it for yourself, and also use it to your advantage. Last night, Madame Yuan and Lord Yuan discussed this gift for a long time. A life-saving favor can't be repaid with just a thank you. Even if Wei Ruo had left without asking for anything in return, those who received help would naturally want to do something in return. But to show gratitude properly, they needed to find a suitable way, and the gift had to be appropriate. Since Wei Ruo didn't want others to know she was skilled in medicine, the Yuan family couldn't openly give her a lot of gold and silver items. They had to give her something easy to carry and keep privately. So, they thought of giving her land and property. Honestly, Lord Yuan and Madame Yuan's gift really touched Wei Ruo's heart. Wei Ruo didn't refuse politely, but directly expressed her liking. I really like this gift, Madame. Hearing this, Madame Yuan was also very happy. That's the best. Soon, I will have someone go to the government office to register this land in your name. Don't worry, I will handle this quietly and will not let outsiders know. Madame Yuan understands that since Wei Ruo plans to hide her medical skills from the Wei family, she also wouldn't want her land to be known by others in the family.
Thank you, Madam.
Wei Ruo sincerely appreciates it. It's nothing to thank us for. This is what my husband and I are grateful for, so there's no need to thank us. I still want to thank Madam for considering me and saving me from many troubles, Wei Ruo said. Madame Yuan gently replied, It's my duty. When you saved me that day, you were very thoughtful. When I was in pain and despair, your voice sounded like heavenly music, pulling me back from the brink of death. Wei Ruo smiled. Then Madame Yuan started chatting with Wei Ruo. Honestly, I invited the Wei family to the garden party because I wanted to see you. Is it because of the land development in the southern part of Shan County? Wei Ruo asked. Madame Yuan nodded. Exactly. You may not know, but this year, not only Shan County, but the entire Taizhou Prefecture is facing a grain shortage. A grain shortage across the whole Taizhou Prefecture is a big problem for the prefect, Yuan Jingqin. I've heard a little about it, Wei Ruo said. Before I knew you saved me, I wanted to meet you and ask for your opinion on increasing grain production in Taizhou Prefecture. That's why I invited the Wei family to the garden party, Madame Yuan explained. Since Wei Ming is a military officer and Yuan Zhengqin is a civil official, although he ranks higher, he cannot directly summon Wei Ming. So Madame Yuan took the opportunity of the garden party to invite the military office. Are there lands in the city that can't be farmed? Wei Ruo asked. Not exactly like the coastal areas of Shan County where farming is impossible, but most of the land is poor, with hard soil, and crop yields are worrying. Madame Yuan replied. This shows that the 1,000 acres of good land Madame Yuan gave Wei Ruo are very rare and valuable. That's manageable. After you take me to see the land, I can come up with ways to improve the soil. Once the land is improved, planting can increase grain output to some extent, Wei Ruo said. Improving poor soil is easier than fixing saline alkali land, and it takes less time. The main thing is to identify the root cause and treat it properly. Madame Yuan's face lit up with happiness. This is very good. Additionally, I have noticed in the city that many mountain areas haven't been turned into terraces. It seems the cost of developing them is quite high, Wei Ruo said. That's right, Madame Yuan replied. In that case, I highly recommend the sweet potatoes already being grown in Huzhou Prefecture, Wei Ruo suggested. Sweet potatoes? Madame Yuan asked. Yes, they are a new crop brought back by southern trade ships from the southern oceans. Some families in Shan County are already planting them, and this year's harvest has been plentiful, Wei Ruo explained. That does sound like a good idea. I just wonder if the families who are already planting sweet potatoes are willing to share their seeds with us, Madame Yuan said with concern.
There's no need to worry about that.
I know the family planting sweet potatoes in Shan County. I can ask them to give us the vine cuttings for free, and the government can distribute them to the townspeople, Wei Ruo assured her. If that's the case, both Miss Wei and that family are truly admirable, kind-hearted, and generous role models, Madame Yuan praised. Actually, these sweet potato vines can't be kept secret. They are propagated by planting cuttings from the tubers. As long as you have a piece of the vine, you can grow more. Many crops yield better the more people grow them, so there's no need to hide the vines from others, Wei Ruo explained. For crops like sweet potatoes, which grow from tubers and don't require pollination, it's easier. The crops that do need pollination are better when everyone cultivates high-quality varieties to produce good fruit. That's very good, Madame Yuan said. Though she didn't understand much about farming, she felt happy hearing Wei Ruo's words. Can we start planting sweet potatoes right now? She asked again. Wei Ruo shook his head. Everything has its time. We will have to wait until next spring to plant sweet potatoes. Madame Yuan continued. Is there any faster method? I'm worried the common people won't be able to wait that long. Wei Ruo thought for a moment. Another method I am trying in Shan County is to plant wheat now. After harvesting the wheat next year, we can plant rice. If the weather can't be changed, planting in multiple seasons could be a good solution, though it will be the farmers. Though it will be hard, if they can have enough food to eat, it will bring them more happiness than worry, Madame Yuan said. Also, I know of a batch of cold-resistant rice seeds. Next year, we can switch to planting these, which can help reduce the problem of poor harvests caused by bad weather, Wei Ruo added. Wei Ruo's series of actions can help increase production in Taizhou Prefecture from many angles. Madame Yuan sighed in relief. If this works, I will definitely ask my husband to report your achievements to the court. Let everyone know that even a noble young lady in her boudoir can help save the world and bring happiness to the people. Wei Ruo and Madame Yuan enjoyed a pleasant conversation, then shared lunch together and admired the various flowers Madame Yuan had planted in her courtyard. Later, Madame Yuan personally saw Wei Ruo off and arranged to visit the barren land near the county seat tomorrow to check the situation. Before leaving, Madame Yuan asked the servant to prepare some dried seafood like scallops and abalone for Wei Ruo, and also gifted her 2 pots of precious chrysanthemums, 1 Yao Taiyu Feng and 1 Dian Zhongchun. The gifts, packed in large and small bundles, were given to Wei Ruo to take home. The Wei family would see these, so they couldn't be too expensive. Dried seafood and flowers were more reasonable and seemed like gifts of appreciation for being recognized early on. After discussing with Madame Yuan, Wei Ruo returned to the Xie family's courtyard. When she got out of the carriage, Xiao Mei supported her the whole way. Seeing her somewhat weak appearance, it looked like her condition had worsened from a day of travel and exertion. When Yunshi saw the large packages of dried seafood and the precious flowers Wei Ruo brought back, She could guess that Wei Ruo had performed very well with Madame Yuan and pleased her, which is why she received these rewards. Yunshi stepped forward to ask about Wei Ruo's day in detail, but just as she was about to speak, Wei Ruo stopped her. Mei, I have a headache. Help me back to my room to rest. The argument from yesterday was still fresh in her mind, and Wei Ruo didn't want to bother with Yunshi now. So she used her old trick. Yunshi didn't press further and watched as the maid helped Wei Ruo into her room. Xiaomei closed the door, blocking the outside gaze of curious onlookers. Then she smiled and said, Miss, your method works great. Tonight, we'll eat in a room again and not join the others. No matter what, before returning to Shan County, I need a couple of quiet days. Okay, what would you like to eat today? I'll cook for you,
Xiaomei said.
Then make me some seafood congee with the dried seafood I brought. Since I said I'm sick, drinking congee makes sense, Wei Ruo replied.
All right, I'll go soak the dried seafood now.
Knowing Wei Ruo would have dinner alone in her room tonight, Yunshi didn't say anything more. Wei Qingwan had been kept in her room the entire time. She wasn't allowed to go outside, not even to open the door. Dinner was brought in by Cui He, and it's unclear whether Yunshi arranged it to comfort Wei Ruo, but what she received was plain rice porridge with salted vegetables. Wei Qingwan asked Cui He, what did sister eat tonight? Cui He looked a bit embarrassed and hesitated before saying, seafood porridge. When the young lady returned this afternoon, she brought back a lot of dried seafood, probably a gift from Madame Yuan. While Wei Ruo ate seafood porridge, Wei Qingwan only had plain rice porridge with salted vegetables. The difference was huge. Looking at her simple meal, Wei Qingwan felt upset and angry. Take it away. I won't eat it, she said, pushing the food aside. Miss, just eat a little. Don't let yourself go hungry, Cui He urged. I won't eat. Take it away. If my mother asks, just tell her the truth, Wei Qingwan replied. She wanted her mother to know she hadn't eaten anything for dinner. Cui He had no choice but to follow her instructions and took the plain rice porridge and salted vegetables back to the kitchen untouched. Later, Cui He wanted to see Yunshi and report what had happened, but Yunshi was in her room. So Cui He decided to tell Cui Ping, who served Yunshi, hoping Cui Ping would inform Yunshi about it. Jie Cui Ping, the second young lady, didn't eat anything for dinner. I returned the plain rice porridge and salted vegetables to the kitchen exactly as they were. The second young lady is naturally weak, and I'm worried she might fall ill if this continues, Cui He said. I understand, Cui Ping simply replied, without going into the room to report it to Yunshi. The lady of the house was already worried about her illness, and now the second young lady refused to eat. That's just adding fuel to the fire. One was a real illness confirmed by the doctor, and the other was her deliberately refusing to eat. The difference was obvious. Cui Ping decided to keep the message to herself and prevented it from reaching Yunshi. Wei Qingwan waited in her room for a long time, but didn't see Yunshi come to see her. Finally, she collapsed on the bed, crying loudly. The next day, Wei Ruo was taken away again by Madame Yuan. Yunshi didn't know the details, and since Wei Ruo didn't tell her, she couldn't find out either. This time, she was gone even longer, and when she returned, it was already dusk. Yunshi invited Wei Ruo to have dinner together, but Wei Ruo replied that she had already eaten with Madame Yuan. She also told Yunshi that everything was settled, and Madame Yuan wouldn't come to see her in the next few days. She could return to Shan County at any time. So, Lady Yun arranged everything and prepared to leave early the next morning for Shan County. Sitting together in a carriage, Wei Ruo leaned in the innermost corner, covered with a thin, small blanket that hid her face, making her expression invisible. Wei Qingwan sat near the curtain, her face pale. She thought her mother would ask her at least a couple of questions, but Lady Yun never spoke. Wei Qingwan's heart sank completely. She felt she had been replaced in her mother's heart by Wei Qingruo. Lady Yun also noticed Wei Qingwan's pale face but saw Wei Ruo lying nearby. The doctor said she was in poor health, so Lady Yun felt she should care more about her. After traveling all day from the city to Shan County, Lady Yun and her two daughters finally arrived at dusk. Back in Shan County, Lady Yuan still kept Wei Qingwan from walking for 3 days. Then she took some gifts and went to thank the Xie family for lending the other courtyard. Wei Ruo spent 2 peaceful days in her own courtyard. Though peaceful, she was not idle. She accepted the estate given by Madame Yuan and wanted to understand the related accounts and the arrangements of the people in the estate. During her busy days, Wei Ruo also received 2 letters from Wei Jin Yi. One was openly sent to Wei Ming, and the other was secretly delivered to her. When she opened the letter, she saw a dense page of writing, and Wei Ruo chuckled softly. Her second brother usually didn't talk much. This one page probably contained what he would normally say in half a month, right? Of course, that's if he was sober. If he was drunk, he might still say that much. Miss, what did second young master say in his letter that makes you so happy? Shing came in and saw Wei Ruo smiling at the letter from Wei Jin Yi, so she asked curiously. The content isn't funny. I just imagined how second brother would look reading this page of rambling and found it amusing. What did second young master say? Did he mention when he'll return? It's a bit lonely here without them, Shing asked. Second brother said he'll come back at the beginning of next month, but he didn't give a specific date, Wei Ruo replied. That's soon. More than half the month has already passed, and in half a month, second young master will be back at the start of next month. I just don't know how long he'll stay this time, Shing said. Let's prepare some food for him these days, and when he leaves again, we can give it to him, Wei Ruo suggested. All right, I'll take care of that. Shing happily accepted the task. After 2 more days, Agawei came to the captain's residence to report on the test fields in the southern part of the city. Upon hearing the news, Grandma Zhang first went personally to the southern city to check the fields. After confirming everything was correct, she returned to ask Wei Ruo to assess whether the rice could be harvested. Although, based on Grandma Zhang, Agawei, and Xiaobao's experience, the rice was definitely ripe, this test field was unusual. They dared not make the decision themselves. Wei Ruo looked at the rice and didn't order it to be harvested immediately. Instead, she told Grandma Zhang to go back and inform the officials. This test field was no longer just Wei Ruo's land. Both the county office and Chulan were watching closely. They were all waiting to report the harvest to the court. As expected, after reporting, not only Wei Ming and County Magistrate Shan came, but Chulan also arrived. Seeing Chulan, Wei Ruo couldn't help but wonder, what is this person really doing? Why is he so persistent? Wouldn't it be better to send Qin Grandma instead? Wei Ruo preferred talking to Qin Grandma over Chulan. Although she didn't like him, when they met, Wei Ruo still greeted everyone politely. Greetings, father. Greetings, Magistrate Qian. Greetings, young Master Chu. There's no need for formalities, said Magistrate Qian. Then his gaze shifted to the nearby golden rice field. Since the early rice in Shan County had already been harvested, Magistrate Qian probably knew the yield per mu. Looking at Wei Ruo's late rice, even without weighing it, just by sight, it was clear how healthy the plants looked. This rice variety was truly excellent, and the field had been well improved. Master Wei, I think Miss Ling's rice field improvement is really impressive. Seeing these heavy rice panicles, I regret not discovering Miss Ling's skills earlier. Maybe this year, the people of Shan County wouldn't face a food shortage, Magistrate Qian said with emotion. Wei Mingtian's face was also full of joy and excitement. He turned to Wei Ruo and seemed to have many things to say, but in the end, he only managed to say, Ruo, your father, and the people of Shan County thank you. Wei Ruo didn't respond but quietly waited for Chulan, the last and most important person, to speak. Magistrate Qian and Wei Mingtian also looked at Chulan. Chulan didn't immediately share his opinion but once again studied Wei Ruo carefully. Wei Ruo knew he was watching her, so she deliberately avoided looking at him. After a moment, Chulan said, This rice field already shows that what Wei young lady said that day was true. Whether it's Wei young lady's land improvement skills or the new rice variety, both are excellent. Thank you, young Master Chu, for your praise. Wei Ruo did not look up and calmly responded to Chulan's praise. Miss Wei, have you ever thought about what kind of reward you would like?
Chu Lan asked it.
Wei Ruo thought to herself. Why ask me what I want? Can't you just say what kind of reward you have in mind? Do I really have to be the one to bring it up? Who knows if she asks for something, she might accidentally reveal a taboo. People in the royal family have complicated minds. Who knows what she might stumble upon? Wei Ruo said, Your humble servant dares not ask for a reward. I've asked, so just answer. No need to worry, Chu Lan replied. The land in the southern city outskirts was reclaimed for the country and the people. If it helps the common folk to have food, that is my happiness. My father is an official at court, earning the king's salary and bearing the king's worries. As his daughter, I should understand this and help ease his burden, Wei Ruo answered. Although it was for the country and the people, Chu Lan as a prince, giving me a small reward shouldn't be too much, right? I don't ask for much, just some silver. She could only keep this thought to herself. She dared not say it aloud, fearing Chu Lan might find a reason to hold against her. Wei Ruo's words made Wei Ming feel both touched and ashamed. His daughter, who was adopted after being mistaken for someone else, had endured many hardships growing up in the countryside. As a father, he had never been able to give her the love and protection she deserved. Even now that she was back home, he was preoccupied with the Woka pirates and had little time to care for her. Yet his daughter was so sensible and understanding of duty. Chu Lan looked at Wei Ruo and said, Since Miss Wei has no requests, I will reward you with some yellow and white objects. I hope you won't find them too. Hearing this, Wei Ruo's eyes lit up. Money? That's great. Looking at it this way, the original male lead wasn't entirely useless. At least he knew to give silver when completing a task. Chu Lan continued, I also need Miss Wei to record all the details of this field, from improvement, fertilization, planting, to harvest, and prepare a copy for me. I will need it. Wei Ruo understood that Chu Lan planned to report the situation of this experimental field to the court. She would provide detailed records, but how to report it was Chu Lan's decision. I have been keeping records related to this. It just needs some dongli, Wei Ruo said. She had anticipated that this data might be useful. She habitually kept records during the experimental phase. After each inspection of the southern city, she would go back and record details. If she was busy, she would ask Zhang Mama to report the situation to her. I will ask Qin Mama to go to the mansion later to get the important records from Miss Wei. Chu Lan was very pleased with Wei Ruo's response. He likes people who are clear-headed, organized, and efficient when handling matters. After praising Wei Ruo then asked Ague and Xiaoba to start harvesting the rice. During the harvest, Chu Lan and Magistrate Qian watched nearby, occasionally picking up a rice stalk to examine it. The harvested rice would soon be transported away by Chu Lan's people. Around noon, Magistrate Qian invited Chu Lan and Wei Ming to his house for a meal. Chu Lan, however, expressed a desire to visit the Wei family. I heard from Xieju's sister that Miss Wei's maid is very skilled in cooking. I wonder if I might have a chance to taste her dishes?
Oh.
Miss Wei's personal maid is talented in cooking? Then I want to try too, Magistrate Qian said excitedly. I'm not entirely sure about that right now, Wei Ming replied, looking at Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo thought to herself. Although Chu Lan's request to dine at their house was a bit odd, at least she didn't directly ask her to cook or come to prepare food for them. If young Master Chu and Lord Qian don't mind, I will respectfully accept the invitation, Wei Ruo said. Then she asked Wei Ming for his approval. Father, I will return to the mansion first to inform the kitchen and my maid to prepare. Wei Ming said, I will you back. The southern part of the city isn't completely safe. Last time, his younger son had an incident in the south, but luckily, it was his son. If his daughter had an accident, he wouldn't know what to do. Then Wei Ming asked Chu Lan and Magistrate Qian for permission. Young Master Chu, Lord Qian, please allow me to take my daughter back first to prepare. Miss Wei's safety is the most important. Rest assured, Lord Wei, Chu Lan replied. Wei Ruo then got into the carriage she arrived in, with Wei Ming riding ahead to her. After some time, Wei Ming slowed down and approached the carriage, speaking through the side window. Ruor. Hearing his voice, Wei Ruo lifted the curtain. Father, is there something you need? From now on, no matter who grants you favors, you must not mention anything related to me. If you want something, you should ask for it yourself, Wei Ming advised. Why do you say that, father? Wei Ruo asked. First, I am a general, and my achievements come from my own strategies and skills. Only then can I earn the respect of others. Second, for father. Wei Ming paused, his tone lowered a bit, and continued, Father hasn't helped you at all. The achievements you have now have nothing to do with father. How can father take pride in your success? Wei Ruo didn't know how to respond. Wei Ming went on, Child, the 10 years lost cannot be regained. No matter what, father cannot make up for it. In the future, father can't promise anything else. The only thing father can promise is this. Whatever you want to do, whether farming, planting flowers, or pursuing other interests different from typical young ladies, father will support you. This was the only promise and assurance Wei Ming, as a father, could give his daughter at the moment. Wei Ruo was touched. After a brief pause, she said, Thank you, father. After their talk, Wei Ming returned to the front of the carriage. Wei Ruo lowered the window curtain and sat inside the carriage, feeling a little changed. Back at Wei residence, Wei Ruo found Shing, who was helping prepare dried snacks for Wei Jin Yi in the next few days. She also told her about Chulan and Qian coming to Wei residence for lunch. Shing said, I have no problem preparing lunch. If the 7th prince really plans to give you a lot of silver and gold later and reports your situation in the southern part of the city to the court, then not only can I prepare lunch for him, but I could do it for a whole month. I can't bear to do that for a month. I don't want Shing to be so tired. Besides, if I give him all the food, what will I eat? Wei Ruo said. Miss, just bear with it. It's for us to live a carefree and wealthy life in the future. Shing replied. All right, I'll listen to Shing. Let's go to the main kitchen. They're probably already preparing ingredients, Wei Ruo said. While Wei Ruo and Shing were talking, Wei Ming also told Yingzhu about the matter. When Yingzhu heard that Chulan specifically asked Wei Ruo's maid Shing to cook, she worried. Does that girl know how to cook? Could it be that Miss Xie said it casually, and young Master Xie exaggerated, causing the 7th prince to misunderstand? I'm not sure about that either, but since the 7th prince said so, we have no reason to refuse, Wei Ming said. Who is the 7th prince? If he asks to dine at a certain family, it's a great honor and blessing. There's no reason to refuse. Wei Ming certainly wouldn't dare. Maybe we should have the household cook prepare the meal. She's not a top chef, but she's been with us for many years, steady and reliable. At least she won't make mistakes. Mrs. Yuan suggested. No, Wei Ming rejected Mrs. Yuan's idea. If Shing makes a mistake in cooking, and the 7th prince is unhappy but finds no fault with the Wei family, that was his own choice. If the Wei family suddenly replaces her, it would be deceitful and a serious crime. But Mrs. Yuan still felt worried. After thinking for a while, she said, Maybe Wan can help. She makes very good desserts, as we both know. At least, that could provide some assurance. Good desserts can't be served at the lunch table. We can't let others laugh at us. Let's not think about other options. Just do as the 7th prince requests, Wei Ming said firmly, not giving Mrs. Yuan more time to consider. Mrs. Yuan then informed everyone about the upcoming visit of distinguished guests, telling the household to prepare carefully and avoid mistakes. At Wangmei Garden, Cui He told Wei Qingwan that Chulan would come to Wei's house for lunch. Really? The 7th prince is coming to our house? Wei Qingwan couldn't believe it. That is the 7th prince. Coming to their home for a meal is such a great honor. Yes, it's true. The lady ordered it. We've sent someone to buy fresh ingredients from the market. Everyone in the house is paying extra attention. There won't be any mistakes, Cui He said confidently. Madame Li came in and saw Wei Qingwan's excited and hopeful eyes. She sighed and said, Miss, even though the 7th prince is coming, you won't be able to see him. In big families, boys and girls of a certain age don't dine together. Usually, the young masters and misses eat together because the household is small and rules are few. But when the seventh prince visits, strict rules must be followed. Madame Li's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Wei Qingwan, dousing her hope and making her more aware of the situation.
Madam.
Wei Qingwan looked at Madame Li with a worried face. Madame Li sighed and said, "Miss, you can't be so reckless in your actions anymore. I didn't go with you to the city, so you made mistakes. If Wei Qingru catches you, you'll be in trouble. From now on, before you do anything, you must ask me. I'll oversee everything. Even if someone is responsible, it should be me, not you. Madam, I know I was wrong. In the future, I will ask for your help with everything," Wei Qingwan said. "That's right," Madame Li replied. "Madam, today's matter, can I do nothing about it?" Wei Qingwan asked. "That's not quite right. Although I can't see the seventh prince, the young lady can prepare a few of her best pastries and have the kitchen send them over later. This approach is reasonable and also gives her a chance to show off her excellent cooking skills," Mama Li analyzed. "All right, I will go now to the main kitchen to prepare osmanthus cakes and also tell the cook to include my pastries with the lunch delivery," Wei Qingwan said, about to stand up. He stopped her. "Miss, today the person in charge of the kitchen isn't Cook Yu, but Mrs. Personal Maid, Xiaomei."
Xiaomei.
"Why is it her?" Wei Qingwan looked at He in confusion. Mama Li, who had just learned the news, also looked puzzled. "Here, what's going on? I'm not exactly sure about the details, but today the madam specifically ordered it this way. When I passed by the kitchen earlier from the front yard, I overheard Cook Yu complaining," He replied.
Mama Li clenched their teeth.
"That Wei Qingrua is really clever. She doesn't miss a chance to show off, even now. Mama, what should we do?" Wei Qingwan worried. "Don't worry. Although we've lost the initial advantage, there might still be a chance. As long as your pastries are better, no matter how many dishes Wei Qingrua's maid makes, they'll be outdone," Mama Li said. Wei Qingwan's pastry skills were well recognized. Not only had the lady of Shing Shan County praised her, but even in the capital, she had received widespread praise. Their old madam was raised in luxury and was very particular about food. Few dishes could earn her praise, but the osmanthus cake made by the second young lady received high praise from her, showing how skilled the second young lady was at making it. Wei Qingwan nodded, then faced a new problem. She was still under her mother's house arrest and couldn't leave Wangmei Garden, let alone go to the kitchen. Mama Li told her not to worry. "You don't have to go to the main kitchen to make the pastries. I'll bring everything to you. You can make them in the yard. Once they're ready, I'll ask Cook Yu to arrange for someone to deliver them to the front yard." Although Mama Li's status in the household was not as high as before, she still had good relations with some key servants. She could help Wei Qingwan handle this matter. After making the plan, Wei Qingwan and Mama Li started to get busy. Meanwhile, in the main kitchen, Wei Ruo dismissed everyone else, leaving only herself and Xiaomei. The people in the kitchen are not familiar with her. They lack coordination and are afraid of accidentally causing trouble. Also, when the cook earlier left, her face looked unhappy, which Wei Ruo saw. If she felt upset, Wei Ruo thought it was better to be cautious. Although Chu Lan requested this meal herself and Wei Ruo had no choice but to prepare it. Once she started, she wanted to do her best without mistakes. So Wei Ruo decided to handle the cooking with Xiaomei alone, just keeping it a secret that she was involved in preparing the lunch. Despite only 2 people working, Wei Ruo and Xiaomei worked smoothly and skillfully, with everything organized. They first cooked the stew and broth, then prepared the stir-fried dishes. When the front yard reported that young Master Chu, young Master Lu, and Magistrate Qian had already sat down, they started stir-frying the dishes, making sure each was hot and fresh. One dish after another was brought out from the kitchen. In the dining hall at the front yard, 4 people sat: Wei Mingting, Chu Lan, Lu Yuhong, and Magistrate Qian. When Lu Yuhong went to check the rice fields in the morning, he didn't go. But when Chu Lan told him they would have lunch at Wei's house, he hurried over faster than anyone. Magistrate Qian kept praising such good cooking skills. "Truly impressive. Lord Wei, you're very lucky to have such a chef." Lu Yuhong said, "Every dish exceeded my expectations."
Lord Wei, I really envy you.
Chulan also agreed, "Yes, it's really excellent." Wei Ming, who was praised, didn't quite know how to respond. He only found out today that his maid had such great skills. The four of them enjoyed 4 cold dishes and 12 hot dishes, each one making the 3 guests marvel. When all 16 dishes were served, everyone was full. At this moment, the maid who brought the dishes brought 2 more plates of desserts, osmanthus cake and almond cookies. Lu Yuhong was already full, but since he knew they were made by Wei Ruo and Xiaomei, he forced himself to take a piece of osmanthus cake and put it in his mouth. After a quick taste, he put it down and said, "This girl's pastry skills are not as good as her cooking. She could improve a bit." Since Lu Yuhong said that, Chu Lan and Magistrate Qian, who were already full, had no interest in trying the desserts. Wei Ming looked at the 2 plates of pastries with some surprise. First, because Wei Ruo had told him the menu in advance and asked for his opinion, and desserts weren't on the list. Second, because these 2 pastries looked familiar. They were the 2 that Wei Qingwan often made and was best at. In front of the guests, Wei Ming didn't say anything. After dinner, Chu Lan and Lu Yuhong left Wei's residence first. Qian Jixian pulled Wei Ming aside and teased, "Lord Wei, I really envy you for having such a good daughter. Look at what happened in the southern part of the city. She gained the favor of a noble person and even visited your house today. Think about it. How many times has young Master Chu dined at someone's home in Taizhou? Not just in Shing Shan County, but even the high officials in the city don't have this kind of face. It's not really a big deal, just a meal." Maybe it wasn't even young Master Chu's intention. Perhaps Lu Gongzi was just hungry, Wei Ming said with little happiness on his face. He had no desire to seek connections with powerful people, especially princes. Since the crown prince position was still undecided, it wasn't wise to get too close to princes who might compete for the throne. "Lord Wei, don't be modest. The good days for your Wei family are still ahead," Qian Jixian said with a meaningful smile. Wei Ming said nothing, feeling neither fully convinced nor hopeful about such things, but he didn't dare to argue openly with Qian Jixian. After seeing Qian Jixian off, Wei Ming called over a maid and a young servant who had just served the dishes. He pointed at the nearly untouched osmanthus cake and almond cookies on the table and asked, "Did Miss and her maid make these 2 desserts?" Wei Ming tone was firm but not angry, scaring the maid into quickly replying, "I don't know, sir. The kitchen maid gave them to me."
I don't know who made them.
Wei Ming expression turned stern. "These dishes weren't brought out from the main kitchen?" The maid trembled as she answered, "No, they weren't from the main kitchen." After getting the answer, Wei Ming stood up and returned to Songyun Garden. Seeing his bad mood, Madame Yun thought it was because of the lunch and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the food? Did it upset the 7th prince?" She then regretted and said, "I should have let the cook prepare this meal." Wei Ming shook his head. "The food is fine. Both the 7th prince and young Master Lu are very satisfied." "Really?" Hearing this, Madame Yun felt relieved. Before her husband returned, she was anxious and worried about something going wrong and upsetting the 7th prince. People like the Wei family were already on the brink of collapse. If they offended the 7th prince, they might fall into irreversible trouble. Then Madame Yun asked her husband, "Since the food is fine, why do you look so worried?" Wei Ming replied, "Wanwan isn't confined in the house by you?" Cloud nodded and said, "I have already told you the full story. Although it wasn't a serious mistake, Wanwan did make a mistake. I have punished her by keeping her confined for a few days, and during these days at home, she cannot go out freely." After the 16 dishes today, the kitchen brought out 2 more desserts, osmanthus cake and an almond crisp. They looked just like the ones Wanwan usually makes. I asked the staff, and these 2 desserts were definitely not made by Ruar's maid. Mrs. Yun was surprised but then understood the situation. It seems Wanwan also wanted to show her kindness.
There's no need to worry about this.
Wanwan's cooking skills are good enough. It's fine. Wei Ming didn't think this was a small matter. Wan, as a noble young lady, has no marriage arranged by her parents. Why did she personally send desserts to an outsider? I fear she might have developed some inappropriate thoughts. He continued, the seventh prince is very important, and Wan must not have any improper ideas. I told you about the seventh prince's identity not to cause trouble, but to prevent our family's women from having wrong thoughts. Who is the seventh prince? He is far above what our small Wei family can reach. Although our family inherited the noble title, everyone can see what the current situation of the Wei family is. Hearing this, Mrs. Yun's brow furrowed. After thinking for a moment, she defended Wei Qingwan. Husband, don't worry. Maybe we're overthinking. Wan just wants to do her best, with no other intentions. No one outside knows about her sending the desserts to the front yard. Even if the seventh prince finds the desserts tasty, he would only praise our kitchen staff. He wouldn't think it's related to Wan. I also hope I'm just overthinking, Wei Ming said. Wan is our daughter, who grew up with us. Although she's not related by blood, our hearts as parents won't change. I hope she lives happily and safely. If she has any improper thoughts, it wouldn't be good for her. Husband, don't worry. Wan has been sensible since she was young. She knows her boundaries and won't have any improper ideas. Mrs. Yun firmly believed in her daughter's good nature. She added, just in case, I'll go to Wangmei Garden later to ask around. Wei Ming nodded and said nothing more. After a short rest, Wei Ming went back to the military camp. Although he wasn't as busy as before, he still didn't relax. Every day, he personally led soldiers on patrols, and whenever he had free time, he practiced martial arts at the camp. After Wei Ming left, Madame Yun went to Wangmei Garden. In Wangmei Garden, Wei Qingwan was waiting for news from the front yard. Because only the maidservants and servants who serve her were allowed to enter during Chu Lan's visit, she still didn't know how the guests in the front yard were being served. At this moment, Madame Yun arrived, and Wei Qingwan greeted her nervously. Mother, why are you here? Wei Qingwan asked. Did you make 2 cakes earlier and send them to the front yard? Madame Yun asked. Yes. I had no other intention, just worried that the guests might not be used to the food in the house, so I wanted to add 2 dishes to the kitchen. I handed the cakes to the cook and told her not to tell anyone that I made them, Wei Qingwan explained softly and calmly. She had already expected Madame Yun to ask, so she was prepared with a response. Madame Yun sighed. Next time, if you want to do something like this, you should tell me in advance. If you don't say anything and do it secretly, it's a bit inappropriate. It's my fault, Mother. I thought it was simple, just making 2 extra cakes. I thought others would think they were prepared by the kitchen, so I didn't think much about it. Wei Qingwan's explanation matched Madame Yun's guess. Indeed, she thought her daughter was simply thinking of the family. Before this, everyone didn't know that Ruo's maidservant was such a good cook, so adding an extra dish was no problem. Anyway, it's not a big mistake. Your father just doesn't approve of your actions. Next time, don't do such things without telling him, Madame Yun advised. Is father angry? Wei Qingwan asked in surprise. It's not that he's angry with you, just that he thinks it's not appropriate, Madame Yun replied. Hearing this, Wei Qingwan lowered her head sadly, tears of frustration welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Madame Yun added, your father has no other blame. He's just worried you might have other thoughts. I've already talked to him about it, and he hopes it's just a misunderstanding. I will explain it to him again later. Wei Qingwan bit her lip. Mother, please see clearly. I have no other intentions. A few days ago, I made a mistake and stayed in my room for days, reflecting deeply. I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistake. I wouldn't have any other thoughts. Madame Yun's strictness was to help her reflect. She hoped that if such a situation happened again, she would handle it better. Now that she realized her mistake, Madame Yun felt very pleased. My daughter knows, so she doesn't blame her mother at all. That's good. I'm glad you think that way, Yun said with relief. By the way, Mother, how did the noble guest Pingjia today's meal? Wei Qingwan asked. The Pingjia was excellent, very satisfying, Yun replied. Really? That's wonderful, Wei Qingwan said happily. However, your 2 pastries weren't eaten by the guest, Yuan added. Not eaten? Wei Qingwan's expression froze, and her smile faded a bit. Everyone was full from the dishes, and when the pastries came out, they had no appetite. I heard that Mr. Liu took a bite but didn't like it, Yuan explained.
Yuan was also surprised by this.
Her daughter's osmanthus cakes and almond crisps were excellent, but unexpectedly, they were outdone by her eldest daughter's maid. Wei Qingwan's smile became a little forced, but she still praised. That means your sister's maid must make very delicious food. I haven't tasted it myself, but it seems that the Xie siblings are not just talking. There is some truth to it, Yuan said with emotion. Wei Qingwan responded softly, her smile strained. After chatting with Wei Qingwan for a while, Yuan left. Once Yuan was gone, Wei Qingwan's face lost all its smile. Why did things turn out this way? She didn't plan to rely on those 2 pastries for anything, but in her plan, she at least wanted to make a contribution to the family. But now, the result was exactly the opposite, and the huge gap made her feel a bitter taste in her heart. In the afternoon, Wei Ruo and Xiaomei were resting in the courtyard. Someone from the front yard brought news that Qin Mama had arrived and brought many gifts. Wei Ruo and Xiaomei went to the front yard, where several boxes were stacked and people were constantly moving things into the house. When Wei Ruo saw Chu Lan's subordinate carrying a tray of gold, she suddenly felt that the meal she prepared for Chu Lan at noon was a bit simple. Based on this standard, making 16 dishes for him would be fine. Qin Mama approached Wei Ruo and handed her a list of the gifts. Miss Wei, I am following my young master's orders to deliver these items to you. Since she didn't explicitly mention Chu Lan's identity, she could only say they were gifts, not rewards. Please also pass on my thanks to young Master Chu, Wei Ruo said. Then Qin Mama added, additionally, the young master also instructed me to bring back the planting records from the rice fields in the south of the city. They are ready. Mei, go and get them, Wei Ruo ordered Xiaomei. Thank you, Miss Wei, said Qin Mama. Then Lady Yin came over to thank Qin Mama. Thank you for your trouble today. Qin Mama politely replied, I am just following orders. It's my duty to help the master and mistress. Xiaomei placed the planting records that Wei Ruo had prepared in a beautiful box. After Qin Mama checked them on the spot and found no problems, she handed the box over. After Qin Mama and the others left, Lady Yin looked at the rewards in the yard. After thinking for a moment, she ordered the servants to move everything to Ting Song Garden. Go organize everything. Items that can't fit in Ting Song Garden should be stored in the main warehouse. Make a list and give it to me. I will keep it safe, said Lady Yuan. Wei Ruo nodded and then had someone send the items to Ting Song Garden. Although the space in the storage room at Ting Song Garden was limited, she had another storage area of her own, so there was no problem with space. To avoid suspicion, Wei Ruo still took some boxes to the main warehouse in the estate. Last time, the Xie family sent a lot of gifts, filling Wei Ruo's small storage room. This time, with such a big pile, if she put everything in, others would become suspicious. So she had to take some space-consuming items out. Of course, she wouldn't put valuable items in the boxes stored in the main warehouse. She preferred to keep her valuables close. After everything was moved back to Ting Song Garden and checked, Xiaomei was the first to count the most noticeable gold. Miss, there's at least 100 taels of gold here. Yes, the list says 100 taels of gold.
Great.
Now you can buy some land again, miss. Xiaomei couldn't help but be happy. Yes, buy more land. More houses. Recently, her cash flow was tight because she had invested a lot of silver, and she was in need of silver now. Chu Lan was quite generous and even sent her yellow and white items, which helped ease some of her resentment toward him, though only a little, not completely gone. Besides gold, she also received many bolts of fabric, porcelain, tea, pearls, and spices, items commonly given as royal rewards. As a favored prince, Chu Lan found these things quite ordinary. But for ordinary families, these items are priceless. For example, the tea was probably a tribute from a local region, and the porcelain was likely from official kills. It's a pity that none of these items can be sold for money. The only real valuable thing that Wei Ruo can use as currency is the 100 taels of gold. Wei Ruo looks at these things with a slight frown. Miss, what's wrong?
Xiaomei asks.
I need to pick out some items that I don't need, but are still decent enough to give to the others in the household. I must do what I should, and I can't give others a reason to find fault with me, Wei Ruo says. This time, the gifts sent by Chulan are different from the ones Xie Jia sent her before. When others give her gifts, she will need to return them later, so she has a reason not to share with others. But since she received so many rewards this time, it wouldn't be right not to share some with the household members. Xiaomei thinks for a moment. Miss, I just saw that some of the fabrics are for men. We can't use those. Pick them out. Okay. Xiaomei sorts the fabrics, and about half, 8 pieces, are for men. Give 4 of these to second brother, and the remaining 4 to father and elder brother. Remember, only tell second brother about 2 of the 4 pieces when you give them outside, Wei Ruo says. Xiaomei nods.
Got it.
Wei Ruo continues, are there 3 boxes of pearls over there? Xiaomei replies, yes, 3 boxes. The pearls are quite large. Wei Ruo says, take 1 box and send it to Zhengyong garden. Although she isn't very willing, she still needs to do what is proper, or she'll cause herself trouble. Also, take out a few of the teapots and porcelain items from that box. Keep them for uncle and auntie in Jingcheng. When there are things to send to Jingcheng later, take them along. Although Wei Ruo hasn't met uncle and auntie yet, they've sent gifts twice, and since she received rewards, she naturally wants to think of them. The gifts sent to them should be more valuable than those sent to others in the household, so Wei Ruo carefully selected a few items. Now, she has gifts for her parents, elder brother, and grandparents. The only ones left are Wei Qingwan and Wei Yilin. As for Wei Qingwan, there's no need to prepare anything. She just offended me, and everyone in the household knows about it. It's her fault, and she's still being punished. I will use her punishment as a reason not to give her anything openly, Wei Ruo has already decided. Fortunately, Wei Qingwan's own misbehavior gave Wei Ruo an excuse to punish her openly. As for Wei Yilin, he also made a mistake, but I've already punished him, so I can't be too harsh this time. I see there's a whip listed on the list, so I'll give it to him so he can practice whipping properly, Wei Ruo says. Chulan's gift of a whip was not an ordinary whip. It was a rare and valuable item. Giving it to Wei Yilin, who was practicing martial arts, was both reasonable and proper. However, the 7-year-old Wei Yilin held the whip and used it, not knowing how long his arm would ache from it. Xiaomei carefully selected these items according to Wei Ruo's instructions and set them aside. Also, pick out a few more things to send to the nanny and her family. Anything that can be given, give to them. Wei Ruo looked at the items in front of him, thinking about which could be sent to the Su family. The fabric was no good. The fabric Chulan had given was too fine for ordinary people to wear. The porcelain ornaments were also unsuitable. They weren't meant for common folk. There was also a gem-encrusted dagger, which Wei Ruo wanted to give to Su Zhengyong, but its decoration was too obvious. If he gave it to Su Zhengyong and others found out, it might cause trouble. Upon closer inspection, there were very few items that could be safely given to the nanny's family. Send the remaining 2 boxes of pearls to the nanny. Half of the tea leaves can go to Uncle Su. He likes tea. Although the tea is expensive, it can be bought on the market and no one would suspect anything. Also, take some of my silver to a blacksmith shop to order a fine dagger and make a few pieces of armor. Since direct gifts weren't suitable, he decided to spend money to have new ones made. He wouldn't let the nanny's family suffer. All right, once you're done packing, I'll go handle it.
Xiaomei replied eagerly.
Then Wei Ruo and Xiaomei organized all the gifted items. Items to be given out were prepared for delivery, and those for storage were put into the warehouse, sorted carefully. They also cleared out a pile of less valuable items from the warehouse to make space. Most of the items were the first gifts sent by the Duke of Jing City when Wei Ruo arrived at the prefect's residence, mostly cheap bronze ornaments. They packed everything into 5 large boxes and called the servants to carry them to the main warehouse. Next, Wei Ruo took the gifts meant for the household to Zhengyong garden. Mother, I plan to give these items to everyone in the residence, Wei Ruo said. He then presented a box of pearls to Yunshi. This box of pearls is for mother. When she opened it, the pearls inside were large, round, smooth, and shiny, rare and expensive quality that was hard to find outside. Even if bought, they would be costly.
Ruo is thoughtful.
Yunshi closed the box, looking pleased and content. I selected several bolts of fabric, giving 2 pieces each to my father, elder brother, and second brother so they could have new clothes. I also chose some porcelain items and a set of purple clay teapots to send to my grandparents in the capital when I have the chance.
Wei Ruo said.
Mrs. Yuan nodded, very pleased with Wei Ruo's plan. Next, Wei Ruo took out a whip. My daughter doesn't know much about whips, but since this one was given by His Highness the 7th Prince, it must be valuable. It's suitable to give to my younger brother, who is learning martial arts. You've thought carefully, Mrs. Yuan approved. After a moment of silence, Wei Ruo didn't speak again. Mrs. Yuan asked, "What about Wan?" Wei Ruo replied, "Didn't mother forget what just happened? Sister Qingwan made a mistake and is being punished. When someone is punished, they should look like they're being punished. How can she receive rewards at the same time?" Mrs. Yuan couldn't help but speak in favor of Wei Qingwan. Your sister has already admitted her mistake and is being punished accordingly. As the elder sister, you should be more generous. In the future, you and your sisters should support each other. Don't let a small matter ruin your sisterly bond. Admitting a mistake shows the punishment is effective. But how can we stop halfway through just because she's apologized? Making mistakes first and then correcting them is what she should do. It's about making up for her fault, not earning praise. How can she be rewarded just because she knows her mistake? Wei Ruo asked back. Wei Ruo's question left Mrs. Yuan unsure how to answer. Although she was reluctant, she had to admit that Wei Ruo's words made sense. After a long silence, Mrs. Yuan reluctantly replied, "Since you've made up your mind, do as you say. Then I'll go back first." Mrs. Yuan nodded, then remembered her husband's words. "Take that whip personally to Yilin. Your father wants you to discipline him more. Also, check on his recent studies. If he's not doing well, remind him." Okay. Wei Ruo agreed and left Songyun Courtyard, then turned to Aoju Courtyard. Today was a rare day off for Wei Yilin. Even so, he stayed in his own yard, not going anywhere, just lying in bed and sleeping deeply. Hearing some movement, Wei Yilin lifted his head. Seeing it was Wei Ruo, he pouted and then continued to sleep. He wasn't actually asleep, just too tired to move. Wei Ruo went to the bed, looked at Wei Yilin hiding under the quilt, and commented, "It seems your master's teaching has been good lately." His training was enough that he didn't want to get out of bed, even on his day off. Wei Yilin poked his head out from under the blanket, angrily asking, "Are you here to laugh at me? Do you have any jokes worth my attention?"
No.
If you want to see me give up, cry, and shout, you'll be disappointed. Practicing martial arts is hard, but I enjoy learning. I want to become a hero, like my father someday.
Oh?
Wei Ruo looked at Wei Yilin with some surprise. Are you questioning me? Wei Yilin said with a serious face. Should I question you? Wei Ruo asked back. Humph. Wei Yilin snorted stubbornly, then turned his face toward the inside of the bed. He knew well that Wei Ruo's doubts were justified. He wouldn't have said such things before. Now, he wanted to become like his father because, during martial arts class, he discovered many things. On the first day of practice, he was admired by his senior brothers and sisters because he was his father's son, and his father protected Shing Shan County. But after 2 days of training, that admiration disappeared, replaced by disdain and contempt. His senior brothers and sisters saw that he, the hero's son, was not strong at all and couldn't handle any hardship. Wei Yilin cared a lot about his pride. He couldn't stand this gap. He didn't want others to look down on him, nor did he want to shame his father. So, no matter how tough or tiring the training was, Wei Yilin never missed a session and persisted through everything. His perseverance gradually earned him recognition from others. This recognition wasn't because of who his father was, but because of his own effort. At that moment, Wei Yilin felt a sense of satisfaction and pride he had never experienced before. From that time on, He decided to work even harder to become someone like his father, someone called a hero by everyone. Wei Ruo didn't bother to guess what Wei Yilin was thinking. She threw the whip onto the bed. Feeling something hit him, Wei Yilin was about to get angry, but then he saw that what landed on the blanket was a brand new whip. Wei Yilin picked up the whip from the blanket, examined it carefully, and his eyes lit up with surprise. This is a top-quality cowhide whip. You're quite discerning. How did you get such a good whip? Wei Yilin asked. It seemed he hadn't been doing anything other than practicing martial arts recently, so he didn't know what was happening in the mansion. I found it, she replied. You're lying, he said, not foolish. Such a whip couldn't just be found randomly. Where I got it doesn't matter. Anyway, I gave it to you. Really? Wei Yilin was a bit surprised. Could Wei Qingru really be so kind to him? Don't overthink it. I have no choice but to give this to you, she said. Even if she didn't need it herself, it was still valuable. If there was no other way, who would want to give this annoying guy anything? Wei Yilin thought Wei Ruo was acting proud. Fine, I'll take it. No need to say I was forced, he replied. I don't want to explain anymore, Wei Ruo said as she stood up and left. The task was done, so there was no reason to waste time with Wei Yilin. Wei Yilin snorted at her back and then picked up the whip Wei Ruo had given him. He played with it happily. A few days ago, his master had taught him how to use a whip. Since he was just learning, he hadn't practiced much and only watched a few senior brothers who had already started. He felt a little jealous at the time. When he had a solid foundation later and his master taught him again, he could learn then. He planned to try out this whip when that happened. Wei Ruo didn't know what Wei Yilin was thinking. After returning to the listening pine garden, she quickly got busy with her work. The 1,000 acres of good farmland in the city couldn't be wasted. The rice harvest was already finished, and she had taken over the empty fields. She needed to arrange for people to plant wheat immediately. She was worried about the initial investment for this part, but now, with 100 taels of gold, she had enough to cover the early costs of her farm. It was late September in the lunar calendar, and the temperature dropped sharply. In previous years, this time was just a little cool, but recently it had become so cold that people had to wear winter clothes early. Many families who hadn't bought winter supplies in time started shopping intensively. The rain had been falling for several days, making everything wet and cold, and the lake water was rising. This was unusual. Usually such heavy rain only happened in summer, and now it was almost October in the lunar calendar. Wei Ming hadn't gone home since the day before yesterday. He took some soldiers to patrol the lake and started clearing the rivers, trying to reduce the water level. But this was only a temporary solution. If the rain kept falling, the lake would overflow and flood the houses and fields sooner or later. Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan, and Wei Yilin all stayed home because of the weather. Seeing the heavy rain outside, Xiaomei sighed, Miss, the people in Shing Shan County are really suffering. They just barely got through the Woka pirates, and now they can finally rest a little, but the weather has turned bad again. Wei Ruo looked at the helpless rain. The vegetables in her yard, which hadn't been harvested yet, were already ruined. She didn't mind much, but for farmers who rely on farming to live, life became harder. Mei, come with me later. We need to move the people from the southern part of the city, who are clearing land. They live in temporary grass huts, and if the rain continues, their homes will be unsafe. Even if the rain doesn't wash them away, staying in a leaky, cold house is too difficult, Wei Ruo said. Wei Ruo was also worried that the rain might get worse, and the temperature might drop further. All right, Mississippi. I have no problem. Wherever you go, I go too. Xiaomei replied without hesitation. Also, I remember the batch of charcoal I bought in Huzhou Prefecture. Besides good quality coal and silverbone charcoal, I also bought a batch of lower quality black charcoal at a low price. Coal is used for heating stoves and boilers, and in the south, most homes still use charcoal for daily warmth. Silverbone charcoal and black charcoal are both types of wood charcoal, but they produce different amounts of smoke and have different prices. Silverbone charcoal is usually used by wealthy families, while most ordinary families use black charcoal.
Yes.
Tell the nanny to keep some of this charcoal. I plan to give it away for free to poor families in need. When we bought it, it didn't cost much, but given the current situation, even this inferior charcoal is too expensive for many families, Wei Ruo said. Miss, I heard that Madam is anxious to buy more charcoal. The cold snap came early this year, and the government and many families haven't had time to stock up.
Forget about them.
No matter what, the Wei family will still be one of the better-off families in Shing Shan County. For us, it's just a bit harder, with tighter finances. But for many common people, it's a matter of life and death, Wei Ruo said. Wei Ruo and Xiaomei prepared briefly, and then went out. Before leaving, Xiaomei helped Wei Ruo put on several layers of clothing. Fortunately, the clothes they brought back from the Mo family's estate were thick. Though simple in style, they kept warm very well. Wei Ruo went to the county office. Because of the situation in the southern part of the city, most of the officers there knew Wei Ruo, so they invited her in and went to inform Magistrate Qian. Magistrate Qian had been very busy these days, but when he heard that Wei Ruo wanted to see him, he put aside his work to meet her. Miss Wei, what brings you here today? County official Qian had no time to exchange pleasantries with Wei Ruo and went straight to the point. It seemed that Wei Ruo, willing to brave such heavy rain to find him, was definitely not here for small talk. It's about the people who are farming in the south of the city. They are now living next to the fields, in very simple grass and thatch huts that leak rain and wind badly. They are at risk of flooding or collapsing. I hope Lord Qian can quickly send people to move them to a safer place, Wei Ruo said. County official Qian suddenly slapped his forehead.
How could I forget about them?
Recently, he had been overwhelmed with many problems, floodwaters spilling over, bridges collapsing, and other issues constantly happening. He had temporarily forgotten that some people in the south of the city still needed help. Those are lives at risk. I will send people right away to move them into the government office.
There's a warehouse there that can hold some people, he said.
He then called his assistant and instructed him to immediately organize the evacuation of the southern residents. I'll go with you, Wei Ruo said. Miss Wei, that might not be a good idea. Because of the continuous rain, the roads in the south are muddy and difficult to walk. The weather is cold, and if you catch a cold, it would be bad, Qian urged.
I'm fine.
I'm warm enough. Much better than those villagers.
Please let me go.
I'm worried they might be hesitant to leave their young wheat plants, and I think I can persuade them better, Wei Ruo explained. That made some sense. All right, I'll have the guards protect you, Qian said, then quickly told the guards accompanying her to ensure her safety. Wei Ruo was someone even the seventh prince valued highly, so he wouldn't risk anything happening to her. They arrived at the southern part of the city by carriage. Chen, the assistant, first told Wei Ruo to wait in the carriage while he went ahead to persuade the villagers to leave. Wei Ruo didn't wait. She got out of the carriage, put on a raincoat like everyone else, and headed toward the villagers' homes. Assistant, you just take care of me. We need to move everyone quickly. It will be even more troublesome after dark. I'm worried the rain might get heavier tonight, and the temperature could drop again, Wei Ruo said. Hearing this, the assistant didn't dare delay. He quickly organized the guards to start the evacuation. Apart from the main road, all the smaller paths in the south of the city had only recently been cleared and trampled. After the rain, they turned into muddy messes. When Wei Ruo entered the first house, it was a simple bamboo hut built with bamboo poles. The room was very basic, with a bamboo bed on the left side as you entered. The entire room had only the ceiling above the bed reinforced to prevent leaks. Everywhere else was leaking, and the rainwater dripped steadily, making a tapping sound. Inside, the grandfather, grandmother, and child huddled tightly together, curled up on the bed. A cold, hard quilt wrapped around them, with the two elders shielding the child in the middle. At this moment, Wei Ruo regretted coming so late. He wished he had arrived when the rain first started 2 days ago. When the rain began, Wei Ruo didn't realize how heavy it would be or how many problems it would cause. Based on the original owner's memory, he only knew that this year winter arrived early and that there had been a rain. He didn't know how the poorest people in the area managed during that time. The original owner was too upset with family matters to go outside and didn't pay much attention to the rain, so he didn't know these details. Wei Ruo told the three to follow him. Come with us. The magistrate has arranged a temporary shelter for you to stay safe from the rain. The old man shook his head. No, we can't. Our crops have just been planted. I need to watch over them. What if the rain floods the seedlings? Don't worry. Even if these are flooded, I can help you get new ones to plant, Wei Ruo said. But planting again is too late. The timing is wrong, the old man replied.
Don't worry about that.
I will find you some late-sown wheat seeds, and later I will help improve your planting methods to ensure they grow well, Wei Ruo promised. The old man looked at Wei Ruo, hesitating. Wei Ruo continued. Don't you trust my skills? Haven't you seen the rice grown in your fields? It may be later than others, but it yields more. Come with us now. Even if you don't think about yourself, think about your wife and grandson. If they catch a cold or face trouble, what's the point of a good harvest? His words seemed to persuade the old man. The old man quickly got off the bed, took his wife's hand, and picked up his grandson. They put on straw shoes, but the ground was soaked with rainwater, so their feet were submerged in cold water. Wei Ruo and Xiumei stepped forward to help the old man carry the grandson and support the grandmother. After handing this family over to the officials, they hurried off to the next household. Some families were easier to persuade than others, but most listened to Wei Ruo. They knew that Wei Ruo suggested giving them land, which allowed them to farm new land and receive relief grain from the government every day, giving them hope for life. So Wei Ruo's words had a significant influence on them. An hour later, most farmers had already left, leaving only the most remote household. Seeing the rain getting heavier, Wei Ruo told her steward to leave first. Master Chen, take the officials and these people into the city. I will go to the last household. We have a carriage. After bringing that family, we will all ride the carriage to catch up. No, sir, I was told to take good care of Miss Wei. I can't just leave Miss Wei behind like this. Master Chen didn't dare to abandon Wei Ruo. Time is running out. The rain is getting heavier, and the weather is getting colder. If this continues, those with weak bodies will suffer. You go back first. If you're worried, leave one official with me, Wei Ruo said. After some hesitation, Master Chen agreed. All right, I'll leave an official with you. Then Master Chen led the others to head into the city. Wei Ruo took Xiumei and an official and headed toward the farthest house. The three of them wore raincoats and walked on the muddy field ridges. The rice paddies were already flooded, but the rain kept falling. Miss, let me carry you, Xiumei said with concern. It's okay. I may not be skilled in martial arts, but my body is not that weak. This little distance won't hurt me, Wei Ruo refused. Wei Ruo had no martial skills, but having lived in the countryside for years, farming, gathering herbs on the mountains, her physique was much better than that of ordinary young ladies. The last household was behind a small hill. Behind it was a flat, good piece of land, and the soil was better than elsewhere, making it easier to improve. However, it was surrounded by mountains on three sides and quite far away. Usually, it was no problem. Officials transported seeds and fertilizer there regularly. Today, it was a bit more complicated. Wei Ruo and the others arrived at the last house, a simple thatched cottage swaying in the wind and rain. Inside, a woman was holding a 3 or 4-year-old child. Seeing Wei Ruo come in, the woman seemed to see a glimmer of hope and begged, "Save my child, save my child." Wei Ruo stepped forward, touched the child's forehead, which was burning hot. She took a small white bottle from her silk bag, poured out a pill, and looked around for a bowl and water. There was only a cracked bowl and no hot water. Wei Ruo had no choice but to hand the pill to the child's mother. Chew this pill and feed it to the child. The woman quickly did as told. Then Wei Ruo said, "Let's leave here first. Once we reach a safe place, we can treat her properly." The area was cold and damp, not suitable for recovery or treatment. Wei Ruo could only give the child medicine to ease his symptoms temporarily. All right. The woman nodded repeatedly. "Let me hold the child." Xiaomei stepped forward to help the woman. She untied her raincoat and hid the child inside it. Wei Ruo took off her own raincoat and put it on the woman. Seeing this, The officer nearby quickly offered his raincoat to Wei Ruo. Miss Wei, you shouldn't do this.
Stop talking.
Hurry up and go. If the water rises further, we won't be able to leave, Wei Ruo interrupted. She quickly walked back. The officer hurriedly took off his raincoat and handed it to Wei Ruo. He dared not touch Wei Ruo directly, only passing the coat to her. Seeing his sincerity, Wei Ruo took his hat. You wear this. I'm small, and this hat will block most of the rain. No more excuses. Wasting time won't help. Wei Ruo didn't give him a chance to say more and put on the hat, then hurried outside. As she stepped out, the path she came from was completely flooded, like a swamp. The soil in the rice fields was muddy. Stepping in it caused sinking, except for the parts that were originally ridges. Wei Ruo warned everyone to be extra careful. They moved slowly and struggled, as the water kept rising higher and higher. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the distance. Because they were wearing raincoats, it was hard to tell who they were at first. Wei Ruo looked at the approaching figures and felt they seemed familiar. One of them walked straight up to her, lifting his hat. Wei Ruo recognized his face. Second brother? The visitors were Wei Jin Yi and Xiao Bei, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Wei Jin Yi didn't speak. He looked down at Wei Ruo's feet. The cold rainwater had already soaked past her ankles. I'll carry you, Wei Jin Yi said. Without waiting for her response, he scooped Wei Ruo into his arms. Second brother, there's no need. I can walk by myself. I'm not that weak, Wei Ruo said. Wei Jin Yi didn't reply but told the others, hurry up and go. Xiao Bei, who came with Wei Jin Yi, didn't hesitate and carried the woman on his back. At this critical moment, no one cared about modesty or gender. Saving lives was more important. Wei Jin Yi's steps were much faster than Wei Ruo's. He moved smoothly through the muddy rice fields, as if walking on flat ground. Wei Ruo was a bit confused. This was her first time being carried by someone. She looked up and saw Wei Jin Yi's chin and neck. Even from this angle, she thought he looked very handsome, though his expression was a bit cold, as if writing the words, "Strangers keep away." Soon, Wei Jin Yi carried Wei Ruo onto the carriage they had stopped on the official road. The little Bei, Xiaomei, and the guards also arrived. Wei Ruo, Xiaomei, the woman, and the little girl all got on the carriage. Xiao Bei and the guards drove the carriage, while Wei Jin Yi rode a horse. On the carriage, Wei Ruo took care of the little girl and learned about the mother and daughter situation from the woman. The woman's husband was a soldier fighting against pirates, but sadly died in battle. Because there was no man at home, relatives drove them out and took their land. The woman could only beg on the streets with her daughter. Later, thanks to Wei Ruo's suggestion, they joined others who had no homes and settled in the southern part of the city. When they divided the land, the others gave them a piece of land that was less salty and easier to improve, mainly to help the woman who might not be able to work hard. Usually, they lived far apart, but kind neighbors brought them daily supplies. No one expected that today's situation would leave the mother and daughter as the last to leave. The carriage quickly returned to the city and arrived at the county office, where they settled the woman and girl in a warehouse that was cleared out. The warehouse wasn't big. After entering through the main door, there was a row of bedding on each side on the ground. Everyone brought in was arranged to sleep there. Some families had one bed, others had two, depending on how many people there were. A corridor about a meter wide was left in the middle of the warehouse, facing the main door. The officials in the office heated water, and Wei Ruo asked them to make tea to help everyone stay warm. She also wrote a prescription for the little girl's fever and gave the money for medicine to the guard Hong Ping, who was with her, to buy the medicine. Wei Ruo gave extra silver to Hong Ping, so he could buy more medicine just in case others also caught cold from the rain and wind. Xiaomei went to find the nursemaid, asking her to bring some supplies. The warehouse was short of blankets, food, and charcoal. Wei Ruo told Xiaomei to change into clean clothes before she went with the nursemaid. Xiaomei worried, "What about you, miss?"
Wei Ruo replied, "I've fine.
"I'll talk about it later." Su Mei, but Wei Ruo interrupted. "Hurry up and come back quickly." Su Mei had no choice but to agree. Okay. After finishing these tasks, Wei Ruo finally had time to ask Wei Jin Yi, "Second brother, why did you come back early?" "Because of the continuous rain. I sensed that something might happen in Shan County," Wei Jin Yi said. The rain was heavy over a large area, including Huzhou Prefecture, but the situation there was much better than in Shan County. Wei Jin Yi guessed that Shan County was also affected and that, due to its poor conditions, the situation might be worse. Sure enough, when he arrived in Shan County, he saw that things were very bad. He was on his way back to the military office when he met a servant from the Wei household who was out buying supplies and learned that Wei Ruo had gone out and was not at the house. He guessed that Wei Ruo might have come to the southern part of the city and, on the way out of town, encountered a team escorting local residents into the city. After asking around, he found out Wei Ruo was still in the southern part of the city and hurried over. Wei Jin Yi looked at Wei Ruo's wet clothes and said, "Follow me." Wei Ruo was a bit confused but was pulled into a nearby room by Wei Jin Yi. The room was a storage room filled with various items, but there was a clean chair and some clothes placed on it. Wei Jin Yi led Wei Ruo inside, then returned outside, closed the door, and said through the door, "Take off your shoes first." Wei Ruo looked into the room, where there were a pair of new shoes and socks, along with a dry towel. Wei Ruo's feet were soaked from walking through the fields in the southern part of the city, and during the journey, he was busy caring for a young girl and helping the villagers, so he didn't have time to take care of his feet. His feet had been in water, and leaving them like that was very bad for his health, even if he didn't catch a cold. Wei Ruo sat down, changed his shoes and socks, and said to Wei Jin Yi outside, "Second brother, when did you get these clean shoes and socks?" "Xiao Bei went to buy them," Wei Jin Yi replied, leaning against the door, without looking away. "How did you know my shoe size?" Wei Ruo asked again. Usually women from wealthy families have their shoes custom-made, and ordinary people wouldn't know her shoe size. "Coming back from the southern part of the city, your shoes were muddy, and you left footprints on the ground," Wei Jin Yi explained. "Second brother, you're so thoughtful," Wei Ruo praised. Wei Jin Yi outside didn't reply but reminded him, "Once you're done changing, if there's nothing urgent here, you should leave and head back to the house. You need a hot bath and a change of clothes. If we're going back, why bother making me change my shoes first?" Wei Ruo asked. "It's better to change early,"
Wei Yilin responded.
"Second brother, are you worried I might freeze my feet?" Wei Ruo said with a smile. There was a moment of silence. "All right, the answer is yes, but second brother is just unwilling to admit it openly." After changing into new shoes, Wei Ruo took the used shoes and socks in a cloth bag he had prepared nearby. He thought of even this small detail. Second brother is truly careful. After leaving the house, Wei Ruo said to Wei Jin Yi, "Let's go back to the mansion. It's not just me, you should also take a hot bath and change your clothes. Your health is important. To save others, you first need to take care of yourself. Don't you have other things to do? The supplies won't arrive for a while, and the medicine will take some time to be brought here. I can only wait patiently. It's better to go home and clean myself up."
Wei Yilin nodded.
As long as Wei Ruo had no worries, he had no objections. So, Wei Jin Yi took Wei Ruo back to the commander's residence. At the gate of Tingsong Garden, Wei Jin Yi stopped. Although Wei Ruo had entered his courtyard many times, even his bedroom, Wei Jin Yi always kept proper manners and rarely entered Wei Ruo's courtyard without invitation. He watched Wei Ruo go inside, then returned to his own courtyard to change clothes and shoes. In the room at Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo didn't have time to prepare a large amount of hot water for bathing. To save time, he wiped his body with hot water and then changed into clean clothes. He opened his usual medicine box, selecting some medicines from the bottles and jars to carry with him. Today, the people transferred to the government warehouse might include more than just the little girl. Others might also be at risk of catching cold or falling ill, or even developing other diseases. These common medicines are kept on hand just in case. Then Wei Ruo rejoined Wei Jin Yi, ready to go out again. Just as they were about to leave, Yunshi arrived at the gate of Tingsong Garden with the maid Cui Ping, stopping Wei Ruo, who was about to go out again. "You can't go out again," Yunshi said seriously. I have important things to do, Wei Ruo replied. No matter how urgent, you can't be running around outside all the time. Your second brother is a man. He can go everywhere. You can't do that. Wei Ruo explained, I'm not just wandering around. I'm going to relocate and settle the people in the south of the city. With this weather, if we leave the people in the south of the city unattended, they will starve or freeze. The people in the south of the city are under the local officials' care. You, a young lady from a noble family, mingling with them all the time won't look good for your reputation, Yingzhu advised. I don't think I am doing anything wrong. I am honest and proper, and I behave with dignity outside. Etiquette is for normal days, but now is a special time. Many people are suffering, and all rules of politeness should be set aside in the face of natural disasters. Wei Ruo clearly expressed her opinion confidently. Thinking this way doesn't mean others will agree. When the rain stops, your actions now might be seen as going too far and could cause trouble. But I won't regret it then, Wei Ruo said firmly, without wavering. Mrs. Yuan frowned and said, Why are you so stubborn? I only want what's best for you. I'm worried about you, in case something bad happens to you. At this moment, Wei Jin Yi spoke up, I believe our father, who is saving people from danger, would strongly support Big Sister's actions. Mrs. Yuan was surprised. Then she remembered her husband's words and his opinions about the eldest daughter's education. Wei Jin Yi added, Big Sister wanted to farm in the south of the city, but mother thought her actions were not proper for a young lady. But now, the facts show that Big Sister's actions were fine. If mother still thinks it's wrong, I will ask the guards to report to father. But that will take time and delay the rescue efforts. If today's choice by Big Sister causes her problems in the future, I am willing to take full responsibility. This was the first time Wei Jin Yi had spoken so openly to Mrs. Yuan. After hearing Wei Jin Yi, Mrs. Yuan's brow furrowed tighter. After a while, she said to Wei Ruo, I can't control you anymore. Do as you like. Whatever happens, you have to bear the consequences. Then Mrs. Yuan left. Wei Ruo looked back and exchanged a glance with Wei Jin Yi. Wei Jin Yi said, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Wei Ruo shook her head. I'm not worried. I'm just happy that second brother is on my side, not lecturing me. Wei Jin Yi replied, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. Why would I scold you? Wei Ruo smiled happily. Hee, second brother, I find I like you more and more. Hearing this, Wei Jin Yi's cheeks turned slightly red. He turned his face away and whispered, It's time to go back to the yamen. Wei Ruo agreed, and they set off again toward the yamen. When they returned to the yamen warehouse, Xiaomei had already arrived with the nurse, bringing back 2 large carts of supplies. Miss, there aren't many quilts available. We didn't expect this situation earlier and didn't stock up. We can only prioritize giving them to the elderly, children, and women, explained Xiaomei to Wei Ruo. Previously, Wei Ruo only ordered the storage of rice and coal, without specific instructions to stock quilts or cotton. Have the rice, sweet potatoes, and charcoal been brought over? Wei Ruo asked. Yes, the coal has been delivered. Some rice and sweet potatoes are also here. We cooked a big pot of porridge and roasted a batch of sweet potatoes. I brought some already cooked, and some are still roasting. Uncle Sue will bring the rest once they're done, Xiaomei replied. The sweet potatoes were roasted in batches. To prevent the first batch from cooling and because people here couldn't wait, Xiaomei brought some over first. Let's go and distribute them to everyone. Wei Ruo personally helped serve the porridge and distribute the sweet potatoes. Wei Jin and Xiao Bei also helped distribute the quilts. Now, the people in the government office didn't have enough supplies. They did what they could. Everyone received a bowl of hot porridge and a sweet potato. They ate with tears of gratitude. An old man knelt down before Wei Ruo and the others, kowtowing in thanks. Miss Wei, we can't repay your great kindness. Soon others echoed, Miss Wei, you are truly our savior. Our whole family's lives were saved because of you. Miss Wei, you arranged good land for us and gave us a new home, which is a blessing. Now, you are risking the rain to help us, providing us with food and clothing. We really don't know how to thank you. Wei Ruo replied, You don't need to thank me. Just live well, Farm well, take care of yourselves and your families, and be kind people. That's enough. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Miss Wei. We will do that. We will never forget your kindness. Miss Wei, we will remember your words. There's no need to thank me. Rest well first. Wei Ruo comforted everyone. County Magistrate Qian Ji came to visit the displaced people. Hearing their gratitude towards Wei Ruo, he couldn't help but feel emotional. This Miss Wei from the Wei family truly is an extraordinary young lady. Looking across Shing Shan County, only this noble young lady commands such respect from the people. Originally, County Magistrate Qian was worried that these refugees sheltering in the government warehouse from the rain might become restless. As an official, he came to soothe everyone and give them reassurance. Now, it seems that was unnecessary. So, Magistrate Qian didn't come out to bother them and told Clerk Shan to help take care of Miss Wei. He had other matters to attend to and left the people in the southern part of the city to Wei Ruo's arrangements, trusting her completely. Later, Wei Ruo distributed porridge and sweet potatoes to Clerk Shan and the guards. Everyone worked hard all morning and didn't have time to eat. When they finally drank the hot porridge and ate the fragrant roasted sweet potatoes, they felt a warm flow from their mouths to their chests. Wei Ruo also served Wei Jin Yi a bowl. Second brother, try this. Wei Jin Yi took the porridge and sweet potato. And this, for you. Wei Ruo secretly handed him a piece of dried squid. This is just for you. You have to eat it secretly. It's not that Wei Ruo was stingy, but there were only a few pieces of dried squid, not enough to share with everyone. Wei Jin Yi hid the dried squid in his sleeve. He wasn't very greedy, but Wei Ruo's words, just for you, made the squid seem especially precious and special. Afterward, Wei Ruo also drank her share. Since there were no proper tables and chairs here, she and the others sat on the ground like everyone else. While Wei Ruo and Wei Jin Yi drank their porridge, bad news arrived at the yamen. A mountain village in the west of the city experienced a landslide, covering a village with mud, soil, and rocks. Magistrate Qian summoned the clerks and guards to discuss a plan. After a while, Wei Ruo caught up with Hong Ping, who had just returned from seeing Magistrate Qian, and asked, "How are the casualties?" Hong Ping shook his head. "Not clear yet. The roads into the village are blocked by the mudslide, so we don't know what's happening inside." "Did anyone go there?" Wei Ruo asked. During the meeting, someone reported that Miss Wei's father had already led people to rescue, so Magistrate Qian let us return. At this point, the officials at the yamen were already short-handed and had to rely on the army's help. Wei Ruo nodded. Since the army had already been notified, it wasn't a big problem. She knew she couldn't do much to help with the landslide rescue, so she chose not to go and cause trouble for the soldiers. She would do what she could here. After finishing her porridge and roasted sweet potatoes to regain strength, Wei Ruo checked the pulse of the villagers in the warehouse. Those who felt unwell or had caught a cold were given medicine prepared by Xiaomei and Xiaobei. Then Wei Ruo reminded the guards, "Hong Ping, if anyone shows discomfort during the night, give them medicine immediately.
Don't delay."
"All right, Miss Wei, don't worry. Tonight, a few of us will take turns staying here. If anything happens, we will handle it immediately," Hong Ping said. "Thank you for your hard work," Wei Ruo gratefully replied. "We are working at the government office and earning the emperor's salary. Protecting the local people is our duty. As for Miss Wei, this isn't your responsibility, yet you took the lead to help the people. I truly admire you. You overpraise me." "I am just doing what I can," Wei Ruo answered. After speaking, she turned to look at the villagers inside the warehouse. Although the warehouse wasn't a good place, it at least provided shelter from the wind and rain. Lighting a few fires made it warmer inside and kept everyone safe. When Wei Ruo finished her work, it was late at night. Wei Jin and Wei Ruo, seeing that there was nothing more to do for now, returned to Wei's residence. The rain in the night had become heavier and the temperature was dropping further. Back at Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo washed quickly and then went to sleep. The next morning, Wei Ruo and Wei Jin went out again. First, she was worried about the villagers in the warehouse, especially those whose conditions might worsen, so she wanted to check on them herself. Second, Wei Ruo wanted to find out how the situation with the landslide in Shan village was progressing. The rain that had fallen all night finally stopped, but the temperature was even lower. Without a thermometer, Wei Ruo estimated it was below 5 degrees Celsius. Although it hadn't frozen yet, the high humidity made it feel extremely cold. Wei Ruo was wearing a thick cotton-padded coat, but still felt her hands grow cold. As Wei Ruo and Wei Jin entered the magistrate's office, they were called over by Magistrate Qian. They were taken to the public hall, usually used for court cases, but now Magistrate Qian was directing rescue efforts there. Looking at the brother and sister before him, Magistrate Qian hesitated, his brows furrowed. "Lord Qian, please speak freely," Wei Jin said. After a moment of thought, Magistrate Qian said, "Your father. Something has happened. What's going on?" Wei Ruo asked. "Your father went to Shan village to save people, but during the rescue, there was a second landslide. His whereabouts are unknown," Magistrate Qian said sadly. Wei Ruo looked at Magistrate Qian in shock, her feelings mixed. Her father had an accident? Wei Ruo knew that in the original story, Wei Ming had died early, but in her memories, her father was said to have died in battle. It was roughly the same time as before, but this time, due to some changes in circumstances, the pirates had temporarily been driven back. In the original story, Wei Ming was still fighting the pirates at this time and was too busy to notice what was happening inside the city. So, although Wei Ruo knew that Wei Ming probably died in battle around this time, she thought the situation had changed because the fighting had paused, so she didn't think much about it. After a while, Wei Ruo regained her composure and asked County Magistrate Qian, "Besides my father, how many others went to Shan village?" "About 100 people. Because they weren't sure if the pirates would attack again, your father didn't dare to send many soldiers. He only sent the 100 men who were resting to help. Among them was a new soldier who was promoted after fighting bravely against the pirates last time," said County Magistrate Qian. Because this soldier performed very well last time and was specially promoted by the 7th prince, Qian Magistrate remembered him clearly. It was Brother Xiao Yong. Wei Ruo's heart tightened again, and she fell silent. She knew she couldn't do nothing. She had to find a way to save the people. But at such a moment, she knew she must not act impulsively. She needed to stay calm and think carefully about the best way to rescue them. Wei Jin also looked at Wei Ruo with a serious expression and said, "I'll go with you to save them." "Second brother? Let's go." Wei Jin didn't give much explanation. Seeing him head outside, Wei Ruo hurried after him. "How do you plan to save them, second brother?" Wei Ruo asked. "Don't worry, I have help," Wei Jin replied, his tone and expression giving a sense of trust. Although she didn't know who Wei Jin meant by help, Wei Ruo chose to trust him. Wei Jin and Wei Ruo left the government office. Before leaving, Wei Jin told Xiao Bei something, and then Xiao Bei quickly left. To make it easier to go into the mountains, Wei Ruo also chose to ride a horse. She tied the rope used for the cart to the horse, took out the saddle from behind the cart, put it on, and then mounted the horse. But Wei Ruo had limited riding experience, having only ridden once in the training yard before. Wei Jin closely followed behind her, riding for a while, watching her become more skilled and confident, and then he moved ahead. When they reached the main road leading into Shan village, the road was gone. Mud and rocks completely covered it. From this angle, it was hard to see how much of the land had been buried in the landslide. Perhaps the entire village was covered. When Wei Ruo and Wei Jin arrived, officials were already digging to clear the way. Wei Ruo dismounted and looked at the scene before her. She once again felt how small humans are compared to nature. The collapsed dirt and rocks in front of her looked like an insurmountable wall. Not long after Wei Jin Yi and Wei Ruo arrived at the back, Xiao Bei also came with a group of about 20 men dressed in rough cloth short shirts. They held shovels and iron tools and started digging as soon as they arrived. Xiao Bei said these men were laborers paid to help. Wei Jin Yi told Wei Ruo, "Leave half here, and the other half come with me." Xiao Bei relayed Wei Jin Yi's instructions, explained things to the men, and then they quickly split into two teams. One team continued helping the officials dig, while some carried tools and followed along. Wei Jin Yi said to Wei Ruo, "We will go around from the other side. If the village hasn't been completely buried, we might find another way to get to the back of the village." The only road into Shan village was one, and going another way meant climbing over the mountain. Climbing the mountain was risky because, although the rain had stopped, the soil was soaked, increasing the chance of landslides. But Wei Ruo didn't hesitate. She chose to trust Wei Jin Yi. He was very careful in his decision, choosing a bamboo forest on the mountain because bamboo roots are strong and help hold the soil, reducing the risk of landslides. They took about an hour to go around and finally reached the back of Shan village. Before descending the mountain, Wei Ruo stood on a high point and looked down at the village. She saw that the area covered by the landslide mainly included the front half of Shan village and the road leading into it. The back part of the village was unaffected, and the houses and roads there were still intact. Because Shan village was very spread out and complex, it was hard to tell how many people were injured or buried just from the high vantage point. Wei Ruo and Wei Jin Yi led people into the village. They saw soldiers in armor digging, while villagers used their hoes, shovels, and other tools to help. Wei Ruo stopped a young soldier and asked, "How is it now? How many people are buried?"
Who are they?
The soldier replied, "Well, besides Commander Qian and Deputy Commander Su, everyone else is here." During the second landslide, Commander Qian noticed something was wrong and ordered us to retreat to the back of the village. "Everyone is basically safe," Little Soldier answered Wei Ruo's question. Wei Ming and Wei Jin Yi's judgments are the same, because the mountain on the back hill is planted with bamboo, which is less likely to cause landslides and is relatively safe. Wei Ruo then asked, "Where are Captain Qian and Deputy Commander Su now?" Before the second landslide, the villagers told us that there were two families in the valley. Captain Qian knew there was danger, but still chose to go rescue people. Deputy Commander Su was worried and went along. Then the landslide happened, and now
We haven't found them yet.
Wei Ming and Su Zhengyong are missing. Exactly where in the valley are they? Wei Ruo asked. Approximately in that area. A few of our brothers have gone there, but since we don't know their exact positions, we are searching all over the mountain, Little Soldier replied. Yesterday, the rescue team of 100 people led by Wei Ming stayed behind to help villagers clear the road, while the other half went into the valley to search. Wei Ruo turned to Wei Jin Yi. Second brother. Let's go, Wei Jin Yi said without hesitation. He turned and led the workers he brought toward the valley. Meanwhile, news of Wei Mingtong's accident reached the captain's office. When Yunshi heard the news, she nearly fainted. Wei Yichen and Wei Qingwan hurried to Zongyun Garden. Wei Qingwan cared for Yunshi, while Wei Yichen took charge of the situation. After waking up, Yunshi immediately asked about Wei Mingtang. "Yichen, where's my husband?" Wei Yichen looked serious. "Mother, don't worry too much. The officials have already sent people to West Mountain Village to look for him. The government also dispatched some, so we should hear news soon." "So, they haven't found him yet?" "We still don't know if he's alive or dead." Yunshi's face turned pale. Landslides are very dangerous. If someone is buried underneath, it's hard to survive. Wei Chen didn't know how to answer or comfort her. His heart was heavy too. Wei Qingwan tried to soothe Yunshi. "Mother, don't worry. Dad is lucky. Heaven will protect him. Even those fierce Japanese bandits couldn't harm him. He won't be in trouble so easily." Yunshi shook her head. Wei Qingwan's words couldn't comfort her at all. She knew very well that the brutality of the bandits was very different from the danger of natural disasters. "Yichen, tell all the men in the house to go out and search. Every single one. No one stays behind," Yunshi ordered. She couldn't think about anything else. She only hoped her husband would return safely. "Mother, I understand how you feel, but all the men who could be sent out have already gone. Only the older men and women are left in the house," Wei Yichen explained. "Then what should we do?" "Yichen, tell me, what should I do now?" Mrs. Yun asked anxiously, her eyes red. Mother, I will go to the county office soon to talk with County Magistrate Qian. Maybe he can help send more people to Shishan village. Since father is not here, we need Deputy Commander Qian's orders to mobilize the soldiers in the city. But Deputy Commander Qian is new and I don't know him well. I need County Magistrate Qian to help. Although Wei Yichen was worried and anxious, he remained calm. Okay, do as you say. Hurry and go, Mrs. Yun quickly said. At this moment, she had no other ideas and could only follow her son's plan. Wei Yichen was about to leave when he reminded Wei Qingwan to take good care of her mother.
Wan, mother is worried now.
Stay with her and comfort her. I understand. Wei Qingwan nodded. Then she couldn't help but ask, Big brother, will Dad come back safely? Wei Qingwan knew her father was the backbone of the family. If he were gone, the officer's house would fall apart. She couldn't imagine what would happen if her father passed away or how her life would change. Wei Chen couldn't answer her question. I don't know. All I can do now is try my best to rescue my father. Before that, I can't think about anything else. After giving Wei Qingwan some instructions, Wei Yichen headed to the county office. In the valley of Shishan village, 70 or 80 people were scattered everywhere, searching carefully for Wei Ming and Su Zhengyong. Wei Jin also followed behind Wei Ruo, keeping a safe distance. The terrain was complicated, and after a recent landslide, there was a risk of further collapses anywhere. It was very dangerous. Wei Ruo stopped after walking a while. Knowing her father's habits, since he was aware of the possibility of another landslide and had judged that the back village with bamboo was relatively safe, she believed he would choose a safer path when entering or leaving the valley. She looked around and tried to see the valley from Wei Mingting's perspective. If she were Wei Mingting, how would she come in and out? How would she reach the two families needing help, and how would she retreat? Wei Jin stood behind Wei Ruo without disturbing her. After a while, Wei Ruo suddenly started moving and ran in certain direction, with Wei Jin quickly following behind. Wei Ruo walked toward the west side of the mountain, and after about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, she suddenly stopped. She saw something among a pile of mud and stones, and hurriedly went to check. That's Brother Xiaoyong's dagger. At first, Wei Ruo saw only the handle, but after digging it out, it was a complete dagger. Are you sure? Wei Jin asked. Yes, I'm sure. I had someone make this for Brother Xiaoyong, Wei Ruo replied confidently. I'll call some workers over. Wei Jin called a few laborers. The workers were very respectful to Wei Jin. As soon as he gave an order, they moved quickly and efficiently. Wei Ruo stood nearby, feeling nervous. The dagger had been buried for a long time, and even if they dug it out, it might just be two cold, lifeless bodies. Inside a pitch-dark tunnel, Su Zhengyong was trying to dig through the mud and stones blocking the entrance. Although the mud and stones were soft, they seemed endless. Every time he removed some, more would pile up. Due to lack of oxygen and cold, Su Zhengyong felt himself growing weaker and weaker. Wei Ming told Su Zhengyong, Brother Xiaoyong, take a break first. If you keep going like this, your body won't be able to handle it. Wei Ming sat nearby, his breathing heavy as well. They had been trapped in the tunnel for 4 hours. The air inside was getting thinner, and the damp, cold environment was a huge test for their bodies. Wei Ming and Su Zhengyong were both martial artists and in slightly better shape, but the 3 villagers with them had already curled up into balls. The weakest, a 9-year-old boy, was semi-conscious. If things continued like this, they wouldn't last much longer. Seeing the 3 villagers, weak and on the verge of death, Wei Ming felt guilty. He had rushed to save them, but he arrived too late. On the way back, they encountered a landslide. Although they managed to hide in the tunnel to avoid being buried immediately, it only delayed their death. After trying for a while longer, Su Zhengyong finally gave up and sat down next to Wei Ming. The ground was wet and uncomfortable to sit on, but when feeling dizzy, sitting was the only way to ease some of it.
I don't want to die,
Su Zhengyong muttered in frustration. Su Zhengyong felt very upset.
He did not want to die.
He still hadn't fulfilled his promise to Sister Ruar. He hadn't properly shown respect to his parents. He also hadn't heard Sister Xiaomei call him senior brother. Is today really the day I die? I understand how you feel. I don't want to die either. I'm not afraid of dying myself, but I worry about my family. Wei Ming also felt very sad. He didn't know what would happen to the Wei family if he died, what would happen to his wife, son, and daughter. Su Zhengyong looked at Wei Ming and thought that, as a military officer, Wei Ming was very capable. Whether in using soldiers, martial skills, or caring for the people, he admired him. But unfortunately, this person was not a good father, and he allowed his sister Ruo to be bullied. Thinking of Ruo, Su Zhengyong said, I still have promises I haven't kept. The family of three, hugging each other nearby, felt there was no hope of survival and quietly started to cry. Just when everyone in the cave thought they would die here, suddenly a faint light appeared above the cave entrance. Was it an illusion? Why was there light? Was the ghost messenger coming to take them to the underworld? Since they had never died before, they didn't know what a ghost messenger coming to take souls looked like. At this moment, voices came from outside. Can the people inside hear us? Commander Wei Qian, Deputy Su. Hearing this, Wei Ming and Su Zhengyong both stood up. We are here. Wei Ming responded as loudly as he could. Commander Wei Qian, hold on. We will dig open the cave and rescue you right away. A man's voice came from outside, followed by the sound of shovels and picks working more intensely. Soon, about 1/3 of the top of the cave was exposed. Then a strong man climbed down through the opening. Save those inside first. Wei Ming told the man below. The man nodded and carefully lifted the unconscious little boy out through the opening. Others above helped, and they successfully rescued the boy. Next, they rescued the boy's parents, then Wei Ming and Su Zhengyong. Outside, they learned that the rescuers were Wei Jin Yi and Wei Ruo. Both Wei Ming and Su Zhengyong were surprised and happy. The word sister Ruo almost slipped from Su Zhengyong's mouth, but he held back. Normally, no matter how much Su's parents corrected him, he refused to change how he addressed her. When he saw Wei Ruo, he shamelessly called her Ruo sister. But now, he couldn't bring himself to say it. At the moment of rescue, the person who saw the rescuers was Wei Ruo. He was very excited and wanted to rush over to talk to Wei Ruo, but Su Zhengyong knew that there were others present. He couldn't do that because shouting would harm Wei Ruo's reputation. Wei Ruo's gaze also fell on Su Zhengyong. Seeing him look at himself excitedly and open his mouth but not speak, Wei Ruo understood his intention. Wei Ruo felt a bit comforted. Brother Xiaoyong was growing up and would no longer act impulsively without thinking. Although Wei Ruo and Su Zhengyong didn't speak to each other, their eye contact was very clear. Wei Ruo's companion, Wei Jin, also saw this.
Jin Yi, Ruo er.
It's you guys? Wei Ming was surprised but also happy. My sister heard you were in danger, so she came with me to help find you. She was the one who discovered you were buried here, Wei Jin explained. Ruo how did you find us here? Wei Ming asked Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo explained, I thought about what my father might have considered at the time. If I were my father and knew there was a risk, I would choose a safer way to enter and exit the valley. After observing the surroundings, I thought I might follow the small path on the west side. After searching along the way, I found a dagger. It was brand new and didn't look like something villagers would have. I guess this might be where my father and the others were buried. Wei Ming's face showed a hint of joy. He didn't comment, but his smile revealed his feelings. Let's leave here first and go back to the village to discuss, Wei Jin ordered. Wei Ming and Su Zhengyong, who were usually strong from practicing martial arts, were in better shape than the three villagers. However, after being trapped overnight, cold air had entered their bodies, making them weak and in need of treatment. Coming out of the valley, Wei Jin borrowed a villager's house for Wei Ming and Su Zhengyong to take a hot shower and change clothes. Since the roads into and out of the village were blocked, and given their current condition, especially with the mountain crossing, they couldn't travel immediately. They decided to stay in the villager's house until the roads were clear. While Wei Ming and Su Zhengyong bathed and changed, Wei Ruo checked the pulse of the weak family of three who had been trapped. All three had caught a cold, had a fever, and their oxygen deficiency caused some confusion in their bodies. They couldn't go outside to buy medicine right now, but luckily, Wei Ruo had brought plenty of medicine with him before leaving. He managed to stabilize their condition temporarily. Later, Wei Ruo went to the yard and saw Wei Jin sitting at a small table. He also walked over and sat down nearby, took out his medicine bottles, and began to prepare the medicine. Wei Jin watched quietly as Wei Ruo fiddled with the things in her hands. Zhengyong changed into clean, neat clothes, looked refreshed, and came out confidently. Miss Wei. Just as he was about to call Wei Ruo, he saw Wei Jin Yi in the yard and quickly changed his words. Zhengyong smiled, looking energetic and lively, not at all showing signs of having been buried for hours or just rescued recently. Deputy Su, don't move around too much. You just caught a cold last night. Wei Ruo glared at Zhengyong, warning him not to be too proud. Zhengyong shrank his neck, sat down across from Wei Ruo, and didn't dare to move again. Miss Wei, don't worry too much. I am strong and healthy. A little cold won't defeat me, Zhengyong said happily, looking proud. Although he couldn't move freely, he still liked to tease a bit. Deputy Su, your body is your only one. If you get hurt, there's no way to pay for it. It's better to be careful. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry, Wei Ruo said with a smile. Miss Wei, you don't know. I have a nagging sister who loves to give me tonic medicine. She always gives me good things to eat, making me as strong as an ox. I rarely get sick, Zhengyong said proudly. Deputy Su, stop talking and eat your medicine properly, then go take a nap. Wei Ruo placed the medicine bottle in front of him and let him take it himself. Zhengyong didn't dare to refuse. He picked up the bottle, skillfully took 2 pills, and drank them with water. Wei Jin Yi watched from the side, noting the seemingly distant but actually close interaction between the two. Soon after, Wei Ming came out. Zhengyong immediately stood up, went to the side, and played with the chickens raised in the yard. Wei Ming was also doing well. Being a martial artist and soldier for many years, his health was much better than ordinary people. Wei Ming sat across from Wei Ruo and sincerely thanked her, speaking earnestly. Ruo, although thanking you might seem a bit formal, I still want to say, thank you. If it weren't for you today, Deputy Su, and I might not be alive. It was your rescue that saved us. Father, there's no need to thank me. It's what I should do, Wei Ruo replied. Even though she was not Wei Mingting's biological daughter and was just an ordinary person from Shan County, in this situation, there was no reason not to help. Wei Mingting gently shook his head. There is nothing you should do. In such cold weather and dangerous conditions, you and Jeannie risked your safety to come here to find someone. Your kindness is truly admirable. Wei Ruo simply smiled without replying. Wei Mingting looked kindly at her and asked, What are you working on, Ruo? I brought some medicine with me, thinking it might be useful. Some of these medicines need to be kept separate to preserve their effects, and when used, they need to be mixed together again, Wei Ruo explained. Ruo is very thoughtful, Wei Mingting praised. Father probably caught a cold yesterday. Once I finish mixing the medicines, you should also take a bowl, Wei Ruo said. Okay, Wei Mingting replied with a gentle smile. Watching his daughter prepare medicine for his cold warmed his heart. Wei Ruo mixed the medicine and poured it with hot water. Although this method isn't as good as boiling the medicine directly in water, it is simple and convenient. She divided the prepared medicine into 5 portions. The people trapped yesterday each received 1, and Zhengyong couldn't avoid it either. Zhengyong wanted to pretend he didn't hear Wei Ruo calling him and escape, but Wei Ruo called out again. Deputy Su, you've also caught a cold. Just in case, you should drink a bowl too. You still need to protect our county. Zhengyong had no choice but to walk to the table, pick up a bowl of medicine, and frown as he drank it down. After finishing, he hurriedly drank a few glasses of water. It was really bitter. Ruo's medicine was as bitter as always. Wei Mingting drank his medicine calmly. It was a bit bitter, but he could handle it. After finishing, Wei Mingting looked at Wei Ruo and advised, Ruo, You also need to take care of yourself. The weather has turned cold these days, don't catch a cold. Yes, Wei Ruo responded. Then Wei Ming looked at Genie and asked, when did Genie return? Yesterday. Because the weather has been bad lately, I was worried about something at home, so I came back early, Wei Jin Yi replied. Thoughtful of you, Wei Ming said. Compared to my big sister, I'm nothing. When I returned yesterday, she was already rescuing someone in the southern part of the city, Wei Jin Yi told Wei Ming. Wei Ruo hadn't mentioned this herself, but Wei Jin Yi brought it up for her.
Oh.
Ruo also went to the south of the city to rescue someone? Wei Ming looked at Wei Ruo again. The southern part of the city is mostly inhabited by poor farmers. Their houses are temporary structures built recently. They can't withstand the rain and wind, and with the cold weather and heavy rain, there's a risk of life if they don't move, Wei Ruo explained. Ruo is thoughtful and careful, indeed. Wei Ming fully agreed and looked at Wei Ruo with a happy smile. He felt deeply that although his daughter's actions were different from most girls in the family, she was no less impressive than any noble lady in the capital. If she were a boy, she would surely achieve great things. Father is still weak. Don't stand outside in the wind. Let's go back inside to rest, Wei Ming said, feeling proud of Wei Ruo. But noticing she was not used to praise, he suggested he go inside first. Then Wei Ruo shot a sharp look at Zhengyong. Although she said nothing, Zhengyong obediently went into the house. Since the road was not yet finished, they had to stay overnight at a farmhouse. Nearby villagers brought them various ingredients. Wei Ruo didn't take much from the villagers, only 4 pieces of tofu, a bunch of small bok choy, 3 eggs, and some rice. She knew that these villagers had been struggling these past 2 years, so she believed they had carefully saved these ingredients. With Xiaomei not present, Wei Ruo had to cook herself. Although her ingredients were limited and she could only make simple home dishes, she used a variety of seasonings and was skilled in cooking. She prepared 4 dishes with these ingredients: braised tofu, tofu with scallions and soy sauce, stir-fried bok choy, and steamed eggs. These simple dishes looked and smelled delicious. Wei Ming ate 3 bowls of rice with these dishes because he was very hungry and because the food suited his taste perfectly. It turns out you're the best cook in our family. I didn't realize that before, Wei Ming said with emotion. He only knew Xiaomei's cooking before and didn't realize Wei Ruo was just as good, not inferior at all. Wei Jin was also surprised. He hadn't seen Wei Ruo cook before either. It's just some simple home cooking, Wei Ruo said modestly. The more ordinary the dish, the more it shows real skill, Wei Ming replied. Zhengyong ate quietly, not saying much, but his large appetite clearly showed his approval. He wasn't surprised by Wei Ruo's cooking because he ate more than anyone else there. He remembered how he used to light fires for Wei Ruo's sister and Xiaomei, and how he had been scolded by Xiaomei for not controlling the fire well. At that time, he secretly decided to practice martial arts so he could surpass Xiaomei and make her respect him as a senior brother someday. He chuckled at the thought. After cooking for Wei Ming and the others, Wei Ruo started preparing more dishes to feed the soldiers and villagers digging the road. Because a large amount of food was needed, each family's big pot could only cook 1 dish. To save time and keep the food warm, the women from each family and Wei Ruo worked together. Some made radish stew with pork, some stir-fried vegetables, some cooked rice, and others made cornmeal cakes. Wei Ruo prepared a big pot of radish stew, using pork given by villagers. She usually didn't use much pork when cooking for herself, so she used it all here. Although there was less meat and more radish, the radish soaked with meat flavor still tasted very good. Wei Ruo and Wei Jin Yi took the prepared dishes to the soldiers and villagers to eat. Around the same time, women from other families also carried big pots filled with hot food. Perhaps tired from work or because the food was delicious, everyone ate very happily. Despite the poor eating environment, everyone was joyful. The villagers appreciated the soldiers, and the soldiers were touched by the villagers' warmth. On this cold, damp, and freezing mountain village day, a warm feeling spread among everyone, filling their hearts. After finishing, Wei Ruo and a few others stayed overnight at a farmstead. Because there were few rooms, 3 men shared one room, while Wei Ruo had her own. None of them were delicate. Just having a shelter from wind and rain was enough. After a busy day, Wei Ruo went to bed early and slept until morning. The next morning, as everyone got up, a subordinate reported, "Captain Qian, the road is open. There is now a small path for people to walk on. Outsiders are coming in." The quick opening of the road was thanks to everyone's hard work. Last night, only Wei Ming and Zhengyong, who were trapped most of the night, were told to sleep all night. The other soldiers took turns digging, and even local villagers helped all night voluntarily. Meanwhile, officials outside the government office and the workers brought by Wei Jin Yi worked non-stop all night, which allowed the road to be cleared so quickly. Good, good. You've all worked hard. Wei Ming was very pleased. He then ordered, "Let the villagers who need to leave go first. We're not in a hurry." Wei Ming waited for a while, letting the villagers who wanted to go out leave first, then led his men away. When Wei Ruo packed her things and was about to leave, she noticed that Wei Jin Yi was not in the farmstead. After asking, she learned that Wei Jin Yi had not rested in the room last night, but had gone to dig the road with others. When he returned, Wei Ruo saw that he was wearing a rough cloth short shirt borrowed from the villagers. This was not because he was fond of his clothes, but because his original clothes had long hems and large sleeves, making it difficult to work. Although dressed in a simple cloth shirt, he still looked charming. Wei Jin Yi also went back to his room to change clothes and left 2 taels of silver on the bed as payment for lodging and borrowing the clothes. Afterward, everyone left Shan village. Outside the village, Wei Ming told his soldiers to go back and rest first. Those from Shing Shan County went straight home. Others returned to the camp to rest. They didn't need to stand guard these days. In the city, Zhengyong separated from Wei Ruo and the others. He wanted to go home and report to his parents that he was safe. During the time he was out of contact, his parents must have been worried. Finally, only Wei Ming took Wei Ruo and Wei Jin Yi back to Wei's residence. Once inside, Wei Ruo said he needed to change clothes and didn't follow Wei Ming to Tsongyun Garden. Instead, he went straight to Tingsong Garden. Wei Jin Yi also didn't go to Tsongyun Garden. He and Wei Ruo headed to the back courtyard together. Along the way, Wei Ruo noticed that Wei Jin Yi looked somewhat tired, so he didn't say anything. When Wei Ruo returned to Tingsong Garden, the two of them didn't exchange words. Wei Ming returned to Tsongyun Garden and saw Wei Ming safe and sound. Mrs. Yuan burst into tears. Wei Ming knew he had caused his wife to worry, but he didn't know how to comfort her. He could only hold her to show support. Soon, Wei Yichen and Wei Qingwan also arrived. "Father, you're safe." "That's wonderful." Wei Qingwan rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, just like Mrs. Yuan. Wei Chen looked at his father, feeling very excited but speechless. After a while, Mrs. Yuan and Wei Qingwan's emotions calmed down, and they stopped crying. Hubby coming back safely is truly a blessing from heaven. Bless our ancestors. Mrs. Yuan said emotionally. Wei Ming shook his head and said, "No, I'm not back because of heaven's blessing. It's because Jin Yi and Ruar went to find me despite their safety. If Ruar hadn't been so clever, I might already be in the underworld right now." Mrs. Yuan looked at Wei Ming in surprise. "Ruar and Jin Yi went to find you?" Wei Ming nodded. "Both children are kind-hearted. Not only did they save the people in the southern part of the city, but they also saved me." Hearing Wei Ming's words, Wei Yichen and Wei Qingwan also looked surprised. Wei Yichen, after the shock, looked happy and respectful. "My older sister is more capable and braver than I am." Wei Qingwan's face, however, looked a bit stiff. Later, Xiaobei visited the Listening Pine Garden and brought a box of items for Wei Ruo. This is a collection of new and interesting things that young master saw while away, bought for Mississippi. The large box contained various items, including rouge and powder for girls, hairpins and decorative ornaments, as well as some strange and unusual objects. After receiving the gifts, Wei Ruo personally went to Yingzhu Garden to thank Wei Jin Yi. She pushed open the door and saw a familiar figure in a familiar spot. Wei Ruo approached the pavilion, sat in an empty seat nearby, and looked closely at Wei Jin Yi writing something on paper. Second brother, I received your gift.
Thank you.
I also have something for you. Wei Ruo took out a dagger from her and handed it to Wei Jin Yi. This dagger was made together with a craftsman when they created one for Su Zhengyong last time. Wei Jin Yi glanced at the dagger and asked, Is it the same as the one you gave to Deputy Commander Su? Not exactly the same. The blades are similar, but the sheath and handle are different, Wei Ruo explained. Wei Jin Yi looked back at his calligraphy and painting with a blank expression. Wei Ruo continued, Deputy Commander Su is the friend I told you about before.
I guessed.
Wei Jin Yi replied. Perhaps because he was tired from not sleeping last night, Wei Ruo felt that Wei Jin Yi's expression was a bit cold and even slightly displeased. Since the topic had turned to Su Zhengyong, Wei Ruo kept talking. Actually, he's not just my friend. He's also the son of my wet nurse. We grew up together. Though he's my wet nurse's son, in my heart, he's always been like an older brother to me. I know that in noble families, there are clear boundaries. Masters are masters. Servants are servants. If I get close to my wet nurse's son, people won't think of us as siblings, but might even have some suspicious thoughts. But in my heart, my wet nurse treats me better than my two nominal mothers. Xiao Yongge is like a real older brother to me. Our relationship is very pure. Even without blood ties, I feel our bond is no less than that of real siblings. Wei Ruo hadn't told Wei Jin Yi earlier because she felt their relationship wasn't that close yet. She was worried that if she explained, Wei Jin Yi might keep his distance to avoid gossip. So, she only said he was a friend. Wei Jin Yi turned to look at Wei Ruo with deep eyes.
But you told me.
Wei Ruo said, based on my judgment of second brother over these past few days, I believe he doesn't think like that about me. He wouldn't ask me to keep distance from the people at the Nanyang family, and he understands my feelings. Yes, Wei Jin also nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, second brother, you didn't sleep last night. You should go rest now so you don't wear yourself out, Wei Ruo suggested. All right, Wei Jin agreed, then put down his pen and got up to go back to his room. After he left, Xiaobei happily said to Wei Ruo, Miss, our young master listens to you the most. I tried to persuade him for a long time just now, but it didn't work. As soon as you said something, he went to rest. Wei Ruo didn't see any problem with that and told Xiaobei, take good care of your young master. If he's feeling unwell, remember to tell me. Don't worry, Mississippi. I've learned my lesson this time. If the young master feels uncomfortable, I will definitely find you, Xiaobei promised. Then Wei Ruo returned to Tingsong Garden because she had other things to do. Although the rain had stopped, the damage caused by this sudden change in weather was not over. At this moment, Xia came to the captain's residence to find Wei Ruo. Wei Ruo asked Shumei to bring Xia directly to Tingsong Garden. As soon as Xia entered, she hurried over to Wei Ruo, inspecting her carefully from head to toe to make sure she was not hurt or missing any limbs. Then she asked, Ruo, I heard you want to save people in the south of the city, and then went to Shishan village to help again?
How do you know that?
Wei Ruo was surprised. Just joking.
Who do you think I am?
I am Xia. Such big things, how could I not know? Xia smiled. Wei Ruo looked at her suspiciously. Xia chuckled. My brother told me. He came back from the government last night to help. He went to the Yamen first, then learned about your situation from County Magistrate Qian. So, he told me about it this morning. Xia looked a bit upset and said, Ruo, why didn't you take me with you? I also want to help. Seeing Xia unhappy, Wei Ruo quickly said, I was just about to bring you along for the next tasks. What's next? Haven't the people in the south of the city and Shishan village already been rescued? Xia asked in confusion. There are many things to do next. This sudden extreme weather caused many crops to rot in the fields before harvest, many houses were destroyed, and some people's grain was soaked. They might face hunger and cold, Wei Ruo explained. So, how can I help them?
Xia asked.
We should go distribute porridge first to feed those who are hungry. Then we can find some cotton cloths and blankets, Wei Ruo said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Xia Ying grabbed Wei Ruo's hand and was about to take her out. Seeing her young lady being pulled away, Xiao Mei quickly followed. Yesterday, she stayed at the county office and didn't follow her young lady, which caused her to worry all day. Today, she couldn't let her young lady run around again. In the afternoon, a porridge stall was set up at the West City Gate, serving porridge to passers-by. Fresh sweet potatoes and porridge were cooked together in a big pot, smelling sweet and inviting, attracting nearby villagers who lined up to get a bowl. Wei Ruo, Xia Ying, Xiao Mei, and several maids and guards from the Xia family were busy at the stall. They cooked, washed dishes, and served the porridge themselves. The three of them worked until almost dinner time, distributing 10 large pots of sweet potato porridge. In the end, there was a little left in the pot, and a very hungry Xia Ying served herself some to eat. Ruo, this sweet potato porridge is so fragrant and delicious. I feel like even the finest delicacies can't compare to it. Xia Ying said for the first time that such simple food tasted so good. Wei Ruo couldn't help but say, "You're hungry. That's why you think it tastes so good." Xia Ying replied, "That might be true. I think I understand what my grandfather used to say now. He said that over the years he's eaten countless delicacies, but the most delicious was still the steamed bread with salted vegetables his grandmother made when he returned home after working in the fields when he was young." Wei Ruo smiled and said, "Your grandfather is right. Ruo, can we do this again tomorrow?" Xia Ying asked. "As long as your family has no objections, I have no problem. My family definitely supports me. They know I came to distribute porridge, and my mother and brother are very pleased. They even said that my grandfather in the capital would be very happy about what I'm doing," Xia Ying answered confidently. "Then we'll come again tomorrow."
Good.
In the evening, news of Xia Ying and Wei Ruo distributing porridge at the West City Gate spread to the commandant's office. Although Yuan sure didn't quite approve of Wei Ruo personally rushing to save people in the south of the city, she fully supported the porridge distribution. During times of disaster, it has been a tradition for women from wealthy families to distribute porridge since the time of the founding emperor and empress, and it is considered a virtuous and kind act. As for Wei Ruo going to the south of the city to rescue people and ending up covered in dirt and sharing a room with villagers, her actions changed their minds after she saved Wei Ming. "Perhaps my husband is right. I shouldn't use the strict rules of the noble ladies from the capital to judge the eldest daughter." The only thing Yingzhu was a bit unhappy about was that Wei Ruo and Xia Ying's porridge stall was funded in Xia family's name. Although Wei Ruo paid and helped organize the porridge event, she was unaware that it was seen as led by the Xia family. Wei Ruo only came to help. At dinner time, Wei Ruo appeared in the dining hall. Yingzhu praised her, saying, "Ruo, you've done very well these past few days. Today I met Madame Qian when I went out. She spoke highly of you and kept praising you." Wei Ruo simply nodded lightly and didn't reply. It wasn't surprising that Madame Qian praised Wei Ruo, as her actions had also helped County Magistrate Qian to some extent. Yingzhu continued, "But Ruo, although the captain's family isn't very wealthy or noble, they can still afford the silver for the porridge. Tomorrow you can go to serve porridge again, using your own people and supplies. There's no need to join the Xia family." Before Wei Ruo could respond, Yingzhu added, "Also, bring Wan along with you. Let her learn from you." The eldest daughter had gained good reputation for saving people and serving porridge outside. Wan, by comparison, might seem a bit inferior. Moreover, Wan had been criticized by Madame Yuan in the city before, so she needed to find a way to make up for it. Then Wei Qingwan also came over and slightly bowed to Wei Ruo. "Elder sister, your recent actions have been praised by our father and the people of the county. I really admire you. Tomorrow I will go with you to serve porridge. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it, and I won't slack off." Wei Ruo smiled and said, "Qingwan, are you eager to learn how to help others, or just to be praised?" "Of course. I want to learn from elder sister how to help others. Our father was saved because of you. Our family is very happy about his safety. I believe the others you helped are also parents and children who are very grateful," Wei Qingwan replied. If you think that way, that's good. But since you have such thoughts, you can do it yourself. There's no need to follow me, Wei Ruo answered. Then Wei Ruo turned to Yingzhu and said, Mother, since I promised Miss Xie that I would serve porridge with her, I won't break my promise. If the captain's family is serving porridge, let Qingwan go. It will bring good reputation to the captain's family and also help Qingwan earn a good name. After Wei Ruo finished speaking, Yingzhu and Wei Qingwan looked a bit uncomfortable. Does mother think I'm wrong? Making sister Qingwan prepare porridge and snacks is a good way to do two things at once. It can help both mother and sister fulfill their wish to save people, and it won't make me, the daughter, feel uncomfortable. Since it is for helping the common people, giving out porridge is definitely a good idea. Wei Ruo's reasoning was solid, making it hard for Yingzhu to argue. Wei Qingwan felt a little anxious. She really wanted to go with Wei Ruo to help distribute the porridge. Currently, the most well-off person in the captain's residence was Wei Ruo. The seventh prince had just rewarded her with 100 taels of gold, which was a large sum of money. With this money, Wei Ruo could easily decide how to help the common people. There was no need to worry about money when giving out porridge and clothes. It's easier for the family to pay for things, but in reality, it's difficult. Wei Qingwan, who had seen the household accounts, knew that this year, their family's income and expenses were not balanced. There wasn't much money left. Yingzhu and Wei Qingwan seemed to want to say something to Wei Ruo again, but Wei Ruo didn't give them the chance. She saw Wei Ming and walked straight toward him. Father. Seeing Wei Ruo, Wei Ming's expression softened quite a bit. You need to rest these days. Saving people is important, but you must also take care of your health. I know. Father, you've been busy these days too. You should rest more, Wei Ruo replied. Wei Ming nodded kindly. In the impression of Wei Yilin and others, Wei Ming was always a strict father who didn't speak much. But when facing Wei Ruo, he was much more caring. Maybe it's because this daughter is very similar to him, making him feel closer, or perhaps he feels guilty and owes her a lot. Seeing this, Yingzhu and Wei Qingwan didn't bring up what happened earlier. The family sat quietly together and had dinner. After dinner, Wei Ruo didn't stay for tea. She said she had something to do and left directly for Tingsong Garden. Wei Ming also didn't stay long. He was busy too. It was already good that he could come home and eat with his family. He still had to go to his study to handle some matters. Then Wei Yilin, who was busy reading, and Wei Yilin, who had recently become obsessed with practicing martial arts, also said goodbye. Wei Qingwan was the only one left. Seeing no one else was around, she asked Yingzhu, Mother, about the porridge distribution. Yingzhu frowned and said, You can go ahead and do it. The money for the porridge, I will take for my dowry to give to you. Hearing this, Wei Qingwan couldn't help but smile faintly. But, Mother, that's your dowry. How can I use your dowry? Wei Qingwan said shyly. My daughter's dowry will all belong to you and Ruo in the future. Money should be used wisely, so please feel free to use it. Mrs. Yun said this, while gently holding Wei Qingwan's hand and patting the back of her hand thoughtfully. Wan, do your best. Whether or not you can restore your reputation, you should do your part to help the people of Shan County. Your father and the soldiers risked their lives to protect them. Wei Qingwan nodded and said, Mother, don't worry. I will do my best. The next day, Wei Ruo and Xie continued their work at the West City Gate, giving out porridge. Today, they prepared some pickled vegetables to make the meal more tasty. Xie leaned close to Wei Ruo's ear and whispered, Ruo, I heard Wei Qingwan and Qian Jilan set up a stall at the North City Gate, trying to do what we do with the porridge. Wei Ruo smiled and said, No matter their reasons, as long as the porridge is served and the suffering people get to eat, it's a good thing. Xiang thought for a moment and agreed. That's right. We're not doing this for fame. As long as we can help save lives and help more people get through these hard times, that's what matters.
Exactly.
Wei Ruo smiled and continued working with Xiang. After a busy morning of distributing porridge, Xieju arrived with several carts of supplies at the porridge shop. Little sister, Wei family girl, Xieju called out happily to Xie and Wei Ruo. Brother, why are you so late? Xie Ying asked with some annoyance. My dear little sister, I've been doing my best. You should know how scarce cotton clothes and blankets are now. If it weren't for my mother's farm and shop, I wouldn't even know where to buy silver to get them, Xie explained innocently. The sudden change in weather affected not only Shan County, but everywhere. There was disaster everywhere. Food was scarce, and cotton clothes and blankets were in high demand. All right. Once we finish tidying up here, we'll go door to door to check on people and deliver supplies to those in need, Xie said. Just a moment. I still have some things to bring, Wei Ruo said. Wei Ruo, what else do you have? Xie Ying asked. Some charcoal, Wei Ruo replied. Ruo, where did you get the charcoal? I asked my mother, and she said it's been hard to buy because it's so cold this year. I bought it earlier. It's naturally been more difficult these days. I remember I mentioned this to you before. I mentioned it before, but my mother thinks it's still early. She bought charcoal too soon, worried it might get damp if left too long. Now, when we want to buy more in the next few days, it's already too late. It's okay, I still have plenty left, and I also have quite a bit of silver bone charcoal. If your family needs some, I can share with you. That's not necessary, thank you. My father has already bought a batch from the capital and will send it by river in a few days. Our household won't run out of charcoal. It's just that we can't send charcoal to the affected villagers now. All right then, I won't say more. After finishing their talk, Wei Jin Yi arrived riding a horse, with a cart full of black charcoal behind him. Seeing Wei Jin Yi, Xie Ying asked curiously, Ruo, who is this? This is my second brother, Wei Ruo replied. Your second brother? I've never seen him before, Xie Ying said. Hearing this, Xie couldn't help but say, Sister, isn't it normal that you haven't seen other boys? If you had seen them all, that would be strange. Who in a girl's family sees outside boys every day? Usually, opportunities to meet outsiders are very limited. Situations like this are special during special times. That's true. I really haven't seen many, Xie Ying said thoughtfully. Then Xie looked at Wei Jin Yi carefully and said, but I haven't seen Wei family's second brother either. It's normal that Xie Ying hasn't seen him, but it's strange that even Xie hasn't. Wei Ming has been working in Shan County for some time, and Wei Jin Yi looks about his age. Normally, they should have met a few times. Wei family's eldest son, Wei Yilin, I have seen many times, but I have never seen this second young master before. Xie looked at Wei Jin Yi with curiosity and interest. Although he hadn't seen the person in person, he had heard a little about Wei Jin Yi, described as gloomy, introverted, and timid. But looking at him now, handsome, bright-eyed, well-mannered, elegant, there's not a hint of gloom or weakness. Our second brother keeps to himself and doesn't socialize much, so the Wei family's eldest didn't see him often, Wei Ruo explained to Xie Ying. Wei Jin Yi took the initiative to greet Xie, saying, Wei Jin Yi has met young master Xie. Xie immediately returned the greeting and asked, Young master Xie has met second young master Wei. Where is he studying now? Most young men from noble families at this age are either training in martial arts or studying. Seeing Wei Jin Yi's gentle and refined manner, he guessed that he was probably studying. He is studying under the Onglin Jishru and has not yet entered a private school, Wei Jin Yi answered. Xie looked surprised and asked, Are you the one who caught the attention of the reclusive Songlin? Wei Jin also nodded in agreement. Xie couldn't help but look at Wei Jin again. His first glance was because Wei Jin was different from the rumors, and the second because the recluse of Songlin hadn't taken any disciples for many years. Recently, there was a rumor that he had accepted one, and it turned out to be the second young master of the Wei family, who was usually very unremarkable. Studying under the recluse of Songlin was not a difficult thing for Xie. Since he often stayed in the capital, he had many chances to meet talented teachers. But for most families in Shan County, it was something they could only dream of. Before Xie could finish observing, Xie Ying couldn't wait any longer. She urged, All right, brother, stop dawdling. We can talk more on the way. Let's go to the village quickly. It's getting dark. Okay. Xie quickly withdrew his gaze from Wei Jin and arranged for the Xie family servants to prepare for the journey. Wei Ruo, Wei Jin, Xiaomei, and the Xie siblings, along with the Xie family's followers, set out towards the west of the city. Many small villages are here. The West Mountain Village, which experienced a landslide, was one of them and their first stop. The villagers warmly welcomed Wei Ruo and his group. When they saw that they brought supplies, they were overwhelmed with gratitude. The elderly village chief, who was a bit stout, hobbled to the village entrance and, representing the villagers, said gratefully to Wei Ruo and his group, "Young Master Wei, Miss Wei, you came to save us and protect our families. We are very thankful. But why did you bring so many good things for us? How are we supposed to?" Village chief, these rice and cotton clothes and quilts were brought here by the young master and young lady of the Xie family, Wei Ruo explained. The porridge was provided by Wei Ruo, with Xiang helping out. Most of the supplies sent to West Mountain Village were from the Xie family. Wei Ruo wanted to make this clear. Hearing this, the village chief hurriedly led everyone to thank Xie and Xiang, even kneeling down. Xie quickly stopped the old village chief from kneeling. "Village chief, please get up. We can't accept this. This is a natural disaster. In the face of disaster, we are all the same." Xie agreed. "My brother is right. Village chief, there's no need to be polite to us." Hearing this, the village chief's eyes filled with tears. The year had already been difficult. Suddenly the weather turned cold, causing the vegetables grown by the villagers of West Mountain Village to rot in the fields. Plus, the landslide destroyed many houses. Even though there were no casualties, this winter was going to be very hard. Wei Ruo and others are now bringing supplies to Shishan Village. It's more than just helping in a time of need, it's saving their lives. Village chief, don't worry about those things now. The most urgent matter is to help everyone get through this difficult time. Wei Ruo quickly interrupted the conversation. All right, the village chief agreed repeatedly, then said, "But no matter what, Miss Wei, young Master Wei, Miss Xie, and young Master Xie's great kindness will always be remembered by us villagers. We will never forget it." The village chief also calmed his emotions and expressed his thanks. Then Wei Ruo ordered people to start moving things. "You all carry the supplies down, then deliver them house by house. Don't miss anyone." The servants from the Xie family immediately started working, and Wei Jin Yi and Xie also helped. Wei Jin Yi looked elegant and refined, but when he lifted heavy objects, he showed no signs of difficulty. Xie teased Xie about this. "Brother, look at him. Do you still dare to say you practice martial arts regularly?" Xie was a bit annoyed. "Sister, you might as well ask Wei's younger sister what she eats to stay so strong. Why is everyone so healthy?" The maid named Xiaomei, who was supposed to be just a personal maid, also had martial skills and fought fiercely. Now, Wei's second brother was the same. Xie chuckled secretly. "Brother, are you going to ask Ruo for some supplies again?" "Sister, what are you talking about? People might think I'm always thinking about Wei's sister's things," Xie said helplessly. "Is that so? You've taken quite a few of Ruo's things from me, like the mosquito-repelling ointment, the mushroom sauce, and—" Xie quickly interrupted. "Sister, a while ago, Grandpa gave me a sword. I'll give it to you later." "Really?" Xie Ying's eyes lit up. "You little girl, when have I ever lied to you? Good brother, you are the bravest in my heart." Xie immediately changed her tone. At this moment, Wei Ruo and Wei Jin Yi were helping to repair the roof. Most of the strong men in the village had gone to dig out the soil buried by the landslide to rescue the houses. They had only cleared a path for easy passage inside and outside the village, but many areas were still buried. Recently, officials had sent people to help, but to restore the village quickly, all the men, whether their houses were buried or not, went to help dig. As a result, some damaged houses were left untouched, and the elderly, women, and children in the village had to make do with living there. Wei Ruo stood beneath the house, helping to pass things up to Wei Jin Yi on the roof. Wei Ruo looked up at Wei Jin Yi busy on top and couldn't help but praise. "Second brother is really skilled. You walk so steadily on the roof." Wei Jin Yi didn't respond to Wei Ruo's compliment, but instead warned, Be careful below. Some broken tiles might fall at any time. Seeing Wei Ruo standing downstairs, Wei Jin Yi always felt a bit uneasy. Yes, I will be careful. Don't worry, second brother. I value my life, Wei Ruo replied. Whenever she looked at him, she always showed such a sweet and sincere smile. Second brother, how long will you stay in Shing Shan County this time? Since there was nothing else to do, Wei Ruo asked. Depends on the situation. No rush, Wei Jin Yi answered.
Old.
Does the Onglin Jishu have any objections? His opinion. Good. That's great. The old man was very considerate. When Wei Jin Yi finished on the roof and came down, the old farmer brought water for the two. Young Master Wei, Miss Wei, I don't have fine tea or wine, just some water. Please bear with it. No problem, just having water is enough. Wei Ruo took the bowl first and handed it to Wei Jin Yi, then went to get her own. Wei Jin Yi saw a strand of hair fall into Wei Ruo's water, so he reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear. His slender fingers brushed her ear, and Wei Ruo was momentarily stunned. She looked up, meeting Wei Jin Yi's gentle gaze. At that moment, Wei Jin Yi's hand hadn't yet pulled back from Wei Ruo's ear. His expression was focused, his eyes tender. This tenderness made Wei Ruo feel a bit dazed. Maybe because no one had ever treated her like this before, or perhaps his gaze was as deep as a whirlpool. They stared at each other like this until Xia suddenly came over and patted Wei Ruo's shoulder. Wei Ruo was startled and quickly turned around. Wei Jin Yi withdrew his hand, looking thoughtfully at his palm. Actually, just then, he wasn't sure what had come over him, just instinctively helping her brush her hair, yet suddenly he found himself gazing at her close face. Ruo, what's wrong? Seeing Wei Ruo startled, Xiang asked with concern. Nothing, I was just lost in thought, Wei Ruo quickly answered. Then she asked Xiang, did you come to see me for something? Not much, just a small question I wanted to ask you. What's the question? Xiang leaned close to Wei Ruo's ear and whispered, Ruo, what do you usually feed your family? Both your second brother and Mei Mei are in good health. This has nothing to do with my second brother. His hard work and practice are his own result. As for Mei Mei, she mainly focuses on exercising her body. She also takes herbal baths and supplements to improve her health, Wei Ruo explained. Ruo, look at my older brother. Our grandfather wants him to be skilled in both literature and martial arts. But you see, he has studied martial arts for a long time, yet he's still only half-skilled. If possible, could you help him? Although it was a bit awkward to ask for things directly, Xiang was willing to do anything for her brother. No problem, Wei Ruo agreed happily. Really? Xiang looked at her excitedly. How could it be fake? We're good friends, after all.
Such small things are easy for me.
I'll write down the herbal bath recipe for you later. As for the supplements, they depend on the person. I'll show it to Mr. Xia first and see what he needs to improve. Oh, Ruo, you're so kind, Xiang said happily and touched. If my brother gets a sword from our grandfather, I'll give it to you when he brings it back. No need. I don't practice martial arts, so it wouldn't be useful to me. You like swords and knives, right? Keep them for yourself, Wei Ruo said. But that's not fair. If you give me something good, I'll return the favor. I've never taken advantage of others, Xiang insisted. Next time, give me a picture of a warhorse you drew, Wei Ruo suggested. My painting of a warhorse isn't even 1/10 as good as Mr.
Wang's.
Why do you want it? Use your own painting in exchange for my handwritten words. It's an equal trade. The value isn't important. It's the thought that counts. Since you drew it yourself, it must be very precious, Wei Ruo explained. All right, I agree, Xiang said happily. Later, Wei Ruo found a room and wrote the herbal bath recipe for Shijue. Xiang happily called out to her brother, who was busy carrying things outside. Brother, come quickly. Ruo wrote a recipe for a health-boosting herbal bath for you. Shijue came over. Since the last recipe Wei Ruo gave their mother for health improvement was very effective, he trusted her new recipe without hesitation. He sincerely thanked Ruo, saying, Thank you, Sister Wei. You're welcome. This was exchanged with Ying's calligraphy. I'm not losing out, Wei Ruo replied. Calligraphy? Sister, you still have calligraphy? Xie looked at Xie Ying in surprise.
Why not?
My painting is really good. Don't underestimate me, Xie Ying said stubbornly. While the brother and sister argued, Wei Ruo turned to Wei Jin Yi and said, Second brother, do you want it? If you do, I'll prepare it for you right away. Wei Ruo thought that although second brother is strong, soaking in this medicinal bath wouldn't hurt, especially since he practices martial arts and needs to recover from daily training that can strain his muscles and bones. Yes, Wei Jin Yi nodded. Seeing Wei Ruo care about him and think of him made Wei Jin Yi feel warm inside. Thanks to the joint efforts of Wei Ruo, Wei Jin Yi, Xiaomei, Xiaju, Xiaing, and many servants of the Xie family, all the goods from 3 large carts were delivered. Later, everyone returned to the city together. On West Street, Wei Ruo, Wei Jin Yi, and the Xie siblings said goodbye. Ruo, we'll continue tomorrow, Xiaing said happily. Although they were tired after a busy day, seeing the villagers smile when they received the supplies and the light in their eyes made Xiaing feel very fulfilled. Okay, Wei Ruo agreed, as she had planned. Over the next few days, Wei Ruo and the Xie family helped rescue disaster victims together. Wei Qingwan also persisted for 3 days, but then stopped for some unknown reason. Wei Ruo didn't ask why, because she wasn't interested. 7 days passed quickly. With everyone's efforts in Shan County, the overall situation was still okay. Although everyone suffered some losses and it was a difficult year, at least they could get by for now, and there were no major casualties. At this time, good news arrived from the capital. After Chu Lan reported the land improvement project in Shan County, the emperor was very pleased and rewarded merit. In the afternoon, Wei Ming was summoned to the county office, and everyone in the Wei household was very excited. Last time, even the 7th prince awarded Wei Ruo many things. Now, the emperor's reward for merit was awaited with anticipation. What would the Wei family receive this time? In Zhengyong Garden, Yuan was anxious, staring at the ledger in front of her, but unable to focus on any words. Wei Qingwan had returned early from the Qian residence and was with Yuan in Zhengyong Garden. Both hoped that Wei Ming would receive a reward this time, and if it meant a promotion, that would be even better. It wasn't until dark that Wei Ming returned home. Yuan and Wei Qingwan went to greet him. Husband, how did it go? Yuan asked anxiously. Wei Ming frowned slightly, looking concerned. Things are not quite as I expected. Hearing this, Lady Yun's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Wei Qingwan looked at Wei Ming with curiosity, eager to understand what differences he meant. Wei Ming said, this time, the emperor rewarded the 7th prince and county magistrate Qian, but he didn't mention the Wei family at all.
What?
Lady Yun was in disbelief. How could he not mention the Wei family? Wei Ming shook his head. I don't know. It's normal for the emperor not to praise the Wei family, but I don't understand why even Ruo wasn't mentioned. Wei Ming hadn't expected to gain anything from Wei Ruo's efforts this time, but he believed Ruo must have contributed significantly. Not just a little, but the main part. It was Ruo who led the effort to clear the land and plant new crops, yet during the reward, only the 7th prince and county magistrate Qian were mentioned. Wei Ruo's name was not even included. Lady Yun was confused. How can this be? It shouldn't be like this. Husband, didn't you say that in recent years, food supplies have been tight everywhere? The emperor especially values those who help the country. Yes, Wei Ming agreed. That's why he couldn't understand why the reward was given in this way. Lady Yun guessed, could it be that the 7th prince deliberately kept quiet about it? Since the 7th prince reported the matter himself, it was up to him to tell the emperor. If he only mentioned himself and county magistrate Qian, then naturally, the Wei family wouldn't be mentioned.
I don't know about this either.
The emperor's intentions are hard to read, Wei Ming sighed. Though he had been an official for many years, he rarely saw the emperor face to face and only glimpsed him from afar. Unlike ministers in court, he didn't have the chance to understand the emperor's true thoughts. As for the 7th prince, they rarely interacted, so Wei Ming didn't know his character or thoughts. After thinking for a while, Wei Qingwan guessed, Maybe because my sister is a girl, the emperor might find it inappropriate to reward her openly. Wei Mingting replied the same as always. We don't know the facts yet. Then Wei Mingting looked at Wei Qingwan and said, Wan, you should go back first. He was considering how to tell Wei Ruo about this matter, so he asked Wei Qingwan to leave first. Wei Qingwan obediently left Songyun Garden. After leaving Songyun Garden, Wei Qingwan thought for a while. She was surprised by the outcome, but couldn't help feeling a bit happy. Because she knew Wei Ruo could act so arrogantly in the mansion, even daring to contradict her mother, it was probably because she relied on her achievements and her connection with the seventh prince. If this time she truly received recognition and rewards, she didn't know how arrogant she would become or how she would secretly and openly suppress her. So, although it was a pity that Wei's family didn't receive any praise, she still felt more happy than sad. Although Wei Mingting didn't know how to tell Wei Ruo this news, he understood that secrets couldn't be kept forever. After some thought, he decided to send someone to call Wei Ruo to Songyun Garden. Rather than letting his daughter find out through other means, he preferred to tell her himself. When Wei Ruo arrived, Wei Mingting briefly explained what had happened. Then, as he looked at Wei Ruo, he unexpectedly felt nervous. He rarely felt this way, even when fighting enemies or facing fierce invaders. Wei Mingting had never been nervous. Now, just because he needed to tell his daughter this news, he was worried she would be upset or hurt. Wei Ruo thought for a moment and said, I understand, father. Her face was calm, without sadness, anger, or tears. Seeing her like this, Wei Mingting felt a bit worried. I will find a way to figure this out, Wei Mingting said. Although Wei's family didn't have much power, and he might not have a way to ask, he still wanted to try for his daughter. Wei Ruo shook her head. Father, there's no need to worry too much. Nothing can be changed now that it's come to this.
Let's just leave it at that.
Wei Mingting understood what Wei Ruo meant. Given Wei's family's situation, even if they knew what was going on, they couldn't change anything. But knowing this made him even more worried about his daughter. He even thought that if Ruo had simply cried and spoken out when she was wronged like Wan, he might not have worried so much. Father, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first, Wei Ruo said. Her mood was not good. She didn't show anger or sadness, only because she knew those feelings wouldn't help. But that didn't mean her heart was unaffected by this matter. Wei Mingting frowned, seeming to want to say more, but he wasn't good at comforting people. After hesitating for a while, he finally nodded and let Wei Ruo go back to Tingsong Garden. When she returned to Tingsong Garden and was about to enter, Wei Jin Yi called her back.
Oh yeah.
Wei Ruo turned around and saw Wei Jin Yi looking at her with concern. She guessed immediately that he knew about what her father had just told her. Second brother, I am feeling upset. In front of Wei Mingting, Wei Ruo didn't show his negative feelings, but when facing Wei Jin Yi, he didn't hide his unhappiness much. As he spoke, Wei Ruo turned and walked toward Wei Jin Yi. Wei Jin Yi looked at Wei Ruo's tired face and felt a strange ache in his chest. Seeing Wei Ruo, Wei Jin Yi didn't know how to comfort him. Let's talk in the pavilion, Wei Jin Yi said. Wei Ruo followed Wei Jin Yi to the pavilion, where Wei Jin Yi asked Xiaobei to prepare a cup of honey pomelo tea for Wei Ruo. Wei Jin Yi hesitated, unsure how to comfort him. Second brother, why are you so nervous? Wei Ruo asked, finding his expression a bit funny. Of course, he's nervous. Wei Jin Yi thought to himself. I don't know how to comfort people. Tell me, what can I do to make you feel better? Wei Jin Yi asked seriously. Just talk with me like this. I'm a little upset, but it's not that bad, Wei Ruo replied. Wei Jin Yi furrowed his brows and looked carefully at Wei Ruo's face, as if trying to judge whether his words about feeling not so bad were true. Wei Ruo propped his chin with one hand and muttered, When I first worked on improving the southern city's wasteland, I wasn't aiming to make a name for myself. It just happened that I met the seventh prince, and things got blown out of proportion. So I didn't care much about getting rewards or praise, and I wasn't that upset. But I still feel bad because I don't like others taking advantage of me, using my achievements to boast, and then pushing me aside. Wei Jin Yi still didn't know what to say, so he just listened quietly. Wei Ruo continued muttering, I suspect Chu Lan deliberately kept quiet about this, so he could take more credit for himself and show how important the seventh prince is. I know that recently, the princes have been fighting fiercely for power. He probably seized this opportunity to earn some merit for himself. This, I already dislike him a lot. Last time, he kept his promise and rewarded me with 100 taels of gold, which made me think he had some conscience. That made me dislike him a little less, only 9 points. But now, I like him even less, 10 points. Thinking about Chu Lan becoming emperor in the future, Wei Ruo felt very annoyed. He really wished the heavens would send someone to take Chu Lan's throne, so Chu Lan would cry. Of course, Wei Ruo knew this was unlikely. According to the original story, Chu Lan would become the crown prince and then ascend the throne. Although Wei Qingwan's story has changed now, it probably won't affect Chu Lan's career path. The original story is a female-led story focused on rivalry and palace battles, not involving the male lead's political struggles. In the original, Wei Qingwan meets Chu Lan in Shan County, and they quickly fall in love. Later, after Wei's family encounters trouble and Wei Ming dies in battle, Chu Lan takes Wei Qingwan to the capital. Although Chu Lan likes Wei Qingwan, he marries the daughter of the Minister of War for political reasons, making her his main wife, while Wei Qingwan, being without status, initially only becomes his concubine. The story then follows a true love overcoming all obstacles. Wei Qingwan is weak, but kind and pure. Whenever she is hurt, Chu Lan appears, feeling pity for her and growing more disgusted with his own royal wife. Wei Qingwan eventually rises from a concubine to become the crown prince's consort, then a side consort, and finally, after Chu Lan becomes emperor, she becomes the empress. Throughout this process, Chu Lan is just a supportive figure, appearing when Wei Qingwan needs him. His changing status in the story mainly reflects the shifting roles of his other women. Thinking about the original story, Wei Ruo sighs. After sighing, she remembers her second brother is watching her carefully. Second brother, I don't have any big issues. I'm just thinking aloud. I won't cry or complain over things I can't change right now. I have better things to do. She has always been strong and knows what she wants. Perhaps her way of acting has influenced him, making him change his original thoughts. That's also why he wants to pursue that position he initially decided not to touch. All right, second brother, I've told you everything. I feel much better now. I'm going back to focus on important matters. Wei Ruo stands up. Whenever you need, just tell me. Whether I'm at home or not, if I'm away, you can give the letter to Zhengyong. He will deliver it to me. Wei Jin also said seriously. Okay. Wei Ruo agrees. Wei Ruo returns to Tingsong Garden. Instead of wasting time worrying about past unhappy events, she has more important things to do now. During this time, although she was busy helping disaster victims, she didn't neglect her space planting. Last time, after the sweet potatoes ripened, her space upgraded to level 3, with experience points 100/1200. Then she received mushroom spores, which she planted intensively. To gain experience quickly, Wei Ruo personally participated in the process of making mushroom cultivation bags, especially the step of inserting mycelium, which she did herself. After nearly 2 months of planting, combined with her planting in the space's land, her experience grew very fast. 5 days ago, her experience points filled up again, and she reached level 4, unlocking new plant seeds. When she saw the new seeds, Wei Ruo almost cried. These weren't just any seeds, they were the wheat seeds she needed most right now. Wheat seeds are common, but what's special is that the seeds provided by her space perform very well in all aspects: resistance to disease, drought, cold, and flooding, with excellent genetics. More than half a month ago, Wei Ruo planned to plant wheat widely to achieve double harvests on one piece of land each year. However, sudden weather changes made this plan very difficult. The seedlings from the last batch of wheat were destroyed by the cold and rain. Now, after some adjustments, everyone was waiting for Wei Ruo to give the order to plant new wheat. Wei Ruo was already thinking hard about how to use limited resources to ensure next year's wheat yield, even under bad weather conditions. Now this problem is mostly solved. Wei Ruo needs to plant wheat quickly in her space because, when she upgraded, the seed amount given was limited. She can get more seeds by harvesting the crops she plants. In reality, planting in the outside world is too late, so she can only rely on her space for planting. The cycle is short. Wheat planted in her space's land takes only 5 days to grow. Today is exactly the 5th day since she planted the first batch of wheat. Wei Ruo is about to go back, harvest the wheat, and then use these seeds to help the people in the southern city replant. Wei Ruo first took Xiumei out to visit the wet nurse. The wet nurse had already bought a batch of wheat seeds for Wei Ruo, now stored in the warehouse where sweet potatoes were previously kept. Recently, because many sweet potatoes were shipped out, the warehouse had a lot of space empty. Wei Ruo told Xiumei to stay at the door, then she lingered in the warehouse for a long time before coming out. Mimi, take Agui and Xiaoba to the southern city with these bags of rice seeds. Distribute some to each family. Make sure to emphasize that these seeds are good quality. The amount might not be enough to plant all the rice fields, so any shortfall can be supplemented with the ordinary grain seeds from over there, Wei Ruo instructed. In a short time, Wei Ruo only managed to gather this much space rice seeds. She was worried that if she waited any longer, the people in the southern city would lose patience. Wei Ruo also understood their anxious feelings. Missing this year's planting season would mean they wouldn't have food supplies for the next year. Okay, Xiumei agreed after receiving Wei Ruo's instructions. She ordered Agui and Xiaoba to help load the seeds onto the cart. Agui and Xiaoba seemed a bit reluctant, especially Agui, who is slightly older. After a while of moving the seeds, he stopped and said angrily, "Miss Xiumei, our young lady works so hard for the southern city, but she doesn't get any recognition or rewards. It's so unfair." It turned out that Agui and Xiaoba already knew about the court's reward for the efforts in developing the southern city. During these days with Wei Ruo, they earned wages, gained recognition, and received many benefits. Since Wei Ruo was wronged, they naturally couldn't be happy about it. Xiumei sighed and said, "Separate matters." The young lady started the development not to seek praise, but to help more suffering people have enough to eat. If someone treats her unfairly, shouldn't innocent people in the southern city be protected? Agui and Xiaoba looked at each other and were convinced. Xiumei continued, "Don't worry too much. The young lady will be very happy to know that you're thinking of her. Others may not understand her and might even mock her efforts as pointless, but as her people, we should understand and support her." Agui said, "I understand. Xiaoba, and I will work hard to help the young lady." The two no longer had any objections and efficiently loaded all the rice seeds from the warehouse onto the carts. The ox-drawn carts carrying the rice seeds followed Wei Ruo's carriage as they left the South City Gate. Outside the city gate, Qian Jishan was also there. Seeing Wei Ruo arrive, he was both surprised and awkward. After hesitating for a moment, Qian Jishan still approached Wei Ruo's carriage. Through the curtain, he said, "Miss Wei, are you here to deliver rice seeds to the people in the southern city?" Wei Ruo replied, "Not delivery, but sale." It was originally meant to be a gift, but since Qian Jishan asked, it became a sale. Qian Jishan's smile looked a bit stiff. "I heard that Lord Qian received many rewards this time, and it said that with a good harvest next year, there's hope for a promotion," Wei Ruo said calmly from inside the carriage, through the curtain. Thanks to Miss Wei, Qian Jishan thought to himself that if it weren't for Wei Ruo's efforts, his promotion wouldn't have come so quickly. Since that is the case, Lord Qian, why not do a good deed for the people of Shan County? You could buy these grains and give them to the farmers who are clearing land in the south of the city. What do you think about this idea? After hesitating for a moment, County Magistrate Qian reluctantly said, "Yes, yes. Miss Wei, tell me how much silver you want, and I will buy it all." Qian felt sorry for Wei Ruo Xin, realizing he had benefited from her kindness. Now, he truly shouldn't let her pay or work hard to boost his achievements. Wei Ruo Xin didn't waste words and directly named her price, 200 taels of silver. 200 taels? County Magistrate Qian was clearly shocked by the amount. Just a few carts of wheat seeds cost that much. It's a bit too expensive. If County Magistrate Qian thinks it's too costly, you don't have to buy it. But I want to remind you that the planting time for wheat has already passed, and with the cold weather coming early, it won't be easy to grow this batch of wheat well. Wei Ruo Xian paused, leaving the rest for Qian to imagine himself. Hearing this, Qian's heart skipped a beat. If the wheat grows successfully, he could report to his superiors next year. But if it fails and rice planting is also affected, leading to a poor harvest, he might not get promoted. He quickly changed his tone. 200 taels is not expensive. I'll have someone go back to get the silver right away. I believe Lord Qian is a man of his word. On behalf of the people in the south of the city, I thank you, Lord Qian. I'll have someone distribute these seeds, Wei Ruo Xian said. Good, Miss Wei. Thank you for your hard work, Qian said with a grateful smile. Of course, Miss Wei from the Wei family didn't need to worry about him changing his mind. The 200 taels he paid were not just for the seeds, they also represented Wei Ruo Xian's skill and influence. After Wei Ruo Xian and her people left, Qian let out a long sigh. This matter really couldn't be blamed on Miss Wei. If he were her, he wouldn't be happy either. But he was also confused about the whole situation, not knowing what the higher-ups were really planning. Wei Ruo Xian took Xiaomei, Ague, and Xiaoba to distribute the wheat seeds to the farmers in the south of the city. She explained how to plant them, emphasizing the use of whole sowing, fertilizing intensively, and keeping the planting depth consistent. This planting method required more labor, but could increase the yield. The farmers in the south of the city remembered Wei Ruo Xian's instructions carefully. No one dared to slack off. Next year, whether they have a good harvest all depended on Miss Wei. Everything she asked them to do, they would definitely follow. Wei Ruo finished her work and received the 200 taels of silver sent by the county magistrate. After dealing with matters in the southern part of the city, Wei Ruo returned and, seeing it was still early, went to see Bao Shai first. The nursemaid brought a new ledger and shared good news with Wei Ruo. Although she had used many supplies to help the disaster-stricken people, overall, she was still making a profit. The items she had bought in advance to sell to the wealthy still fetched good prices, and Wei Ruo earned a lot. Miss, this is the ledger of Suji Grain Shop. Recently, their business has been much better than ours at Sibaozhai. They sell a lot of rice and charcoal. The sweet potatoes, besides those you used to help the disaster victims and the ones you kept as reserves, have all been sold out. Recently, even formerly wealthy families have started to cut back on expenses. The goods sold at Sibaozhai are less practical than those at Suji Grain Shop, so it's normal that their business isn't as good. Wei Ruo looked through the ledger and couldn't help but smile happily. She was very pleased with the profit. She said to the nursemaid, "Thank you for your hard work." The nursemaid quickly waved her hand. "I'm not tired at all. I don't have many chances to work now. It's the hired workers who are busy." She didn't think working on these things was tiring at all. They ate well, wore warm clothes, had a good house, and in cold weather, they could burn charcoal to keep warm. It was very comfortable. Compared to the starving and freezing common people, the nursemaid felt incredibly lucky. All of this was thanks to the young lady. Without her, their family of 3 would probably still be starving and freezing back home, worrying every day about getting enough to eat. Nursemaid, take a rest for a few days. Later, I'll need you and Uncle Sue to go to the government city. The farm there needs to be prepared for planting wheat. I don't know the people on that farm well, and I'm not sure about their ability to handle things. I need you and Uncle Sue to keep an eye on it. Why rest? Tomorrow I'll have Lao Su leave for the government city. We can't delay planting wheat. It's already late, and if we miss the planting season, it'll be wasted. That land will stay empty for half a year. That's a big waste. No need. I have confidence in the seeds from my space. Even if it's later, we can still get by. Wei Ruo was confident in the seeds she had. You need to go a bit earlier to the field to plant wheat. First, you must bury the fertilizer so the wheat can grow well later. If the land in that village isn't very good, it will take a long time to compost. While speaking, the nursemaid urged Uncle Su. Old Su, why are you still standing there?
Pack your things and go.
Okay.
Su Zhushan quickly agreed, and then hurried back to his house. Nursemaid, you all should rest for a few days. There's no rush, Wei Ruo said kindly.
There's no need to rest.
We aren't very tired usually, so why stop for a few days? Compared to our days back home, every day now feels like rest. In the end, Wei Ruo couldn't persuade the nursemaid and Uncle Su to rest for a few days. The next morning, Su Zhushan took 2 helpers and went to the city. After working for 2 days, Wei Ruo received a notice from the Xie family saying Mr. Wang had resumed teaching. A few days ago, because of the disaster, Mr. Wang gave Wei Ruo and Xiang a break. Now that the disaster is over, classes should start again. After class in the evening, Wei Ruo went straight to the dining hall at the estate. Today, Wei Ming didn't come, but Wei Jin Yi, who usually rarely dined with everyone, was there. Wei Ruo was a bit curious. She walked over to Wei Jin Yi and whispered, "Why are you in the dining hall today?" "Mother sent someone to invite me," Wei Jin Yi replied. Did Yingzhu really send someone to invite Wei Jin Yi to dine? Wei Ruo found this strange. Wei Ming had approved Wei Jin Yi setting up a small kitchen in his own yard and eating separately. Yunshir's silent approval probably meant she didn't really like Wei Jin Yi. Something unusual is happening. This move probably has a special purpose, and isn't just about eating together as a family. Wei Ming didn't come home for dinner, so after Yunshi arrived at the dining hall, she asked everyone to sit down and had the servants serve the food. During the meal, everyone kept quiet, following the rule of not talking while eating or resting. When the meal was over and everyone sat drinking tea, Yunshi spoke. "Jeannie, you've been studying with Master Songlin for a while now, right?" "Exactly 3 months, Wei Jin Yi answered. "This time, Master Songlin allowed you to come back home and stay longer." "It seems he likes you very much," Yunshi said. "I don't know what the teacher's intentions are," Wei Jin Yi replied. "Jeannie, your older brother will take the provincial exam next year. Your studies have been stagnant for a while. If you could be guided by a good teacher, you might have a better chance to improve," Yunshi continued. Wei Jin Yi responded with a sound. Regarding Yun's implied words, it seemed he understood, but also seemed not to understand. Since Jin Yi has gained the appreciation of Songlin Hermit now, if he has extra strength, he should help out at home, Yun said again. One day, when he studies successfully, he will bring glory to the family. Wei Jin Yi avoided the topic. Yun frowned. She had already made her point so clear. She didn't believe Jin Yi hadn't understood. At this moment, Wei Yilin couldn't listen anymore. "Second brother, actually, mother is asking for me. She wants to see if she can help introduce me to Songlin Hermit." Wei Yilin didn't like his mother's indirect way of asking. This approach was fine with outsiders, but for family, Wei Yilin thought it was better to be straightforward. "Sir has no intention of taking on another disciple," Wei Jin Yi replied directly, even too lazy to pretend to help ask. Hearing this, Yun's face darkened. Wei Yilin was a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything. He could only blame himself for not being capable enough. After observing Yun and Wei Yilin's expressions, Wei Qingwan spoke. "Second brother, maybe Songlin Hermit didn't plan to take another disciple before, but perhaps after meeting Big Brother, he might change his mind. People used to say that Songlin Hermit had retired to the mountains and wouldn't take disciples again, but he still made an exception for second brother. Since he made an exception this time, there might be a chance for another." Yun immediately nodded and agreed with Wei Qingwan. "Wan is right." Wei Jin Yi still looked expressionless. "Then you can ask yourselves." Yun widened her eyes. "Jin Yi, what do you mean?" "I think I've made myself clear," Wei Jin Yi replied calmly, as if he didn't see Yun's anger. Yun was annoyed. "I am your nominal mother. Even if you become a marquis or a prime minister, I am still your mother. Now you've only studied under a famous teacher. How dare you speak to me like this? As I've only studied under a famous teacher, it's not a big deal. Why make such a fuss over it?" Wei Jin Yi asked back slowly. "You?" Yun was furious. Over the years, She had little contact with this illegitimate son and didn't realize he was so arrogant and disrespectful to elders.
Come.
Take the second young master to the ancestral hall, Yuan ordered. As a mother, it was natural to discipline her illegitimate son. However, after Lord Yuan gave the order, the guards outside the door did not move. Only Jing entered the room. But he simply walked in without taking any action. Jing, I order you to take the second young master to the ancestral hall, Lord Yuan said again. Madam, dealing with a second young master requires the old master's order, Jing replied respectfully. Although his tone was polite, he ignored Lord Yuan's command in his actions. Are you saying that I, as the head lady, can't even give you orders? This is the old master's instruction, Jing said unchanged, with the same reason. Lord Yuan's face darkened completely. Anger rose in her heart, but she couldn't let it out. Because Jing was Wei Mingting's guard, his words must have been instructed by Wei Mingting himself. This was the main reason Lord Yuan couldn't get angry. She could be angry at anyone in the household, except her husband Wei Mingting. But this was also what made Lord Yuan feel the most pain and sorrow. She didn't understand why her husband gave such instructions to his subordinates to protect this illegitimate son so much. Wei Chen and Wei Qingwan looked at Lord Yuan with worry. After so many years, this was the first time they saw her like this. Mother. Wei Chen looked at Lord Yuan with concern. After a while, Lord Yuan stood up without speaking and turned back to her room. At the same time, Wei Jin also got up and left without caring about others in the hall. Wei Chen and Wei Qingwan dared not leave. Fearing that Lord Yuan was in trouble, they followed her to Songyun Garden. In the end, only Wei Ruo was left. Seeing no one around, she quickly left as well. When she was near Tingsong Garden, Wei Ruo caught up with Wei Jin Yi. As if knowing what Wei Ruo wanted to say, Wei Jin Yi said, "Ruo, don't worry. Father won't blame me. No matter how angry mother gets, she can't do anything to me." Then Wei Jin Yi explained to Wei Ruo, "My mother means something special to my father. So my second brother already knows what I might be confused about," Wei Ruo said.
Yes.
So in the future, if you encounter any difficulties at home, just tell me. If I'm not at the house, ask Jing to send me a message, Wei Jin Yi said. Although he couldn't protect her in court right now, he could still help her at home. Thank you, second brother. Wei Ruo felt a warm feeling in her heart. Although Wei Ruo has always maintained a self-reliant and independent attitude, she is also very happy when someone is willing to be her strong support. In the evening, Wei Mingting returned to the captain's residence, and Mrs. Yuan was waiting in her room as usual. Unlike before, today Mrs. Yuan did not greet him warmly. Wei Mingting noticed his wife's unusual behavior and asked, "Madam, are you feeling unwell? Should I call the doctor?" Mrs. Yuan looked at Wei Mingting for a long moment before asking, "Husband, we have been married for many years. Do you really know what kind of person I am?" Wei Mingting sensed her unease and replied, "Madam is gentle and kind. She respects her parents and raises the children well. She keeps the house in order. You are a good wife." Hearing this, Mrs. Yuan's expression softened a little, and she began to talk about today's matter. "Husband, today I wanted to discipline Jin Yi, but none of the guards in the house moved. They said they would only act on your orders. Can you tell me why? Is it because you don't trust me, or?" Mrs. Yuan really wanted to know the answer, but was also afraid to find out. "You're planning to punish Jin Yi today?" Wei Mingting was a bit surprised. Jin Yi usually keeps to himself and rarely interacts with anyone in the house, especially not with his wife. "Yes, I did think about punishing him today."
Why?
"I wanted Jin Yi to help introduce Chen to Zonglin Master. They are brothers and should support each other. But he not only refused firmly, but also showed no respect to me as his mother, speaking arrogantly. So I wanted to give him a small lesson and make him kneel at the ancestral hall." Mrs. Yuan did not think she had done anything wrong. As a mother, she believed children should help each other, which was natural. If her son disrespects her, it is only right for her to discipline him. After explaining, Mrs. Yuan looked at her husband. Seeing his furrowed brows, deep eyes, and worried expression, she asked nervously, "Husband, Do you think I did wrong? It's not that you did anything wrong, but you should not interfere with Jin Yi's matters. If he is unwilling to do something, don't force him. Wei Mingtong's answer surprised Mrs. Yuan. Her face showed hurt as she asked, why? Why can't I? This matter, I cannot explain to you right now. Is it because of Jin Yi's mother? Mrs. Yuan couldn't help but guess. Besides that, she couldn't think of any other reason for her husband's actions. In an instant, tears filled Mrs. Yuan's eyes. All these years, she deliberately avoided mentioning that woman, forcing herself not to become a jealous wife. But when her husband showed extraordinary favoritism toward the illegitimate child, the deep-seated feelings of resentment and hurt burst out uncontrollably. Seeing his wife cry, Wei Mingting hurriedly said, Madam, don't overthink. This has little to do with Jin Yi's mother. If it has nothing to do with it, why does it matter? Or does my husband think I am wrong for wanting Jin Yi to help introduce Chen to Zonglin Jusher? Mrs. Yuan asked. Over the years, Mrs. Yuan usually followed her husband's words, doing whatever he said. But today, she suddenly wanted to get to the bottom of things. You are not wrong. It's just that Jin Yi is a special child to me, so I hope you won't treat him like a typical wife treats an illegitimate child. Wei Mingting looked troubled. He could only explain so much to his wife, but his words carried a different meaning in Mrs. Yuan's ears. Special. How is he special? Mrs. Yuan asked again. Madam, it's really not what you think, Wei Mingting denied again, but he couldn't give more explanation. Though he denied any connection with the child's mother, his actions revealed a clear favoritism toward that woman, something even her own wife had never received. Then, husband, can you tell me now what is that woman's name, her background, and where she is from? Mrs. Yuan asked reluctantly. She knew little about that woman. Years ago, her husband was away for a year, and when he returned, he brought back a child. It hurt her deeply, but she couldn't say anything. She forced herself not to question her husband about the child's mother or to dwell on the possible details of his time away and his relationship with that woman. But deep down, there was still a gap in her heart. When touched, those feelings would surge out. Madam, please don't ask about this anymore. Wei Mingting couldn't give his wife a satisfactory answer and ended the conversation abruptly. Seeing Wei Mingting turn away to the study, Mrs. Yuan sank sadly into a chair. She didn't know what was wrong with her today or why she wanted to tear open this wound, which had already been buried in her heart for many years. Perhaps because Jin Yi has recently become more active, her presence constantly reminds her husband and another woman of their sweet past together. Wei Jin Yi stayed at home for half a month this time. After helping Wei Ruo finish disaster relief work, Jin Yi was about to leave again. Wei Ruo saw Jin Yi off and also brought a whole carload of things for her. Xiao Bei saw what Wei Ruo gave and couldn't help but say, Miss, you are really too kind to our young master. Take good care of the young master and don't let him catch a cold or get sick. Although he is skilled in martial arts and has a good foundation, he still can't withstand the cold, Wei Ruo advised Xiao Bei. Miss, don't worry. I will take good care of the young master, Xiao Bei replied confidently. The last time the young master got sick was because he didn't care about his health enough. Now, things are very different. The young master has become very careful about his health. Plus, Miss Wei gave them many emergency medicines. If he catches a cold, taking the medicine Miss Wei provided will help him recover quickly, preventing minor illnesses from becoming serious. So, Xiao Bei isn't worried at all. Wei Ruo then approached Jin Yi and reminded him, Second brother, take care of yourself. Do what you want to do. If you have time, write me a letter.
Ving Yirepyet. Or you two.
Just do as I previously taught you if anything happens. Wei Ruo nodded and watched Jin Yi turn around and mount his horse. After exchanging glances for a long time, Jin Yi turned his horse and left. This farewell, the next time they meet should be around the new year. Not long after Jin Yi left, the disaster-prone Shing Shan County was once again attacked by pirates. It had only been 2 months since their last defeat of the pirates, yet they had returned so quickly. Fortunately, Wei Mingting had never relaxed his vigilance. The defenses in various places remained the same, and even during disaster relief, Only a small number of people were mobilized to ensure the original defenses were not compromised. As a result, this pirate raid did not cause much damage to Shan County. But from this moment on, Wei Ming and the soldiers had to regain their full strength and be ready for a new round of war. Wei Ming immediately became busy again, staying in the military camp for several days in a row. When the war broke out, the Yuan family no longer felt jealous or upset. She only hoped her husband would be safe and that Shan County would remain safe. Because of busy family matters, Madame Yuan entrusted Wei Ruo with the task of supervising Wei Yilin's studies. She asked Wei Ruo to take time every day to check on Wei Yilin's learning progress. Although Wei Ruo didn't like Wei Yilin, she still had to do this superficial duty. Today, after returning from the Xie residence, Wei Ruo went to Yuan. Before entering the courtyard, she heard the crisp sound of whip cracking inside. Upon entering, she saw Wei Yilin using the whip she had given him before. Wei Ruo stood nearby watching for a while and found that this mischievous boy was actually whipping quite skillfully. After a while, Wei Yilin turned around and saw Wei Ruo standing at the gate. He stopped, put down the whip, and walked over to her with a serious face, asking, "What are you here for? Didn't she say she didn't like him and ignored him? Why was she here on his territory?" "Just following orders," Wei Ruo replied. "You don't need to mind me. I'll keep whipping until I've had enough, then I'll leave. We keep to ourselves." "But I refuse.
I want to talk to you."
Wei Yilin's rebellious side surfaced. When Wei Ruo didn't want to pay attention to him, he still insisted. "Wei Yilin, if you're sick, go see a doctor," she said. "You're the one who's sick. I've been practicing martial arts every day, and I'm in great shape," Wei Yilin said, lifting his sleeve to show Wei Ruo his small arm. Honestly, his arm was indeed a bit bigger than before, and the muscles looked firm. Then Wei Yilin said, "Once I get even better, I'll follow my father into battle and fight enemies." Wei Ruo didn't respond, just gave him a faint glance. Wei Yilin felt ignored and said, "Don't you believe in me? What else? The last time, you were so scared you ran like a fool when two enemies caught you. Do you still want to fight them?" You're talking nonsense. The last time was an accident. I wasn't practicing martial arts then. It's different now." Wei Yilin saw his previous capture as a shame. He used to not feel so embarrassed, but after training with his master and spending time with his brothers, he learned that a true man must fight to defend his country. Knowing he was once kidnapped by enemies made him feel even more ashamed. If only he had started practicing martial arts earlier. He could have fought back and made a great contribution. After saying this, seeing Wei Ruo still had a teasing look and didn't believe he could defeat the enemies, Wei Yilin felt very annoyed. "I was about to say some harsh words, but then I remembered some things I recently heard outside." After thinking for a moment, Wei Yilin swallowed his words and asked Wei Ruo instead, "I heard you've been helping the poor people in Shan County lately. Is there a problem?" Wei Yilin felt a bit upset by Wei Ruo's attitude. He wanted to say something harsh, but after recalling certain things, he held back and changed his tone. "Well, since you saved my father and helped many disaster victims, I'll allow you to criticize me a little. You actually know right from wrong now?" Wei Ruo mocked. "What do you mean? When did I not understand good from bad? Before, you treated Wan badly and bullied her. Of course I had to scold you. Now that you've done well, I'll be patient with you. I clearly understand what's right and wrong." Talking about bullying Wei Qingwan? "It's funny you say that, and you even consider yourself fair and just," Wei Ruo said with disdain. "Why didn't you bully Sister Wan? As soon as you arrived, you wanted to take away my sister Wan's status as the eldest daughter of the Wei family. She's kind to you, gives you things, and you don't even accept them. You even took her spot to study at the Xie family school." Wei Yilin listed Wei Ruo's faults. "You say I took Wei Qingwan's things, but weren't they originally mine?" Wei Ruo asked back. "How were they originally mine?"
That's...
Wei Yilin's tone faltered. "How were they originally mine? If I didn't mistake the person I've lived with for over 10 years. Isn't that me? Isn't the status of the eldest daughter of the main family mine from the moment I was born? Didn't it belong to me from the moment I was born? The person going to study at the Xie family was also originally me. You all misunderstood.
What?
Just because you misunderstood once, you think it's okay to consider it as Wei Qingwan's property? Is there any logic like that in the world? Wei Ruo retorted. Wei Yilin was speechless after Wei Ruo's question. He hadn't thought so much before. He simply stood on Sister Wanwan's side. Because Sister Wanwan was living well, and because of Wei Qingruo's arrival, problems arose. Every time he saw Sister Wanwan sad or upset, he got angry at Wei Qingruo and wished he could kick her out of their house immediately, so Sister Wanwan could be happy again.
But
Wei Qingruo's words seemed to have some truth too. Wei Ruo ignored Wei Yilin's thoughts. Seeing that the time was about right, she got up and left the proud chrysanthemum garden, returning to her own courtyard to do her own things. Wei Yilin finished thinking and saw that Wei Ruo had already disappeared without a trace. He couldn't help but feel frustrated and stomped his foot. What a thing! She left without saying a word. When Wei Ruo returned to Tingsong Garden, she began to focus on her own affairs. Now, Wei Ruo was busy with her business matters. After sending seeds to the southern part of the city, she didn't worry much anymore because officials were watching over it. She knew they were very concerned now, so after giving the southern villagers new wheat seeds, she stopped worrying. Wei Ruo told Xiumei about the planting plans for Shaoyang Mountain. After a cold snap, the rapeseed, radishes, and mustard on the mountain were somewhat affected, but luckily, there was still time to fix it. Recently, the weather warmed up a bit, and the newly planted rapeseed seedlings had already sprouted. They would soon be ready for harvest. These vegetables grow quickly, and as long as the sunlight stays stable, they can be harvested one after another soon. After harvesting the rapeseed, they would sell what they could and turn the rest into pickled vegetables. The same with mustard. Once pickled, they could last longer. In a little while, when it gets colder, there won't be many vegetables left to grow, so pickled vegetables and preserved meats will become important food sources. A new batch of shiitake mushrooms arrived, and Wei Ruo planned to make a large amount of mushroom paste. She also worked with Xie on planting medicinal herbs. Wei Ruo had already known that the weather would turn cold early, so they chose cold-resistant varieties, which held up well this time. The batch of medicinal herbs they bought together was also ready for sale. Recently, major pharmacies were short on herbs, so selling to them could make a good profit. Additionally, Lady Yuan from the government city sent news that the cold snap disrupted their planting plans. She hoped Wei Ruo could go to the government city again to help plan the next planting for the local people. Lady Yuan only sent this message to Wei Ruo first, waiting for her to agree before informing the military governor's office. She was worried that if she directly informed the military governor's office, they might send Wei Ruo to the city without respecting her wishes. Lady Yuan was grateful to Wei Ruo and didn't want to force her into anything. Wei Ruo was willing, so she replied to Lady Yuan, asking the messenger to take her response back to the city. She thought she would be going to the city in a few days. She could also check on her estate there. For several days, there had been gunfire in the east of the city, causing panic among the residents. At this moment, in a military camp's important area, inside Wei Mingting's tent, after hearing the medical officer's report, Wei Mingting looked worried. The medicinal supplies are all used up, which means many injured soldiers are lying in the medical tent without proper treatment. Wei Mingting asked his subordinate, "When will the supply team send more medicine?" The subordinate lowered his head and dared not answer. Wei Mingting quickly guessed the answer. "Is there still no news?" "Yes. Because the recent battles have paused, and we haven't received any clear updates yet, so we don't know when new supplies will arrive. Reports about the need for medicine are passed up layer by layer, but they don't know exactly where the delay is. It's understandable, since the southeastern coast has more than one place dealing with pirates. When Shan County repelled the pirates, the authorities relaxed their vigilance here. Without news, they don't know when the medicine supplies will arrive, but the injured soldiers can't wait." After thinking for a while, Wei Mingting ordered his subordinate, "Help me send 2 letters to the city, one to County Magistrate Qian, and one to the captain's office." Wei Mingting now can only hope that Magistrate Qian might help find a way, perhaps by purchasing some urgent medicines from local shops. As for the letter to the captain's office, he didn't hold much hope, but it's better than nothing. If his family could help get some medicine, it might save lives. Though this might not solve the urgent shortage of medicine, it's all they can rely on now. Wei Mingting's letter was soon delivered to Mrs. Yuan. Learning about her husband's worries over the medicine shortage, Mrs. Yuan wanted to help. But now, all the medicine shops in the town are out of stock, so they can't buy any medicine. Even if the captain's office had money, there was nowhere to buy medicine. Wei Qingwan, who had just returned from Magistrate Qian's house, came to visit Mrs.
Yuan.
After hearing the full story, Wei Qingwan couldn't do much to help, only softly comforted Mrs. Yuan, saying, "Mother, don't worry. This isn't the captain's office's fault. There's no need for them to worry either. I know it's not their fault, but your father is very concerned. If the shortage of medicine causes those who could be saved to lose their chance, it would be terrible." Mrs. Yuan still looked worried. Wei Qingwan knew she couldn't help much, so she said, "My daughter will help take care of the household affairs to ease your worries, mother." Miss Yuan nodded slightly, then called Ma Mahjong over and asked her to go out and find out if there were any channels to buy large quantities of medicinal herbs. But after working for a long time, she still found nothing. Currently, the pharmacies are also short on herbs, so there are no extra supplies to sell in bulk. Even the herbal merchants have no stock. It is said that recent harvests have been poor, disasters are happening everywhere, and all places need medicine. The next day, Wei Ruo was about to go out. As she left the Meng Song garden, she met Li Mama. "Miss, why are you going out again?" Li Mama asked with a bright smile. But to Wei Ruo, her smile didn't seem friendly at all. "Do I need to tell you before I go out?" Wei Ruo asked back. Since that incident, Li Mama had been low-key for a while. Today, for some reason, she came to cause trouble again. "It's natural for Miss to go out without telling me, but it's better to inform Madam," Li Mama reminded her. "I've gone out so many times. Do I still need you to tell me how to do things?" "Miss, don't be angry.
I mean, well,
After all, things aren't the same as before. Before, you were following orders, busy with things in the South City, and there were noble people helping you. But now it's different. Everyone knows that the matter has nothing to do with you," Li Mama said with a smile. Wei Ruo finally understood why she had been left alone for so long, and why Li Mama came to bother her today. It seemed she thought Wei Ruo had lost a big backing and was afraid to act boldly at home anymore. Indeed, during her last stay in the city, Wei Ruo relied on the South City matter to dare to confront the Yun family directly. After realizing Li Mama's thoughts, Wei Ruo smiled brightly. "So, you're here to watch my joke on behalf of your young lady? You and your young lady are quite good at choosing the time, especially when my father isn't home." It had been several days since that incident. Li Mama could only have come to see her joke today because her father had been returning home every day recently, and her second brother was also there. In the past few days, her second brother was away, and after the war started, her father hardly came home anymore, leaving no time to care for family matters. "Miss, what are you talking about?" "That's a bit unfair to judge with a narrow mind," Li Mama replied. The old servant was concerned about Miss, hoping she would follow the rules and respect her parents. She shouldn't be unruly, especially since she had just entered the household, and the old servant was responsible for her behavior, Li Mama said confidently with a proud smile. "Sorry to disappoint you," Wei Ruo chuckled softly, then turned to Xiaomei and said, "Mimi, if any dogs block the way again, help me chase them away." "Yes, miss, no problem." Xiaomei clenched her fist and nodded. Li Mama snorted softly, then stepped back 2 steps, making way for Wei Ruo. As Wei Ruo passed in front of her, Li Mama's smile was full of disdain. When Wei Ruo reached the door, she happened to meet Yunshi and Wei Qingwan about to leave. The timing was perfect. Seeing Wei Ruo, Wei Qingwan was surprised and asked, "Are you going out too, sister? Isn't the matter in the south already settled?" Wei Ruo smiled, understanding now. Li Mama's rude interference wasn't just meant to annoy her, but also to make her meet Yunshi when she left. Yunshi looked at Wei Ruo and asked, "Yes, Ruo, aren't you no longer involved in the southern matter?" "I have other things to do," Wei Ruo replied. "Other things?" Yuan frowned. Farming-related matters, Wei Ruo answered. Hearing this, Yuan slightly frowned and said, Roar, earlier your father supported you on the southern matter because you wanted to help the people and bring them benefits. Now that you're not involved anymore, why are you still interested in farming? Yuan didn't agree with her daughter's choice. Mother, do you think it's wrong for me to care about farming? Wei Ruo asked. It's not wrong to care about farming, but I think you have more important things to do now, Yuan said. She thought that her eldest daughter could achieve great things, but it turned out that wasn't possible. Whether it was because the seventh prince suppressed this matter or the emperor's orders, it was clear that women in the family shouldn't focus on farming. Yuan hoped her daughter would shift her focus to other areas and become a more proper young lady from a noble family. What if I insist on doing it? Wei Ruo asked. Yuan sighed and said, If you insist, I can't stop you. Your father said you can do what you want. Just mother wants you to know that her thoughts are for your good. You're about to turn 14, reaching the age of maturity. Soon, you'll start looking for a marriage. Compared to finding a farmer, mother truly hopes you marry into a good family. Although Yuan was not happy about this, she didn't want to go against her husband's wishes. She didn't want to upset him. Wei Qingwan, standing nearby, advised Wei Ruo, Sister, mother cares about you. Her words come from her concern. Don't hurt her feelings. Mother has been very tired and hardworking lately. Yuan glanced at Wei Qingwan and felt grateful. Compared to Ruo, one was much more thoughtful. She understood Yuan's difficulties and appreciated her intentions. Whenever she had free time, she came to help. Wei Ruo smiled and said, Is that so? Then I will listen to mother. I won't go out today. Suddenly, Wei Ruo changed her mind, surprising Yuan and Qingwan. You're willing to listen to mother now? Yuan asked. Yes, I will listen to mother. Today, I won't go out to do farm work or other things that don't suit a young lady, Wei Ruo replied. But I will need mother to help explain to the servants of the governor's family. What does that mean? The servants of the governor's family? Yuan was confused, and Qingwan was puzzled. Could Wei Ruo be going out today related to the governor's wife? But isn't the governor's wife far away in the city? At that moment, a carriage with 2 horses arrived at the gate of the marshal's residence. It stopped, and a well-dressed woman approached. She wore luxurious clothes but was dressed as a maid, clearly a servant from a noble family. Seeing Yuan and the others, she stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Madam Wei, Miss Wei, and second Miss Wei.
Who are you?
Yuan thought the maid looked familiar. Returning to Madam, we are servants from the governor's household. At my lady's order, I've come to pick up Miss Wei, the maid answered. Mrs. Yuan sent someone to pick up Wei Ruo? Yuan was very surprised. Looking closer, Yuan recognized the maid from the garden party. She was one of Mrs. Yuan's people. While Yuan was surprised, Wei Ruo responded to Mrs. Yuan's personal maid. Sorry, sister. My mother doesn't want me to be busy with farm work all the time, so I can't help your lady today. Please go back and tell her. Wei Qingwan's expression kept changing as she stared at Lady Yuan's maid, seeming to look for proof that this person was not from the Yuan family. Jin Yi, Lady Yuan's personal maid, knew very well how Lady Yuan felt about Wei Ruo. So, upon hearing this, Jin Yi said to Yuan, Madam Wei, Our Lady likes Miss Wei very much and greatly admires her for helping the people of Shan County. This time, when Lady Yuan came to Shan County, her first thought was of Miss Wei. Please, Madam Wei, allow Miss Wei to come and have a small chat with Our Lady. Yuan, regaining her composure, hurriedly replied, No, that's a misunderstanding. Boar must have heard me wrong. I was just advising her to pay more attention. Maybe I used the wrong words, and she thought I didn't like her doing farm work. Jin Yi asked Wei Ruo, Is that so, Miss Wei? Wei Ruo didn't answer immediately. She looked at Yuan and Wei Qingwan. She stayed silent, making Yuan and Wei Qingwan feel nervous. After a while, Wei Ruo slowly said, Maybe I misunderstood. Hearing this, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to offend Lady Yuan. Lady Yuan was someone they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Jin Yi said, That's best. Please, Miss Wei, Come with the maid to the carriage. Our Lady is waiting for you at Yahe Mountain Residence. Wei Ruo nodded and took Xiaomei onto the horse. Before entering the carriage, she looked back at Wei Qingwan. Wei Qingwan felt Wei Ruo's gaze and, whether out of guilt or something else, immediately lowered her head to avoid Wei Ruo's sight. Then, the Yuan family's carriage drove away, leaving Yingzhu and Wei Qingwan standing at the door. Yingzhu felt a complicated mix of emotions she couldn't quite describe. Wei Qingwan clenched her lips tightly, her expression grim. She didn't understand why Wei Qingruo's luck was so good. First losing the seventh prince, then a new Lady Yuan appeared. Wei Ruo was taken by Yuan family servants to Yahe Mountain Residence, a quiet tea house in Shing, Shan County. Yahe Mountain Residence was a rare, elegant shop in the poorer and remote Shing, Shan County. It was a small building at the foot of the mountain, with several tables in the courtyard, offering snacks and tea. Lady Yuan was waiting for Wei Ruo there. Because she was present, the tea house no longer served other customers, and guards kept watch everywhere. When Wei Ruo saw Lady Yuan, she also saw her and waved with a gentle smile. "Madam, why did you come here in person this time?" Wei Ruo asked, expressing her curiosity. Mrs. Yuan was surprised that Lady Wei would come to Xingshan County. She had thought that after their last letter exchange, Mrs. Yuan would send someone to the captain's residence to deliver a message and then her to the city. But unexpectedly, she came in person. "It's all thanks to you, my benefactor. Your medicine really works. I've been using it for a while now, and my complexion has improved. I feel more energetic. Over the past 6 months, I hardly moved, but now that I feel better, I want to go out and walk around. It just happens that I came to pick you up myself. We can talk on the way, and you'll have company." Today, Mrs. Yuan looked much healthier than the last time they met. Her face was brighter, and she seemed more spirited. "Lady, the medicine has been very effective. After 2 more months of taking this prescription, I will prepare a new one for you. If you continue for about 3 months, you'll likely recover completely. Once you're fully healed, you won't need to take it anymore. Too much energy and blood can be bad for your health," Wei Ruo said. "Benefactor, I don't know how to thank you enough," Mrs. Yuan said happily and gratefully. "Lady, there's no need to call me benefactor. Just call me by my name," Wei Ruo said, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the title. "Then I will call you Ruar Mimi from now on," Mrs. Yuan decided after some thought. Wei Ruo nodded. Mrs. Yuan then picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Wei Ruo. "Since I came to Xingshan County, I've heard your name many times. You organized the reclamation in the southern part of the city and helped with disaster relief. The people really like you." Hearing this, Mrs. Yuan's affection for Wei Ruo grew even more. She then sighed regretfully. "It's a pity you're a girl. If you were a boy, with such a reputation, it would be very helpful for your future career." Wei Ruo smiled. She knew very well that in this world, women had it much harder than men. If she were a man, even if she couldn't pass the imperial exams, she could openly build her career outside. Even if she became a low-status merchant, she could enjoy her life freely. "I also heard a bit about what happened in the southern part of the city," Mrs. Yuan said. "Does Lady know the reason behind it?" Wei Ruo asked. Mrs. Yuan shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure about the details, but it's best to think positively. If your family's young lady status made it difficult to reward you properly, then when you marry and become a wife, you'll receive your due kindness. If someone concealed your contribution and you missed out, perhaps it can be made up for in the future." Mrs. Yuan's words offered some comfort to Wei Ruo. She had helped her, and she certainly didn't want Wei Ruo to feel sad, disappointed, or discouraged because of this matter. Wei Ruo didn't think too much about it. "I don't plan to dwell on this matter. Thinking too much only wastes my energy and time. Since I can't control how things develop, I might as well forget about it for now." Madame Yuan nodded approvingly. "It's best that younger sister Ruo thinks this way." Wei Ruo changed the subject. "Madam, let's discuss the main matter. Isn't it about the grain supply for the city?" Madame Yuan replied. "Yes, that's true. Just give me your ideas. I'll have people prepare what we need. Don't tire yourself out. I still owe you my gratitude, and I don't want to burden you further."
All right.
Wei Ruo was not polite with Madame Yuan on this matter. She had her own tasks to do, including going to her state after visiting the city, so she was quite busy. Wei Ruo and Madame Yuan spent most of the day together at the elegant and peaceful mountain residence, chatting happily. Wei Ruo offered some practical suggestions to Madame Yuan, who also planned to help Wei Ruo with her future development in the city. Later, Madame Yuan sent Shing Yi to Wei Ruo back to the captain's residence. As soon as Wei Ruo entered the gate, she was called by someone from the Yun family who had been waiting in Songyun courtyard. Wei Ruo smiled faintly and followed. In Songyun courtyard, Yunshi had been waiting for Wei Ruo to return to ask her questions. As soon as Wei Ruo entered, Yunshi asked, "Ruo, have you been in contact with Madame Yuan all along?" "Not all the time, only recently," Wei Ruo answered calmly.
Why did Madame Yuan ask you about things?
Yunshi inquired again. "Didn't I tell you before I left today? It's about farming." "Why is Madame Yuan so concerned about farming?" Yunshi asked further. "Does mother really not know?" Magistrate Yuan wants good results in governance. Naturally, he cares about the people's wealth and health, smooth administration, and harmony, Wei Ruo replied. Yunshi had thought of this, but she was still surprised that Madame Yuan would come to her daughter about this. Yunshi looked at Wei Ruo with complicated thoughts. She sighed deeply and said, "Ruo, I'm happy that Madame Yuan still appreciates you, but what I told you this morning was sincere. I truly believe that being a noble young lady and marrying into a good family is your true destiny." Yunshi's upbringing and life experiences made her believe that for women, a good marriage and taking care of the family were their proper roles. "This is the path I have chosen myself. I will bear any consequences that come with it. Please, mother, do not try to stop me," Wei Ruo said firmly. Mrs. Yun sighed again. "You really resemble your father, and he also supports you in doing these things." Sometimes, Mrs. Yun couldn't quite understand her husband. But as a wife, she knew she should support her husband and see him as her guide. Wei Ruo said, "If that's the case, mother, please don't try to persuade me anymore. I am willing to walk this path, and I will handle any consequences myself." Mrs. Yun nodded. "I can't stop you. If I try to stop you again, and you go complain to your father, I won't be able to do anything." Because of her husband's attitude, Mrs. Yun could only advise Wei Ruo. If her advice didn't work, she couldn't do much more. She was afraid of upsetting her husband, especially now with the war ongoing. Mrs. Yun dared not let trouble at home distract her husband or cause him worry. Then Mrs. Yun said, "Since you are now favored by Lady Yuan, if you get the chance, try to speak well of your sister." Last time, Wei Qingwan wanted Wei Ruo to help her speak kindly, but Wei Ruo brushed her off, saying she had a headache. This time, with Lady Yuan appearing again, Mrs. Yun saw an opportunity and brought up the old matter again. "If I say I don't want to, will you then accuse me of being unkind to my sisters?" Wei Ruo asked. Mrs. Yun frowned and said gravely, "That incident was indeed Wanwan's fault. It wasn't right for me to blame you that day." After many days, Mrs. Yun finally admitted she was wrong that day. Then she added, "But Ruo, we are a family. We share both joy and shame. Your sister's reputation was damaged, and that doesn't benefit you either. You need to understand this." Wei Ruo said nothing, looking at Mrs. Yun with a cold expression. Mrs. Yun continued, "Your sister has also been punished. I kept her confined and fined her for her monthly allowance. Her reputation in the city isn't very good either. Isn't all this enough to make you feel better?" If Wei Qingwan had taken these lessons and calmed down, Wei Ruo might have felt better. But clearly, that wasn't the case. The scene she put on before leaving today was the best proof. "I still need to think about this carefully," Wei Ruo replied, neither agreeing nor outright refusing. Mrs. Yun wasn't very happy with her answer, but she couldn't push Wei Ruo too hard. After all, she needed her help. If she pressed her too much, everyone would suffer. All right. Just go home and think it over. Mother still needs to find a way to get medicine for your father's military camp." Miss Yun waved her hand and dismissed Wei Ruo. Seeing that Miss Yun had nothing more to say, Wei Ruo decided she had other matters to attend to and returned to the Ting Song garden. Once back at the garden, Wei Ruo began writing a letter. Xiaomei was nearby, pouring tea and grinding herbs for Wei Ruo, when she noticed that Wei Ruo mentioned the He family in her letter. "Miss, you asked someone to send a letter to the He family? Why is that?" Xiaomei asked in surprise. They had almost no contact with the He family. Since leaving the He family at age 3 and being sent to the countryside, they had only received monthly money and had never seen anyone from the He family again. "Invite them to come to Wei Manor as guests," Wei Ruo replied.
What?
"Miss, are you confused? Why invite them to Wei Manor?" Xiaomei, who hadn't met the He family much, held a negative impression of them. They had abandoned the young lady in the countryside for years, just because a fortune teller said her fate was unlucky for her parents. It's simply absurd. "Don't worry, your miss, am not confused. I won't be at home for a while, so even if they come, they won't bother me," Wei Ruo said. "But if you're not at the estate, why do you want them to come?" Xiaomei still didn't understand. "To give Wei Qingwan something to do. She's been causing me trouble lately, and I can't let her enjoy it too much," Wei Ruo explained. Xiaomei seemed to understand a little. "Can the He family really make the second miss unhappy?" Xiaomei asked curiously. Although Xiaomei was bought by the He family as a servant when she was 5 and had rarely stayed at their estate, she didn't have much understanding of the He family. Wei Ruo smiled brightly. "They will." Xiaomei thought for a moment and had another question. "But, miss, with the current conflict in Shan County and the townspeople feeling anxious, would the He family be willing to come? Usually, they wouldn't believe it if we just said Wei Manor invited them. But now, with the situation as it is, if we invite them, they might believe it. I told them I needed them to deliver medicinal herbs, and I also said that if they could send the urgently needed herbs to Shan County, it would be a great achievement," Wei Ruo explained. The He family was in business. Although they didn't mainly deal in medicinal herbs, they had some involvement. Asking them to deliver herbs was both an excuse and a genuine response to the urgent need in Shan County. Over the years, the He family's business had not gone smoothly because they lacked strong connections. They had been trying to establish relationships with officials. They originally thought they could use the mistaken child incident to build some connection with the Wei family. Unfortunately, when the Wei family came to find them, they only received some money and had no intention of maintaining contact. Now she has sent out the bait. Whether it gets bitten depends on the He family themselves. Even if the He family doesn't take the bait, Wei Ruo has suffered no loss. She only wrote a letter. Xiaomei nodded and said, "Miss, your idea is good. If they really send the medicinal herbs, even if we can't upset the second miss, it will at least help ease the urgent situation in Shan County." Wei Ruo replied, "That's the idea." Xiaomei said, "I hope the He family members will successfully find the herbs after receiving the letter and come to the marshal's office quickly." However, the He family didn't have a fixed amount of medicinal herbs, and from what Yingzhu just said, the military camp is currently in urgent need of supplies. Wei Ruo decided to visit Xia early tomorrow to discuss. The medicinal herbs they previously purchased should now be useful. 2 days have passed, but the military camp still hasn't received new supplies. Over the past 2 days, they have barely managed by forcibly taking some herbs from the pharmacy. If they don't get more supplies tomorrow, they will run out of everything. If the wounded can't be treated, not only will their lives be at risk, but it will also greatly affect the morale of the entire army. If this war can't be ended quickly, it will be very unfavorable for their side. Wei Ming was full of worry. He called his subordinates into his tent to discuss the next plan. "Everyone, by now you should all know the situation. The Japanese pirates are well prepared for this counterattack. We've used up more than half of our bows, crossbows, and arrows, but we haven't driven them back. This situation is very unfavorable for us. I want to hear your thoughts, soldiers." Wei Ming asked Deputy Qian and the other commanders for their opinions. Everyone remained silent, and the atmosphere in the tent was heavy. Zhengyong stood in the third row, thinking for a long time before he finally stepped forward with determination. "Commander Qian, I believe we can't just wait passively. We should turn defense into offense." "Deputy Commander Su, do you have a specific plan for how to do that?" Wei Ming asked. I am willing to lead a small team myself, starting from the south of the city, crossing Moon-Gazing Mountain in the southeast, and launching a surprise attack on the enemy's flank. Everyone looked at him in surprise. This was a risky move. If it succeeded, it would be great. If it failed, Deputy Commander Su would have no way back. Actually, Wei Ming also considered this method, but it was too risky and required someone to step forward as the vanguard for the surprise attack. What he didn't expect was that Su Zhengyong not only thought of it, but was also willing to lead the team personally and risk himself. Wei Ming said to Su Zhengyong, "The terrain of Mount Moon is very dangerous. Crossing over the mountain is extremely risky, especially today, when the weather is cold. If the enemy discovers you, you will be isolated and without support, and the situation will become very dangerous." Su Zhengyong replied, "Commander Qian, right now we lack medicinal supplies and reinforcements. The Japanese pirates are fiercer than before. All these factors put us at a great disadvantage. If we keep holding on like this, with more soldiers getting injured, our morale will weaken, and our army will become disorganized. When the time comes, it will be too late to counterattack. If there's any chance to save ourselves, my soldiers and I are willing to take this risk." Su Zhengyong was determined and fearless. Hearing this, all the soldiers in the camp fell silent. They knew he was right. If they continued to defend like this, their situation would only worsen. Wei Ming naturally understood that Su Zhengyong's words were true. After thinking for a while, he agreed to the plan. "Deputy Commander Su, I approve your plan to lead your troops around the south of the city to surprise the enemy. Please take good care of yourselves. I hope to see all of you return safely. Your subordinate will not fail in this mission." Su Zhengyong knew how dangerous his action was, but he was still willing to go all out. Wei Ming was deeply moved, and the other soldiers were also inspired by Su Zhengyong's bravery, reigniting their fighting spirit. Then Wei Ming and everyone discussed the overall strategy. The remaining troops needed to cooperate with Su Zhengyong's team for a large-scale counterattack. This process could not afford any mistake, or else not only Su Zhengyong and his team would be in danger, but everyone else as well. If they failed, the city of Shing behind them would fall. They had been discussing from morning until afternoon before finalizing the plan. When the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Wei Ming rubbed his head and sighed softly. Although Su Zhengyong's plan might be a way to break the deadlock, the injured soldiers still had not received medical treatment, and morale remained low. Compared to over 2 months ago, their combat strength had decreased by at least 30%. Back then, the 7th Prince was present. There was reinforcements, and new divine steeds helped in battle, which stabilized morale and boosted confidence. It was truly a time of favorable conditions and harmony. But now, things are different. Wei Ming is feeling worried. A soldier reports, "Sir, your daughter is outside the camp asking to see you." Hearing this, Wei Ming replies, "The military camp is a restricted area. Unauthorized people cannot enter. Go tell her to go home." Wei Ming does not know which daughter has come to see him, but regardless of who it is, military rules must be followed. The young lady says she is not here for personal reasons. She came about some medicinal herbs. She also brought 2 carts of items, claiming they are medicinal herbs, the soldier reports. "Herbal medicines? Then bring her in quickly." Wei Ming says urgently, "Yes, sir." The soldier follows orders and brings Wei Ruo, who is outside the camp, into the camp. Wei Ruo's 2 carts of herbs cannot enter yet. They are parked outside and guarded by soldiers. They will only be allowed in after inspection confirms they are safe. Wei Ruo is taken to Wei Ming's tent in the center of the camp. Seeing his daughter, Wei Ming does not feel like chatting or showing warmth. He asks directly, "Did you bring the herbs?" Wei Ruo nods. "I heard the army is short of medicinal herbs, so I brought some for father." "Where did you get these herbs?" Wei Ming asks in surprise. He and County Magistrate Qian tried everything but couldn't get these herbs. How did Ruo manage to do so? "Honestly, father, a while ago, Xiejia and I stored some herbs together," Wei Ruo replies. "You and Xiejia?" Wei Ming is even more surprised. During our free time studying, Xie and I suddenly had an idea. We wanted to try some business to test what our teacher taught us. So I suggested herbs. We then leased a piece of land in the south of the city, planted some herbs, and also bought a lot when they were in season. It turned out to be useful, Wei Ruo explains. When Wei Ruo and Shing stored the herbs, the weather was still mild, and there were no weather disasters. Herbs were easy to buy and transport. How many did you store? Wei Ming asks. Today, I brought 2 carts of herbs here. They are outside the camp. The remaining herbs in the warehouse can probably fill 2 more carts, Wei Ruo answers. Good, good. This is really great. You 2 have stumbled upon something by chance, Wei Ming praises repeatedly. After saying this, Wei Ming carefully looks at his daughter. Her face is fair and smooth, with bright, clear eyes. In a daze, Wei Ming can't help but think back to his daughter's playful, adorable, and lively childhood. A sweet smile seemed to appear in front of her as a little girl ran toward her, shouting "Daddy" nonstop. Yuan was also cute and fair-skinned when she was young, but she was often shy around him, very careful, and her voice calling Daddy was small. If it were Ruo, she probably wouldn't be afraid of him and would happily act spoiled in front of him. Unfortunately, fate was cruel, and he missed out on these moments. Father? Wei Ruo noticed Wei Ming staring at her absent-mindedly. Wei Ming snapped out of his daze and realized he had been acting strangely. Ruo, I don't know how to thank you, Wei Ming said warmly. Father, there's no need to thank me. Ying and I brought these medicines not only for you, but also for the soldiers and the common people, Wei Ruo replied. It didn't matter if it was General Qian or someone else, as long as they weren't treacherous villains. Wei Ruo and Xie would give the medicines today. No matter what, the anti-Japanese army owes you and Miss Xie a debt. The wounded soldiers owe you, and I also owe you, Wei Ming said seriously. Father, let's talk about these words after the war is over. I know you are busy, so I won't bother you now. Once Ying and I finish organizing the remaining medicines, we'll deliver them to you, Wei Ruo said. All right, be careful on your way back, Wei Ming warned, watching wistfully as Wei Ruo left his tent. After delivering the medicines to the anti-Japanese army, Wei Ruo no longer involved himself in the affairs of Shan County and set out with Lady Yuan to the city. When they arrived, Wei Ruo was arranged by Lady Yuan to stay at Tianqing Garden. Once there, Wei Ruo relaxed and no longer had to be so cautious as she was at the colonel's residence. The next morning after settling in, Wei Ruo took Xiaomei to the farm. She met Su Zhu and the manager of the farm. The manager was a man in his 40s, surnamed Yu, a bit stout and thin-faced, but he looked honest and straightforward. Uncle Su had been here for a few days, and the manager, not taking advantage of Uncle Su's honesty, respectfully assisted him with affairs. This showed his kind nature. During this time, Su Zhu had already figured out the situation on the farm and organized everything clearly. Wei Ruo called both of them over and asked about the other lands nearby. Then Wei Ruo ordered, "Help me find out if there is land for sale or lease nearby. We will take all of it." "Miss, are you planning to buy a large amount of land?" Steward Yu asked in surprise. "Yes, I want to buy land," Wei Ruo replied firmly. "But, miss, the weather has been bad lately, and the grain harvests are poor everywhere. Buying land now might not be a good idea," Steward Yu warned.
It's okay.
"As long as the price is right, we will buy it," Wei Ruo said confidently. She knew these things well, but had already decided to do it. With the grain harvest low, land prices are cheap. Wei Ruo plans to take this chance to buy more land and expand her business. She also has 100 taels of gold, which gives her the capital to buy land. Then, what about workers? If we buy land, we will need more people, Steward Yu asked again. The current workers on the farm are only enough to manage their own fields. If they buy more land, they will need more workers. We will hire poor farmers and displaced people who have lost their land, Wei Ruo said. Hiring poor farmers and displaced people? Steward Yu looked surprised. Poor farmers are understandable, but displaced people are a bit surprising. After thinking for a moment, Steward Yu said to Wei Ruo, "Miss, displaced people have no fixed home, and it's hard to know their background. They are difficult to manage and might cause trouble. I understand it will take more effort and there are risks, but I am willing to try this," Wei Ruo said. She had thought carefully about this decision. Even if managing them is harder and mistakes might happen, she didn't want to dismiss all displaced people out of fear. These people are the most vulnerable and need support. "All right, I will start making arrangements right away," Steward Yu said, and immediately began to organize. Wei Ruo and Shumei went with Su Zhushan to inspect the farm again. The land given by Madame Yuan is better than usual, with fertile soil. The soil renovation has just finished, and they can soon plant the new wheat seeds Wei Ruo brought. There was some disagreement among the workers about planting wheat at this time. They thought it would be hard for the wheat to grow well now. Although they didn't believe it, the managers still told them to do their jobs. Wei Ruo had no objections. It was already past the usual planting time for wheat, and their worries were understandable. As long as they did their best with their work, it was fine. Wei Ruo spent 2 days busying herself with arrangements and then took Xiaomei to stroll around the city streets. Although it looked like a casual walk, she was actually choosing the right shops. Originally, opening a shop in the city was difficult for her because she had no background, but since she had Madame Yuan as her supporter, she avoided that problem. Although the local officials wouldn't know because they are far away, Wei Ruo still wore a veil when she went out, just to be cautious. As a girl from a noble family, it was understandable that she was interested in farming, but opening a shop on the street would be hard to explain. They spent 2 days shopping, and Wei Ruo finally decided on 2 adjacent shops near drunken immortal residents. The price was high, but Wei Ruo thought the location was good and worth the cost. Wei Ruo liked money, but she was willing to spend it if it was worth it. She believed that you need to spend money to earn more. One of the shops was for opening a branch of Sibaozhai, which sells the 4 treasures of the study. These supplies are popular among scholars and noble families, so sales in the city would be better than in the county. However, this meant her paper-making workshop needed to expand. The other 3 items of the 4 treasures, brushes, ink, and inkstones, were bought from other shops she contacted, with enough stock. Only the paper was produced by her own workshop, and its output was limited. So, Sibaozhai always sold limited amounts of paper and tried to sell other products together to increase sales.